Zhao Elder, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This is Senior Han, the owner of that batch of demon beast materials. Oh, Taoist Han, please have a seat. I have just brewed a pot of ice cloud spirit tea. Do partake in its flavors, the gray-clad elder said, lifting his gaze to glance at Han Li with a calm demeanor. Han Li furrowed his brow. The elder's appearance was rather unremarkable, yet his cheeks bore an unnaturally rosy hue, reminiscent of one recovering from a serious illness, stirring a hint of suspicion within him. His current spiritual sense far surpassed that of his peers, enabling him to discern instantly that the elder was also a cultivator in the early stage of the core formation realm. Thus, he refrained from any polite refusals and took a seat directly across from the elder, subtly observing the fragrant tea recently poured by the elder without reaching for it. Though the elder appeared benign, Han Li's cautious nature dictated that he would not consume anything in unfamiliar surroundings. Seeing Han Li's vigilance, the elder did not express displeasure, but merely offered a faint smile before pouring himself a small cup of tea, seemingly dismissing Han Li and the others from his thoughts. Senior Han, I have come on behalf of the Miaoying sect to purchase all the remaining demon beast materials you possess. We can certainly negotiate a fair price, Fan Jingmei said gracefully, her lips parting slightly as she addressed Han Li, exuding elegance and composure. I indeed possess some demon beast materials, but the last batch has just been sold. I fear I may disappoint your esteemed sect, Han Li replied, cautious not to reveal any excess of rare materials, seeking to close off her inquiry without haste. Upon hearing Han Li's evasive response, Madame Fan smiled gently, her voice warm as she remarked, Senior Han, your words seem to mislead me. Although our sect is unaware of the exact quantity of your materials, it stands to reason you possess a considerable amount. Otherwise, you would not be so cautious in seeking out small merchants to sell them, only offering a little at a time and each time to different buyers. Were it not for our sect's fortunate search for related materials throughout Tianqing City, we might never have uncovered this peculiarity. Are you perhaps concerned about exposing your wealth? If that is the case, you need not worry. While our sect may not be a major power, we have always maintained a good reputation in the chaotic Star Sea. You may sell all these materials to me, thus saving you the trouble of gathering them anew from other merchants. The woman spoke with a flurry of words, her demeanor radiating calmness. Yet a flicker of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes, revealing a hint of anger. No one enjoys being secretly investigated without prior knowledge. Perhaps sensing Han Li's displeasure, Madame Fan quickly shifted her tone, explaining, Senior Han, do not hold my previous actions against me. I was compelled to mobilize most of our sect's resources in Tianqing City, which led us to uncover your whereabouts. I hope you can assist me this time. As she spoke, she placed herself in a vulnerable position, her words and gaze carrying a subtle plea. Hearing this, Han Li's anger gradually dissipated. He did not respond immediately, but instead lightly tapped his index finger against the tea table, his face devoid of expression. In truth, Han Li's mind was racing, analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. Though he was unaware of the reason why this woman or the Miaoying sect urgently required a large quantity of demon beast materials, it was evident they believed he possessed what they sought. Denying it would likely prove futile and might even foster enmity. He had never heard of the Miaoying sect, but from Elder Zhao's demeanor, it seemed their strength was not to be underestimated. Han Li was not keen on creating an enemy without cause. Moreover, he had an abundance of demon beast materials. If he continued to sell them bit by bit, it would only be a matter of time before others caught on. It would be better to seize this opportunity to dispose of them cleanly. Additionally, this was Tianqing City, where conflicts among cultivators were strictly prohibited, so he had no fear of any underhanded tactics during the transaction. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, Since Madam has brought the matter to this point, I shall not conceal any longer. Indeed, I possess some demon beast materials that your esteemed sect desires. I only wonder if the quantity will suffice for your needs. Upon hearing Han Li's admission, the woman across from him and the young girl behind her both displayed expressions of delight. Even the elder, who had been quietly enjoying his tea, glanced at Han Li with a noticeably relaxed demeanor. How many do you possess, Senior? I shall take as many as you have. Madame Fan inquired eagerly, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Han Li smiled faintly, casually stating an astonishing number that left the woman visibly overjoyed. Though she had known Han Li possessed a considerable amount, she had not expected it to be to such an extent. At this point, she felt her task was finally within reach. I will take all of these materials. When is it convenient for you? Shall we transact today? Madame Fan, unable to contain her excitement, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice, as if fearing Han Li might change his mind. Han Li was taken aback by her eagerness, yet he too wished to offload these items as soon as possible to avoid any potential complications. So after a brief consideration, he replied, "Very well, let us conduct the transaction here. If you prepare the spirit stones, I shall retrieve the items." Han Li's decisive manner aligned perfectly with the woman's wishes, prompting her to nod vigorously in delight. Thus, Han Li stood up calmly, bid his farewells, and strode out of the room. After Han Li's figure vanished from the doorway for a moment, the excitement in Madame Fan's eyes gradually faded. After a brief silence, she suddenly turned to the elder and asked, "Elder Zhao, what is your assessment of this person's cultivation? I have heard that he has only recently formed his core, and he should not have had time to refine any magical artifacts. If he were to act suddenly, would you be able to subdue him in an instant? If you are confident, we could save a considerable amount of spirit stones." As the woman spoke coldly, her elegant demeanor shifted, her expression darkening to a chilling intensity that sent shivers down one's spine. "That will not do. Though he has only recently formed his core, the techniques he practices are exceptional. His mana is extraordinarily pure, and there seems to be a hint of treasure energy leaking from within him. He has either secretly refined magical artifacts or possesses inherited treasures from others. He should not be underestimated." Elder Zhao shook his head lightly, voicing his dissent. "If that is the case, this person should possess considerable strength. How about this? During our operation in half a month's time, we will drag him down together. If all goes well, we can entice him to join us. If things do not proceed smoothly, he can serve as a convenient pawn." The woman spoke slowly, her eyes glinting with cunning. "That is indeed a good plan. However, from my observations of his demeanor, he appears young, but handles matters with considerable poise. He may not be easily manipulated. Do you have any confidence? Are you perhaps considering seduction?" The elder's expression soured as he spoke. Madame Fan cast a sidelong glance at the elder, suddenly breaking into a light laugh, her eyes sparkling with allure. "Hee, elder, are you feeling jealous? Fear not. Aside from you, I will not allow any other man to touch me within the entire Miaoing sect." With that, she pulled aside her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage that could captivate any onlooker. The elder's previously sickly countenance became mesmerized, his eyes glazing over as his cheeks flushed deeper. Seeing this, Madame Fan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Elder, you were gravely injured while protecting me last time. I have always kept that in my heart." As she spoke, Madame Fan swayed her curvaceous figure and slid gracefully into the elder's embrace, her delicate hands resting on his chest. At that moment, her face radiated with springtime warmth, her big eyes shimmering as if they might overflow with tears, embodying an enchanting spirit that could beguile even the most stoic. The elder's breath quickened as Madame Fan's hand brushed against his chest. His rough hands began to wander over her fragrant body, unable to remain still. This scene caused the young girl, who had been standing behind Madame Fan, to blush deeply, biting her lip and lowering her head in embarrassment. "Leander, step outside for a moment. When that person arrives, come back in to inform us." Madame Fan murmured in a voice that was almost a sigh. "Yes," the girl replied hurriedly, as if granted a reprieve, and retreated swiftly. However, just before she gently closed the door, she faintly heard, "This girl has grown increasingly charming over the past 2 years. Perhaps I should take a day to teach her a thing or two. After all, good fortune should not flow to outsiders." "Pa, dream on. Lian girl is of use to me. Do not set your sights on her." "How could I?" Hearing the playful banter between the couple inside, the girl exhaled a sigh of relief and slowly departed from the doorway. Chapter 401. Heavenly Thunder Bamboo. Han Li exited the tea house, meandering along the street for a short distance before unexpectedly veering behind another shop. This location was not far from the tea house. He then gently closed his eyes, adopting a stoic demeanor as he stood motionless. After a moment, Han Li's expression shifted. He furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. Moments ago, he had discreetly sent his spiritual sense back into the tea shop. hoping to eavesdrop on any conversation that might occur after his departure. However, to his astonishment, as his spiritual sense approached the tea house's private room, it was abruptly halted by a barrier. This barrier was not particularly sophisticated. If Han Li had chosen to rely on the formidable strength of his spiritual sense, he could have easily shattered it. Yet, such an action would create too much commotion, thus defeating the very purpose of his covert observation. Han Li, naturally, would not engage in such a thankless endeavor and withdrew his spiritual sense that it seemed that the Miaoyin sect was indeed not to be underestimated, leaving him with no apparent opportunities to exploit. With this thought in mind, Han Li opened his mouth and expelled a small green sword, about an inch in length, which soared skyward. Upon returning to his residence, Han Li retrieved a storage bag containing materials from demon beasts from the secret chamber. To exercise caution, he summoned Chu Han to accompany him as they exited the cave dwelling. This back-and-forth endeavor consumed several hours of his time. Fortunately, upon their return to the tea shop, they found a middle-aged man, one of Madame Fan's subordinates, standing at the entrance, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Han Li, the man instantly brightened and rushed inside. Han Li understood that the man was reporting back to Madame Fan and paid it little mind as he and Chu Han entered at a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the private room of the tea house, the young girl and the middle-aged man were already respectfully waiting at the door for Han Li. "Madam and the elder are awaiting your presence." "Esteemed senior," the girl said with a demeanor of deference, though she cast a curious glance at Chu Han in the midst of her speech. Han Li had no intention of introducing Chu Han, merely nodding before unceremoniously entering the room, with Chu Han following closely behind. The girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from advancing to inquire further. Inside, Madame Fan had once again donned her veil. Upon seeing Han Li enter, her eyes sparkled with delight as she greeted him warmly. "You have arrived quite swiftly, Senior Han. I expected to wait a while longer." She paused, her cheerful expression faltering slightly as she noticed Chu Han behind Han Li. "Might I ask who this esteemed companion is?" Madame Fan had initially been all smiles, but her demeanor shifted upon seeing Chu Han, momentarily taken aback. "This is my dear friend Chu Han, having heard of the matter. He wished to come and take a look as well. I trust you do not mind his presence." Han Li chuckled lightly, speaking nonchalantly. "Of course not. Please, both esteemed seniors, take a seat," Madame Fan replied, her beautiful eyes glancing over Chu Han's unappealing visage before she smiled graciously. Internally, however, she felt a wave of relief, grateful that she had not acted rashly beforehand. Otherwise, the sudden emergence of a golden core cultivator as an ally would have surely thwarted her plans and attracted formidable foes. Nonetheless, her desire to cultivate a rapport with Han Li grew even stronger. "The materials are all inside. Madam may wish to take a look first, without beating around the bush." Han Li sat down and tossed 2 storage bags containing the materials onto the tea table in front of her. Madame Fan, unable to conceal her joy, expressed her gratitude profusely as she took the storage bags in hand, briefly inspecting them with her spiritual sense before handing them to Elder Zhao, who stood nearby. The elder received the item with an unchanging demeanor, meticulously examining each material extracted from the storage bag to authenticate its legitimacy. Given the abundance of materials, this process, naturally, was not swift. Meanwhile, Madame Fan from the Miaoyin sect engaged in casual conversation with Han Li, subtly attempting to glean the origins of these materials. However, Han Li, being a person of astute intellect, skillfully circled around the topic, leaving the lady with nothing of substance. After a period of time, Elder Zhao finally completed the inventory of the materials and relayed an estimated price to the woman from the Miaoyin sect. Upon hearing the figure, the lady pondered for a moment before reducing the price by a modest 10% and communicated this to Han Li. Han Li, upon hearing this offer, fell into contemplation, which caused Madame Fan to feel a twinge of unease. In an effort to finalize the transaction, she hesitated briefly before resolutely adding an additional 5% to the price. Upon hearing the revised offer, Han Li nodded in agreement. Although he was aware that the price was still slightly lower than he had hoped, he was nonetheless satisfied with the prospect of disposing of all these items in one go. Seeing Han Li's acquiescence, Madame Fan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then retrieved a small pile of mid-grade spirit stones from her storage bag and pushed them towards Han Li, who accepted them without hesitation. With the transaction thus concluded, both parties felt content. Han Li prepared to rise and take his leave when Madame Fan casually remarked, "I have heard that you are seeking some rare spirit bamboos. I just happen to possess information on this matter. I wonder if you might be interested in hearing a few details." Han Li's heart stirred at her words, and he instinctively turned to look at her. At that moment, Madame Fan's enchanting eyes sparkled with a peculiar radiance directed at Han Li, concealing an ulterior motive to subtly plant a seed in his heart while he was momentarily taken aback. As their gazes met, Han Li felt a profound allure emanating from her eyes, drawing him in with an almost irresistible force, just as he teetered on the brink of losing himself to her charm. A flash of realization ignited in his mind, causing him to steel himself. His expression shifted to one of icy coldness, the chill emanating from him rendering Madame Fan's enchanting allure impotent in an instant. Startled, she attempted to avert her gaze, yet for reasons unknown, her head became rigid, unable to move an inch, even her mouth refusing to open, the backlash of her technique. Realizing this, Madame Fan was seized by terror. Desperately channeling her energy in an attempt to escape the constraints imposed by Han Li's gaze. "What are you doing to Madame Fan?" Elder Zhao, perceiving something amiss, noticed the cold glint in his eyes and strode forward. Yet, in an instant, Chu Han appeared before him with an expressionless visage, his movements so uncanny that they startled the elder, leaving him uncertain as to whether he should intervene at that moment, as the Lady Fan struggled repeatedly to free herself. Her gaze upon Han Li lost all allure, replaced entirely by a desperate plea, exuding an air of pitiable vulnerability, as if she were imploring him for mercy. Humph! With a cold snort, Han Li finally reined in the frostiness in his eyes. At this, the woman hastily averted her gaze, as if granted a reprieve. However, she could not suppress the urge to part her lips, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the delicate veil adorning her face. "Fans was sure. You." Elder Zhao's brows furrowed fiercely as he glared at Han Li, his hair standing on end, clearly intent on taking action. "Elder Zhao, please refrain from anger. Senior Han has shown mercy. I merely suffered a slight affliction of qi and blood. And having expelled this blood, I feel much better." The Lady Fan, alarmed, quickly intervened to prevent the elder's rashness, forcing a smile as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression softened slightly, returning to a more composed demeanor. "I never anticipated that the senior was also a master of the arts. My earlier probing was indeed rather reckless. I hope you will not hold it against me. Yet, I possess knowledge of the whereabouts of a small section of the Thunder Bamboo." The woman cast a glance at Han Li, her eyes still tinged with a hint of trepidation, fearing that he might pursue the earlier incident and thus broach the subject herself. Thunder Bamboo. Upon hearing the Lady Fan's words, Han Li's icy facade revealed a flicker of emotion. The legendary Thunder Bamboo, one of the 3 divine trees, he could hardly dismiss the earlier matter, astonished and skeptical. Yet a trace of excitement laced his voice. Though he had aspired to utilize extraordinary bamboo for crafting magical artifacts, he had never dared to dream of employing one of the 3 divine trees. Was it not said that the 3 divine trees had long been extinct? Indeed, it is Thunder Bamboo. I can attest to its authenticity, as I have personally handled this divine object, the Lady Fan declared with resolute certainty after retrieving a small jade vial and consuming a pill. Regaining some vitality. Is it possible that this object has already been sold to another? Han Li's gaze sharpened, his voice growing cold once more. Simultaneously, a thought nagged at him. Could this woman still be unwise, attempting to orchestrate his demise? No, this object was intended for auction at the Tianqing City auction house, but unexpectedly, it, along with a large shipment from our sect, was ambushed mid-journey. However, we have since located the hideout of these perpetrators and are preparing to invite some allies to apprehend them all. The Lady Fan hesitated momentarily before presenting herself with an earnest demeanor. The shipment was seized. Han Li's eyes flickered with intrigue. "It seems the senior harbors doubts regarding my words, yet this is a matter of undeniable truth." The Lady Fan suddenly withdrew her smile, revealing a bitter expression. 2 months ago, our sect secured a significant deal, one substantial enough to sustain our Miaoyin sect for a decade without further business. Thus, after gathering a large quantity of goods, we entrusted them to Sect Master Wang, who led a majority of our experts for delivery. However, along the way, we were ambushed by a group of masked cultivators. Among them were 5 or 6 who had reached the core formation stage, each possessing formidable and sinister techniques, while the rest were adept at cooperative tactics. Our sect master, outnumbered, fell in battle, and the storage bags containing the goods were seized. As for the ordinary disciples of the sect, more than half have suffered casualties, had it not been for the 2 elders who desperately employed a secret technique to lower their cultivation levels. It is likely that the adversaries would have captured them all without anyone being the wiser. As the woman spoke, her voice grew somber, and her countenance was filled with sorrow. Could it be a trap set by the buyers? Han Li blurted out almost without thought. Impossible. The buyer of this transaction is one of the four major merchant alliances of the Chaos Star Sea. Their reputation is impeccable. How could they engage in such heinous acts of murder and robbery? Moreover, given their strength, they would not tarnish their name for such trivial gains. Madame Fan gently shook her head, her pallid face reflecting her denial, exuding an aura of frailty and helplessness. However, Han Li merely cast a cold glance at the woman and refrained from saying anything further, revealing not a hint of sympathy or consolation. Witnessing Han Li's indifference, Madame Fan had no choice but to suppress her sorrow and continued to explain. That small segment of thunder bamboo was originally the treasured heirloom of a minor sect. But that sect has fallen into dire straits, leaving only one inheritor. Therefore, not long ago, they sold this item to our Heavenly Sound sect. Our sect leader intended to deliver it along with the goods, planning to auction it off in Tianqing City after completing this significant transaction, but unexpectedly, it was seized by those cultivators. However, our sect leader had made some minor alterations to this batch of goods before setting out. Thus, the location where these rogues have taken refuge was quickly traced by our disciples. Yet, among these thieves were numerous core formation cultivators, and with our sect's current strength, we are unable to confront them directly. Therefore, I have come forth not only to procure goods but also to invite formidable individuals to lend their assistance. The two esteemed seniors appear to possess profound magical prowess. If you would be willing to lend a hand, I, on behalf of our sect, would be willing to offer this segment of thunder bamboo as a reward to both of you. After a careful articulation of her intentions, the woman observed Han Li maintaining his composure. Though his gaze flickered as if contemplating something, aware that Han Li was weighing the pros and cons, Madame Fan quickly added another incentive. If the esteemed senior finds the offered reward insufficient, our sect is also willing to present one of our flawless female disciples as a maid to you to no interest. Han Li immediately rejected the offer without a moment's consideration. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression fell into one of disappointment. This segment of thunder bamboo has not been refined, has it? Can it continue to grow? Han Li exhaled softly, unexpectedly posing a question that took the woman aback. It has not been refined. This segment of thunder bamboo has been meticulously nurtured by that minor sect for over 1,000 years, and it was uprooted with its roots intact. It can naturally continue to grow. Does the esteemed senior not wish to use it to forge a magical artifact, preferring instead to leave it for posterity? However, the growth of thunder bamboo is extremely slow, increasing only an inch every millennium, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate. The woman paused slightly, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Han Li did not respond to her inquiry, but instead lowered his head, descending once more into contemplation, until Elder Zhao displayed evident signs of impatience. He resolutely declared, in addition to that thunder bamboo, I wish to select another item from those goods. After all, both I and my companion, Daoist Chu, are acting in concert. Han Li, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, added another condition. No problem, we can certainly accommodate this request. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement to participate, Madame Fan's face immediately brightened with joy, and without any hesitation, she readily accepted Han Li's stipulation. In that case, when the time comes to depart, please send someone to notify me at my cave abode. Surely, your esteemed sect is already aware of my dwelling. After uttering these words, Han Li rose expressionlessly, before Madame Fan could say anything further. He clasped his hands in farewell and elegantly departed with Chu Han, not once mentioning her use of seductive arts against him. Observing Han Li's decisive exit, the male and female members of the Tianyin sect exchanged surprised glances, while a more complex expression emerged in Madame Fan's eyes, her countenance shifting between light and shadow. Upon returning to his cave, Han Li did not simply wait for the representatives of the Miaoyin sect to summon him. Instead, he sought out several other core formation cultivators to inquire about the Miaoyin sect. To his surprise, these individuals had indeed heard of this sect. One even claimed to have had dealings with them. According to their accounts, the Miaoyin sect could be regarded as both a sect and a commercial alliance. However, it was a tradition for the sect to be predominantly led by female disciples. Thus, the position of sect leader could only be held by a woman. The Miaoyin sect was not particularly strong within the Chaos Star Sea. Aside from the sect leader, the highest-ranking members were the dual envoys. Although they typically employed 2 or 3 core formation elders as external support, among the many mid-level factions, it was somewhat average in standing. Nevertheless, despite this, other forces generally refrained from provoking this sect. For the female cultivators of the Miaoyin sect were renowned for their beauty and diverse talents. it was common for outstanding female disciples from their ranks to become coveted dual cultivation partners, thereby garnering considerable support, both overt and covert. What concerned Hanli most was that the sect had a fairly good reputation, with few reports of malicious acts against other cultivators. However, the seductive arts of the Miaoyin sect were quite infamous throughout the Chaos Star Sea, leading many male cultivators to become infatuated with their female disciples. After gathering this intelligence, Hanli formed a preliminary impression of the Miaoyin sect. Upon further contemplation, he found himself reluctant to part with the thunder bamboo. It seemed that a single engagement was indeed necessary. Thus, he promptly returned to his cave and tirelessly accelerated the refinement of his third-tier puppets, working day and night. Half a month later, a transmission talisman flew into Han Li's hand from the outside. After a calm inspection, he methodically organized his belongings and set forth from his cave with Chu Han and 2 blood jade spiders. Upon arriving at a certain city gate in Tianqing City, he found a young girl named Lianer anxiously awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Han Li and Chu Han, her face lit up with joy as she hurriedly approached and said, "Esteemed seniors, Madam has instructed me to take you both to the Gathering Island, and then we shall depart together." Han Li nodded in acknowledgement, and without further ado, he unleashed the green radiance sword, enveloping the girl in its luminous embrace as they soared into the sky. Chu Han transformed into a yellow light and followed closely behind. The maiden, known as Lianer, seemed to be experiencing flight for the very first time, escorted by a magical artifact. She gazed around with curiosity amidst Han Li's sword light, occasionally offering him directions. However, whenever her gaze met Han Li's, she would shyly lower her head. Within the brilliance of the sword light, she stood quite close to him, nearly pressing against him that a slight inclination of his head would reveal her snowy white neck, accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of a young woman, granting him a modest indulgence in beauty that it appeared that she was aware of this, as a deeper blush frequently graced her cheeks, which amused Han Li. Prompting a subtle smile to play upon his lips, he mused inwardly about the possibility that Madame Fan had sent her personal maid to guide him, perhaps knowing he was impervious to charms and instead opting for the genuine allure of beauty. With this thought, he suppressed a chuckle, inhaling the maiden's delicate scent more audaciously, causing her to tremble slightly, her petite, exquisite ears turning a shade of pink, betraying hints of alarm. Nonetheless, Han Li's audacious behavior was confined to this, and he refrained from any further advances, allowing the maiden to relax a bit and continue guiding him. After a brief while, Han Li descended upon a nameless, desolate mountain on a small island. Atop the towering peak, apart from Madame Fan and Elder Zhao, there were a dozen individuals, some seated in meditation, while others stood in hushed conversation. Among them, 5 were at the core formation stage, while the others were late foundation establishment cultivators. It seemed that the Miaoyin sect had indeed invested considerable effort in gathering these individuals. Upon seeing that her maid had successfully brought Han Li and Chu Han, Madame Fan could not conceal her delight and gracefully approached. "It is truly a privilege for our humble sect to welcome the 2 esteemed seniors. Allow me to introduce you to a few individuals," she said, her eyes sparkling. With that, she introduced Han Li and Chu Han to a core formation cultivator, surnamed Meng, and 4 foundation establishment practitioners. However, curiously, after this introduction, Madame Fan did not present the remaining cultivators to him. Instead, she seemed to assertively direct her gaze towards a beautiful woman clad in a verdant gown. Han Li followed her gaze and realized that, apart from those introduced by Madame Fan, the others appeared to revolve around the green-clad woman. This lady possessed elegantly arched brows, phoenix-like eyes, and a refined nose, her gaze hinting at a formidable presence, clearly a woman of high standing. Yet, this only intensified the allure of conquest for the men present. Noticing Madame Fan's gaze, the woman offered a cold laugh, briefly regarding Han Li and Chu Han with surprise before turning back to whisper something to a middle-aged cultivator behind her, seemingly dismissive of Madame Fan's presence. "Who is she?" Han Li inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Zhuoruding, the right envoy of our sect," Madame Fan replied with a huff, somewhat reluctantly though. Han Li responded lightly, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at the woman, which elicited a hint of displeasure from Madame Fan. Han Li was not beset by any improper thoughts towards Zhuoruding. Rather, he found her demeanor and grace strikingly familiar, leading him to fall into a contemplative reverie. Observing this, Madame Fan's expression darkened as she turned to engage Chu Han in conversation. Yet, Chu Han merely listened to her words with an expressionless visage, remaining stubbornly silent, which only served to further aggravate the woman. Chapter 403. the fiery old monster, Nangong Wan. The female cultivator named Zhuo Ruding, though her beauty differed from that of Nangong Wan, undeniably possessed some of her elegant charm, which evoked an unusual feeling within him, stirring a faint resonance deep within his heart. Upon discerning the underlying reason, Han Li cast a complex glance at Zhuo Ruding before redirecting his gaze, regaining his tranquil composure. Nevertheless, even though Han Li and Chu Han had arrived at this location, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding still exhibited no intention of departing immediately, frequently glancing skyward as if awaiting the arrival of someone. Observing this scene, Han Li felt a twinge of confusion but refrained from voicing any inquiries. Instead, he sought a secluded corner to sit cross-legged alongside Chu Han, patiently awaiting the moment of departure. This wait extended for nearly half a day, had the attendees not all been seasoned cultivators. Endowed with remarkable patience, discontent would have surely surfaced long ago. Yet, even so, some individuals began to exhibit signs of dissatisfaction. Witnessing this, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding displayed a hint of anxiety and reluctantly convened in hushed tones to discuss something. As Han Li took in this entire scenario, pondering whom they were waiting for, a faint sound of wind and thunder suddenly resonated in the distance, followed by a streak of dark color appearing on the horizon. This darkness swiftly approached, prompting the meditating cultivators to rise, their faces etched with surprise and suspicion. In the blink of an eye, the dark mass loomed overhead, allowing Han Li and the others to discern that it was a vast expanse of ominous clouds, approximately 50 to 60 zhang in diameter, casting a shadow over the entire mountaintop. Periodic rumblings and flashes of lightning emanated from within the clouds, heightening the sense of eeriness. As the onlookers stood in stunned silence, a chilling feminine voice emerged from the dark clouds. "Elder Qi, you may put down your guard. My two senior sisters and I wish to speak a few words." "Heh, of course, no problem," a harsh, discordant voice responded. Upon hearing these voices, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding's expression shifted slightly, exchanging glances. Some of the other cultivators, aware of the origins of the ominous clouds, turned pale. Han Li, too, felt a surge of alarm as he pondered the situation, only to overhear one of the cultivators mumble quietly, "The prowess of the Miaoyin sect is indeed formidable. How could they have summoned the fiery old monster from Yuangui Island?" The voice was low, yet Han Li, relying on his formidable spiritual sense, discerned it clearly, causing a chill to run down his spine as the words Yuangui Island and fiery old monster registered in his ears. Han Li immediately recalled the origins of the dark clouds. In his conversations with other cultivators, he had heard mention of the renowned name of the fiery old monster from Yuangui Island on more than one occasion. This individual had gained fame at an early age, having reached the late stage of the core formation realm, possessing a mastery of the unpredictable Kuei Shui demon technique, and was infamous for his ruthlessness and mercilessness throughout the chaotic Star Sea. Many asserted that this fiery old monster was among the most likely candidates to enter the nascent soul stage, destined to become a formidable figure akin to the extreme Yin ancestor. Thus, he reigned supreme over Yuangui Island, with no one daring to provoke him lightly. He was truly a person of considerable renown. How could such a renowned sorceress find herself in this place? Could it be that she is indeed a hired aide of the Miaoyin sect? Han Li remained impassive, heightening his vigilance as he scrutinized the dark clouds. At that moment, the clouds began to churn violently, from which emerged a woman clad in purple silk robes. This woman possessed a slender figure and a graceful, ethereal demeanor, yet a faint purple haze obscured her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. Upon the appearance of this woman, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding hurried to greet her. "Sister Wang, why has the red old demon come here? Did you summon her?" "Surely, that is unnecessary," Zhuo Ruding inquired softly, her brow furrowed in concern. "Indeed, this old demon is not easily provoked. It may be simple to invoke her aid, yet difficult to dismiss her afterward. Moreover, with our current manpower, we are entirely sufficient," Madame Fan replied, her expression grave and hinting at a trace of discontent. "Do you truly believe that the sorcerers who ambushed us last time were the entirety of their forces?" The woman in purple disregarded the two sisters' apprehension and spoke with an air of indifference. "Sister, what do you mean by that? Are there other formidable adversaries?" Upon hearing this, Madame Fan was taken aback, quickly grasping the implication of the purple-clad woman's words. Zhuo Ruding also displayed a look of astonishment. "I have received word that a late-stage core formation leader is stationed at their stronghold. Relying solely on the allies summoned by you two sisters might render us vulnerable. Hence, I ventured to Yuangui Island, and persuaded the red fire old demon to take action. The woman in purple stated with a casual tone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Madame Fan and the other woman exchanged glances of half-belief and skepticism before lapsing into silence. They were aware that convincing a demon like the red fire old demon to act would undoubtedly entail a considerable price. Yet, this was not the time for such discussions. They could only focus on resolving the current matter before contemplating anything else. At that moment, the woman in purple surveyed the other cultivators atop the mountain with her captivating eyes. Nodding in apparent satisfaction, the number of core formation cultivators invited by the two sisters exceeds my expectations. With the assistance of the red fire old demon, we shall surely eradicate this batch of evil cultivators. Avenging my mother's death, the voice of the purple-clad woman turned icy, laden with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent. Rest assured, we shall exact vengeance for our sect leader, Joie Rooting proclaimed, gently brushing her dark hair back. Indeed, our sect leader has bestowed great kindness upon us. We would willingly sacrifice our lives to annihilate the adversary. Madame Fan solemnly concurred for the first time. Upon hearing these words, the woman in purple felt a surge of emotion and bowed deeply to the two women. I am truly grateful for the tremendous efforts of both sisters. As previously agreed, should we succeed in avenging my mother, one of you shall assume the position of the sect leader of Miaoyin sect. Wang Ning will never covet this position, the woman declared with unwavering determination. After this proclamation, a complex expression flickered across Joie Rooting's beautiful features. She parted her lips as if to voice something, yet ultimately refrained. Meanwhile, Madame Fan maintained her calm demeanor, though her eyes betrayed an unmistakable excitement. It must be that she is the purple spirit fairy of the Miaoyin sect. Regrettably, a spell has been cast upon her visage, which is indeed quite unfortunate. Standing not far from Han Li, the cultivator surnamed Ming suddenly began to murmur to himself. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a stir within him. The name of the purple spirit fairy seemed familiar. It was said that her beauty was akin to that of celestial beings, making her one of the most renowned beauties in the Chaos Star Sea. Could she be the very one? Han Li gazed at the purple-clad woman with astonishment. At that moment, after concluding her conversation with Madame Fan, the woman in purple floated back to the dark clouds, her garments billowing gracefully, resembling a celestial maiden. Then, under the solemn expressions of the two beautiful gatekeepers, the group finally set forth. Dozens of radiant lights surged from the mountain peaks, forming a loose formation as they soared northward. Han Li and Chu Han positioned themselves in the middle to rear of the procession, silently advancing without uttering a word. However, the cultivator surnamed Ming inexplicably flew to Han Li's side, chattering incessantly. How did Han Daoist agree to assist Madame Fan? I, Ming, must repay this favor as one of my minor consorts is a direct disciple of Madame Fan. Could it be that Han Daoist is also that I do not possess the same fortunate connections as you, fellow Daoist? Madame Fan merely agreed to send me a token at the appointed time. Han Li replied in a nonchalant manner. What a pity that is, my younger brother. The finest offerings of the Miaoyin sect are, of course, those enchanting female disciples, particularly those taught personally by the two gatekeepers are truly. Hearing the incessant prattle of this man, although Han Li maintained his composure, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation within. Nevertheless, the familiarity of his words reminded him of the incessant chatter of a certain senior brother from Huangfeng Valley, which endeared him somewhat to this individual. Thus, amidst Han Li's half-hearted responses, the entire party, guided by the Miaoyin sect members, flew toward the unknown. Half a month later, the group finally arrived at a desolate island. On this island, several low-ranking disciples of the Miaoyin sect had long awaited, while the lair of the bandits lay not far away on another nameless isle, where other disciples were keeping watch over them. Upon learning that all the evil cultivators were indeed within their lair and had not ventured outside, the purple spirit fairy, emerging once more from the dark clouds, instructed Han Li and the other cultivators to rest briefly. They would launch their ambush at dawn the following day, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. Chapter 404. The deceptive scheme. The next day, as dawn broke, the cultivators quietly appeared above the stronghold of the evil sect. Is this truly the place? The purple spirit fairy surveyed the dark little island below her with a hint of confusion. This island is exceedingly small, with a radius of merely a few miles. It would be more accurate to describe it as a massive reef rather than an island. Indeed, not only had the golden cicada bee tracked them here, but the two elders had also confirmed that the individuals entering and exiting were indeed the wicked cultivators. Madame Fan whispered from the side. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad woman nodded silently, her doubts dispelled. However, it was evident that this location was merely a temporary refuge for the adversaries. The island was pitifully small, and even the illusion array set above was exceedingly rudimentary, incapable of deterring anyone. Exterminate without mercy. Thus, under the chilling command of the Violet Spirit Fairy, a peculiar laughter emanated from the Crimson Fire Elder hidden within the ominous clouds. With a few resounding claps of thunder and fire, the array was effortlessly swept away, prompting the gathered cultivators to charge down without further hesitation. The commotion from the dismantling of the formation undoubtedly alerted the inhabitants of the island. Following a series of piercing shrieks, nearly 40 or 50 beams of various hues ascended from the island, as a substantial group of cultivators approached them, led by 3 core formation stage practitioners. Upon sighting the members of the Meowin sect, they were momentarily taken aback. However, before they could regain their composure, Madame Fan had already exclaimed and unleashed a Silverwool artifact, spearheading the assault. Observing this, the other cultivators wasted no time in joining the fray. Instantly, colorful lights erupted in the sky, accompanied by the cacophony of shrill cries, since Hanli sought to draw the attention of the Heavenly Thunder Bamboo. He felt compelled to take action, releasing his magical treasures alongside Chuhan to ensnare 5 or 6 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, preparing to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Given Hanli and Chuhan's core formation cultivation, dealing with a few Foundation Establishment practitioners should have been a trivial matter. Yet, to his astonishment, upon realizing their opponents were core formation cultivators, those 4 or 5 Foundation Establishment practitioners underwent a drastic transformation, their bodies swelling as they ripped through their garments, morphing into the very familiar visage of the Shea demon. This revelation nearly caused Han Li's eyes to bulge in disbelief. However, despite their newfound speed and power, Han Li was no longer the Foundation Establishment practitioner he once was. These transformed individuals could only hold on for a brief period before being reduced to ashes by Han Li and Chuhan's green radiant sword and primordial bowl. It was then that Han Li discerned a peculiar distinction. These individuals' transformations bore a divergence from the Shea demons of the Black Shea sect, as they did not require incantations or cocooning to achieve their metamorphosis. Nor did they possess the coagulated blood condensation 5 elements pill within them. This revelation plunged Han Li into a deeper cloud of uncertainty, pondering the true connection between these bandits and the Black Shea sect. Nevertheless, he swiftly refocused his mind, directing his gaze towards other directions. This was not the time for contemplation. Any moment of distraction could lead to a surprise attack, a most unjust fate. Yet, the unfolding scene only intensified the enigma swirling in Han Li's mind. He observed that nearly all the Foundation Establishment practitioners among these sinister cultivators had employed the Shea transformation technique, forming small groups and fighting fiercely. The 3 highest-ranking core formation practitioners among them had long been ensnared by the Crimson Fire Elder spells, trapped within the dark clouds, seemingly struggling to break free as the rumbling from the clouds continued unabated. Consequently, the opposing Foundation Establishment cultivators were swiftly decimated under the relentless assault of several core formation and a dozen Foundation Establishment practitioners. Yet the remaining ones still fought with a reckless disregard for their lives. Their ferocious demeanor astonished the Meowing sect cultivators, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Just then, a furious roar echoed from below, reverberating in the ears of the Meowing sect members, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. What are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate them. The troublesome adversary has arrived. Amidst the ominous clouds, the resonant and fiery words of the formidable Chi Hua Lao Guai echoed, prompting the gathered cultivators to awaken from their stupor and hastily activate their magical treasures and artifacts to intensify their assault. However, the island's practitioners, upon hearing the piercing howl, felt their spirits invigorated, resolutely resisting the onslaught with even greater tenacity, thus hindering any significant expansion of their gains. Suddenly, several streaks of gray-white light burst forth from the island, swiftly ascending into the sky. Upon witnessing this, the cultivators ceased their actions, their demeanor shifting to one of heightened vigilance as they regarded the 5 newly arrived adversaries at the core formation stage. Leading the group was a middle-aged man, his complexion ashen, though his features were well-defined, his visage now marred by a fierce malevolence. The aura of power radiating from him suggested a cultivation level far superior to that of the other 4, indicating he was likely at the late stage of core formation. The remaining 4 were merely ordinary early-stage core formation cultivators, yet they too glared fiercely at the disciples of the Meowing sect. Who are you to dare slaughter the disciples of our Shah sect? I shall demand blood for blood. The middle-aged man surveyed the pitiful remnants of disciples with a sinister expression. His words left the others momentarily stunned. How could this bandit exhibit such a lack of awareness, speaking with such brazen audacity? A few astute individuals began to hesitate, casting glances towards the likes of Xiling Fairy and Madame Fan. In the clear depths of Xiling Fairy's beautiful eyes, a hint of doubt surfaced. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Enough of your prattle. You all deserve to die. It was none other than Elder Zhao, who had been closely following Madame Fan, suddenly leaping forth from the throng. With a swift motion, he unleashed a flame approximately 10 feet long, hurtling directly toward the opposing group. The middle-aged cultivator's fury ignited at this sight. His gaze flashing coldly, in an instant, he pivoted, and with a whoosh, a towering gray-white demonic aura erupted from him, swiftly coalescing into a gigantic ghostly visage. As this ghastly face materialized, it opened its maw wide, lunging forward with malevolent intent. Elder Zhao's flame collided directly with the ghost's mouth, vanishing in an instant. Without pause, the ghostly face charged at Elder Zhao himself. Causing a look of panic to spread across his features, he swiftly retreated, moving faster than he had charged forth, darting back into the protective crowd while exclaiming loudly, "Everyone, unite. This fellow is a late-stage core formation cultivator. We stand no chance alone." His blatant incitement stirred 2 other core formation cultivators and several Foundation establishment disciples of the Miaoyin sect to unleash their artifacts and treasures against the ghostly visage. Yet, a greater number of onlookers regarded the unfolding chaos with skepticism, their expressions betraying their reluctance to engage. The atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. Observing this disarray, Han Li's facial muscles twitched slightly. He remained still. Yet his body subtly shifted backward alongside Chu Han, sensing that something was amiss. Though uncertain of what might transpire, he contemplated an immediate retreat should danger arise. "Hold your actions," the purple-clad woman admonished, recognizing the underlying anomaly. Yet, the practitioners from the Miaoyin sect remained undeterred, relentlessly assaulting the ghostly face, seemingly oblivious to the peril that loomed. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of Han Li and his companions shifted subtly, their hearts sinking. The middle-aged cultivator opposite them was not a fool. He too discerned the peculiarities of the situation. After a brief moment of surprise, he decisively gestured towards the ghostly figure. The apparition let out a chilling howl, and from its mouth erupted a multitude of grayish-white orbs, instantly sending all magical artifacts and treasures careening in disarray, before swiftly returning to their master's side. The cultivator who had initiated the attack was momentarily taken aback, and no one dared to break away from the crowd to confront the adversaries. "Can someone elucidate this predicament for me?" Seizing the moment, the ethereal Xiling Fairy finally emerged from the throng, standing coolly between both parties as she inquired, "What is the meaning of this? You have wantonly slain so many of my sect's disciples, yet you dare question our leader." The middle-aged man retorted coldly, his eyes having transformed into an eerie shade of emerald green unbeknownst to him. "You plundered our Miaoyin sect's goods and murdered our sect leader. It was you, was it not?" The violet-clad woman fixed her emotionless gaze upon him and inquired slowly. "Nonsense. Although our Insha sect seldom interacts with external cultivators, how could we commit such despicable acts?" The middle-aged man shouted vehemently, his face contorted with anger. Upon hearing this, the violet-clad woman fell silent, yet her beautiful eyes revealed a glacial intent. The others, having absorbed the exchange, began to realize the underlying implications, their expressions shifting in response. "It seems we have both fallen into someone's trap." Madame Fan suddenly stepped forward from the assembly of cultivators. Her voice measured as she spoke. "Humph. It is you who have been ensnared, not us." The middle-aged man retorted, his countenance as dark as stormy waters. He had painstakingly nurtured his disciples for many years, only to witness their annihilation in a single day. How could he not harbor a deep-seated hatred for those present, were it not for the overwhelming number of core formation cultivators on the opposing side, and his uncertainty in dealing with the enigmatic figure amidst the storm clouds? Even knowing he was ensnared in a trap, he would have recklessly launched a counterattack regardless of the potential toll on his own vitality. The violet-clad woman, upon hearing his words, maintained her frigid demeanor, while Madame Fan could only manage a rueful smile in response. "Elder Zhao, Elder Fu, do you not owe us an explanation?" The Xiling Fairy slowly turned her gaze back toward the 2 individuals within the crowd, her tone serene yet authoritative. Chapter 405. The possession technique. With the icy cadence of the Xiling Fairy's voice, the attention of the other cultivators swiftly shifted. Elder Zhao and another middle-aged scholar stood there with inscrutable expressions. This scholar was none other than the elder who frequently accompanied Zhuo Ruding, another elder of the Miaoying sect. Upon witnessing this scene, both Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding were struck by a realization, their faces paling significantly. Among them, Madame Fan appeared the most distressed, her visage tinged with a semblance of desperation. "Who goes there?" Lurking in the shadows, a furious bellow from the red-hot old monster echoed from the clouds, followed by a barrage of thunderous flames surging forth, like serpents of lightning, toward a nearby location. Suddenly, a previously empty area dimmed, and a massive expanse of black mist erupted, devouring the flames entirely. In that instant, a slender, diminutive youth materialized in their midst. Ugh, what an eyesore! Hanli, having stealthily retreated to the rear of the formation, felt a jolt of shock as he recognized the youth's visage, silently exclaiming his name. At that moment, many of the other cultivators also recognized him, erupting in astonished exclamations. The expressions of the members of the Hidden Kill sect changed dramatically as they fixed their gaze upon Wu Chou. However, the middle-aged leader exhibited an odd demeanor, his eyes revealing a flicker of fear as he scrutinized Wu Chou. Truly worthy of the renowned Crimson Fire old monster, capable of seeing through this young master's concealed techniques. Wu Chou nonchalantly glanced at the assembled crowd, his gaze settling on Wu Yun. Humph! A cold snort emanated from the clouds, followed by an eerie silence, casting a shadow over Wu Chou's countenance. Could it be that the machinations here are the doing of your extreme island? After observing the unsettling turn of events, Zhuo Ruding, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Indeed, the affairs here were orchestrated by this young master. Your goods were seized by my island's people, and the two elders were instructed by me to frame the Hidden Kill sect. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Chou showed no signs of concealment, acknowledging everything with a cold chuckle, his gaze lewdly lingering on the woman in purple. The purple-clad maiden maintained her icy demeanor, casting a frigid stare at Wu Chou without uttering a word. At that moment, Elder Zhao, the scholar, and the other cultivators who had just intervened suddenly fell silent, swiftly positioning themselves beside Wu Chou, creating a three-way standoff with the Fairy of Purple Spirit and the Hidden Kill sect's practitioners. Witnessing this scene, although Fairy of Purple Spirit Zhuo Ruding had anticipated it, her expression shifted, growing somewhat grave. Elders Zhao and Ming, our sect has always treated you well. How could you commit such an act? Madame Fan's visage had long turned pale, and as the elders flew to Wu Chou's side, she could no longer contain her indignation and cried out, "You must understand, I have invested immense effort in gaining Elder Zhao's favor to rival Ruding in the Miaoying sect, even sacrificing my allure to win him over. Yet now, he has turned his back on me without a word." Fans was sure. I too had no desire to act thus, but Elder Ming and I are already at the mercy of others. We are truly powerless. Elder Zhao's face twitched as he spoke numbly. Hearing this, Madame Fan was momentarily taken aback, but as she raised her brows to retort, she was cut off by a cold remark from the Fairy of Purple Spirit. "Sister Fan, it is futile to speak further. Since they dared to devise such a trap, they undoubtedly have other schemes in place. Let us focus on escaping this calamity first." Madame Fan fell silent. Tisk, truly deserving of her dual talents, the Fairy of Purple Spirit, this young master has long admired you. Pray tell, do you have any interest in marrying me? You see, although I have many concubines, my position of a legitimate wife has yet to be secured. Wu Chou leered at the obscured visage of the woman in purple, speaking with a hint of lewdness. "Very well, I accept." The Fairy of Purple Spirit replied impassively, shocking all the other cultivators, including Hanli. Wu Chou, momentarily stunned, questioned with a hint of suspicion, "Miss Wang, do you speak true? If you execute all those who killed my mother, I shall marry you." The Fairy of Purple Spirit's voice turned icy. Upon hearing this, the joy on Wu Chou's face faded, his brows knitting together as he shook his head. That condition is unacceptable. On that day, many of those who took action were trusted confidants of the family patriarch, and I lack the authority to execute them. How about, Miss Xiling? We consider an alternative condition. The Fairy Xiling let out a few cold laughs and whispered something to Madame Fan beside her, ignoring Wu Chou altogether. Observing this scene, a flash of brutal rage crossed Wu Chou's grotesque visage, yet as if recalling something, he suppressed his fury and shifted his gaze towards the practitioners of Yinsha sect. "Uncle Sun, I never expected that after so many years, you have indeed cultivated such a number of disciples. Truly a matter worthy of congratulations." Wu Chou spoke coldly. "Uncle?" The way Wu Chou addressed him left others astounded. Hanli felt a jolt in his heart, and his unease grew even greater. However, he had already scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and found no further ambushes, which left him momentarily hesitant. uncertain whether to flee immediately or to observe the situation further. After all, he had yet to clarify the matter regarding the heavenly thunder bamboo. Was it genuine or false? At that moment, the middle-aged man snorted coldly, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light as he replied, "I am living quite well. I never anticipated that merely taking some disciples out for a stroll would lead to being discovered by your people. It seems I truly chose the wrong time to venture out. Hee hee, Uncle Sun is merely jesting. Who wouldn't he wish to stretch their legs after spending decades in the misty seas of Tontian? Furthermore, this outing of yours is likely related to the matter of the Void Heaven Palace, is it not? I wonder if you have the Void Heaven fragmentary map that was taken away by several uncles back in the day. It seems the time for the reemergence of the Void Heaven Palace, after 300 years, is fast approaching. However, if Uncle were to voluntarily hand over this map to your nephew, I could plead for your life with the family patriarch. How about it?" Wucho's gaze towards the middle-aged man revealed a glimmer of greedy fervor as he uttered these enticing words. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent momentarily, but after a moment, he retorted coldly, "We, the disciples from back then, are well aware of the wicked ways of the extreme old devil. If I were to hand over the map to you, I would likely be slaughtered on the other end." And Wucho frowned and inquired, "And do you truly believe you are in a position to make demands? Old monster, you need not hide any longer. Show yourself." The middle-aged man said ominously. At these words, Hanli and the other practitioners were taken aback, hastily scanning the surroundings. Could it be that the extreme ancestor was present here? Yet, the area remained tranquil, with no signs of abnormality. This left the practitioners perplexed as they turned their attention back to the middle-aged man and Wucho. "What are you playing at? Why can't I?" Wucho initially appeared bewildered, but as he spoke halfway, his expression froze, revealing a hint of peculiarity. He fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man for a moment, then broke into a strange smile. Indeed, no wonder you were one of my most valued disciples back in the day. You managed to discern my true identity at a glance." As he spoke, Wucho's visage began to blur and contort, and before long, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he transformed into a similarly slight, yet squint-eyed, grotesque old man. At this moment, a chill ran down Hanli and the other spines. The transformation was astounding. I had a foreboding feeling. How could you entrust such a momentous task to a junior? Yet you have come in person. Although this is not your true form. The middle-aged man cast a tense glance at the elder, his voice low and measured. "My obedient disciple, do you truly dare to raise your hand against your master?" The newly appeared elder's lips remained still, yet an excruciatingly sharp sound emanated from his abdomen, piercing the eardrums of all present, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. "Humph, a disciple. In those days, you wielded life and death over us with but a thought. Those who disobeyed faced the torment of soul extraction. Did you ever regard us as disciples? We were merely your slaves. Besides, you are now merely employing a possession technique, at most channeling 1/3 of your cultivation. What is there for me to fear?" The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Then with a sweep of his hands, the ghostly head before him swelled immensely, transforming into a more grotesque and terrifying visage. The purple spirit fairy and other cultivators were momentarily stunned by this bizarre spectacle, their expressions a myriad of emotions. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the elder did not display anger. Instead, he replied with a hint of indifference, "Indeed, if this were a century ago, your words would have held some truth. With only 1/3 of my cultivation, capturing you would indeed prove challenging. However, as for now." At this moment, a sharp, mocking smile crept across his lips. Chapter 406, The Corpse Fire of Tiandu. Upon hearing the elder's words, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed with apprehension. "Have you mastered that dark art?" His voice trembled slightly with fear. "It is all the better that you have deduced it. If you surrender willingly, I might still grant you a chance at survival. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the dire consequences." As he spoke, the elder extended a hand, and with a sizzling sound, a ball of darkness as deep as ink floated above his palm. "The Corpse Fire of Tiandu. You have finally mastered it." The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, his voice hoarse and dry, almost cracking with disbelief. Seeing this, the Grandmaster of Extreme let out a cold chuckle, suddenly turning to the purple spirit fairy and others with an air of arrogance. "Listen well, for today I am in a good mood and can offer you a chance at survival. If you are willing to submit to Extreme Island, you may continue to enjoy your freedom. However, the orders I issue must be followed without question, otherwise you shall face the obliteration of your very souls. Now, surrender 1/3 of your primordial spirit on these forbidden divine tokens, and you may depart in peace." With that, he reached into his robes and produced several obsidian wooden tokens, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd. Hanli and the other cultivators exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to accept the tokens nor having the courage to refuse, intimidated by the elder's reputation, leaving the atmosphere thick with silence. It is worth noting that among the Golden Core cultivators on the side of the Purple Spirit Fairy, apart from Hanli and Chu Han, there were only the Ming surname cultivator and a hawk-nosed cultivator invited by Zhuo Rooting. The remaining 6 or 7 individuals, including the Purple Spirit Fairy and Madame Fan, were merely at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, the Red Fire Elder, who had been lurking within the dark clouds, had quietly released the 3 captives from the hidden evil sect, remaining silent within the murky shroud. It seems you intend to annihilate both body and spirit. Very well, this master shall grant your wish. The extreme Een Patriarch's expression turned frigid as he uttered these ominous words. No sooner had his voice faded than the hooked-nosed cultivator standing behind, Garuding suddenly transformed into a streak of yellow light, soaring skyward, in the blink of an eye. Amidst Garuding's astonished and furious gaze, he had flown several dozen zhang away, whereupon a faint cold snort echoed back. Humph. I, Foam, have no desire to oppose the ancestral master, nor any interest in being controlled by others, so I shall take my leave first. Within a mere few phrases, the yellow light darted away another several zhang. What astonishing speed! Witnessing this, the extreme Een Patriarch's eyes flashed with a fierce gleam as he lightly tossed the black fireball he held toward the direction of the yellow light. The black fireball, upon release, flickered momentarily before transforming into a slender black arc, vanishing without a trace in an instant. While others were left puzzled, Han Li's expression tightened sharply upon witnessing this scene. Simultaneously, a scream erupted from the distant yellow light, which suddenly erupted into a bizarre conflagration of black flames, swiftly diminishing until only a dimly lit flying dagger remained, leaving no other trace behind. Hiss. Han Li inhaled sharply. The speed of that black flame's escape was truly astonishing. He mused that if he had been at a greater distance and focused, he might have had a chance to evade. However, if it had been fired at him from within 20 or 30 zhang, there would have been no hope of dodging it. Moreover, judging by the black flame's capacity to reduce a person to ashes, it was undoubtedly more potent than the Qingyang demonic fire of the 6 demonic sects, certainly not something a mere ordinary treasure could withstand. Realizing that the opponent could take his life at any moment, Han Li felt his lips dry and his heart race violently. After considerable effort, he barely managed to suppress the urge to flee. He understood all too well that any hasty action now would only hasten his demise. Yet, he resolutely refused to surrender 1/3 of his primordial spirit to the opponent. Doing so would be akin to handing over his very life, for if the adversary were to extinguish the consciousness embedded in the Forbidden Spirit card, a cultivator lacking that portion of their primordial spirit would either become an imbecile, wandering aimlessly for the rest of their days, or suffer a mental breakdown and die on the spot. Furthermore, such a malicious spell capable of restricting another's primordial spirit could only be wielded by cultivators who had entered the nascent soul stage. Even those in the core formation stage lacked such powers. Han Li steadied his mind and glanced around at the others, seeking potential strategies. Not far away, the Ming surname cultivator, once grinning from ear to ear, had completely lost all trace of mirth upon sensing Han Li's gaze. He could only offer a wry smile before turning back to regard the extreme Een Patriarch with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, the Xiling Fairy, standing in front, maintained a relatively calm demeanor. However, her 10 delicate fingers were entwined behind her, slightly twisting, which left Han Li speechless. As for Madame Fan and the other Miao insect cultivators, upon witnessing the might of the black demonic flames, their faces had long since drained of color. Though they managed to appear composed, the terror in their eyes was unmistakable. Han Li licked his lips and shifted his gaze toward the group from the Incha sect. At this moment, the middle-aged man, upon witnessing the formidable power of the black demonic fire wielded by the Extremian ancestor, was momentarily taken aback, narrowing his eyes slightly. When Han Li glanced over, the man spoke in a grave tone. Do not be intimidated by the old demon. Since he possesses the ability to possess others, this newly mastered divine power can only be utilized a limited number of times. Otherwise, the host will face certain death. For now, we must unite to confront this old demon. After uttering these words, the middle-aged man deliberately cast a glance towards the scarlet fire fiend hidden within the ominous clouds. In his heart, he believed that only by joining forces with the similarly advanced scarlet fire fiend could they hope to contend with their adversary. However, after the middle-aged man spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the clouds. With no response whatsoever, This peculiar situation caused a palpable tension to rise among the others, including Hanli. The purple spirit fairy, in particular, fixed a cold gaze upon the clouds, remaining silent. At this moment, the Extremian ancestor let out a few cold laughs, bringing his hands together and then easily parting them. Two more spheres of black fire appeared in his palms. This caused a drastic change in the expressions of all present, who now fixated on the two fireballs, wary of any movement. Simultaneously, the ominous clouds began to roil, faintly echoing the eerie voice of the Scarlet Fire Fiend. Extreme Ancestor, do you truly wish for me to submit to you? Naturally, since I have personally possessed this body, all must either perish or acknowledge me as their master. None shall be exempt. The Extremian ancestor regarded the clouds and spoke nonchalantly. Very well. How audacious for a mere host to dare entertain notions against me, the island master. It appears I must demonstrate the true power of my demonic fire. The Scarlet Fire Fiend seemed enraged, causing the clouds to churn even more violently, with the sounds of thunder and fire intensifying. Observing the breakdown of negotiations between the Scarlet Fire Fiend and the Extremian ancestor, the disciples of the Miaoing sect and the Insha sect simultaneously felt a sense of relief. If this old fiend were to join the fray, they might indeed possess the strength to battle. After all, the Scarlet Fire Fiend practiced the renowned Kuishe demonic technique, which was famous throughout the chaotic Star Sea and might very well counter the opposing demonic fire. Extreme Ancestor, do you not fear the Star Palace seeking retribution for your reckless use of the forbidden divine technique? As far as I am aware, this technique is strictly prohibited for high-level practitioners like you by the twin saints of the celestial stars, inquired the purple spirit fairy, her tone suddenly sharp. Even the likes of the Extreme Ancestor, a seasoned Yuanying stage fiend, slightly changed countenance at the mention of the Star Palace and the twin saints of the celestial stars. However, he quickly regained his composure, sneering as he replied, "You are quite knowledgeable, my dear. It is true that there exists such a prohibition from the Star Palace against us. However, that was in times past. Do you believe the current twin saints dare to easily leave the Star City? As long as they remain uninvolved, what can the others in the Star Palace do to us?" This declaration struck Han Li and the others like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly astonished. Only the middle-aged man and his companions from the Insha sect displayed no signs of surprise, as if they were already aware of this matter. The heart of the purple spirit fairy sank heavily. Yet she decisively turned to the middle-aged man and coldly declared, "You and the Scarlet Fire Ancestor shall deal with this old fiend. The rest of us will confront those traitors first, and only then shall we unite against the old demon." Her words momentarily stunned the middle-aged man, yet he quickly comprehended and gestured to the cultivators under his command to follow her directive for the time being. "If we do not repel this ancient sorcerer, none of us shall survive." He then cast a frosty gaze towards the opposite side, where the ominous clouds of the fiery elder hovered menacingly above him. Forming a united front, the few cultivators from the Hidden Kill sect, at the core formation stage, exchanged glances without uttering a word, and swiftly flew to the side of Hanli and his companions, casting cold looks at the traitorous elder Zhao and others. Upon realizing that they would not have to directly confront the terrifying demonic flames of the Extreme Ancestor, the Ming clan cultivator and the members of the Miaoing sect visibly relaxed, drawing forth their magical artifacts and preparing for a fierce battle. Yet, at the back of the crowd, Hanli furrowed his brows tightly. For some unknown reason, the situation before him instilled a strong sense of foreboding. As if something ominous was about to transpire, he felt an unsettling dissonance in the air. Did the Extreme Ancestor truly come without a single ally, relying solely on his possession to contend with their group? Moistening his somewhat parched lips, he discreetly whispered a few instructions to Chu Hun before unleashing the green radiant sword. "Today, there are matters at home. I must request a half-day leave. Unfortunately, I shall only be able to update one chapter tonight, and it will be rather late. I sincerely apologized. So, would you mind if I confessed that I once had feelings for another man?" Lu Qingyan asked nervously. "I in the kitchen?" Officer Mu closed the door with a grave expression, turning to the bewildered Qianyu. However, Prince Lu Ju had not considered such matters. He merely felt a surge of exhilaration within. Yet, as they passed beneath the Mingwei Pavilion, seeing Ji Ying and others bowing to the passing carriages, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to urgently grasp Yuan Zhao's arm. These landowners had initially regarded the struggles of the realm with indifference, believing that as long as they remained law-abiding, it mattered little who ascended the throne. All would still owe taxes, as long as their wealth remained untouched. Observing that no one dared to challenge Zheng Hao, Yang Feng smiled slightly, tossing a porcelain vial containing 3 body-refining pills to Zheng Hao. My lord, Liu is evidently intent on employing a policy of conciliation towards the Wu Huan, seeking to win them over. Should we not capture and execute the envoy sent for this purpose? Guanjing suggested. Nan Jinxin was taken aback by this voice, her body trembling slightly in response. She had anticipated a fierce struggle, yet surprisingly, this slope, which appeared perilous, might actually be the most tranquil path to traverse. Upon witnessing a demon warrior pursuing him and calling out, attracting the attention of numerous martial artists, Yang Feng was filled with fury. With a sharp exclamation, he channeled his internal energy, and the bronze sword flew forth from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a streak of azure lightning, descending with unparalleled sharpness upon the demon warrior. Yun Feng shook his head in helplessness, pondering the futility of his situation, now burdened with such a heavy label. Could he simply turn a blind eye to him? Should this youth wander outside and speak recklessly, the reputation of Hong Feng would undoubtedly be tarnished as the sound of the 38th person falling far behind echoed. Tai pressed down on the timer in his hand. Qiqing felt the pan longstaff strike against the hard green stone ground. Although it created a large pit, the impact numbed his arms. Before he could retract the staff, his opponent's heavy sword had already thrust downwards. In a moment of urgency, he had no choice but to roll to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Feng Ruoyin and Feng Jing exchanged glances. The two prodigies of Fengzuan were akin to 2 formidable 9th-tier celestial beings, accompanied by over 100 talented individuals. Such strength was exceedingly terrifying in Songyin continent. They represented a top-tier force. Yadong could not comprehend how the once mighty chef emperor had transformed in the past decade. Had Yang Renan's mastery of demonic culinary arts waned over the years? Or was she deliberately feigning weakness? Yadong found himself at a loss. Outside the shop, a fierce roar laced with murderous intent sent the onlooking customers fleeing in terror, akin to frightened beasts in the deep mountains. Haha, my brother is truly impatient. Let us return inside and have a proper discussion. This trip to Taiwan has yielded significant rewards, he chuckled. Li Sun, at that moment, exhibited remarkable maturity. Yanlingji retrieved the golden key, her excitement surging uncontrollably as she stood merely a step away. Once they opened the Yunluo Xian Palace, their long-cherished quest would be accomplished at that juncture. Not only would they evade the wrath of the evil king, but they would also be rewarded by him. Yao Mukin extended his hand to receive the silver ring, which was enveloped in a misty silver sheen, emanating a chilling pressure, indicative of a rare spiritual treasure. Another month passed in a whirlwind of frenzy and anticipation. Throughout this period, he forgot everything, fixating solely on one belief: to refine the Earth-level Spirit God Pill. Chapter 407. Turning the Tide. Attack. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave as he uttered a low command. With a decisive gesture, the ghostly head before him howled, revealing its menacing fangs. Simultaneously, the magical artifacts of Han Li and his companions shot forth, cascading towards the traitors of Miaoyin's sect. Naturally, Elder Zhao and his companions beside the extreme Yin ancestor would not remain idle. They too unleashed a spectrum of brilliance in retaliation in an instant. Various magical tools and treasures intertwined in a chaotic display. The extreme Yin ancestor regarded the scene with indifference, casting a glance at the approaching ghostly head. A smirk creeping upon his lips, he released 2 black fireballs from his grasp. As they left his hands, the fireballs morphed mid-air, transforming into 2 ink-black serpents the thickness of a thumb, which swiftly darted into the gaping maw of the ghostly head. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, alarm coursing through him. The ghostly head indeed halted, its skull expanding until it exploded with a resounding bang, unleashing a torrent of black, demonic flames. Witnessing this spectacle, the middle-aged man's complexion paled slightly, yet he quickly inhaled deeply, determination glinting in his eyes. He forcefully struck the back of his head, causing a thumb-sized bead to emerge slowly from between his brows. It was small, exquisite, and pristine, radiating a faint chill. Elder Qi, only a treasure of extreme Yin and cold can counter this old demon's heavenly corpse fired. I will first use this Hanli pearl to draw his attention. Then you seize the opportunity to ensnare the old demon with the water of sunflower technique. Only then do we stand a chance, he communicated solemnly to the airborne crimson fire elder as the bead took flight. A muffled sound emanated from the ominous clouds, invigorating the middle-aged man. No longer hesitating, he opened his mouth wide, and a torrent of blood mist erupted forth, enveloping the orb within. Instantly, the orb began to spin rapidly, drawing in the blood mist until it was entirely consumed. Following this, The white vapor expanded and contracted, transforming into a colossal silver sphere of considerable diameter, dazzling and awe-inspiring. Old fiend, allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of the Hanli pearl forged from deep-sea dark crystal. The middle-aged man declared through gritted teeth, his visage contorted with ferocity as he directed his gaze at the extreme Een ancestor. He then pointed at the Hanli pearl and chanted a swift incantation. The silver light orb quivered momentarily before resonating with a melodic hum, swiftly morphing into a white python as thick as a bowl, lunging fiercely towards the extreme Een ancestor. The extreme Een ancestor displayed a flicker of surprise. However, his expression quickly reverted to one of disdain, accompanied by a slight shrug that summoned forth 7 or 8 tendrils of black mist from his shoulders. These black wisps were remarkably agile, rolling through the air before transforming into several distinct wolf-like demonic beasts, baring their fangs as they charged at the white python. Witnessing this, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed in alarm. He shouted with fervor, his fingers dancing in an intricate pattern, unleashing a barrage of colorful incantations upon the white python. In an instant, the serpent's eyes gleamed with emerald light as it coiled its body, unleashing a dense cloud of white cold mist that silently swept away the approaching wolf-like beasts. Continuing its advance towards the extreme Een ancestor. At this moment, the extreme Een ancestor finally exhibited a hint of surprise, yet he remained composed, deftly slicing his hand through the air to summon a thick wall of black light that rose from the ground, effectively blocking the white cold mist. Now, Qi Xiong, act swiftly. The middle-aged man, seizing the opportunity as the white mist captured the extreme Een ancestor's full attention, urgently whispered to the Qihua old monster hovering above. Understood. The Qihua old monster in the clouds responded without hesitation. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted above the middle-aged man, causing the ominous clouds to swell dramatically, swirling violently before descending with blinding speed. Qihua, the middle-aged man gasped in horror, only to be shrouded within the vast, endless clouds. In that instant, the extreme Een ancestor let out a cacophony of maniacal laughter as a massive black hand shot forth from the blinding cold, swiftly grasping the white python, squeezing with such force that the serpent-esque form dissipated into thin air, reverting to the orb's original state. Yet, within that mighty grip, it flickered desperately, releasing cold air as if refusing to submit. Concurrently, amidst the thunderous roar of fire and lightning, the middle-aged man's voice rang out, filled with rage and despair. Old fiend, Qihua, you two treacherous allies are in league together. His tone was laden with an indescribable sense of regret and malice. Humph, it is merely your own foolishness. Enjoy your time with Qihua for now, that I shall deal with the others, and return to reminisce about our master-disciple bond. As these words faded, the black hand's brilliance dimmed. Revealing the figure of the extreme Een ancestor, he cast a cold glance at the ominous clouds, then scrutinized the Hanli pearl in his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed a faint plume of dark energy that enveloped the pearl within its grasp. The gem's once brilliant radiance was instantly tainted, dimming into obscurity. Observing this scene, a trace of smug satisfaction appeared on the frosty visage of the extreme Een ancestor. With a mere flick of his hand, the pearl vanished without a trace. The abrupt betrayal by the Crimson Fire old monster and the subsequent acquisition of the Hanli pearl by the extreme Een ancestor occurred in the blink of an eye, leaving the Ming surname cultivators, who had been enjoying the upper hand, utterly dumbfounded. In the beautiful eyes of the purple spirit fairy, disbelief was palpable. Yet, most of the onlookers quickly grasped the situation. After exchanging glances, they promptly retracted their oppressive treasures that had been suffocating Elder Zhao and others, silently scattering in retreat. They were no fools. In the face of such circumstances, resisting would surely lead to a gruesome demise. As they fled in all directions, each resigned themselves to their fate. Among those fleeing the fastest were, of course, several core formation cultivators. However, it was astonishing that the trio of female cultivators, Purple Spirit Fairy, Madame Fan, and Joie Rooting, had somehow invoked a mysterious technique, merging their powers to propel a stone tablet-like artifact into a radiant tricolored beam, keeping pace with the fleeing core formation cultivators. Nevertheless, the swiftest of all were undoubtedly Han Li and Chu Han, who had already prepared to make their escape. Almost simultaneously with the Crimson Fire old monster's treachery against the middle-aged man, Han Li and Chu Han had stowed their treasures and transformed into 2 streaks of yellow and green light, dashing away without a second thought. By the time the other cultivators reacted and took to the skies, Han Li had already distanced himself by 30 to 40 zhang, casting a glance back at the unfolding chaos. What he beheld left him astounded. The core formation cultivators of the Hidden Fiend sect had not all fled. Instead, the four who had appeared alongside the middle-aged man launched a frenzied assault against the Crimson Fire Old Monster and the Extreme Een Ancestor. Their faces contorted with a chilling madness, embodying a reckless, all-out attack. The two fiends found themselves momentarily flustered, unable to extricate themselves from the onslaught. This sight filled Hanli with exhilaration. Excellent. Who would have thought that these individuals were? In fact, fiend soul avatars. The ancestor had unwittingly facilitated their endeavor. However, this assault seemed to genuinely enrage the Extreme Ancestor. His voice, a chilling blend of fury and laughter, erupted suddenly, followed by a blood-curdling scream from one of the four. In an instant, black flames engulfed him, reducing him to nothingness. That a chill ran down Han Li's spine, and he dared not linger any longer, hastily turning to fervently channel the green radiant sword. Yet, he couldn't help but cast a peculiar glance at Chu Han. Hearing terms like Fiend Soul and Avatar had finally pierced through the fog of confusion in his mind. He had long suspected that the cultivation of the grotesque figure was linked to the mysterious Xian Yin scripture mentioned in the jade slip obtained from the Yu Emperor. Now, with the Extreme Yin Ancestor uttering phrases such as Fiend Soul and Avatar, his suspicions were confirmed. As for the two entities being located in the southern skies and the Chaos Star Sea, it was likely that their connection stemmed from the ancient teleportation array he had traversed. Reflecting on it now, the five-colored skeletal remains adjacent to the ancient teleportation array had indeed raised many questions. Moreover, although he had sensed something amiss early on, the sudden betrayal of Chihua Laozu was indeed unexpected, leaving him to face his first attack after achieving the Jiedon stage with the same sense of desperation he had experienced during his foundation-building phase. Once again, he could only flee for his life, which filled Han Li's heart with bitterness and profound frustration. He couldn't help but noticed the striking similarity to the scene that had unfolded when he hunted the infant carp beast. What should have been a fierce confrontation between two formidable foes had abruptly transformed, one side turning against its own and commencing a massacre of its comrades. This recollection brought to mind a sign engraved with a grotesque demon's visage, leading him to believe that everything might be intricately connected to this. Yet Hanli could think no further at that moment, as a pair of anguished screams echoed faintly in the distance, tightening his heart. Whether he could escape now depended solely on the overconfidence of the Extreme Een Ancestor, hoping that he had indeed neglected to set any traps. Chapter 408. The demonic corpse. While Hanli was lost in thought, his expression suddenly changed dramatically, for, in the previously unoccupied space ahead, the air began to warp and twist, and with a swift sound, a humanoid monstrosity emerged. What is this? Upon seeing it, Hanli instinctively held his breath. The creature was a vivid green, clad in glossy black iron armor, with bare hands and razor-sharp claws mere inches long, accompanied by a mouth filled with yellowed fangs, grinning menacingly at the two of them. A corpse of the undead, the overwhelming stench of decaying flesh wafting towards him revealed the true identity of the creature, sending a chill down Han Li's spine, judging by its appearance. This could not possibly be a lowly iron-armored corpse. It was most likely a product of the Extreme Een Ancestor's unique methods of necromancy. With this thought, Hanli raised his hand, and the green Huang sword transformed into a serpentine green dragon, launching itself fiercely towards the foe. Simultaneously, Chu Han, remaining silent, flicked a finger, unleashing a slender beam of blood light that zipped forward. This was the blood spirit drill, painstakingly cultivated by Chu Han. With a soft thud, the blood spirit drill struck the demonic corpse's chest, creating a minuscule hole that elicited a puzzled downward glance from the creature. Han Li's heart leaped with joy. As the green dragon followed suit and struck the creature, green light erupted in all directions as the monstrosity was sent reeling back several feet. Yet with a low growl, it quickly regained its stance, its eyes gleaming with malice as it turned to Hanli. This is bad. The creature seems impervious to ordinary magical attacks. Hanli hurriedly drew the green Huang sword back, his heart sinking. The demonic corpse, having endured his strike, remained unscathed, the tiny hole visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Hanli's expression darkened as he suddenly pulled Chu Han, merging into a streak of light that darted diagonally away, attempting to evade the corpse by skirting past it. Hanli was not afraid of facing this undead abomination. Rather, he feared that any delay in his escape might allow the Extreme Een Ancestor to free himself and pursue them. Thus they sought to evade at all costs. Furthermore, A glance revealed that other fleeing cultivators in the distance were being intercepted by numerous similar demonic corpses, leaving Hanli uncertain of the full extent of the Extreme Een ancestors' necromantic creations. With a sense of urgency, the streak of light surged forward, propelled by the combined efforts of Hanli and Chu Han, now moving swifter than before, on the verge of slipping past the side of the undead creature. Yet, in an instant, the green glimmer in the eyes of that undead creature flickered, and its form suddenly became indistinct, vanishing right before his eyes. Witnessing this eerily familiar scene, Hanli instinctively swung his sword light to the side. And in that moment, 5 claw-like black rays shrieked past from the original location, piercing through the air for several dozen feet before dissipating. Hanli inhaled sharply, turning his sword light around, and indeed, the undead creature stood not far behind him, its claws extending and retracting with menacing black radiance. Such astonishing speed, the position of the undead had traversed dozens of feet in the blink of an eye. Achieving a momentary displacement that rivaled Hanli's own use of the Luo Yin step, the fact that this creature could accomplish such a feat mid-air was utterly inconceivable. Hanli's expression turned ashen. He realized that he could not escape without dealing with this undead entity. This was likely why the Extreme Een ancestor remained unfazed while ignoring their attempts to flee. With this understanding, Hanli steeled his resolve and slapped his storage bag. Instantly, over 100 azure lights and 2 crimson beams shot forth, densely surrounding him. As the light receded, 2 blood jade spiders and a multitude of azure giant monkeys emerged, each towering 2 meters tall with wide mouths and sharp fangs. The moment they took form, they raised their hands, unleashing 10 beams of azure light from their fingers, flooding toward the undead creature. Faced with such an overwhelming barrage of attacks from which there was no escape, the undead's eyes glinted with ferocity, and a plume of black mist erupted from its mouth, surging forward to meet the oncoming azure lights. It crossed its arms before its body, charging forward through the black mist. Ultimately, after negating a significant portion of the azure light, the black mist collided with the undead, causing azure smoke to billow and light to burst forth. Yet, the creature merely bared its teeth and, in a savage display, charged into the midst of the giant monkeys. The sound of snapping bones echoed as several nearby giant monkeys were cleaved into pieces by its deadly claws. Observing this, Hanli's brow furrowed, and at once, the spirit beside him unleashed a blood-red glow that soared to a height of several dozen feet. This bloodlight swiftly coalesced into a massive blood blade, viciously cleaving toward the undead creature. With a resounding clang, the blood blade struck the top of the creature's head, producing a metallic sound, unable to penetrate its form. Moreover, this strike seemed to enrage the undead, which seized the blood blade in one hand while the other grasped it as well, seemingly intent on shattering it to vent its fury. Witnessing this, Hanli's initial anxiety transformed into delight. The blood blade, under a command from the spirit, suddenly transformed into violet flames, which erupted upon the undead, causing it to screech in panic and flail its hands in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the creature soon realized that while the violet fire was difficult to extinguish, it did not inflict any real harm, and thus it could be disregarded. This realization brought it great joy as it sought out the true source of its wrath. Yet, as it lifted its head, 2 pristine, massive webs silently descended upon it, ensnaring the unsuspecting creature. These were the gigantic webs ejected by the blood jade spiders. In a moment of sheer panic, the demon corpse struggled desperately. Yet simultaneously, the purple flames coalesced into a serpentine blaze, thick as a bowl, fiercely entwining around its form. Thus, ensnared by the dual bindings of the web and the fiery serpent, the creature found itself momentarily unable to escape. Observing this predicament, Hanli unhesitatingly transformed into a streak of light, retracting the spirit beast and puppet, and promptly fled away with Chu Han, not daring to look back, if he had not misheard. A third anguished scream echoed from the distant location of the Extreme Een patriarch. Should he fail to seize this opportunity to escape, he would surely fall prey to that ancient fiend. Destined to become a slave, Hanli and Chu Han, in a combined effort, hastily traversed over 100 miles, changing directions multiple times along the way, until they discovered a nameless isle. The two descended upon the island and burrowed 10 fathoms deep into the earth, then produced a veil to mask their presence and simultaneously invoked an unnamed incantation. Even after taking these precautions, Hanli remained fraught with anxiety, uncertain if they could elude the perceptions of the 2 ancient fiends. After all, the awareness of a Yuan Ing stage cultivator was undoubtedly beyond that of an ordinary practitioner. Little did Hanli know, 100 miles away, the Extreme Een patriarch stood leisurely, showing no intent to pursue them further. Beside him stood a burly man clad in red with a purple face, accompanied by a dozen green-hued corpses. Before the extreme patriarch and the old man with a crow's visage floated a middle-aged individual, unconscious and suspended in midair, pierced by several eerie, glowing needles. They asked for Elder Zhao and the others. They stood trembling behind the two, scarcely daring to draw a breath, stripped of any semblance of the pride expected from a core formation stage cultivator. It was truly unexpected that the girl, Ling, managed to escape. I had intended to capture her and present her to my friend, Hua, but it seems I shall have to seek another opportunity. The extreme patriarch stated calmly, "You are quite considerate, Senior Wu. Although the girl, Ling, did solicit my assistance by offering 10 exceptional furnace cauldrons, what I truly desire is her person. However, I perceive that your grandson has a keen interest in her as well. Thus, I shall leave her to him." The purple-faced man chuckled heartily. "Then I am much obliged, my friend Qi. Upon my return, I shall send an additional 20 foundational female cultivators to Yuan Gui Island as compensation. Speaking of which, your master can indeed be regarded as a predecessor to us," the extreme patriarch remarked, a rare smile gracing his face. "It has been quite some time since I last saw my master. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly convey my regards to you." The old monster Qihua replied with utmost courtesy, yet after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly added, "However, with Ling's escape, she may seek out those from the Star Palace. Could this pose any trouble?" A hint of concern flickered across Chihua's expression. "The Star Palace? Huh. There is no cause for alarm." The extreme patriarch scoffed dismissively. "As far as I know, several elders of the Celestial Star Palace are currently in seclusion and will not concern themselves with such trifles at this time. Moreover, the two ancient beings of the twin holy stars have been inexplicably absorbed in cultivating some Yuan magnetic divine light, resulting in their only being able to leave Star City for a few fixed days each year. Lest they suffer a significant regression in their cultivation. It seems we shall be contending with two formidable adversaries on our next venture to the Void Sky Hall," the extreme patriarch continued with a hint of schadenfreude. "This matter has also been mentioned by my esteemed mentor to the younger generation. As long as the twin saints of Tianqing remain within Tianqing City, utilizing the power of the Yuan magnetic mountain, they are virtually invincible in this realm. Moreover, once their Yuan magnetic divine light technique reaches its peak, they shall no longer be confined to Tianqing City. At that time, the Chaos Star Sea will indeed be their dominion." Chihua's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with a furrowed brow, filled with concern. Chapter 409. True Form, a Perfected Technique. They ought to consider the fact that the Yuan magnetic divine light has been circulated in the Chaos Star Sea for countless years. Has anyone truly mastered it? Of course, one could argue that these two individuals are fortunate to have stumbled upon a small Yuan magnetic mountain at the ocean's depths and transported it back to Tianqing City. However, it must be said that the Yuan magnetic divine light cannot simply be cultivated through the aid of an external object. That I suspect that this technique was, perhaps, a jest crafted by its creator. What kind of technique exists that can transcend the 5 elements of the world? Furthermore, even without cultivating this method, these two possess formidable prowess. Their efforts seem rather redundant. The extreme patriarch expressed such sentiments with a dismissive tone. Let us hope, as the predecessors have said. Although Chihua harbored lingering worries, he could only voice such reassurances. Yet, aside from the likes of Fairy Ling and other female cultivators, it was quite surprising that 2 others managed to escape the clutches of the 18 celestial corpses. The extreme patriarch suddenly stroked the sparse hairs of his chin, a flicker of intrigue appearing in his eyes. Indeed, Fairy Ling carried the sect's treasured artifact, the wooden dragon steel, which allowed her and her companions to shield themselves and flee from the attacks of the celestial corpses. However, the other 2 are rather peculiar. From a distance, I caught a glimpse of them unleashing numerous puppets that resembled mechanized beings. Despite their lack of offensive power and their feeble defenses, the sheer number of over 100 they could manipulate at once is quite extraordinary. Chihua, too, nodded in agreement. His curiosity piqued. "Never mind. Those 2 are but small fish. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Were it not for my limited ability to wield magic after possessing this body, coupled with various other restrictions, I would never have allowed these juniors to slip away so easily. However, the primary objective remains. As long as this rebellious disciple does not escape, I shall reclaim the stolen remnants of the Void Heaven map from him." The extreme patriarch spoke with an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned about the escape of Han Li and Chu Han. Seeing this, Chihua refrained from pursuing the matter further. Before long, he He took his leave from the extreme patriarch, transforming into a dark cloud and soaring into the sky. The extreme patriarch gazed at the vanishing silhouette of Chihu on the horizon, a smirk of cold derision curling at his lips. Gradually, he extended a hand, spreading his fingers apart, eye in the palm of his hand. A few inches of white silk thread emerged. Observing this thread, the extreme patriarch's eyes displayed a glimmer of enigmatic intrigue. The blood-jade spider. I never anticipated that I would see this day again. It appears that heaven does not entirely forsake those in despair. I still have a chance. The extreme patriarch murmured to himself before suddenly bursting into uproarious laughter, shaking the air around him and causing Elder Zhao and others nearby to pale, swaying unsteadily in the sky. Let us return to the island. The Grandmaster of Extreme abruptly halted his boisterous laughter, followed by a resounding command. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned the floating middle-aged cultivator, who was then drawn towards him as if by an invisible force, with a single hand. He lifted him, leading the gathered crowd away from that place. Unbeknownst to Han Li, 100 miles away, a series of events transpired. After anxiously lying buried underground for a full month, he finally emerged, his heart racing with trepidation, cautiously confirming with his spiritual sense that no ambush lay in wait nearby. He wasted no time and took to the skies towards Tianqing City, accompanied by Chu Han. This outing had left him utterly disheveled and nearly cost him his life. The most vexing part was that despite the immense danger he had faced, he had not even caught a glimpse of the thunder bamboo. It was likely in the hands of the Grandmaster of Extreme now. Leaving him with little hope, dejected, he returned to Tianqing City. Tianqing City bustled with its usual vibrancy, and the cultivators guarding the gates of the Star Palace showed him the utmost respect. However, having just escaped from the jaws of death, Han Li found it impossible to feel any semblance of joy as he entered the city, his expression clouded with gloom. Upon arriving at the entrance of his cave dwelling on the 39th floor, he was taken aback, for there, amidst the protective wards, floated a sound transmission talisman, quietly suspended in the air. Darkening Han Li's countenance, he furrowed his brow and reluctantly produced the talisman of restriction, giving it a slight shake. Instantly, a beam of green light shot forth from the talisman, piercing through the barrier, causing the sound transmission talisman to ignite in flames as it flew towards Han Li. With a flick of his finger, he struck the talisman with a spark of white light, which caused the flames to surge, and a sultry female voice emerged from within. Upon hearing that voice, Han Li was momentarily stunned, but his expression quickly morphed into one of anger. It was none other than the voice of Madame Fan. The very woman who had caused him such distress now had the audacity to seek him out. The pent-up fury within him erupted in an instant. A flash of red light enveloped his hand as a fireball, the size of a fist, materialized, ready to be hurled at the talisman to obliterate it. Yet, the subsequent words uttered by the woman stirred something within him, causing him to hesitate in his actions. After a moment, her voice faded away, and the fireball in his hand was extinguished with a casual wave. He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. To be honest, Han Li was somewhat surprised that the three female cultivators had managed to escape unscathed. However, he held no goodwill towards those from the Miaoan sect. Yet, the invitation within the talisman beckoned him to a certain end, and she subtly alluded to the matter of the thunder bamboo, implying that it might still be in her possession. This revelation ignited both his anger and curiosity. Finally, he resolved to investigate further. Should they bring up matters of vengeance or assistance, he could simply decline. At worst, he would offer a price significantly higher than the market value to procure the bamboo that he believed that aside from himself, others would find little use for such a small segment of it. After all, rare wood materials like this were primarily utilized in crafting specific magical treasures, and according to Madame Fan's description, that small piece of thunder bamboo was barely a few inches long, likely insufficient even for forging a dagger post-refinement. Upon this contemplation, Han Li felt a surge of energy within him, and together with Chu Han, they soared towards the inn. Half an hour later, Han Li arrived at the esteemed Longxing Inn, walking side by side with Chu Han towards the guest rooms on the 3rd floor. The inn exuded an air of refinement, with the 1st and 2nd floors occupied by mere mortals, while the 3rd floor was reserved exclusively for transient cultivators. Han Li effortlessly located the room mentioned by his companion, yet he observed a faint layer of white light adorning the door, indicating that the occupant had placed some form of restriction as a precautionary measure. Witnessing this, a hint of self-mockery crept onto Han Li's lips. It seemed that these enchanting women had become startled birds. Equally shaken as he was, shaking his head lightly, Han Li casually flicked his finger towards the void, sending a speck of white light against the restriction, causing ripples to emanate outward. No sounds emerged from within. But shortly thereafter, Hanli sensed a consciousness darting out from the room, swiftly circling around him and Chu Han before retreating back inside. Following this, the white light on the door flickered, and the restriction vanished. Then, a cool voice belonging to the Xiling fairy resonated. I see the esteemed elders have arrived. Please come in. My sisters and I have been awaiting you for several days. Upon hearing this, Hanli maintained his composure as he pushed the door open. Entering the room alongside Chu Han, the furnishings within were exceedingly simple. Apart from a redwood table and several antique wrought-tin chairs, there was nothing else. However, to Han Li's astonishment, the presence of the Miao-yin sect's maidens was absent. And instead, a languid, unfamiliar young woman stood in the center of the room, clad in a yellow garment. Her face resembled white jade, and her large, clear eyes gazed at Han Li with a gentle smile. Are you the Xiling maiden? Han Li inquired, momentarily taken aback, his voice tinged with disbelief. Although he had never seen the true visage of the Xiling fairy, the legendary beauty attributed to her could not possibly match this appearance. Could it? The girl in the yellow attire, while indeed charming, seemed unworthy of such grand acclaim. Was this truly her unmasked countenance? Han Li blinked in confusion, pondering the matter. You seem a bit surprised, esteemed elder. Is it that Wang Ning's appearance has left you somewhat disappointed? Regrettably, this is indeed my true form. The girl in yellow appeared to discern Han Li's astonishment, offering a serene smile as she spoke. True form? Han Li focused intently on her visage for a moment, shaking his head in silence. Although he could not detect anything amiss with her looks, she neither seemed to be under an illusion nor appeared to have undergone a change in appearance. He remained unconvinced that this was the authentic visage of the Xiling fairy. After all, there were many extraordinary treasures in this world, and it was not uncommon for one or two to possess the ability to alter appearances and conceal true identities. Chapter 410, The Elder Seeing Han Li's Skeptical Demeanor. The Xiling fairy refrained from offering any explanation. Instead, she glanced at Chu Han and smiled charmingly, saying, This Chu elder must be your external incarnation, correct? Upon hearing her words, Han Li momentarily froze, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon her for a considerable time before coldly inquiring. How does the Xiling maiden know this? Our sect possesses a method for refining such incarnations as well, she replied. The cost is simply too great, and the success rate of the refinement is exceedingly low, which is why there are so few talents within the sect who engage in such practices. However, the avatar of the esteemed senior is quite remarkable. Typically, an avatar possesses a cultivation level significantly lower than that of the practitioner. Yet Senior Han's avatar has remarkably reached the early stages of core formation, which is truly extraordinary. The enchanting Xiling fairy chuckled softly, her bright eyes sparkling with intrigue, since fellow Taoist Xiling has discerned this. There is no need for me to conceal anything, but I must inquire, why are the other two fellow Taoists not present? Han Li replied with a softened expression, glancing around before posing the question. For him, the revelation of Chu Han's avatar was merely a matter of time, and he felt no surprise at the discovery. Please, esteemed senior, take a seat. My two senior sisters have gone to the market to procure some items and are also intending to secure a cave dwelling in Tianqing City for long-term residence. The young lady gracefully invited Han Li to sit down, explaining softly. What? Do the three fellow Taoists not plan to return to Miao-yin sect? Han Li furrowed his brow in confusion after taking a seat and asked. Return to Miao-yin sect? How could we sisters dare to do so? Having forged a deep enmity with the people of Jin Island, coupled with the betrayal of the two senior elders within our sect, returning would only lead us into the hands of those fiends, or we would be preyed upon by other smaller factions. We have decided to temporarily relocate Miao-yin sect to Tianqing City. After all, our sect has accumulated some savings over the years, Xiling fairy sighed, a bitter smile crossing her lips, though. Han Li nodded silently. Choosing not to comment, he was not particularly close to them, and thus refrained from displaying excessive enthusiasm. Xiling fairy, however, seemed unfazed by Han Li's reaction. Instead, she rose to pour him a cup of fragrant tea, and then modestly continued. When we sisters fled from those corpse-refining interceptors, we happened to see the esteemed senior subduing the corpse-refining creatures from a distance, which reassured us of your safety. Later, I heard from Senior Sister Fan that you intervened to assist us for the sake of the Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, that I requested Senior Sister Fan to send a message inviting you here for a discussion. Xiling fairy briefly recounted the events. The message mentioned that fellow Taoist Xiling still possesses Heavenly Thunder Bamboo. Is that true? Wasn't that item taken by the people of Jean Island? Hanli, uninterested in beating around the bush, directly inquired about the matter that concerned him most. Upon hearing Han Li's forthright question, a flicker of amusement danced in Xiling Fairy's large eyes, and she replied in a melodious voice, "Esteemed senior, you are indeed straightforward, so I shall not keep you in suspense. Initially, our Miaoing sect acquired not one but 2 segments of heavenly thunder bamboo from a small sect's disciple. However, in order to fetch a higher price, my mother divided the bamboo into 2, taking only the upper half, while the segment containing the root remains with me. If esteemed senior desires it, I would be willing to present it to you." Han Li's heart surged with joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor, casting a meaningful glance at the young lady before solemnly asking, "Present it? Why must you speak in such vague terms, Miss Xiling? Since you have summoned me here with this item, do reveal your terms that I shall certainly consider them." Upon hearing this, Fairy Xiling was momentarily taken aback. Her smile gradually faded. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly remarked, "In truth, the thunder bamboo holds no value for the current Miaoing sect. Given the favor bestowed upon me by the esteemed predecessor last time, it is only fitting that I offer it to you. However, our sect is undergoing significant upheaval, and my peers and I lack the strength to support such a vast establishment. Therefore, I wish to propose that, in exchange for this bamboo and an annual payment of 300 spirit stones, I would like to employ you as an honorary elder of our sect. I sincerely hope you will not decline." Honorary elder? Han Li's countenance shifted subtly. He had never anticipated that the other party would make such a request. In addition to the aforementioned conditions, should you require a superior dual cultivation furnace for your practice, our sect can also present an outstanding female disciple as a concubine, Fairy Xiling added generously. This proposition did not elicit any noticeable reaction from Han Li. With the assistance of various spiritual elixirs, he had no interest in the meager spiritual energy gained from dual cultivation. However, the thunder bamboo was a different matter altogether. It was likely that this opportunity would not present itself again. After pondering for a moment, Han Li cautiously replied, "This condition is unacceptable. I, Han, have long been accustomed to a solitary existence and cannot abide the constraints of a sect. Perhaps you might propose an alternative condition. Alternatively, I am willing to offer 30% above the market price in spirit stones to purchase this item." Predecessor, you jest. The 3 sacred trees are top-tier materials that hold no fixed market price. In the hands of cultivators who cannot utilize them, they are worthless, yet to those who practice would attribute techniques, they are often considered priceless. Fairy Xiling was not surprised by Han Li's rejection. Instead, she smiled as she declined his offer to buy the item with spirit stones. Han Li furrowed his brow, sensing that this woman was acutely aware of his strong desire for the bamboo and was unlikely to relinquish it easily. Such a feeling of being cornered and coerced made him quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he would never join the Miaoing sect merely to be at their beck and call for a piece of thunder bamboo. Just as he contemplated abandoning the idea of acquiring the bamboo and seeking other materials for crafting a treasure, the young woman presented a compromise. "Since you are unwilling to be constrained, why not serve as our sect's nominal elder? You would enjoy the privileges of an elder without the obligation to follow the orders of the sect's leader. At the very least, our sect could utilize your reputation as a core formation cultivator for self-preservation. What say you, nominal elder?" Upon hearing Fairy Xiling's pragmatic proposal, Han Li displayed a look of astonishment. "If the Miaoing sect encounters a formidable enemy, I would not need to intervene?" he inquired, a hint of skepticism crossing his features. "Should our sect truly face any troubles or require your assistance, you would have the discretion to agree or decline. And afterward, my sisters and I would express our gratitude in kind." The young woman appeared to have contemplated this matter thoroughly, speaking without hesitation. "Fairy Xiling, if I am not mistaken, you merely seek my status as a core formation cultivator to bolster the Miaoing sect's reputation, ensuring that malevolent forces do not take advantage of your vulnerability. As I pondered your hints, it sufficed to maintain an outward appearance of denial." After contemplating for a moment, Han Li slowly lifted his gaze and inquired, "What Senior Han has stated is indeed correct. When the time comes, we shall also present your avatar as a cultivator at the core formation stage. In doing so, we can mitigate the dire repercussions stemming from the betrayal of elders Zhao and Meng." The young woman smiled slightly, exuding confidence as she spoke. "If such conditions prevail, I would be inclined to acquiesce. However, before other cultivators, I shall not voluntarily acknowledge my status as an elder of your esteemed sect. Do not harbor any expectations that I shall perform any superficial gestures on behalf of your sect. Convincing others of my status as an elder rests solely upon your capabilities. After a period of contemplation, Hanli discerned no detrimental implications for himself and, driven by his yearning for the heavenly thunder bamboo, ultimately consented. Very well, as long as you do not deny this matter when the time comes. My sisters and I shall certainly find a way to manage everything. The young woman expressed her delight, her face aglow with excitement. With their agreement established, the fairy Ling exhibited no hesitation. She retrieved an unusual box from her possession and placed it upon the table. The peculiarity of the box lay in its composition, which was neither wood nor metal, nor did it resemble jade or stone. Instead, it possessed a semi-transparent quality, enveloped in a faint azure mist. Noticing Han Li's inquisitive expression, Fairy Ling softly elucidated, "This box is crafted from a substance known as Gao Yu. Despite having jade in its name, it is not comprised of any stone and does not belong to the 5 elemental categories. Only this material can preserve the heavenly thunder bamboo for an extended period without the risk of spiritual energy leakage." Han Li nodded in acknowledgement. The unfamiliarity of Gao Yu to him indicated that it was indeed an exceptionally rare and valuable item. Subsequently, Fairy Ling extended a finger as delicate as jade, upon which a green light, the size of a mung bean, shimmered at her fingertip. Without hesitation, she lightly tapped the lid of the box with the green light. Upon contact with the azure mist, a faint popping sound ensued, and the mist dissipated entirely, causing the lid of the box to gradually open on its own. Han Li's spirit surged, and he eagerly leaned forward to gaze into the box. Chapter 411. Cultivating Bamboo. Is this the heavenly thunder bamboo? Inside lay a short segment of ordinary dry bamboo, measuring approximately 2 inches in length and resembling the thickness of a small finger, with visibly shriveled roots. Upon closer inspection, it appeared no different from common bamboo. While perplexed, Han Li could not help but cast an expressionless glance at Fairy Ling. She, clearly aware of his doubts, chuckled softly, grasping the half-yellow, half-green dry bamboo delicately between her jade-like fingers. Then, with a swift motion, she produced a glistening dagger in her other hand. With a resonant clang, Fairy Ling swiftly struck the bamboo with the dagger. At the moment of contact, a slender electric arc flickered along the bamboo's surface, causing the dagger to rebound instantly. Witnessing this, Han Li's suspicions dissipated, and he carefully placed the heavenly thunder bamboo back into the box, securing it once more. Subsequently, Fairy Ling presented Han Li with a waist token belonging to an elder of the Miaoing sect. After a brief conversation, Han Li took his leave. Not long after Han Li departed, Madame Fan and Zhuo Ruding returned to the inn together. Upon hearing the matter from the Fairy Xiling, the two exchanged glances for quite some time. "Junior sister, this course of action deviates significantly from our original plan. Are we not at a disadvantage?" Madame Fan could not help but voice her grievances. Although Zhuo Ruding remained silent, her delicate brows furrowed, revealing a similar perplexity. "Dear sisters, you seem unaware. When I initially proposed appointing him as an elder of our sect, his countenance was far from agreeable. Moreover, from the depth of his gaze, I discerned a resolute spirit. He would not acquiesce to this arrangement even for the sake of the heavenly thunder bamboo. Besides, Sister Fan has mentioned that he is entirely unafraid of our seduction techniques, as for employing the heavenly thunder bamboo to entice other cultivators. You both overestimate the value of this rather inconsequential item. While it is indeed heralded as one of the 3 great bamboos of the immortal realm, its actual utility is exceedingly rare. Who would utilize such material unless to forge a top-tier wood-based magical artifact? And those knowledgeable in the crafting of such artifacts would find our meager supply of heavenly thunder bamboo utterly inconsequential. Furthermore, as you are aware, even the heavenly thunder bamboo is categorized into grades. Our specimen is merely a few thousand years old white thunder bamboo. Even if refined into a magical treasure, its potency would be rather limited. It is far wiser to use this item to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Moreover, now that he has consented to become an elder of our sect, if we treat him with the utmost respect and honor him annually, when our sect inevitably faces formidable foes, would he truly refuse to lend his aid? Fairy Xiling spoke with an air of tranquility, her demeanor unperturbed. Furthermore, even if others were to express interest in the heavenly thunder bamboo and were willing to become elders of our sect, given our current circumstances, would we dare to accept them? We might find ourselves caught between a tiger at the front door and a wolf at the back. The young girl revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Initially, my mother relied on her status as a core formation cultivator to employ a strategy of checks and balances, ensuring that elders Zhao and Ming contributed faithfully to her sect. after all. Solely relying on seduction and feminine allure to win over high-level cultivators can easily backfire. Hearing these words, Madame Fan and Zhuoruding fell silent in light of the recent betrayals within the sect. Both had begun to doubt their own seductive abilities, sensing a kernel of truth in their junior sister's assertions. For the time being, let us manage the affairs of the sect together, postponing the appointment of a sect leader until one of us, or one of our female disciples, achieves core formation. There is no rush, the young girl declared resolutely. This time, the other two women showed no inclination to oppose her. Should we be concerned that Elder Han might exert his considerable cultivation power to interfere in our sect's matters? Should we take precautions in advance? Zhuoruding suddenly inquired coldly. That will not be necessary. Although my interactions with him have been limited, I can discern from his discourse that he appears to be a dedicated practitioner. It seems that aside from cultivation, little else could stir his interest. Otherwise, when I suggested offering a female disciple as a concubine, he would have shown some semblance of emotion. She mused. It is likely this very focus that enabled him to attain the core formation stage. The purple spirit fairy shook her head and remarked with a hint of envy, alas, I wonder if my sisters and I still have the chance to form our elixirs. Madame Fan let out a deep sigh. Seemingly devoid of much hope regarding the formation of elixirs, upon hearing this, Zhuoruding's face also revealed a trace of desolation. It appears that these exquisite maidens equally yearn for the formation of elixirs. At this moment, Hanli had returned to his cave abode. He did not hasten to attend to other matters, but instead immediately began to consult the numerous tomes he had accumulated. After some difficulty, he discovered the method for cultivating the thunder bamboo from a jade slip, and then proceeded to transplant this bamboo into his medicinal garden, following the instructions meticulously, gazing at the newly transplanted, exceedingly slender thunder bamboo. Hanli felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He was acutely aware of the hierarchical classifications of the thunder bamboo. However, he paid it little mind, as the quality of the thunder bamboo was entirely determined by its spiritual age. Those under 2,000 years could only emit ordinary white lightning, while those over 5,000 years would produce blue lightning, significantly increasing their potency. When the thunder bamboo reached an age of 10,000 years, the lightning would transform into a pale golden hue, achieving an unfathomable level of power, capable of countering various malevolent magical arts. This phenomenon was famously referred to by cultivators as the exorcising thunder. This was the most ancient thunder bamboo encountered in the cultivation world and was also the legendary golden thunder bamboo. Such a golden thunder bamboo had only appeared once in the chaotic star sea, with its origins remaining a mystery, and it was merely a small fragment. Consequently, this object incited a bloody storm in the chaotic star sea for decades, with numerous factions vying for it, passing through the hands of countless cultivators. Yet, ultimately, no one was able to preserve it long enough to refine it into a magical artifact, as it vanished just as mysteriously as it had appeared, infuriating the various factions of that time, who continued to pursue it for quite some time before the tumult finally subsided. The aforementioned turmoil illustrates the immense value of the 10,000-year golden thunder bamboo. Hanli had never before attempted to cultivate a spiritual entity of such an age, as the medicinal herbs he typically refined sufficed with a mere 1,000 to 2,000 years of spiritual essence. This left him with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety regarding the prospect of hastening the maturation of the thunder bamboo into golden thunder bamboo. In the days that followed, Hanli diligently employed a verdant liquid to stimulate the growth of this bamboo while frequently wandering through the markets of Tianqing City for the azure bamboo bee cloud sword. Not only was spiritual wood required as the primary material, but it also necessitated the incorporation of several rare auxiliary materials to ultimately be forged with alchemical fire. Furthermore, this sword was part of a complete set of magical artifacts. Thus the materials required far exceeded those of similar items. Although Hanli had previously gathered some, many were still lacking, prompting him to scour everywhere for them. The chaotic star sea indeed boasted far richer resources than the southern lands. After 2 years of relentlessly investing his spiritual stones and nearly depleting his wealth, he finally managed to assemble these materials, albeit with some risk of attracting attention, as he was compelled to sell the few rare demon pills he had left. As Hanli gazed at the emptiness of his numerous storage bags, he could only let out a deep sigh towards the heavens. The crafting of magical artifacts, particularly the creation of a fine one, is indeed a pursuit beyond the means of an ordinary loose cultivator. With an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Hanli made his way towards the medicinal garden. Just a few days prior to his training, he had dropped what was presumably a drop of liquid steeped in 10,000 years of essence. Now, the celestial thunder bamboo in the garden should have transformed into a spirit entity of comparable age. The thought of the legendary immense power of the golden thunder bamboo filled Han Li with exhilaration. The bamboo, which had originally measured merely a couple of inches, had undergone a remarkable transformation. It now stood about a foot tall, its verdant hue glistening as if it were drenched in dew, enveloped in a faint aura of brilliance. Han Li focused intently for a moment, then with a flick of his wrist, a small sword-shaped artifact materialized in his hand. The sword then morphed into a streak of white light, hurtling towards the bamboo. Without warning, a faint golden arc of electricity erupted from the celestial thunder bamboo. With a muffled thud, the white light was struck by the golden arc, dissipating into a visible wisp of azure smoke that vanished without a trace. Initially taken aback, Han Li soon broke into a joyous laugh. Reveling in the delight of the moment, he was quite curious about the amusing expression that would grace the face of the purple spirit fairy upon discovering that this white thunder bamboo had transformed into golden thunder bamboo. This transaction was likely the most advantageous he had encountered since entering the realm of cultivation. Alas, he would have no opportunity to witness that scene. Chapter 412. Azure Bamboo Pavilion amidst his elation. Han Li also felt a twinge of curiosity. If he were to continue to accelerate the growth of the golden thunder bamboo, might it undergo further transformations? With this thought in mind, he proceeded to apply more of the liquid essence. However, the bamboo showed no signs of change in its color or power, nor did it increase in size. It remained at the dimensions of a 10,000-year-old specimen, ceasing to grow further. Instead, during this period of nurturing, a young bamboo shoot had sprouted beside it. As he continued to apply the green liquid, the young bamboo thrived, and after several months, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the original, albeit now as a complete bamboo stalk. Witnessing this, Han Li was not disappointed. Rather, he felt an overwhelming joy. To be frank, the original celestial thunder bamboo barely sufficed to forge a complete set of 12 azure bamboo, cloud-whispering swords. Now, with the knowledge that he could cultivate additional young bamboo shoots through the green liquid, his predicament regarding insufficient primary materials was entirely resolved. However, this revelation only ignited Han Li's ambitions further. No longer constrained by the quantity of primary materials, he began to entertain the audacious idea of crafting not just 12 flying swords, but a full set of 72. Although such a multitude of swords would be beyond his nascent golden core powers to refine and wield, he was in no rush. He could gradually refine them one by one, in accordance with his cultivation progress. After all, as long as they formed a complete set, they could be regarded as a single artifact contained within him or utilized individually without any detriment. The moment this notion took root in his mind, Han Li felt an exhilarating fervor, contemplating whether he could truly realize this ambition. The greatest challenge in forging a complete set of magical artifacts lies in the discrepancies among the primary materials, which complicate the refinement process. Yet now, utilizing the celestial thunder bamboo from the same root, this concern was mitigated. What remained to be seen was the finesse of his refining skills and the readiness of his auxiliary materials. The auxiliary materials had long been prepared. After all, whether one was to refine 12 or 72 items, the quantity of auxiliary materials required remained the same, thus there was no need to seek additional supplies. At present, his only concern was his inadequate skill in crafting magical artifacts, as he had no prior experience in this domain. If it were a matter of refining ordinary magical items, there would be no such worries, as the process of using alchemical fire was quite straightforward. However, the Qingzhu Fengyan sword was an entirely different matter. Even a single sword from this collection was far more complex to refine than those typical magical artifacts. Moreover, in order to assemble a complete set of flying swords, each individual sword, being a semi-finished product, required a specific magical array for its ritualistic refinement, necessitating a familiarity with certain array knowledge. Without such understanding, the crafting of this artifact would be utterly impossible. Han Li, however, was a person of resolute determination. Despite the multitude of challenges ahead, he resolved that if he were to undertake this endeavor, he would strive to create the finest flying swords. Otherwise, he would never have been so persistently attached to the heavenly thunder bamboo in the first place. Thus, after contemplating for a day and a night within his cave dwelling, Han Li finally arranged a cultivation plan for the next 2 decades. A few days later, within the bustling marketplace of Tianqing City, an inconspicuous little shop suddenly acquired a new proprietor, a seemingly ordinary young man in his 30s. Accompanying him was a tall and robust servant with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Upon taking over the shop, The young man promptly replaced the previously family goods with a new sign reading Qingzhu Shaoxian and began selling only talismans and medicinal herbs. Yet, half a month later, the shop also began to stock a few crude, low-grade magical artifacts. What astonished the neighboring shopkeepers was the fact that this young man rarely ventured outside the shop. Instead, he spent his days engrossed in an old, unbound silk book, occasionally gesturing animatedly as if he were captivated by what he read. However, at times, he would retreat into the back of the shop, disappearing for half the day without showing his face in the front. All customers and business dealings were managed by the seemingly simple-hearted servant. Most of the neighboring shopkeepers were ordinary mortals born in Tianqing City, merely seeking to make a living through their shops. Only one elderly man, surnamed He, bore a low-grade spiritual root, but had attained a cultivation level equivalent to the third or fourth layer of the Qi refinement stage. Nevertheless, this elder was highly respected among the other mortals, often addressed as Master He throughout the day. Consequently, when the young man first arrived, the others inquired about him from Elder He, learning that the young man possessed no magical power and was merely an ordinary person. This revelation emboldened the others, who occasionally visited the shop to engage in casual conversation with the young man, who claimed to be surnamed Han. Given the remote nature of the area and the lack of daily business, they sought to alleviate their boredom through social interaction. However, the young man seemed ill at ease in social situations, often speaking slowly and spending most of his time in the shop without emerging. Even when other shopkeepers occasionally visited, he mostly listened rather than participated in conversation, appearing rather dull-witted. Furthermore, he never disclosed his origins, merely smiling in response to inquiries. Naturally, the others did not press him for further details. After several exchanges, the others gradually lost interest and ceased to frequent the quaint bamboo pavilion. However, this circumstance brought a quiet sigh of relief to the young man. The youth and the burly figure were, of course, Han Li and the disguised Chu Han. Although their method of disguise was merely the most ordinary trick of the Jianghu, it sufficed to deal with a few mundane individuals and a low-level cultivator. Han Li's purpose in establishing a shop here was not to earn the trifling spiritual stones he deemed insignificant, but rather to refine his worldly mindset, preparing to delve into the art of alchemy and the knowledge of formations, in a place he had meticulously selected. Previously, Han Li had not ventured into these realms due to the brevity of his foundational period, leaving him no time to attend to such matters. However, having now achieved the core formation stage, and recognizing that the next step of crafting magical treasures necessitated knowledge and experience in these two areas, he naturally sought to take advantage of the time spent nurturing the heavenly thunder bamboo to study the tome insights of the cloud and the formation texts gifted by Exine Ruin. Deep within Han Li's heart, he harbored a genuine interest in the arts of alchemy and formations in the span of merely 20 years. While simultaneously balancing his studies in both fields, he did not dare to hope to reach the extraordinary levels of those two geniuses. Yet possessing even a fraction of their abilities would suffice for his contentment. At the very least, he aspired to craft the simplest of formation flags and discs. However, immersing himself in these disciplines required more than just diligent reading. He must engage in hands-on practice and experimentation. Consequently, a plethora of inferior and subpar magical tools emerged, proving cumbersome to dispose of. Discarding them felt wasteful, yet retaining them served little purpose. Truly a dilemma of utmost insignificance. Moreover, in pursuit of a sudden inspiration during his practice, he frequently needed to acquire various peculiar materials, rendering daily trips to the marketplace unavoidable. Coincidentally, the fourth layer of the Dian technique required an experiential mindset that one must undergo, lest the mental demons during the fourth layer's cultivation overwhelm him, making mastery exceedingly difficult. Thus, after careful consideration, Han Li decided to purchase the shop outright, reaping multiple benefits. The location was sufficiently tranquil, allowing him to focus on his alchemical and formation studies without disturbance, while also remaining close to the mundane world, enabling him to observe the ordinary lives of mortals firsthand. The materials required for his alchemical practices and formation setups were readily available, and he could promptly sell the small items he crafted at the counter. Any sales, no matter how few, would bring him satisfaction, especially seeing low-level cultivators purchase his handcrafted magical tools, which lifted his spirits considerably. Of course, every few days, he would return to his cave abode to hasten the ripening of the heavenly thunder bamboo and check on the golden-eating insects, leaving the two blood jade spiders to guard the premises. However, not long after, a surprising scene unfolded within the medicinal garden. The first heavenly thunder bamboo, upon reaching a spiritual maturity of 5,000 to 6,000 years, inexplicably shed itself from the root, its few remaining branches and leaves falling away entirely. Upon touching the ground, they instantly transformed into extraordinarily vibrant leaves resembling pure gold. Although unsure of the purpose of these golden leaves, Hanli was reluctant to discard them lightly and collected every last one, carefully placing them into his storage bag. The still verdant and glistening main trunk was carefully ensconced within a box crafted from jade, preserved with utmost caution until he gathered 6 or 7 such specimens, at which point he could commence the forging of the Qingzhou Fengyun sword. Thus, Han Li, having reigned in his magical powers, fully immersed himself in the mortal realm, embarking on his journey in this secluded corner of the marketplace. Each day, aside from diligently studying the silken texts transcribed from the jade slips, he quietly observed the myriad complex expressions of the surrounding mortals, their joys, sorrows, and various emotional nuances, gradually reminiscing and savoring these experiences. Chapter 413. Refinement. The lives of mundane people starkly contrast with those of cultivators, brimming with the vicissitudes of joy and sorrow. A mere few years of observation allowed Han Li to rediscover many flavors long forgotten, encompassing both uplifting sentiments and negative emotions. Regardless of their nature, each emotion stirred something within Han Li's heart, prompting him to re-experience and subsequently comprehend these feelings from a cultivator's perspective, fostering introspection. Concurrently, his proficiency in crafting artifacts and understanding formations steadily grew over time. Most notably, after a year or two, Han Li's modest establishment, Qingzhou Shaoxian, gradually gained a measure of renown in the area. Here, cultivators frequently stumbled upon reasonably priced yet effective magical artifacts. Some fortunate souls even chanced upon rare intermediate talismans within the shop. Once this news spread within a limited circle, it prompted numerous low-tier cultivators to flock to his doors. The artifacts and talismans, of course, were all meticulously crafted by Han Li himself. Since entering the core formation stage, he had finally been able to cast some intermediate spells he had long coveted. Though merely the simplest among intermediate spells, Han Li was immensely satisfied. While the talismans could be made from ordinary talisman paper crafted from aged spiritual herbs, using the hides of rare magical beasts as materials would yield even better results. Not only would it enhance the talisman's potency, but it would also improve the success rate of their creation. However, each type of talisman had its own unique requirements regarding the spiritual hides, and not all beast skins could be utilized interchangeably. Fortunately, when Han Li sold that batch of magical beast materials, he had already foreseen this, reserving a substantial quantity suitable for talisman crafting. Otherwise, even if he mastered the spells, he would still find himself incapable of forging talismans. Initially, Han Li practiced using inferior beast skins, and only when he felt particularly adept would he employ the rarer materials to create a few special talismans. The practiced talismans were primarily offensive spells, and every couple of months, he would release 1 or 2 into the market, with the first to spot them claiming ownership. Given Han Li's cultivation level at the core formation stage, these talismans and magical artifacts paled in comparison, rendering them somewhat superfluous and of little use. Yet, Han Li evidently underestimated the allure of intermediate talismans for those in the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. Even as he hiked the prices repeatedly, cultivators eagerly paid with their spirit stones, allowing Han Li to amass a modest fortune. Regrettably, intermediate talismans proved exceedingly challenging to forge. Despite Han Li having ample magical beast hides for practice, the success rate remained dismally low, often requiring the crafting of 20 or 30 talismans to achieve a single success. In comparison to the success rate of beginner talismans, Han Li could only manage a bitter smile. Otherwise, relying solely on the sale of intermediate talismans would have made him a wealthy landowner among cultivators. Moreover, as Han Li's proficiency in artifact forging improved, an increasing number of mid-tier and high-tier magical tools began to appear in his shop, enhancing the reputation of Qingzhou Shaoxian. Fortunately, this newfound fame was confined to a small circle of lower-tier cultivators, so Han Li had no cause to fear attracting trouble. However, upon reaching the 9th year of his time here, Han Li began to explore the creation of formation flags and discs, combining his understanding of some simple formations. Thanks to the insights provided by Qi Yunxiao and Xin Ruyan, Han Li was able to avoid many detours and grasp some crucial techniques. Nonetheless, even so, forging a complete set of formation tools remained an exceedingly challenging endeavor for someone just venturing into this field, and results were not to be expected in the short term. However, Han Li was not in a hurry. Having achieved the core formation stage, he had ample time to gradually accumulate experience and insights. Furthermore, The most pressing concern was to ponder the forging method for the Qingzhu Fenggen sword while crafting, ensuring that he could achieve success on his first attempt after all. There were no surplus materials available for a second attempt when forging this particular treasure. Thus, time passed day by day as Han Li engaged in artifact forging and the study of formation. Seasons changed. Unbeknownst to him, his modestly renowned Qingzhu Shaoxian had been in operation for over 20 years. And Han Li had taken on the appearance of a man in his 50s. This was, of course, not Han Li's true visage. It was merely a disguise to conceal his ageless appearance, which had inevitably aged with the passage of time. At this moment, Han Li stood in the courtyard behind the shop, gazing at his surroundings with a heart full of mixed emotions. Just yesterday, he had transferred ownership of the shop to another, finally concluding his worldly life. Just a few days prior, the long-awaited 6th Golden Thunder Bamboo had matured to a millennium, compelling him to return to his cave abode to forge treasures, after living here for over 20 years. Even Han Li, who had always maintained a calm demeanor, felt a twinge of sentimentality upon departure. This period spent in the marketplace would surely become a rare and tranquil chapter in his life. At that moment, a loud commotion erupted from next door, prompting Han Li to smile knowingly. Without the need to probe with his spiritual sense, he was well aware that it was the neighboring shopkeeper once again enthusiastically promoting the store's long-unsold prized possession, which had languished for 7 or 8 years. This neighbor had inherited the business from his father, the original shopkeeper who had passed away 4 years prior to enjoy his retirement. Although this old shopkeeper's son had a fiery temperament, he was fundamentally honest. However, during business dealings, he often resorted to loud boasts about the wares in his store, leaving many visiting cultivators utterly bewildered. With a sigh, Han Li gently shook his head and, accompanied by Chu Han, who was standing in the front hall, exited Qizhu Shaoxian. Before long, their figures completely vanished from this corner of the marketplace upon returning to his cave abode. Han Li immediately entered the secret chamber with various forging materials and began to arrange a small formation that he had comprehended over the years. This formation serves no other purpose, yet it effectively conceals fluctuations of spiritual energy, making it perfectly suitable for Han Li during the crafting of magical artifacts. He certainly does not wish for others to spy on him while he is halfway through the refinement process. Thus, Han Li quietly meditated in his secret chamber for 3 days and nights, ensuring that his mental and magical energies were in their optimal state before embarking on the endeavor of artifact creation. He first retrieved the jade box from his storage pouch, placing it flat upon the ground before him. Upon opening the lid, 6 verdant thunder bamboo stalks were revealed within. Han Li gazed solemnly at these bamboo shoots, inhaling deeply before extending a finger to gently tap one of the green stalks inside the box. Instantly, the approximately foot-long thunder bamboo soared out of the box, hovering motionless before his chest. With a serious expression, Han Li formed a series of hand seals, a shimmering aura enveloping his face, gradually manifesting a layer of azure light. As the azure glow intensified, he opened his mouth, releasing a slender, silken flame of azure alchemical fire that precisely engulfed the thunder bamboo before him. With a crackling sound, a faint golden electric arc appeared upon the surface of the bamboo, unceremoniously isolating the alchemical fire and preventing it from approaching even a fraction closer. Seeing this, a flash of brilliance sparkled in Han Li's eyes, and the azure flame immediately thickened, swiftly wrapping around both the electric arc and the bamboo itself, initiating the protracted process of refinement. The consumption of spiritual energy by the alchemical fire was considerable, but fortunately, Han Li had adequately prepared for this. As soon as he released the flame, both hands grasped a deep azure spirit stone, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy contained within. In the event that the spirit stone's replenishment fell short, he readily consumed a pill from his pouch. Although these pills could not immediately transform into magical power, their abundant spiritual energy was more than sufficient to bolster Han Li, who was prepared for a prolonged battle. After 3 days elapsed, the electric arc on the bamboo's surface finally dissipated due to the depletion of the bamboo's inherent spiritual energy. Unhindered, the azure alchemical fire directly scorched the bamboo's essence. Several days later, signs of melting began to appear on the bamboo's surface, with certain areas faintly glowing and exuding countless tiny droplets of various colors. After more than 10 consecutive days, the entire thunder bamboo was finally purified of impurities, refined by Han Li into a fist-sized, viscous emerald liquid, appearing exceedingly thick. Observing this modest quantity of liquid, Han Li let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could refine the thunder bamboo, the subsequent tasks would become significantly simpler. With this thought in mind, He ceased the alchemical fire from his mouth and stored the spirit stones in his hands. Then, with a flick of his fingers, 10 slender spiritual threads shot forth, perfectly inserting themselves into the emerald liquid. Following this, Han Li's fingers danced incessantly, and under the guidance of the spiritual threads, the mass of liquid began to spin and transform. Under the pull of the spiritual threads, a small portion of the green liquid separated from the main body, also floating in the surrounding air. Subsequently, the second piece, the third piece, when the final piece was separated, 12 equally sized masses of liquid appeared in the air. Chapter 414. Formation. Han Li slightly narrowed his eyes, giving a gentle flick of his fingers. Then, he tapped his storage pouch, from which a dozen beams of white light shot forth, arranging themselves in a circle beneath the liquid forms, revealing 12 identical small jade boxes. The exquisite jade boxes, crafted from a flawless white jade, were each merely a few inches in size. With a gentle sweep of his robe sleeve, Han Li deftly removed the lids from all the jade boxes. Subsequently, a single word escaped his lips, causing the viscous green liquid suspended in the air to plummet down, perfectly filling each box. Once Han Li had resealed the lids, his expression softened, and he finally felt a sense of relief. Despite the assistance of spirit stones and elixirs, he was nearly drained of magic power at that moment. Thus, Han Li resumed his meditation for several days, restoring his state to its peak before he began refining the remaining 5 strands of thunder bamboo. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After expending immense effort, Han Li finally transformed all the thunder bamboo into an extraordinarily pure liquid form. Following a brief respite, he commenced the intricate arrangement of a highly complex formation within the secret chamber. Han Li was unaware of the name of this formation, only knowing that it was essential for the crafting of the Qingzhu Fengyan sword, as repeatedly mentioned in the alchemical texts on the golden pages. Its significance as a preparatory step was indisputable. Consequently, although the arrangement was thoroughly familiar to Han Li, having attempted it several times before, he was still exceedingly cautious, afraid of even the slightest error. After all, a mere misstroke of a rune could lead to unpredictable mishaps during the artifact's refinement. Thus, it took Han Li a full half-month of meticulous work to complete the formation, after installing a dozen mid-tier spirit stones for testing. And finding the formation to operate smoothly, he finally felt reassured. However, Han Li did not immediately embark on crafting the artifact. Instead, he temporarily exited the secret chamber. After half a year of continuous use of alchemical fire and maintaining a state of heightened concentration, even a cultivator at the core formation stage like Han Li found it exhausting and recognized the necessity for a brief adjustment. The subsequent phase was crucial for artifact refinement. Yet, upon stepping out of the chamber, Han Li was unexpectedly greeted by a delightful surprise. The gold-devouring insects, having been intermittently nourished with Nijong grass, had finally resumed their mutual consumption. This brought immense joy to Han Li, since the population of these insects had swelled to tens of thousands. The scant amount of Nijong grass had proven insufficient for them to lay eggs and evolve further. Over the years, most of the green liquid had been utilized by Han Li to hasten the maturation of the thunder bamboo, making it even more challenging for the insects to exhibit any significant changes. However, once the thunder bamboo was fully matured, Han Li promptly instructed Chu Han to reinvigorate their cultivation. After all, Han Li held great expectations for these peculiar insects. Upon receiving this information from Chu Han, Han Li immediately visited the insect chamber. The gold-devouring insects, having engaged in their cannibalistic behavior, now bore golden spots that covered nearly half of their exoskeletons. It was likely that their next generation would further expand these golden markings. Yet, after observing for a moment, the joy on Han Li's face faded, and he furrowed his brow. At this rate, the complete evolution of these gold-devouring insects into their golden form seemed rather pessimistic. Their numbers multiplied exponentially with each evolution, but the amount of green liquid available for hastening the maturation of Nijong grass was limited, rendering it impossible for thousands of gold-devouring insects to evolve successfully in one go. If this continues, the next evolution remains an uncertain affair, shrouded in the mist of time. Han Li found himself lost in contemplation outside the insect chamber. It appeared that he must first cultivate a select few of them. Otherwise, he began to doubt whether he would ever have the opportunity to witness the golden devouring insect. With this thought, Han Li swiftly reached a resolution. However, all of this must wait until the devouring insects lay their eggs. For now, it would be prudent to temporarily set this aside and focus on refining his magical treasures instead. Thus, after a month of rest, Han Li finally selected an auspicious day. He then spent 2 days in his bedroom, burning incense and praying. allowing his mind to attain a state of serene tranquility before returning to the secret chamber. Standing at the focal point of the formation, with a solemn expression, Han Li waved his hands, causing dozens of jade boxes containing the liquid from the thunder bamboo to scatter across the formation, arranged in accordance with certain principles. Subsequently, various other boxes and wooden containers flew out from his storage pouch, landing before Han Li and automatically opening to reveal an array of pre-processed auxiliary materials. Han Li glanced at these materials, took a deep breath, and slowly settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as he entered into meditation. After a meal's duration, Han Li opened his eyes, a misty azure radiance emanating from his body. As this radiance emerged, the spirit stones embedded in the formation erupted with dazzling light, and the entire array began to hum and operate. Han Li remained motionless, yet his fingers danced like shooting stars, guiding strands of spiritual essence to draw the thunder bamboo's green liquid from the boxes. Meanwhile, a series of popping sounds resonated from the formation below, as columns of light, as thick as a bowl, shot forth from various directions, enveloping the liquids within and rendering them immobile. Upon witnessing this, Han Li closed his eyes once more, calmly extending his formidable spiritual consciousness to gain control over all the light columns. Instantly, the columns seemed to come alive, flickering and shifting in a kaleidoscope of colors. An uncanny spectacle unfolded as, after countless transformations, the columns began to converge upon a singular hue. Ultimately, after one final transformation, all the light columns solidified into a fiery red, accentuating the vivid greenness of the liquid encased within. With an expressionless demeanor, Han Li opened his mouth, unleashing a jet of emerald alchemical flame that struck one of the light columns. With a whoosh, the entire column ignited fiercely, transforming into a blazing red pillar in an instant. Without hesitation, Han Li continued to expel alchemical flames, igniting all the light columns. 72 towering pillars of fire illuminated the secret chamber with their resplendent red glow. He let out a soft sigh. In terms of the power of flames, alchemical fire far surpassed the seemingly ostentatious light columns. However, it was unfortunate that when refining flying swords, greater flame power did not necessarily yield better results. This compelled him to expend a significant amount of his alchemical energy, feeling somewhat disheartened by the waste. After a moment of reflection, Han Li directed the green liquid within the fire columns to begin transforming under the guidance of his spiritual consciousness and the array's power. Gradually, they elongated from spherical shapes, flattening out, until one by one, sword embryos of 4 to 5 inches began to take form. Although it may seem straightforward, in reality, after a day and night of meticulous manipulation, Han Li finally succeeded in manifesting 72 shimmering liquid flying swords amidst the fiery pillars. He exhaled deeply, feeling a slight alleviation of the mental strain, only to be met with a subtle throbbing in his head, prompting a bitter smile to escape his lips. The task of shaping 72 flying swords was an exceedingly arduous endeavor, even for someone with Han Li's formidable spiritual consciousness. Yet, despite the crucial formation of his spiritual energy being accomplished, he remained wary and did not allow himself to relax. With a swift hand gesture, all the fiery pillars flickered momentarily before vanishing into thin air, leaving only the emerald-hued swords suspended in the void. With a flurry of motions, Han Li summoned the small swords to encircle him. Observing the 72 blades nearby, he suddenly clenched his teeth, causing his tongue to pierce slightly, and a mouthful of essence blood erupted forth, coalescing into a blood orb the size of an egg before him. Under his command, the blood orb dripped several droplets onto each sword's core. The moment the essence blood made contact with the liquid swords, it swiftly seeped into them, disappearing without a trace. After completing this task, Han Li directed a box of silver powder towards the ground, and the powder immediately ascended, evenly scattering atop each sword core, causing them to glimmer resplendently. Next came a box of black powder. Han Li meticulously followed the refining method, incorporating each type of auxiliary material into the 72 sword cores one by one. He then summoned the 72 fiery pillars once more, allowing the flying swords to retreat within and commence the refining process anew. This time, Han Li was not refining the numerous swords simultaneously, but rather focusing on each one individually with painstaking precision. He began to inscribe intricate miniature formations onto the swords using his spiritual consciousness, ensuring they matched the designs from the golden pages exactly. 2 months later, although he appeared somewhat haggard, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. The mere thought of the 72 Qingzhou Fengyun swords absorbed within him made Han Li's lips curl upwards in an unmistakable smile of joy. After dedicating over 20 years of effort to this set of life-bound treasures, He was finally rewarded with a successful refinement devoid of any mishap. Though he had yet to test the power of this treasure, he was confident that, given sufficient time for cultivation, even a single flying sword's might would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary treasure like the Lu Wang sword. As he reveled in this self-satisfaction, he received news from Chu Han regarding the breeding of the golden devouring insects, which only heightened his elation. After a brief rest in his quarters, Han Li proceeded to the insect chamber. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a vast expanse of white, littered with the snow-white eggs of the golden devouring insects. Without hesitation, he set about establishing a new insect chamber identical to the original and inscribed a colossal control formation upon the new chamber's floor, infusing it with abundant essence blood. Subsequently, he transferred the majority of the insect eggs into the formation of the new chamber, conducting the recognition ceremony for the control of the insects, while leaving nearly 1,000 of the most vigorous eggs in the original chamber. After accomplishing all of this, Han Li finally allowed himself to relax, venturing to nearby caves to pay visits to a few former acquaintances among the cultivators, seeking to restore himself to a state of normal cultivation. During Han Li's years in the mortal realm, the entire chaotic star sea cultivation world experienced a series of significant events, displaying a sense of unrest. The most impactful of these occurrences involved several factions, including the Six and a few others, which, overnight, faced rebellions from their subordinates or disciples. The leaders and sect masters were swiftly deposed, replaced by individuals who had previously remained obscure. Meanwhile, some inconspicuous minor sects faced complete annihilation, with their treasures being seized in an instant. Fear permeated the various factions of the chaotic star sea, prompting them to retract their forces and nurture mutual suspicion. However, the most troubling development was the emergence of rumors that the twin holy stars of the cultivation realm had succumbed to madness. Their powers rendered entirely ineffective, it was said that they had been usurped by a few subordinates, rendering them incapable of maintaining control over the Star Palace. Upon the revelation of this news, an uproar ensued. Almost everyone concerned with the matter turned their attention to the reaction of those in the Star Palace. Surprisingly, the Star Palace exhibited no response whatsoever, neither refuting nor acknowledging the claims. This silence only exacerbated the anxiety throughout the chaotic star sea. Simultaneously, some factions, long harboring ambitions and lurking in the shadows, began to stir. Some plotted in secrecy, while others forged alliances shrouded in darkness. Yet, shortly after the rumors spread, all chaos seemed to vanish without a trace, as if everything had returned to normal. However, those with discerning eyes understood that this was merely an illusion, a prelude to an impending storm. Consequently, when he encountered these fellow cultivators and engaged them in conversation about the matter, they all displayed expressions of concern. Han Li, however, remained largely indifferent. For him, whether the Star Palace continued to dominate the chaotic star sea or another faction rose to prominence held little significance. After all, he was a solitary figure, and as long as he exercised caution and avoided unwarranted entanglements, he would be fine. According to Han Li's own plans, he intended to dedicate the upcoming years to refining flying swords and crafting several potent formation devices. Following that, he would venture out to hunt 6th-tier demon beasts, as only the inner cores of these beasts could yield medicinal pills with substantial benefits for cultivators at the core formation stage. Thus, in the ensuing days, Han Li devoted his daylight hours to refining weapons and studying the principles of formations, while at night he sat cross-legged, meditating and gradually honing the 72 azure bamboo cloud swords within his dantian using the fire of his core. Soon after, the golden devouring insect eggs finally hatched. With delight, Han Li filled several high-grade spirit beast bags with the obedient golden devouring insects, taking the time to slowly train and command them for future confrontations. In truth, Han Li was quite satisfied with his current tranquil cultivation life. Having successfully reached the core formation stage, he naturally began to set his sights on the Yuanying stage, contemplating whether he might one day achieve that level of cultivation. However, on one particular day, while Han Li was engrossed in refining flying swords within his residence, he suddenly froze in place, rising slowly to step outside. Before the cave stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, whose fair complexion and delicate features exuded an air of refinement and elegance. Daoist Han, my apologies for the intrusion. Upon seeing Han Li emerge from within, the man greeted him warmly. Brother Jin, what brings you to this humble abode? Please, come in. Han Li, not daring to be negligent, quickly returned the greeting and invited the middle-aged man inside for a chat. This individual, named Jin Qing, was a cultivator at the core formation stage residing nearby. He was known for his upright character and had offered valuable guidance to Han Li when he was first establishing his own core formation, making him one of the most amicable acquaintances among fellow cultivators. During Han Li's last visit, he had discovered that Jin Qing was not present in his cave, and upon inquiring, learned that this Taoist friend had been traveling for several years. Seeing him now naturally brought a sense of joy. There's no need for that, I merely wish to convey a few words here, as I have other matters to attend to shortly, Jin Qing replied, waving his hand with a gentle smile. Whatever it is. Brother Jin, please feel free to share. I am all ears, Han Li said half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing smiled slightly and spoke slowly. I have only just returned and heard from nearby fellow cultivators that you have been diligently studying the art of formations over the years, achieving quite a small success. Truly, it is a matter worthy of celebration. Coincidentally, during my travels, I encountered a rather challenging situation that requires dismantling a particular formation's restrictions. Thus, I came here to seek your expertise in formations. And I sincerely hope you will not decline. Restrictions? May I inquire where this is? Han Li asked, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Please take a look at this, Jin Qing replied, not answering his question directly but instead producing an object from his storage bag and presenting it to Han Li. As Han Li took it and examined it closely, he found it to be a pearl, roughly the size of a thumb. What is this? He asked, a look of surprise crossing his face as he glanced at Jin Qing. Inject some spiritual energy into this object, and you shall understand, Jin Qing said with a light laugh, his expression turning mysterious. Han Li furrowed his brow, reluctantly infusing some spiritual energy into the pearl. In that instant, a blinding white light erupted from the pearl. Such brilliance might compel ordinary mortals to avert their gaze, lest they harm their eyes. However, as a core formation cultivator, Han Li quickly discerned that the light was merely ordinary. He focused intently on the pearl, and his expression shifted slightly, for something seemed to materialize within it. This time, without waiting for Jin Qing's prompt, Han Li actively probed his consciousness into the pearl. As time passed, his demeanor grew increasingly serious, an ancient cultivator's relic. Han Li finally withdrew his consciousness, took a deep breath, and inquired of the middle-aged cultivator, I am not entirely certain. However, only ancient cultivators would employ such archaic methods to preserve maps. Jin Qing replied, his face alight with excitement, speaking somewhat hurriedly. Han Li nodded in agreement. Indeed, utilizing pearls and shells to store significant information was a common practice among the ancient cultivators of the chaotic Star Sea. Within this pearl lay what appeared to be half a map at this juncture. Jin Qing continued, there are precisely 2 such pearls, and when brought together, they form a complete map that a fellow companion and I discovered them together in a quaint little shop. At that time, they were strung alongside other ordinary pearls in a necklace, and we each took one, joining forces to seek the locations marked on the map. So, you have indeed located the place indicated on the map. Han Li stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. Indeed, we spent 5 or 6 years in pursuit, and, only recently, found the site marked on the map. Alas, it is entirely shrouded by a formidable formation. Neither of us possesses any knowledge of formations, and we had no choice but to return, disheartened. However, my companion and I have made a pact. Upon our return, we shall each enlist a skilled practitioner of formations to breach the array. As you are aware, Han Daoist, among us wandering cultivators, there are exceedingly few who delve into the art of formations. Even if there are a couple, I am not well acquainted with them upon my return. As I was mulling over this predicament, I fortuitously heard of your situation and, with some reluctance, sought your assistance, Jin Qing continued. Rest assured, Han Daoist, should we succeed in breaking the great formation, whatever treasures may emerge from the ancient cultivator's ruins will certainly be shared with you. Noticing Han Li's momentary hesitation, Jin Qing hurriedly elaborated and made his promise. Chapter 416. The Earthen Mountain. Hearing this, Han Li did not immediately acquiesce but instead wrinkled his nose in contemplation before responding. Brother Jin, may I take some time to consider this matter? Of course. Take 2 days to deliberate. If it truly proves unfeasible, I shall seek others to see if there are any wandering cultivators knowledgeable in formations. Jin Qing replied, displaying great understanding. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, he clasped his fists in farewell and departed. Han Li stood motionless for a while, gazing at Jin Qing's receding figure, his expression reflective. It is worth noting that ancient cultivator ruins have indeed been discovered in the chaotic Star Sea. However, they may be completely barren or one might uncover the insights of ancient cultivators, alongside rare materials or artifacts long thought lost. In general, most ruins yield some degree of reward, though the quality of such finds ultimately hinges on the luck of the discoverer. Nevertheless, Hanli was genuinely reluctant to embark on a quest for ancient cultivator ruins. The chaotic Star Sea is rife with undercurrents, and the area outside Tianqing City is anything but tranquil. Moreover, his Qingzhou Fengyun sword has not undergone sufficient refinement to manifest any significant power. Thus, the prospect of venturing out at this juncture left him somewhat hesitant. If it were anyone else, Hanli would have outright declined. Yet, given that Jin Qing had previously offered him guidance in his cultivation and their relationship was amicable, it would be rather ungracious to refuse him outright. After deliberating for a time, Hanli sighed softly and raised his head. After all, there were still 2 days to reflect upon this matter. With that thought, Hanli shook his head and moved, gracefully returning to his estate. 2 days later, Jin Qing once again arrived outside the cave dwelling, and Hanli ultimately agreed to accompany him on this excursion. On one hand, it was to repay the favor owed to Jin Qing, and on the other, he harbored a genuine curiosity regarding the ancient cultivators' ruins, who could foresee the remarkable treasures that might be uncovered within. Naturally, Jin Qing was elated, and the following day he set forth with Han Li and Chu Han, departing from Tianqing City en route to the ancient cultivators' site. The nearby cultivators, through years of interaction with Han Li, had come to an unspoken understanding regarding Chu Han being Han Li's avatar, and Jin Qing had no objections to this point. 2 months later, Han Li, Jin Qing, and others were soaring at great speed over a remote sea area in the chaotic Star Sea. According to Jin Qing, after such an extended journey, they should soon arrive at their destination. Indeed, after flying for the better part of a day, they finally beheld a vast island. This island was immense, spanning over 1,000 miles in circumference. However, it was predominantly covered in hills and slopes, presenting a landscape of dull yellowish hues as far as the eye could see. Is this truly the island? Han Li inquired in surprise, gazing down from above. Indeed, according to the indications on the map, we have located this island. I inquired with the nearby mortals, and it turns out this island is a bona fide deserted isle. Not only is there no trace of any spiritual vein nearby, but for reasons unknown, even ordinary trees cannot thrive here, Jin Qing explained, a hint of confusion gracing his features. Han Li, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief contemplation, he smiled and replied, "The more unusual this island appears, the more it suggests that there may genuinely be the remnants of ancient cultivators here, which should be considered good news. Haha, we thought the same back then, which is why we scoured the entire island and found the most likely location," Jin Qing remarked with a hint of pride. Han Li responded with a faint smile, glancing around casually before asking, "However, where exactly is the area you mentioned that is shrouded by a formation? Fly westward for over 100 miles, and there lies a colossal earthen hill. There, on a slope, a grand formation is sealed," Jin Qing replied without hesitation. "Then let us proceed. Perhaps your companion has already arrived and unraveled the formation," Han Li said with a smile. Hee, if that were the case, it would indeed be fortuitous, saving us considerable trouble. At most, they might just take a few more items, Jin Qing said, stroking his chin with a sly expression. Han Li was taken aback at the sight of such an expression from him. Unable to suppress a chuckle, the two merely exchanged banter, for they both understood that a formation set by an ancient cultivator would not be easily cracked without months of probing. "Let us go. Daoist Han, we must not truly keep them waiting," Jin Qing called to Han Li, leading the way as he transformed into a streak of azure and white light and soared away. Han Li smiled lightly and, alongside Chu Han, activated his artifact to give chase. For cultivators at the core formation stage, a distance of over 100 miles was traversed in the blink of an eye. Before Han Li's eyes appeared a truly imposing yellow earthen hill. Towering approximately 1,000 feet, its surface was entirely ochre, devoid of a single hue of green, instilling an uncomfortable sensation as if it were entirely constructed from piled yellow earth. As Han Li and the others approached the hill, a sudden tempest arose, whipping up sand and stones. The boundless, fierce wind swept up layers of yellow earth from the ground, shrouding the vicinity in a darkened haze, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Naturally, Han Li and his companions were unfazed by such gusts of sand and dust. With a flash of brilliance, they enveloped themselves in a protective spiritual light, allowing them to maintain a steady flight forward. Remarkably, The tumultuous winds and sands dissipated mysteriously after they had traveled a mere 10 miles. Bringing them to the foot of the earthen hill, Jin Qing guided Han Li in a semicircular flight around the hill, ultimately bringing them to a halt in front of several rudimentary stone dwellings. These structures were extremely simple, evidently crafted through petrification techniques, all bearing a monotonous grayish-white hue. Before Jin Qing and the others could descend, the stone door of one dwelling swung open of its own accord, revealing 3 cultivators, a pair of men and a woman, who stepped out in succession. The men were both in the core formation stage, while the woman was merely at the foundation establishment level. "Daoist Jin, you've arrived," exclaimed a young man in a white robe, exuding warmth and hospitality upon spotting Jin Qing. "What a delightful coincidence. We have only just arrived ourselves. Daoist who, it is as it should be." Jin Qing replied amiably. "Unlike me, who had to return to Tianqing City to seek out Daoist Han." The young cultivator's gaze flitted between Han Li and Chu Han, clearly unsure of whom he was being introduced to. "I am Han Li, and this is my senior brother, Chu Han," Han Li said, offering a slight bow with a smile. On their journey, Han Li had previously conferred with Jin Qing, agreeing to keep Chu Han's true identity concealed. Moreover, Han Li observed that despite the young cultivator's seemingly youthful appearance, his skin bore the sheen of health. It was marred by fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, suggesting he was merely well-maintained and likely not as young as he appeared. This cultivator was presumably the same individual Jin Qing referred to when he mentioned discovering 2 precious pearls. "I am you. Though this is our first meeting, I hope to engage in fruitful exchanges regarding our cultivation experiences in the future. After all, the number of us loose cultivators who achieve core formation is rather limited," he said, exhibiting a talent for social interaction that left Han Li with a favorable impression that he then proceeded to introduce the man and woman accompanying him. "This is Shi Dai, the renowned formation master from Red Moon Island. I believe that collaborating with Daoist Han would certainly enable us to dismantle the formation. And this is Jian, who is a mid-core formation cultivator and will undoubtedly contribute significantly during the process." Hu Yu introduced with a smile. "Let me be frank. I shall only assist in dismantling the formation. Should there be any dangers lurking beyond it, I, a mere foundation establishment female, will refrain from intervening. Furthermore, I must select an item for myself first." The female cultivator, Shi Dai, though of average appearance, displayed a haughty demeanor and spoke without reservation, momentarily startling Han Li and the others. "Red Moon Island? I wonder. How does Daoist Shi refer to the esteemed Shi Zhenren of Red Moon Island?" Jin Qing inquired, a hesitant expression crossing his face. "That would be my father," the female cultivator replied coldly, casting a glance at Jin Qing. "Hee. In that case, let everything be as Miss Shi has said." Upon hearing the words of the other, Jin Qing immediately agreed without hesitation, which left Han Li somewhat astonished as he cast a glance at him. "Brother Han, Master Shi once extended kindness to me in the past. I kindly ask you to bear with it a little longer." Jin Qing's voice resonated in Han Li's ears. Han Li remained silent, merely offering Jin Qing a casual and faint smile. Chapter 417. Breaking the array with an array. If Brother Han and Fairy Shi manage to dismantle the grand formation, then each of you may select one item first, and we shall distribute the rest afterwards, Hu Yu said, her expression tinged with awkwardness, as she hurriedly included Han Li in the conversation, thus temporarily alleviating the situation at hand. The tall, slender cultivator, surnamed Jian, stood quietly to the side, his demeanor calm and composed, which left Han Li with an impression of being somewhat inscrutable. "Friend Hu, why not take Brother Han and Fairy Shi to examine the array first, to see if it can indeed be dismantled? Otherwise, if we cannot breach the grand formation, any discussion would be futile," Jin Qing suggested with a smile. "Indeed, this formation is rather peculiar. My friend Jin and I attempted to assault it forcefully for an entire day and night. Yet we could not even breach it by a fraction, and instead exhausted all our spiritual energy," Hu Yu said, slapping her forehead in agreement. Thus, with no objections from the others and a hint of curiosity in the air, the group steered their magical tools towards the belly of the earth hill, eventually stopping near an inconspicuous gentle slope. "Please observe, my fellow cultivators, the area shrouded in yellow mist is where the formation lies." Hu Yu pointed solemnly at a certain spot on the slope, addressing Han Li and the others. In truth, Han Li had already discerned it without needing a pointer. A large yellow cloud lay not far below, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait, vague, silent, and exuding an impenetrable sense of mystery. It appears to be a dual attribute formation of earth and wind. it indeed holds some intrigue, Dai remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement upon witnessing the aura of the formation. Upon hearing her words, Han Li, reminded, glanced at her, and then focused intently, soon adopting a serious expression. This formation was indeed, as she described, a wind and earth attribute array. Given his current level, dismantling it would be quite a challenge. Just then, Dai gradually descended to the edge of the formation and, with great enthusiasm, began to retrieve some peculiar magical artifacts for testing. The first item she produced was a disc-shaped artifact. Holding it aloft with one hand, she directed a beam of green light towards the yellow mist, but the beam vanished as if a cow had sunk into the sea. Frowning, she then took out a fiery red crystal sphere, rubbed it a few times, and sent it flying into the yellow mist. However, this artifact too was swallowed by the thick yellow fog after a brief flicker of red light. Now, the female cultivator's face flushed slightly. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she proceeded to retrieve 7 or 8 different magical tools to test against the formation, but aside from a yellow copper mirror that caused the mist to churn momentarily where it was reflected, the rest yielded no results whatsoever. Upon witnessing this scene, Huiyuejin and the others exchanged glances before they could not help but soar up the slope, positioning themselves behind the woman, Stone Fairy. May I have the honor of trying? After observing for a moment, Han Li, noticing that this female cultivator seemed intent on retrieving her magical artifacts, could no longer suppress a soft sigh and gently inquired, if Daoist Han possesses any means, feel free to showcase them. This little girl does not intend to impede you. It was evident that the stone butterfly fairy was somewhat flustered and irate. Offering Han Li little in the way of cordiality, Han Li felt a flicker of annoyance within, yet he, who was generally not one to display his emotions, showed no signs of dissatisfaction. Instead, he casually patted his storage pouch, from which a dozen vividly colored small flags flew out, gracefully swirling around him. Upon seeing these array flags, Jin Qing, with his keen eyes, was the first to exclaim. The others wore expressions of surprise. Puzzled as to why Han Li chose to produce these items instead of breaking the formation, Han Li paid no heed to their astonished gazes and pointed at the array flags. Instantly, beams of light surged forth, and the flags ascended into the yellow mist above, arranging themselves according to a specific pattern, subtly forming the configuration of the Big Dipper as they floated in the air. The stone butterfly seemed to discern some underlying principle from the arrangement of the flags, revealing a hint of astonishment at that moment. The array flags emitted a low, resonant hum, and beams of light erupted from them, converging in midair to form a massive pillar of light that shot straight into the mist below, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, including the cultivators of the stone butterfly, hastily turned their gazes to the yellow mist. Yet, the dense fog remained unchanged, devoid of any signs of disturbance. Brother Han, what is this? Jin Qing, unable to contain his curiosity, was about to pose a question when the unexpected finally occurred. The previously stagnant yellow mist suddenly resonated with a deep, buzzing sound, and then began to churn as if boiling water, reminiscent of a dragon thrashing within, coming to life. Jin Qing swallowed the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. At that moment, Han Li's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he unceremoniously cast several more spells toward the floating array flags. Instantly, the beams of light from the gathered flags began to shoot forth in an unending torrent. Before long, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. The once turbulent yellow mist began to undulate rhythmically, forming a series of rising, bun-like protrusions that grew larger and taller, as if some monstrous entity were about to burst forth from within. The other cultivators, filled with trepidation, instinctively took a step back. The stone fairy, her complexion drastically altered, hurriedly retreated over 10 paces before pausing to glance back. Bang! Bang! A series of deafening explosions erupted from the thick yellow mist. Even though the cultivators had anticipated such an event, they were still caught off guard by a fierce gust of wind that knocked them off balance. They hastily activated their protective barriers to regain their footing, fixating their gaze upon the mist. Consequently, aside from the stone butterfly, who had anticipated some of this, the other cultivators were left astonished as the previously dense and impenetrable yellow mist dissipated, revealing the clarity that lay beneath. A sense of elation washed over Huyu and the others. Jin Qing, brimming with excitement, stepped closer to Han Li and exclaimed, "Brother Han, I never anticipated your capabilities were so formidable. Have you truly dismantled this formation?" "Dismantled? Brother Jin, you underestimate the mastery of ancient cultivators' formations," Han Li replied with a faint smile. explaining, "I merely unraveled the outermost layer of the illusionary barriers. Ha! That is of little consequence that we have ample time ahead of us. And I am confident we can patiently await our companion's gradual unraveling of this formation," Jinxing remarked, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. Before he could articulate further, "Who you?" who had approached from behind, chimed in joyfully. "Indeed, as cultivators, we need not fear the passage of time. It is I, Jean," who has been overly eager, taken aback by her words. Jinxing hesitated, but soon sheepishly concurred. At that moment, Shi Dai, shedding her previous haughtiness, approached Han Li, bowing deeply in respect. With sincerity, she spoke, "I have truly been narrow-minded that I never imagined that a senior could ingeniously utilize a formation to break another. This has truly broadened my horizons. In the future, I hope Senior Han will guide me further in the path of formations." Surprised by her words, Han Li returned the gesture, his impression of her shifting significantly. "It is nothing remarkable, merely a few minor techniques," he replied nonchalantly. "In truth, my understanding of formations is quite limited." This statement was an honest reflection from Han Li. Had it not been for the other party's initial recognition of the formation's elemental nature, he would have been at a loss on how to proceed with dismantling the illusion. His brief 2 decades of study in formations had yielded only modest insights, and he had merely skimmed the surface of most formation principles. The confidence with which he employed the Beidou Liangyi formation's flags to counter this array stemmed solely from his trust in Xan Rian, the formation prodigy, who had shared various ingenious methods for dismantling formations under numerous circumstances. Han Li, not delving deeply into the intricacies, had simply applied her insights directly. Nevertheless, this approach proved remarkably effective, astonishing the others present. However, Han Li's modest remarks were interpreted by the cultivators as a display of humility, and they continued to regard him with a measure of respect. With a faint smile, Han Li refrained from further explanation, shifting his gaze toward the true visage of the grand formation now revealed after the illusion's shattering. As the mist cleared, a faint yellow light shield emerged, enveloping an area of over 100 feet in diameter. The shield appeared thick and somewhat murky, lacking the impenetrable density of the prior yellow fog. Moreover, it seemed to conceal several additional layers within. At the center of this luminous barrier stood a circular pillar several feet tall, adorned with ancient patterns and inscriptions, the specifics of which remained obscured from view. Any attempt to probe the light shield with their spiritual consciousness met with a complete rebound, rendering any penetration impossible. Even more peculiarly, countless slender ribbons of vibrant hues floated erratically between the luminous barriers. Resembling living entities, exuding an aura of extraordinary eeriness, the others present soon perceived this spectacle, unable to suppress their astonishment. However, Han Li's expression darkened momentarily, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Although his understanding of ancient formations was limited, he had encountered a fair number of them in the various texts of Xan Rian. The formation before him, in both appearance and essence, did not seem to align with any known ancient arrays. Rather, it bore a hint of malevolence. Contemplating this, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the stone butterfly nearby, who was examining the grand formation with curiosity, her face betraying no signs of unease. This eased Han Li's apprehension regarding his own judgment, leading him to self-deprecatingly conclude that he had perhaps misread the situation. "Very well. The hour grows late, and my brother Han and the others have journeyed from afar. It would be wise for them to rest. We shall formally commence our efforts to dismantle the array tomorrow. Judging by its appearance, this formation will not yield easily," Hu Yu remarked with great understanding towards Han Li and the others. Upon hearing this, Han Li too felt the weariness from their long journey, and thus refrained from voicing any objections. Yet, the stone fairy, upon witnessing the true nature of the grand array, appeared somewhat eager to engage. However, given Hu Yu's words, she deemed it inappropriate to express her thoughts further. The group then returned to the stone dwelling. Due to the limited space, Han Li and his companions hastily molded some earth to construct additional earthen huts, which they subsequently transformed into stone structures using petrification techniques before officially moving in. The following morning, Han Li and the stone butterfly ventured near the luminous barrier, initiating various calculations and attribute tests. The entire process of dismantling the array proved to be exceedingly slow, particularly at the outset. Both individuals felt somewhat at a loss. They frequently encountered insurmountable challenges, resulting in several days of stagnation. Nonetheless, one must remember that while formations are inanimate, humans are not. With sufficient time dedicated to contemplation and study, Even the most enigmatic of arrays can eventually be unraveled through the collaborative efforts of Han Li and the Stone Maiden. This so-called ancient formation was no exception. Gradually, they began to uncover its underlying intricacies. During this process, Han Li's perception of the stone female cultivator underwent a significant transformation. Although she exhibited a degree of arrogance, she genuinely possessed considerable skill. Not only was she well-versed in various well-known formations, but her calculations regarding the layout of the arrays were meticulous and thorough, leaving no room for error. This greatly impressed Han Li. In his estimation, while her theoretical knowledge of formations may not surpass that of Xian Ruyan, it was certainly not far behind. However, Han Li also found himself puzzled. Why were all the adept formation practitioners he encountered women? Did female cultivators possess an inherent aptitude for formations? Nevertheless, compared to Xian Ruyan, this stone maiden seemed somewhat lacking in practical application. Despite her eloquence in theoretical discussions of formations, her methods for dismantling them were rather limited, primarily revolving around a few repetitive techniques. When faced with ineffectiveness, she was left powerless, merely gazing helplessly. Meanwhile, Han Li's rudimentary knowledge of formations was, of course, far inferior to her calculative prowess. He possessed a remarkable self-awareness, choosing not to engage in futile arguments with the woman before him. Instead, he astutely employed various techniques of breaking formations, specifically tailored for this occasion, which profoundly moved her. Thus, after a silent understanding, Han Li and the Stone Fairy established a collaborative effort wherein the female cultivator would ascertain the weaknesses of the formation, while Han Li would endeavor to dismantle it. This arrangement not only significantly accelerated their progress in breaking the formation, but also allowed both parties to learn invaluable skills from one another, leaving them greatly satisfied. Meanwhile, Jin Qing and the others, unable to contribute at that moment, diligently practiced their qi in the stone chamber, patiently awaiting the duo's success in dismantling the grand array. 3 months later, Han Li and the stone butterfly summoned the others to the slope. After days of relentless effort, they had nearly unraveled the grand formation, reaching the final barrier. Once this last restriction was breached, the peculiar stone pillar would be wholly revealed to all. The light shield surrounding it had transformed considerably since Han Li's initial encounter. It had not only shrunk by nearly half, but also changed from a dull yellow to a fiery crimson hue. As one ventured closer, a wave of intense heat met them. Even more astonishing were the multicolored light bands within the shield, which had morphed into countless winged fire serpents, incessantly writhing against the barrier and emitting delicate tongues of flame. What manner of creature is this? Jin Qing exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the spectacle. The others mirrored his surprise. The fire-based demon spirit, known as winged malevolence, was exceedingly rare, typically manifesting only in extraordinarily unique locations, with a fleeting lifespan often lasting mere hours before dissipating. However, their innate ability to unleash demonic flames rivaled the alchemical fires of cultivators, making them exceedingly troublesome adversaries, particularly as they relished in devouring the souls of mortals and the primordial spirits of cultivators. This final barrier evidently facilitated the formation of a trisolar domain, thus sustaining the relentless existence of these fire spirits. Should an uninformed cultivator attempt to forcefully breach the restriction, they would undoubtedly fall victim to the claws of these malevolent beings. The stone butterfly noted, revealing her knowledge of the rare entities. Winged malevolence? Jin Qing and the others turned pale at the realization that these creatures could consume primordial spirits. Since you have summoned us here, it is evident that you too have devised a method to break the restriction. Please, do not hesitate to instruct us. The usually reticent cultivator with the surname Jian suddenly spoke, surprising everyone. After a brief moment of astonishment, all eyes turned to the woman and Han Li. Han Li smiled slightly, remaining silent, while the stone butterfly beamed, her voice melodious as she replied, "Initially, both Han Sr. and I were quite troubled. However, after several days of deliberation, we have finally conceived a feasible method to dismantle the restriction, albeit with the assistance of all of you." Although her appearance was unremarkable, her voice resonated with a clarity that imbued her with an unexpected charm. "Speak, Stone Fairy, we shall follow your and Han Dao friend's instructions without hesitation," Hu chimed in with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, the stone butterfly wasted no time and began issuing directives. To breach this formation, it is essential to utilize several water elemental artifacts that counteract its power. Senior Han and I have managed to gather a few items. As long as our esteemed companions wield these artifacts and position themselves as we instruct, once Senior Han shatters the protective shield, They can eliminate any remaining winged fiends with these tools that I implore you. Dear friends, refrain from using your treasures to attack these malevolent spirits, for they are inherently fire entities, which we cultivators typically avoid at all costs. Moreover, do not allow them to approach, lest we find ourselves in grave peril. Han Li added, his demeanor grave. Observing Han Li's serious expression, Hu Yu and the others exchanged glances, their hearts tightening in response. Subsequently, Han Li retrieved a small ruler, a tiny hammer, and a small fork, distributing them to Jin Qing, Chu Han, and a cultivator with the surname Jian, respectively. Meanwhile, Shi Dai produced a blue silk handkerchief, presenting it to Hu Yu. Under Shi Dai's guidance, they positioned themselves appropriately in the vicinity, while Shi Dai swiftly retreated to the periphery, drawing forth a short sword artifact, intent on closely observing Han Li's actions. Han Li did not rush into action. Instead, he meticulously surveyed the surroundings once more, assuring himself of no errors, before confidently waving his hands. Dozens of blue formation flags, formation plates, and other uniform water elemental array instruments flew forth from his storage pouch, beginning to hover erratically around him. Without hesitation, Han Li flicked his fingers, and a series of popping sounds erupted in quick succession. The flags and plates promptly soared to the periphery of the Crimson Shield. Gradually descending according to a specific pattern, the flags firmly embedded themselves several inches into the ground, while the plates floated steadily above the ground, forming a formidable and imposing array. As the flags and plates were successfully arranged, Han Li took a deep breath, preparing to cast his spell, when suddenly a piercing whistle echoed from afar, rapidly approaching. Then, a flash of blue light appeared on the horizon, and a blue rainbow surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea. As the blue rainbow retracted, a peculiar figure, wielding dual swords on his back, materialized in the air. Upon seeing the figure's attire, Han Li and the others were taken aback. The individual was gaunt, with disheveled white hair cascading to his shoulders. Clad in a short-sleeved black leather outfit, and carrying a bizarre flower basket at his waist, his face, marked by strange red spots, bore a pair of menacing triangular eyes, and his aura indicated he was a mid-stage core formation cultivator. The peculiar figure, upon realizing the presence of so many core formation cultivators, was momentarily stunned. However, upon noticing the Crimson Shield and Han Li's array instruments, his expression shifted dramatically. Do you young ones seek death? How dare you spy on what I, the island master, oversee in my absence? Depart from this island at once, he bellowed, his eyes flashing with malice. Island master, your possessions? Hu Yu and Jin Qing exchanged bewildered glances, while Han Li and the others were utterly perplexed. Is this not a desolate, uninhabited island? Are you the master of this place? Hu Yu inquired, furrowing her brows, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I have dwelled on this island for several centuries. Naturally, I am its master, the peculiar figure replied, unabashedly asserting his claim. It appears that neither I nor Brother Jean encountered any fellow cultivators during our last visit. Hu, unhurried, inquired once more. What? You have previously visited? Humph, it must have been just like this time, taking advantage of the fact that the island master was away on business. The peculiar man exclaimed with a glare, his anger intensifying. So, it seems this island has but one fellow cultivator. You are, in fact, the self-proclaimed island master, are you not? Hu Yu retorted with a cold smirk, a hint of mockery gracing her lips. With the barrier on the verge of collapse, she had no intention of engaging with the peculiar man before her. Humph, do not waste my time with your roundabout nonsense. Regardless, you have committed a grave offense by disrupting the barrier. Since you do not wish to depart, you shall remain here and go nowhere. The man's eyes glimmered with an eerie yellow light as he swiftly retrieved a basket from his waist and hurled it downwards. Instantly, the bamboo basket transformed into a chilling white mist, hurtling towards Huayuat. This moment, Han Li and the other cultivators were taken aback. Was this individual suffering from madness? Did he not see the multitude of golden core cultivators before him? How could he so recklessly strike? Was his mind clouded? Hu Yu, both astonished and enraged at the man's aggression, flicked her sleeve, and two beams of red light surged forth to confront the approaching white mist. With a resounding thud, the mist shattered, scattering widely. So, it was merely bluster. It seems there was nothing of substance behind it. Hu Yu, feeling a sense of relief, began to taunt openly. Gagaga. The peculiar man uttered no words but began to laugh maniacally. This unnerved Hu Yu, and suddenly, her expression shifted. What is happening? My flying daggers, she observed as the two daggers, after shattering the mist formed from the basket, began to wobble precariously, as though losing their efficacy. Subsequently, the previously dispersed white mist swiftly reassembled, flashing with brilliance before reverting to the shape of the basket. The two daggers were now ensnared within, trapped by a swirling mass of white mist. Unable to extricate themselves, this scene of her treasured artifacts being subdued left Hu Yu in disbelief, while Hanli and the others paled at the sight. However, the peculiar man offered them no time for contemplation. With a mocking laugh, he shrugged his shoulders, and two beams of gray sword light descended, aimed directly at Hu Yu, standing nearby. Jinxing could not stand idly by. With a flick of his finger, a thumb-sized white seal flew from his palm, expanding against the wind and smashing toward the gray light. A thunderous crash ensued as the three magical artifacts emitted a dazzling interplay of brilliance. At this moment, a cultivator with the surname Jian cast a glance at Han Li and Chu Han, and without a word, raised his hand, sending forth a flying fork imbued with the essence of both yin and yang straight toward the peculiar man. Han Li sighed inwardly. Since the confrontation had begun, it seemed he and Chu Han could no longer remain passive. They must first deal with the eccentric individual before them. With this thought, Han Li and Chu Han unleashed their own artifacts, the primordial bowl and the green radiant sword, and charged into the fray. The peculiar man, far from displaying fear, instead erupted into a wild laugh. As he opened his mouth, a dark, bloodied orb surged toward the magical artifacts of the group. A thunderous roar resonated, to the astonishment of Han Li and his companions. The moment the orb made contact with their magical artifacts, it unexpectedly emitted a burst of dark radiance before erupting on its own, causing the spiritual essence of their treasures to plummet and their brilliance to swiftly fade. The cultivator surnamed Jian felt a profound anguish in his heart, his expression betraying immense regret as he formed a hand seal, attempting to retract his flying fork. However, after this single strike, it would require at least a year of recuperation within his primordial spirit for the fork to return to its normal state. Yet, at this moment, his attempt to reclaim the artifact was somewhat belated. Amidst the chilling laughter of the strange figure, the bamboo basket in the sky flickered with white light, suddenly unleashing a torrent of white radiance that swiftly ensnared all of their magical treasures within its embrace. Ancient treasure. You are wielding an ancient treasure from the primordial era. Upon witnessing this scene, the cultivator surnamed Jian seemed to recall something, and he shouted in a trance. This exclamation left Han Li momentarily stunned. The so-called primordial ancient treasures were merely magical artifacts cultivated by ancient cultivators. Although these artifacts possessed singular abilities, their power was typically immense, far exceeding that of contemporary ordinary treasures. Furthermore, the methods of refining treasures in ancient times were significantly different from those of the present, making it impossible to absorb them into one's body. They had to be carried and utilized like magical tools. This was the sole means of distinguishing a primordial ancient treasure from an ordinary magical artifact. Now, upon seeing the peculiar nature of the flower basket and recalling that it had initially been secured at the waist of the adversary, Jian was left with no doubt about the true origin of this magical item. It was worth mentioning that the ancient treasure used to subdue the infant carp beast during the Sixth incident was left behind from that time. Although Han Li was somewhat astonished by the matter of ancient treasures and still possessed several trump cards, he had no intention of stepping forward in front of so many people that he firmly believed that the more backup he retained, the more likely it would be to yield remarkable results in times of peril. Moreover, he was acutely aware that even if the opponent possessed an ancient treasure, it would be improbable for them to gain any advantage against so many golden core cultivators acting in concert. He merely needed to exhibit the capabilities of an ordinary golden core cultivator. With this thought, Han Li focused entirely on controlling the green radiant sword, allowing it to dash left and right amidst the white mist, while refraining from any extraordinary actions with himself or Chu Han, choosing instead to observe the performance of the others with a detached gaze. He was confident that someone would inevitably take the initiative. Indeed, upon hearing that the flower basket was an ancient treasure, expressions of delight appeared on the faces of Hu Yu and the others, since this strange figure had taken the initiative to attack. It seemed only natural for them to join forces to eliminate him and seize the treasure. After a moment's hesitation, the cultivator surnamed Jian formed a hand seal, and 3 streaks of dark light emerged from his storage pouch, manifesting as 3 towering black banners, exuding a menacing aura. Following this, he opened his mouth, and a surge of black mist shot forth onto the black banners, immediately unleashing a cacophony of wails that left the gathered cultivators feeling dizzy and disoriented. Simultaneously, Hu Yu decisively relinquished control of his flying blades, rubbing his hands together to unleash a series of successive blue lightning flames. Jin Qing, raising his eyebrows, suddenly directed a spell onto his magical artifact, causing a white seal to resonate with a dragon's roar, expanding severfold and momentarily suppressing two gray flying swords beneath it. The scene of the three individuals simultaneously displaying their formidable prowess was truly impressive. Han Li couldn't help but chuckle to himself, surmising that the peculiar individual was destined for misfortune. Yet, upon witnessing the sharp onslaught from Hu Yu and the others, the strange man's expression shifted slightly, only to quickly revert to a mocking grin. Abruptly, he yanked at his short-sleeved leather jacket, exposing his upper body. Han Li merely caught a glimpse and was so astounded that he nearly bit his own tongue. There, affixed to his emaciated chest, were two skulls, each the size of a fist, one on the left and the other on the right. These skulls, entirely black and adorned with unruly hair, writhed incessantly at his breast, appearing almost animate at that moment. The azure lightning fire and three black banners had already reached the peculiar man's front. He extended two slender fingers and gently waved them, reciting an extraordinarily bizarre incantation. Instantly, the two skulls emitted a low, mournful wail, suddenly launching forth from his chest, one after the other, to bite off two of the strange man's fingers, before eagerly rushing towards the oncoming lightning fire and black banners. Chapter 420. The power of the golden-eating worm. Upon seeing the skulls, Han Li was reminded of the ghost spirit sect among the 6 sects of the demon path. Disciples of the ghost spirit sect employed similar skull-like artifacts in battle. However, their implements were merely lifeless objects, unlike the vividly animated black skulls before him, which seemed imbued with life, while Han Li was taken aback. The 3 black banners had already surged forward. A cultivator with the surname Jian bellowed, pointing his hand outward. The 3 black banners swiftly unleashed a dense barrage of fine black threads, intertwining to form a colossal net, aimed directly at the approaching skulls. The black threads were exceedingly fine, gleaming with a faint dark aura, unmistakably indicating they were no ordinary items. As the skulls beheld the oncoming black threads, a flash of red light flickered within their hollow eye sockets, followed by a silent frenzy of gnashing, before they opened wide their mouths, unleashing a torrent of emerald phosphorescent flames. Upon contact with the phosphorescent flames, the thousands of black threads ignited spontaneously, as if they had encountered their nemesis, rapidly transforming into curling wisps of green smoke. Witnessing this scene, the cultivator Jin's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily formed a hand seal, preparing to invoke another spell with the black banners. However, the black skulls suddenly expanded to the size of wheels, and with a swift inhale and exhale, a gray arc shot forth, encircling the 3 black banners before drawing them into the gaping maw of the skull. Subsequently, the skull's jaws clamped down with a resounding crunch, reducing the banners to mere fragments. At that moment, the connection between the cultivator Jin and the black banners was abruptly severed, leaving him pallid with shock. "You dare to destroy my treasures, you demon!" The cultivator Jin shouted in a fit of rage, a flicker of fear crossing his countenance. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware that these 3 black banners were ancient treasures of immense power. Having vanquished countless formidable adversaries in the past, his dismay, they were obliterated in an instant by the enigmatic skulls. Meanwhile, Hu Yu's lightning fire also fell victim to another skull, devoured without effect. At this moment, Hu Yu and the cultivator Jian exchanged glances, both inwardly reconsidering their approach. Han Li, too, was filled with astonishment. He now understood why the strange man dared to challenge their group of core formation cultivators. He indeed possessed formidable support. Not only does he possess an abundance of magical treasures, but each seems to wield considerable power. It appears that without offering assistance, they truly risk returning in utter defeat. Han Li is reluctant to witness such a scenario unfold. After all, he has devoted months of effort to this grand formation and does not wish to see his hard work go to waste for the sake of others. Although Han Li intends to conceal his strengths in the presence of other cultivators, he is also eager to test the might of those devouring gold insects, to ascertain whether they genuinely deserve their ranking on the peculiar insect list. The peculiar figure before him does not seem to be an ordinary core formation cultivator, making him the perfect subject for experimentation. With this thought, Han Li cast another glance at the battlefield. There, Hu Yu and the others were frantically darting through the air, employing low-level spells in a desperate attempt to fend off the 2 pursuing skeletal monsters. It was evident that they understood the futility of ordinary magical treasures against such aberrations, retreating to avoid their lethal strikes. As for Jinxing's white seal treasure, it had lost its previous grandeur. Entangled in a struggle with two flying swords, it was unexpectedly ensnared by the white mist emanating from the flower basket, gradually being drawn towards it, causing beads of sweat to form on Jinxing's brow. Meanwhile, the stone butterfly, standing alongside Chu Han, was merely at the foundation establishment stage, unable to intervene and left helplessly watching. Observing this situation, Han Li stole another glance at the peculiar figure and, without further hesitation, performed a gesture with one hand, summoning a bulging spirit beast pouch into his grasp. The peculiar figure seemed to possess a remarkably keen perception. As Han Li's glance was immediately noticed, the figure swiftly turned, glaring fiercely at Han Li, and with a flash of malice reached into his robe, seemingly intent on retrieving another magical treasure to confront Han Li. Witnessing this scene, Han Li took the initiative. He gently tossed the spirit beast pouch into the air and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a swift azure spell upon the pouch. Instantly, the pouch trembled at its opening, releasing dozens of spherical projectiles. These spheres, each about a foot in diameter and gleaming in hues of gold and silver, transformed into streaks of radiant light that shot towards the peculiar figure. However, the figure merely scoffed at this spectacle, letting out a cold laugh as he produced a pitch-black law wheel from within his robe. Throwing it forth without a moment's hesitation, with a piercing whistle, it expanded dramatically, spinning as it surged toward the spheres. That a series of explosive sounds erupted as the spheres collided with the dark wheel, shattering into countless specks of golden and silver starlight. As though obliterated to the figure erupted into maniacal laughter, pointing at the law wheel, commanding it to slice through the air towards Han Li. Yet, at that moment, a resonant buzzing suddenly filled the air, growing ever louder until it became an ear-piercing shriek, prompting everyone to cast astonished glances. The peculiar figure, too, quelled his manic demeanor, revealing a look of confusion. The shattered remnants of the spheres had seemingly come to life, morphing into thousands of thumb-sized golden and silver beetles that swarmed around the law wheel, their shrill cries resonating as the sound of their fluttering wings, instilling a profound sense of dread. Han Li wasted no time, granting the figure a moment to collect himself. With a mere flick of his consciousness, he commanded the devouring gold insects to recklessly charge at the law wheel, swiftly staining the magical artifact in a shimmering coat of gold and silver. Finding death, the strange being, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained composure. With a swift gesture of both hands, he executed a spell, unleashing swirling black mist from that, which began to spin autonomously, aiming to eradicate the monstrous insects. However, to the astonishment of the strange being, the moment the inky mist was released, it was devoured entirely by the swarm of beetles, leaving not a single remnant behind. Although this rapid rotation did manage to fling away a portion of a greater number of beetles immediately adhered to it, seemingly unafraid of its razor-sharp edges. Witnessing this, the strange being's expression turned to one of alarm, while felt a surge of joy within. In the blink of an eye, the diminished in size at a visible pace, eventually vanishing completely, consumed by the without a trace. The buzzing sound rose once more. The strange being's face grew slightly pale. Without hesitation, pointed decisively, causing the swarm to transform into a brilliant mass of golden and silver mist, rushing towards the strange being in a formidable wave. Having witnessed the formidable nature of these beetles, the strange being's face revealed a hint of panic, prompting him to summon the two sinister skulls, which had been relentlessly pursuing, and another cultivator, with a wave of his hand. Instantly, the two entities halted their advance, swiftly darting back to shield him with their ghastly visages, gasping for breath, and the cultivator, surnamed, finally managed to halt at a distance. Gazing over in astonishment, the strange being, still not entirely at ease, flashed a cold gleam from his hand, producing a small dagger several inches in length. After a brief moment of hesitation, he grimaced and, with a swift motion, severed two of his fingers. The moment the two skulls witnessed this, they immediately soared forth, with one devouring a finger, letting out eerie cries that seemed to express unbridled joy. The strange being's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to unleash two streams of dark energy that shot into the foreheads of the skulls. In an instant, the two black skulls, amidst agonized moans, began to undergo a grotesque transformation. With two audible pops, goat-like horns erupted from the tops of their heads, while their fangs elongated several inches, appearing extraordinarily sharp. Their previously disheveled hair transformed into a blood-red hue, morphing entirely into the visage of a Gould. It is worth noting that the phosphorescent flames emitted by the ghostly heads are indeed superior to the azure abyssal ghost fire, surpassing it by a notable margin. So how could they possibly fail to incinerate mere insects? However, while the ghostly heads found themselves at an impasse with the devouring gold insects, unable to vanquish them, the insects were equally unable to penetrate the phosphorescent flames. The peculiar figure furrowed his brow, contemplating alternative strategies. At that moment, an ominous buzzing sound, magnified severalfold compared to before, suddenly resonated from the distance. The figure glanced up in astonishment, his face paling to an ashen hue, devoid of any color. Chapter 421. The ceiling spirit pillar in the distance, a colossal cloud of insects, stretching several dozen yards, had inexplicably materialized in the sky. The tremendous buzzing noise emanated from this very insect cloud. Beneath this ominous cloud, Han Li regarded the peculiar figure with an expression devoid of emotion. His gaze as frigid as ice, akin to observing a corpse, and uttered a single word, "Depart." Instantly, the immense insect cloud descended upon the peculiar figure with an overwhelming force, akin to a dark storm cloud. The figure's limbs turned icy. This swarm, at least 10 times larger than the previous one, was beyond his capacity to withstand, igniting a sense of terror and a desire to retreat. With a grim expression, he summoned the flower basket back into his hand as a wisp of white vapor, then unleashed 2 blood-red incantations towards the ghostly heads, muttering a rather obscure spell. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the entangled flying swords and swiftly turned to flee. The decisiveness of the figure's retreat momentarily stunned Han Li. The 2 ghostly heads spewed forth several violent jets of phosphorescent flames in pursuit. Yet Han Li was not about to let them escape so easily. Under his command, the vast insect cloud swiftly enveloped them, and no matter how fiercely they emitted the phosphorescent flames, they were swiftly devoured by the countless devouring gold insects, leaving not a trace behind. At that moment, the ghostly heads were completely covered in innumerable devouring gold insects. Seeing this, Han Li understood their fate was sealed. Just as he intended to retract the devouring gold insects to pursue the peculiar figure, 2 resounding explosions suddenly reverberated. The area where the ghostly heads had been engulfed erupted violently, emerald flames momentarily engulfing a large contingent of devouring gold insects. Han Li's heart initially leapt in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. Through his mental perception, he realized that aside from a few hundred devouring gold insects at the very center, which had been incinerated by the strange fire, the majority remained unscathed. This indicated that these yet-to-mature devouring gold insects were not entirely impervious to harm. Beyond a certain threshold, they could indeed be annihilated. Nonetheless, this outcome greatly satisfied Han Li. After all, the emergence of the devouring gold insects had forced the 2 formidable ghostly heads to self-destruct, leading him to believe that ordinary core formation cultivators would stand no chance against such swarms. With this thought in mind, Han Li wasted no time transforming into a streak of azure light, retracting the swarm of devouring gold insects and pursuing the retreating peculiar figure. Han Li's intent was straightforward. Having established a deep enmity with this peculiar figure, he was determined to eliminate the threat once and for all, ensuring that this individual would not slip away easily from under his watchful eyes. Simultaneously, Chu Han transformed into a flash of yellow light, joining Han Li within his azure trajectory, both pursuing the fleeing figure. As for Hu Yu and Jin Qing, they exchanged glances, remaining rooted in place, seemingly unable to accept the reality that Han Li alone had driven the peculiar figure to flee in disarray. The escape technique of the peculiar individual was remarkably exquisite. Han Li promptly exerted all his strength to propel the green radiant sword. Yet the distance between them continued to expand significantly. In a mere instant, the trio had traversed several dozen miles, clearly nearing the boundaries of the desolate island. Observing this situation, a glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly unleashed 7 palm-sized emerald swords from within his body. These small swords whirled around him in a circular motion before merging into a colossal green sword. Han Li's figure shifted, and both he and Chu Han ascended upon the giant sword. The green radiance intensified, and Han Li transformed into a brilliant green rainbow, soaring through the heavens at nearly double his previous speed. After a brief moment, Han Li closed the gap. Gazing at the dark silhouette ahead that sped away with fervor, he raised his hand with a frosty expression, launching 2 identical emerald swords towards it. Simultaneously, Chu Han's primordial bowl transformed into a beam of yellow light, hurtling forth. The fleeing eccentric evidently sensed Han Li's relentless pursuit. Thus, as Han Li and Chu Han released their treasures, the eccentric promptly summoned a skull, its wide maw gaping as it lunged toward them. Unperturbed, The peculiar individual continued to fly away, believing that the skull would buy him precious moments. Han Li's countenance darkened. Silently, he formed a sword gesture. The two flying swords glimmered green before splitting into four indistinguishable beams of sword light. Two of these surged toward the skull, while the other two silently melded into a single-foot-long flying sword. Swiftly darting toward the eccentric's back, the merged flying sword moved with astonishing speed, reaching the eccentric's rear in the blink of an eye. However, the eccentric seemed to sense something amiss. He abruptly turned around and spotted a flash of green light merely 5 or 6 yards away. His face blanched in an instant. In a moment of desperation, he exhaled a cloud of black mist toward the flying sword and hastily attempted to evade to the side, under Han Li's command. The flying sword plunged into the black mist without hesitation, and a faint golden arc erupted, dispersing the mist entirely. Then, a flash of green light appeared, and the unimpeded emerald flying sword pierced through the eccentric's chest. The eccentric, still in disbelief, lowered his gaze to the sword, his face contorted in astonishment. Before he could utter a single word, he was engulfed in the golden arc's energy, reducing him to ashes. Han Li swiftly darted forward, his figure flickering as he seized 3 items in his grasp. Upon steadying himself, he examined them closely. Aside from the ancient treasure resembling a flower basket and a storage pouch, there lay a scroll radiating a brilliant red light. Judging by the latent spiritual energy it emanated, it was clear that even if it were not an ancient treasure of the primordial era, it was certainly not an ordinary artifact. With a surge of delight, Han Li gently unfurled the scroll, only to be rendered momentarily speechless. After staring intently at the depicted subject for an extended period, he slowly rolled the scroll back up, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Suppressing the curiosity that surged within him, Han Li silently approached the skull. Without its master, the black skull hovered aimlessly in the air, still infused with malevolent energy, yet completely devoid of its former sentience. After observing it for a moment, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly. Truth be told, it was indeed the first time he had encountered such an eerie object. A vague sense of unease suggested that this item might have an unsavory origin. Yet, he felt a tinge of reluctance. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to carefully store it in a jade box. Subsequently, Han Li circled the vicinity once more before soaring back with Chu Han. However, midway through their journey, he encountered Jin Qing and others who had come to assist him. Upon seeing Han Li and his companion return unscathed, they were immediately filled with joy and rushed towards them. Han Daoyu, what of that demon? Did he manage to escape? Jin Qing inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I have already eradicated him, Han Li replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Eradicated? That is splendid news. I sensed that he was steeped in malevolence. Had he persisted in pursuing us, it would have posed a tremendous inconvenience. Jin Qing exhaled in relief. However, the expressions of Hu Yu and the other cultivator surnamed Jian shifted subtly. Their gazes towards Han Li now tinged with a hint of reverence. After all, in the realm of cultivation, prowess was held in the highest regard. The group promptly returned to their distant location, where the young stone fairy awaited them anxiously. Once reunited, they briefly conferred and unanimously agreed that it would be prudent to dismantle the array swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Thus, they resumed their positions, and after Han Li restored his composure, he began to activate the array flags and discs once more. The process of unlocking the final restriction proceeded remarkably smoothly. The crimson barrier shattered. A winged fiend barely had time to escape before it was entirely obliterated by the water attribute artifacts wielded by the group. With expressions of elation, they turned their attention towards the peculiar stone pillar now exposed in the center. With the restrictions lifted, the combined acuity of their spiritual senses and sight allowed them to discern every detail of the pillar, even from a distance. The runes adorning the stone pillar were exceedingly strange. Spiraling from the top to the bottom, comprising 8 enormous ancient symbols and countless bizarre patterns. Moreover, the entire pillar was embedded with numerous rare yin-yang jade pieces, evenly distributed and emitting a faint black and white glow. After a moment of perplexed silence, the group exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation as they racked their brains for relevant information. In just a brief moment, the least experienced among them, Sure Dai, guessed in realization and uttered the name of the pillar. Upon hearing the name, Han Li and the others were initially taken aback, then exchanged bewildered looks. Sure Xianzi, could it be true? Is this truly the spirit sealing pillar? Hu Yu asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. Absolutely. Within my cave dwelling, I possess a tome on arrays that specifically discusses the spirit sealing pillar. Its shape and runes align perfectly with the descriptions in the text. Do not be deceived by its appearance as an ordinary stone pillar. It is forged from over a dozen extremely rare refining materials. This singular pillar alone is worth 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones, Sure Dai exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the pillar. Chapter 422. Seven Haze Lotus. The so-called spirit sealing pillar is, in fact, a colossal construct devised by ancient cultivators to seal off nearby spiritual energy, completely preventing its leakage. Such a rare artifact typically serves two primary purposes. In an endeavor to seal a particularly rare spiritual herb, preventing its ethereal essence from leaking and thereby losing its intrinsic vitality, one might be inclined to invest such considerable effort. Alternatively, this substance may also serve to suppress formidable ghostly entities, ensuring they do not elude capture. Regardless of its application, both scenarios signify that the discovery made by Hanli and his companions is of great significance. As for the spiritual herb, it is worth noting that if the sealing pillar indeed restrains a potent malevolent spirit, it would serve as an optimal material for enhancing the power of the artifact once subdued and confined within it. Nevertheless, they were acutely aware that any ghost or demon capable of being contained by the sealing pillar would undoubtedly be formidable. There loomed the possibility that their foray might result in them being overpowered by these creatures instead. After exchanging glances filled with astonishment, no one dared to impulsively suggest they immediately examine the pillar. After a prolonged silence, Jean Xing let out a bitter smile and murmured, "This truly poses quite the headache. However, having expended such considerable effort, none among us would simply turn away, would we? If you wish to leave, feel free. I shall not depart. Even if there may not be any demons within, I must attempt to subdue whatever is there." The monk's surnamed Jin remarked coolly, his hands clasped behind his back. "What are your thoughts, Taoist who?" Jean Xing inquired with a faint smile, turning to Hu Yu. "You are aware, my fellow cultivators, that we solitary practitioners, preferring freedom from constraints, may lead a relatively carefree existence, yet we are far poorer compared to our peers. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered," Hu Yu declared resolutely after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Jean Xing revealed no surprise, instead directing his gaze towards Hanli. "I have no objections. If the majority wishes to investigate, I shall accompany you," Hanli replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. With his Chiju Feng and sword forged from 72 heavenly thunder bamboos, he feared no demon or ghost. Do not inquire about me. Though I am merely at the foundation stage, I fortuitously possess a magical artifact bestowed by my father for warding off demons, and I can certainly ensure my own safety, Sure Dai interjected before Jean Xing could ask her opinion. "Very well, since none of you wish to return empty-handed, let us proceed to examine the pillar. However, I urge everyone to exercise caution." Jean Xing sighed lightly, his expression serious. No need for you to remind us. Taoist Jean, none would jest with their own lives. That said, let me make this clear. If any formidable demons or ghosts do emerge, the one who subdues them shall claim them, and no disputes shall arise over it. The monk surnamed Jian stated, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "Naturally, if such entities exist, we shall rely on our respective abilities to subdue them." Jean Xing promptly agreed without dissent. The others echoed similar sentiments. And upon witnessing this, the monk surnamed Jin's spirit lifted, revealing a hint of joy. "What, Taoist Jin, do you possess a unique method for vanquishing demons? Hence your confidence?" Sure Dai inquired with a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "Well, I shall not conceal it from you, my esteemed friends. The technique I cultivate indeed possesses a specific ability to confront ghosts and demons that I had thought it would remain unused in this lifetime. Yet it seems today presents an opportunity to test it," he admitted. The monk with the surname Jian hesitated slightly before decisively nodding in acknowledgement. The black skull wielded by the demon that Taoist Han had just vanquished appeared to be a product of some dark sorcery, and it seemed that Taoist Jian had struggled considerably in dealing with it. The fairy sure displayed a look of skepticism once more. "Ahem, I beg your pardon, fairy sure," Jian explained somewhat awkwardly, scratching his head. "This particular ability of mine requires prior preparation to utilize effectively. I was caught off guard when facing that demon, which is why I found myself in such a predicament." Upon hearing this, Sure Dai merely nodded slightly and refrained from further comment, turning her gaze back to the spirit sealing pillar. "Since none of you are willing to relent, let us take action," she declared with a hint of excitement. "Toppling this spirit sealing pillar is somewhat troublesome. It must be rotated several times with great force before it can be laid down." The others exchanged glances of surprise, for although they were cultivators, their physical strength was quite limited. Even with the application of a might-enhancing talisman, It was doubtful they could budge such a massive stone pillar, thick enough to require several individuals to encircle it. Observing this situation, Han Li furrowed his brow and silently commanded himself. "Allow me," he stated. "I happen to possess a bit of strength." Chu Han stepped forward, his voice deep and resolute, and proceeded towards the stone pillar. "Who you?" And the others looked on in astonishment. After all, Chu Han had scarcely spoken since their arrival here. His willingness to take on this task came as a surprise to them. "Then I shall rely on you." Daoist Chu, Shi Dai remarked with curiosity. Chu Han, seemingly unaffected by their words, strode purposefully to the base of the pillar, a flash of yellow light enveloping him as he activated a might-enhancing talisman. With a swift motion of his sleeves, he shouted and grasped the pillar with both hands, lifting it. The towering stone pillar, approximately 2 zhang in height, emitted a thunderous rumble as it began to rotate slowly. The others were filled with joy at this sight. Chu Han's muscular arms, now glistening with a faint red light, spun the pillar 3 times before he exerted a powerful push to one side. Then suddenly leaped back. In a cacophony of sound, the pillar toppled over, causing the ground to tremble and carving a deep trench into the earth, revealing just how immensely heavy it truly was. However, the group paid no heed to the fallen pillar, their attention drawn instead to a large hole that appeared on the ground where the spirit-sealing pillar had stood. The dark abyss exhaled a chill, revealing a small white stone staircase that descended into the depths. "Let us proceed." Jian, after surveying the opening for a moment, took the lead without further ado, with the other cultivators hesitating briefly before following suit. At this juncture, none were inclined to retreat. Han Li observed the excited expressions of his fellow cultivators as they entered the subterranean passage, yet he remained stationary, lost in thought with his chin resting on one hand. Suddenly, he flipped his hand, retrieving a shimmering red scroll to toy with. After a while, a contemplative look crossed his face, and he stowed the item away before striding toward the entrance of the cave. Chu Han followed closely behind him. The cave was quite deep. It took a full quarter of an hour before Han Li reached the base of the stone steps. Upon emerging into the light, he beheld a spacious hall, measuring over 20 zhang in length, unfold before him. Aside from the entrance through which they had entered, the hall featured 2 semicircular side doors, one on the left and one on the right, whose destinations remained a mystery. The ceiling of the grand chamber was adorned with several luminous pearls, each the size of a fist, casting a milky glow throughout the space. The surrounding walls were speckled with what appeared to be a magical enchantment, rendering them extraordinarily beautiful. Meanwhile, Hu Yu and the others, who had arrived earlier, stood motionless in the center of the hall, their gaze fixed intently in a singular direction, occasionally whispering to one another, seemingly engrossed in a particular study. Driven by curiosity, Han Li approached them with measured steps. "What is this?" Upon discerning the object of their collective attention, a look of astonishment crossed Han Li's face. There lay a skeleton, as white as jade, partially reclined beside a modest pool of water, its skull impaled by a small green arrow approximately a foot long, securing its head firmly to the ground in an eerie tableau. Yet, the crowd's gaze was not fixated on the skeleton. Rather, they were animatedly focused on a tricolored lotus blooming within the pool. Although the lotus had yet to unfurl its petals and remained merely a bud, it had already reached the size of a bowl, radiating a dazzling glow of green, red, and yellow hues. Most astonishingly, hovering just inches above the lotus was a delicate, shimmering rainbow of 7 colors, sparkling with an exquisite brilliance. Even the water cradling the lotus was not the clear liquid typically encountered. Instead, it was a viscous, milky white emulsion, faintly exuding an intoxicating aroma. The 7-hued lotus. Indeed, it is this legendary entity that I had thought it merely a fabrication of myth, yet here it is in reality. Could that pool contain the fabled Millennium Stone milk? Hu Yu murmured, her eyes wide with wonder. No wonder such elaborate formations and restrictions have been laid out, sealed with spirit pillars. If I were to possess these 2 treasures, I wouldn't hesitate to set up dozens of layers of constraints. Shi Dai remarked, her gaze entranced by the lotus. But whose skeleton is this? Could it belong to the master of this cave? Jin Qing seemed to have emerged from his shock, casting a curious glance at the remains and inquiring with a hint of intrigue. What does it matter? We have struck gold. Though this 7-hued lotus displays merely 3 colors, it would undoubtedly fetch a staggering price at the auction house, a cultivator named Jian declared, not bothering to glance back, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Chapter 423, Deadly Poison. Is the 7-hued lotus renowned? Does it possess any special uses? The other cultivators behind them, upon hearing this voice, felt a chill run down their spines, their minds sharpening as they turned back to look at Han Li with a tinge of unease. They were all too familiar with the power of the golden-eating insects. Even if they banded together, they likely would not stand a chance against such monstrous creatures. Now, confronted with such a priceless discovery, an instinctive disquiet began to creep into their hearts. Even Jean Qing, who had strongly invited Han Li to join them, displayed a flicker of hesitation. Understanding the thoughts racing through their minds from their expressions, Han Li couldn't help but feel a wry amusement flash through his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Maintaining an air of ignorance as he continued to inquire, the name Seven-Hued Lotus is rather intriguing. I have perused numerous texts, yet I possess no recollection of it whatsoever. The assembled cultivators exchanged glances, and after a brief cough, Hu Yu smiled and elucidated to Han Li. It appears that you, dear fellow Taoist, have been diligently immersed in your practice, seldom engaging with matters beyond cultivation. The name Seven Xiaoyan is one that, even if you were to scour every tome on spiritual herbs, you would likely find no mention of it. However, it frequently graces the tales passed down through generations. Legends say that a mortal who consumes it may rise from the dead, flesh regrowing over bones. For cultivators, ingestion could lead to a significant boost in their cultivation level, possibly even elevating them by an entire rank. This is indeed a legendary item of the immortals. Upon finishing this statement, Hu Yu could not entirely suppress a flicker of caution towards Han Li, yet the excitement on his face was unmistakable. Is it true? Such miraculous properties. Han Li squinted, seemingly skeptical. Yes, for that, I cannot say. If I had not witnessed the Seven Xiaoyan with my own eyes today, I too would doubt its existence in this world. Nonetheless, it is certain that many cultivators would spend copious amounts of spirit stones to acquire it. Hu Yu replied with a chuckle. I see. Han Li nodded indifferently, averting his gaze from the Seven Xiaoyan to instead scrutinize the exceptionally pristine skeleton, his expression revealing a notable curiosity. Observing Han Li's nonchalant demeanor, devoid of any intent to monopolize, the others collectively sighed in relief. Jian Daoist, please proceed to collect the Seven Xiaoyan. After the auction, we shall divide the spirit stones amongst ourselves. Hu Yu signaled to the Jian surname cultivator and Shi Dai, seizing the opportunity to speak. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged contemplative glances with Han Li before responding affirmatively. Feeling the overwhelming strength of Han Li, the group unconsciously banded together, harboring a slight sense of exclusion towards him. Jean Qing, upon hearing this, briefly displayed a hint of hesitation, as if wishing to voice something, but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Meanwhile, Han Li crouched beside the skeleton, meticulously examining something with an unperturbed expression. This eased Hu Yu, who had been watching him with caution. There are no restrictions near the pool. Jian Daoist may safely proceed with the harvesting, Shi Dai confirmed after a brief examination with several magical tools. Upon hearing this, the Jian surname cultivator was immediately elated and took several steps forward. Be careful. It is said that the Seven Xiaoyan must not be touched with any tools. It must be plucked by hand, or it will wither instantly. Hu Yu, suddenly recalling something, hurriedly cautioned. The Jian surname cultivator waved his hand dismissively without looking back, indicating his awareness. At this moment, his entire focus was on the flower bud of the Seven Xiaoyan. Standing at the edge of the pool, crafted from exquisite jade, he slightly bowed, extending two fingers cautiously towards the tricolored bud. As he initiated the plucking, Shi Dai and the others held their breath, their eyes fixed on his every movement. He exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Hu Yu and Shi Dai in unison asked, their faces etched with concern. Whether their worry was for the plucker or the item being plucked remained ambiguous. Something feels odd. Why is the root of this flower so firm? It seems quite difficult to extract. The monk with the surname Jian retracted his fingers, moving them slightly as a look of confusion crossed his face. If it cannot be pulled out, then just pinch it off, suggested Hu Yu, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. Pinch it off directly? That would significantly diminish the value of the Cultivation. Stone Butterfly interjected, shaking her head, her expression rife with disapproval. Wait a moment. I shall invoke the great strength technique and attempt once more. The monk named Jian produced a yellow talisman, slapped it against his body, and then clutched firmly 3 inches below the flower bud, preparing to exert a mighty pull. Hold on, came Han Li's voice, rising from his study of the skeleton. Without lifting his head, a sense of unease gripped Hu Yu and the others, their hearts racing with uncertainty. Jian felt a chill in his heart, yet upon glancing at the dazzling flower bud mere inches away, he steeled himself, as if ignoring the warning, and exerted tremendous force. However, the Cultivation remained as unmoving as iron. Anxious and impulsive, Jian tightened his grip, shifting from a pull to a pinch. At last, the flower bud responded, trembling slightly before suddenly retreating into the pool, vanishing without a trace. With a splash, the unprepared Jian was yanked into the pool by the immense force emanating from the flower's stem, creamy liquid splattering everywhere. The nearby stone fairy was struck by several droplets on her face, prompting a shriek. "It's poisonous. The water is toxic," she exclaimed, hands covering her face in alarm and fury. Quickly, she rummaged through her storage pouch for a red medicinal vial, pouring a handful of fiery red pills into her mouth in a panic. In that instant, both Hu Yu and Jin Qing caught sight of her face, covered in yellow blisters and grotesquely decayed, prompting an involuntary intake of breath. Even Han Li's expression shifted slightly. If this stone fairy had only been splashed with a few drops and had devolved into such a state. What fate awaited the Jian monk who had plunged into the pool? A chill ran down Jin Qing and the other spines as they gazed at the jade pool filled with the milky liquid. Since falling in, Jian had not made a sound. There were no cries for help, no signs of struggle. That a sense of dread began to envelop them. At that moment, Stone Butterfly finally ceased her moaning. Tearing off a corner of her garment to cover her head, taking a breath of relief before casting a resentful gaze at the pool. A series of bubbles surfaced from the depths of the water, followed by a decayed body drifting to the surface. The pallor of the onlookers turned a sickly hue. Judging by the remnants of clothing, it was indeed the body of the Jian monk, now a ghastly sight, riddled with wounds and soaked in milky fluid, his eyes vacant, the pupils long since dissolved, evoking a chilling dread. How could it have come to this? How could the millennia-old stone milk possess such a deadly poison? Hu Yu murmured in disbelief that millennia-old stone milk is not toxic, but if someone were to poison the pool, that would be an entirely different matter, Han Li replied, rising and exhaling slowly. Han Daoist, did you know the water was poisonous when you called for us to stop? Stone Butterfly asked hoarsely, her voice icy. Whether it is toxic, I cannot say. However, I discern that this Kixalian is not so easily harvested, Han Li remarked, a knowing look in his eyes. Behold the right hand of this skeletal remains. Han Li remarked, gently prodding the bones beneath his feet with the tip of his shoe. Upon hearing this, Hu Yu and the others instinctively focused their gaze, revealing expressions of perplexity. The entire right hand of the skeleton was not only pitch black, but also bore a mutilated index finger, which was missing a small segment, the breakage uneven as if it had been gnawed away by some creature. Han Li paid no heed to the bewildered expressions of his companions, offering no further explanation. Instead, fixing his gaze, glimmering with a cold light, upon the pool of water. To his surprise, the milky white liquid revealed the seven-color lotus, which had inexplicably resurfaced, still radiating its resplendent hues. However, the gazes of Hu Yu and the others towards it were now akin to that of a venomous scorpion. Without uttering a word, Han Li extended his fingers, causing 5 small fireballs to levitate above his fingertips. He then flicked his fingers slightly, arranging the fireballs in a straight line, directing them towards the seven-color lotus with great force. A gasp of astonishment echoed among Jin Qing and the others, yet recalling previous encounters, they refrained from intervening in Han Li's actions. Bang! A series of explosions ensued as the seven-color lotus swayed a few times amidst the flames before abruptly retreating beneath the water's surface. Then, a shadow darted forth from the depths, shooting towards Han Li like an arrow. Chapter 424. The demon serpent. Amidst the cries of alarm, Han Li, ever vigilant, raised his other hand, unleashing the green radiance sword. Instantly, the shadow was repelled back to the edge of the pool, where it glared at the onlookers with an icy stare. A demon-crowned serpent. How is it that the crown upon its head has transformed into the likeness of the seven-color lotus? Upon discerning the true form of the shadow, Hu Yu gasped in astonishment. The creature at the pool's edge was indeed a bizarre serpent, measuring 3 to 4 feet in length, adorned with fleshly horns. Its mouth flicked a vivid crimson tongue, and the upper part of its horns bore tricolored buds, resembling delicate flowers sprouting from its head, creating a ludicrous sight. As for the rainbow, it was a series of mesmerizing seven-colored demonic vapors exhaled from the serpent's mouth, appearing indistinguishable from a genuine rainbow. It was no wonder it had deceived so many cultivators. Upon recognizing the serpent's true nature, Shi Dai's eyes gleamed with determination, and without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand to release a purple cloud scarf, which surged forth with a thunderous roar, aimed directly at the demon serpent. Be cautious. That serpent is incredibly venomous. You are no match for it, Jin Qing exclaimed, his expression paling as he hastily unleashed a white seal. transforming it into a beam of light to assist in the assault. The demon serpent, with its frigid gaze, opened its mouth to unleash a seven-colored orb emanating brilliant light, which effectively shielded it from the oncoming seal and purple scarf, rendering them incapable of approaching AT this moment. Huyu finally emerged from her stupor of losing the precious treasure and, after a brief hesitation, sent forth two flying knives that transformed into a radiant arc. Joining the fray, instantly, three beams of white light, one purple glow, and a swirl of seven-colored brilliance converged before the demon serpent. The serpent displayed no fear. With a cacophony of strange cries, it exhaled a plume of colorful mist. The moment the mist came into contact with the artifacts and treasures of the others, they immediately dimmed, losing their luster. How could this creature be so formidable? Is it a mutated demon? Jin Qing remarked, aghast at the sight. Yet, as soon as his words fell, a sudden streak of crimson light shot forth from one side, swiftly piercing through the colorful mist and striking the crown of the serpent's flesh. A blood-red hole, no thicker than a thumb, abruptly manifested there. The creature let out a monstrous cry, writhing in pain as it rolled upon the bluestone ground, before arching its body and darting towards the jade pool. However, at that very moment, a verdant flying sword descended from the heavens, swiftly pinning the serpent's head to the bluestone, rendering its tail to thrash about in vain. Unable to move an inch, that it was indeed the sudden intervention of Han Li and Chu Han. While Chu Han utilized a blood spirit diamond, Han Li meticulously controlled the exorcising divine thunder on the green bamboo B-Cloud sword, ensuring it did not unleash its power, lest it be recognized as forged from the heavenly thunder bamboo. Observing the serpent subdued by Han Li, Jin Qing and the others finally felt a sense of relief. They collectively employed their magical artifacts to gradually force the seven-colored demon orb downwards. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Shi Dai would secure the orb within her storage pouch. Subsequently, they approached the demon serpent. This was undoubtedly the demon-crowned serpent. However, it appeared that the crown had been deliberately crafted to resemble the seven-illumination lotus. An impossibility for the serpent to possess by nature. Hu glanced at the serpent, still desperately struggling beneath the small sword, and voiced her confusion, but it was evident that this seven-illumination lotus was merely a trap, likely devised specifically for that skeletal individual. We had merely fallen into the same snare once more. Jin Qing responded with a wry smile, agreeing. Meanwhile, Han Li stood silently to one side, observing the serpent and then the skeletal figure's injured right hand. His mind involuntarily conjured the image of someone, filled with excitement, reaching for the seven-illumination lotus, only to have a venomous serpent leap from the pool, biting down on their finger, and then being dragged into the poisonous waters. A chill ran down Han Li's spine. Furthermore, glancing at the small arrows on the skeletal figure, it was clear that the orchestrator had a contingency plan. This individual had truly plotted with meticulous intent. With a soft hiss, the head and body of the demon-crowned serpent were severed beneath a chilling radiance. Shi Dai, with a shore upon hearing these words, Huyu was somewhat taken aback. However, after glancing at the skeletal remains and the emerald arrow, a look of hesitation crossed his face. Ultimately, he remained rooted to the spot. Jin Qing and Shi Dai, witnessing this, chose to remain silent and did not depart from the area. Given their previous experiences, who could ascertain if there were other dangers lurking within the cave? Naturally, it was safer for everyone to stay together. Moreover, they had discerned that this arrow appeared to be no ordinary object. Otherwise, the enigmatic Han Li would not have been so fixated on it, examining it repeatedly. Han Daoyu, do you think this place might not be an ancient cultivator's relic at all, but rather a trap set deliberately by someone? Jin Qing suddenly inquired in a low voice. That is unlikely. This must indeed be the cave of an ancient cultivator. Otherwise, what are the odds that both of you would stumble upon this precious find and arrive here? Han Li replied, shaking his head. So, are we to conclude that there are no treasures to be found here? Shi Dai's voice was icy. Han Li exhibited a look of regret, although he refrained from verbalizing it. He tacitly acknowledged her statement. At once, Jin Qing and Huyu exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. Particularly for Huyu, not only had he failed to gain any benefits, but he had also inadvertently led two companions into peril, one disfigured and the other lost. It was undeniably a failed treasure-seeking expedition. Just as the group fell into a profound silence, a faint and indistinct moan emanated from the direction of the pool. This startled all the cultivators, prompting them to look over in haste. To their astonishment, the corpse of the deceased Jian surnamed cultivator, which should have long been lifeless, was now moving its limbs and slowly crawling out of the pool. occasionally emitting indistinct groans from its skeletal mouth. In that instant, everyone was left stupefied, exchanging bewildered glances. As practitioners of the cultivation arts, they would not be overly surprised by the appearance of malevolent spirits. Rather, they would likely act swiftly to vanquish such entities. However, what lay before them was the physical form of a comrade who had recently entered the cave alongside them. Could it be that, despite such a mangled body, there existed some arcane technique to preserve one's soul? Uncertain whether the figure was human or specter, Yu and the others hesitated. The Jian surname cultivator's corpse gradually crawled out of the pool and approached them. Yu exclaimed, "Regardless of whether you are human or ghost, do not come any closer. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Sensing something amiss, Yu swiftly shouted, his sleeves swirling as a pair of flying daggers erupted from his body. Swirling protectively around him, Jin Qing and Shi Dai, too, heightened their vigilance, their gazes fixed intently on the figure before them. No sooner had Yu's words left his mouth than the Jian surname cultivator's body halted. Standing motionless, a slight sigh of relief washed over Yu and the others. Yet, Han Li, observing coldly from the sidelines, felt an unsettling sensation and instinctively flipped his hand to grasp an object. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The Jian surname cultivator's body propelled itself forward, lunging violently at the group. Hu and Jin Qing's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their magical artifacts. Two beams of white light and a single flash of brilliance striking the figure simultaneously. Instantly, the Jian surname cultivator exploded, utterly unable to withstand the assault. Yu felt an immediate lightness in his heart. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gentle breeze wafting from behind, followed by a chill coursing through his back. A pristine white skeletal hand emerged from his abdomen, its 5 fingers tightly grasping a blue, glimmering orb the size of a bean. Chapter 425. The Zhiyang Bird. Gazing at the bloodied skeletal hand protruding from his abdomen, Yu's eyes widened in shock. With a sharp crack, the blue orb was crushed into fine powder, and the skeletal hand abruptly vanished. Hu let out a muffled groan. As the hand withdrew, he crumpled to the ground, his blood gushing forth from the gaping wound, saturating the hall with a pungent stench. At that moment, although he had not yet succumbed to death, he teetered on the brink of oblivion. The exclamations of Jin Qing and Shi Dai, the sounds of explosions, and the shrill cries of magical artifacts echoed in his ears, while the myriad experiences of his life surged forth like a kaleidoscope of memories. The impoverished life of his childhood, the joy that enveloped his family upon the discovery of his spiritual roots, the helplessness he felt when his beloved senior sister wed another, the elation of his successful foundation establishment, and his colossal ambition to condense his primordial spirit, all these seemed to fade away along with the encroaching chill of death. Yet Yu was unwilling to resign himself to this fate. He possessed 3 flying daggers as magical artifacts. Typically, he would unleash only 2 during combat, never parting with the third. This third dagger was forged using a secret technique, possessing ordinary offensive power, yet its protective capabilities far surpassed those of regular artifacts. Moreover, he had devoted immense effort to cultivating this treasure, and recently it had reached the level of sentience in the face of a sudden ambush. Even without explicit instruction, this artifact should have sensed the murderous intent and instinctively shielded him, unless the one who attacked him. Hu recalled something with reluctant determination and, summoning the last vestiges of his mortal strength, managed to slightly turn his head, finally catching a glimpse of the scene behind him. A pale figure was relentlessly pursuing Jin Qing, who was enveloped in a swirl of silver light, continuously evading while unleashing his own magical artifacts to bombard the assailant. Seemingly filled with dread. Meanwhile, on the other side, Han Li and his companions were ensnared within a mass of black mist, though Han Li had conjured a fiery red scroll from his hand, from which countless fire swallows, the size of fists, erupted, forming a massive ring of flames that relentlessly assaulted the black mist, preventing it from drawing near. Chu Han and Shi Dai stood closely behind Han Li, with Chu Han surrounded by a halo of bloodlight, continuously releasing violet flames to disperse the encroaching black mist. Shi Dai held a misty white orb that radiated brilliance, deterring the occasional stray black mist from approaching her. Yet, despite her resolute demeanor, fear flickered in her eyes. Hu paid no heed to the black mist, straining to observe the pale figure that relentlessly pursued Jin Qing. Indeed, it was the skeletal remains that had been dead for countless years. Yet, it exuded a white mist, moving with an agility that belied its lifeless form. Hu could not help but smile bitterly. A cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage had been ambushed by a mere skeleton. Truly, how absurd. As this self-mocking thought crossed his mind, Huyu's consciousness faded into darkness, surrendering to an eternal slumber, though a trace of that self-deprecating smile lingered at the corner of his lips. Just as Huyu drew his last breath, Han Li's expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings with increasing urgency. Just moments ago, as Huyu was ambushed by the sudden leap of the skeletal figure, a vast expanse of chilling, ghostly mist erupted from the nearby walls, ensnaring several individuals within its grasp. Fortunately, Han Li had anticipated such an occurrence, and, without hesitation, unfurled the scroll he had recently acquired. From within the painting emerged numerous fiery spirit birds, their bodies enveloped in ethereal flames. These creatures, resembling ordinary swallows but known as Zhiyong birds, had been detailed in a tome he once perused. Born from pure fire, they thrived on consuming various malevolent spirits and were renowned as the nemesis of spectral entities. However, these birds had long been extinct in the realm of cultivation. The scroll merely contained a fragment of the spirit bird's essence, allowing only the release of their avatars. Although these manifestations bore an uncanny resemblance to the true Zhiyong birds, their power was vastly diminished. Otherwise, the ominous black mist would have been devoured rather than merely dispersed temporarily. Han Li felt little trepidation regarding the entangling ghostly fog, as both his Qing Zhu Feng Yun sword and the golden devouring insect could effortlessly shatter it. What unsettled him was the unseen master of the mist. Lurking in the shadows, yet to make its move that as for the skeletal figure, he discerned with clarity that it lacked any true sentience, clearly being a puppet under someone else's control. Strangely, despite being struck multiple times by the golden blue artifact, the skeleton remained unscathed, suggesting some underlying mystery. As Han Li pondered this, a disjointed cacophony of ghostly wails reverberated around him. The chilling, genderless sounds were sharp and piercing, causing his blood to surge and his mind to waver. With a sudden jolt, Han Li expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entire hall within its reach. Simultaneously, he flicked his fingers, summoning two emerald-hued small swords that began to orbit him languidly. "Reveal yourself, you trickster," Jin Qing bellowed. Evidently agitated by the ghostly cries, though his voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the hall, causing the ghostly wails to abruptly cease. Moreover, when his artifact struck the skeletal figure once more, the bones shattered into disarray. Losing their humanoid form entirely, Jin Qing felt a mix of shock and elation. Concurrently, the ghostly mist that had ensnared Han Li and the others swiftly retreated into the surrounding walls. Han Li was taken aback. He did not believe that Jin Qing's shout possessed such formidable power. At that moment, Shi Dai, positioned behind Han Li, seized the opportunity to dash toward the staircase leading to the underground chamber, reaching it in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Han Li maintained a stoic expression, while Jin Qing's countenance shifted dramatically, his anger boiling within him. How could this woman dare to flee in the midst of battle? Though Shi Dai's magical prowess was limited, the orb in her possession evidently held a restraining effect on the ghostly mist, and he could not allow her to escape so easily, without a moment's thought. Jin Qing opened his mouth to call out to her. Yet, at that instant, an unforeseen event transpired. As Shi Dai ascended the stairs, she had barely taken 2 steps when a terrifying ghostly claw suddenly lunged from the side of the stone wall. Its 10 sharp fingers gleaming a vivid green. In an almost imperceptible flash, it pierced through the female cultivator's chest. With a shriek, Shi Dai desperately activated the orb's radiance, striving to break free from its grasp. Yet this sinister hand appeared utterly unperturbed. Instead, a dark, ghostly aura surged forth from its claws, enveloping the stone butterfly within its grasp. The woman's scream abruptly ceased. Subsequently, a skeletal corpse, stripped of all flesh, was hurled out from the inky mist, landing directly before Han Li and Chu Han. Han Li cast a glance at the cadaver, its bloodless form rendering his complexion slightly ashen. Meanwhile, Jin Qing had long lost all color in his face. Clutching tightly to the white seal artifact, his eyes darting anxiously from side to side. "Haha, this lord requires a suitable vessel. Which among you 3 intends to offer yourselves?" A chilling, mocking laughter resonated around the hall, laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes. He unfurled the scroll in his hand once more, and the multitude of firebirds that had been soaring outside swiftly returned to the scroll, as if they were fledglings returning to their nest. With a grim expression, Han Li formed a hand seal, and with a whoosh, a colossal fiery young bird, measuring about 10 feet in length, erupted from the scroll. Its flames blazed intensely, and after circling above Han Li's head, it shot towards a stone pillar within the hall. With a resounding crash, just as the giant bird was about to collide with the pillar, a flash of green light appeared, followed by a monstrous serpent, composed of swirling black mist, launching itself from the pillar to clash with the firebird. The firebird exhaled scorching white flames, while the serpent expelled a chilling black mist, igniting a fierce skirmish between the avian and serpentine foes within the hall. TSK. I never anticipated that the long-lost spirit-driving technique from the chaotic Star Sea would still be in practice. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. The voice echoed as a strange silhouette gradually emerged from the stone pillar. Han Li and Jin Qing instinctively focused their gazes. This figure, shimmering in a verdant hue, was obscured by an emerald glow, rendering its true visage indistinct. Thick, black mist-like tendrils coiled around its form, and its eyes glowed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. After sweeping its gaze over Han Li and the others, an intense chill coursed down their spines, as if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare before this entity. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the terror reflected in each other's eyes. The mere gaze of this being imposed tremendous pressure upon them, indicating that its cultivation vastly surpassed theirs. Could it possibly be a Yuan-ing stage cultivator? Yet, the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a specter rather than a living being. If it were indeed a malevolent ghost, how could it articulate its words with such clarity, devoid of any sign of lost reason? Chapter 426. Deception. Are you human or ghost? Jin Qing forced himself to suppress the terror swelling within. Human? Ghost? What do you think? The shadow grinned ominously, its words dripping with mockery. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing's expression darkened considerably. Han Li, however, remained silent, swiftly unfurling the scroll in his hand. Countless firebirds erupted forth, surging towards the shadow in a chaotic swarm. Concurrently, the giant bird engaged in combat with the serpent let out a piercing cry, abandoning its foe to transform into a searing sphere of white flames, hurtling fiercely towards the shadow. Upon witnessing this, the shadow let out a cold snort, a tone of disdain permeating its voice. A young bird? If it were truly the embodiment of this creature, perhaps I would have reason to fear it, but now, it is merely a remnant soul, daring to mimic others and devouring ghosts and vanquishing demons? As soon as the words left his lips, the shadowy figure of Green Shadow lifted his hands, and the dark energy surrounding him instantly coalesced into his palms. With a sudden burst, two sounds echoed, and the dark energy surged forth, transforming into two horned ink pythons that darted into the flock of firebirds, wreaking havoc as they devoured their prey, with each snap of their gaping jaws. Several firebirds were inevitably ensnared, while the wisps of white flames emitted by the flock proved utterly ineffective against the two monstrous pythons. That moment, the colossal white fireball, a manifestation of the giant Zhiyong bird, was also drawing near. However, it disregarded the two ink pythons and instead shot directly towards the core of Green Shadow. Upon witnessing this, Green Shadow's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, intensifying in hue. Though his form remained still, a hint of solemnity seeped through, clearly indicating that he was not as unfazed by the remnants of the Zhiyong bird's soul as his words suggested. With a resounding thud, Green Shadow shook his hands, causing the two horned pythons to detach and act autonomously. He then clenched his fists together, summoning a fierce emerald flame that blazed atop his palms. In the next instant, he lunged towards the white fireball with a powerful punch. To the astonishment of Han Li and Jin Qing, the white fireball was struck and shattered into a multitude of fragments, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, a milky white crystal orb appeared atop one of Green Shadow's fists. With a sinister grin, he unhesitatingly swallowed the crystal orb, then turned his cold gaze back towards Han Li. At that moment, the scroll in Han Li's hand spontaneously ignited. He hastily discarded it, only for it to instantly reduce to ashes. Concurrently, the firebirds entangled with the two ink pythons began to vanish one by one as the scroll disintegrated. Han Li took a deep breath. Although he understood that these manifestations of the Zhiyong birds were certainly no match for the opponent, he had only intended to test the waters. However, he did not expect Green Shadow to so effortlessly neutralize this artifact specifically designed to counter spectral beings, leaving him without any insight into the true nature of his adversary. One thing was certain: the opponent was far from a mere phantom. Han Li remained composed, his gaze fixed on Green Shadow, silently calculating the odds of victory should a confrontation ensue. Indeed, it is you. I find your corporeal form quite intriguing. The other two may depart. Green Shadow slowly uttered this phrase, seemingly incensed by Han Li's earlier attack. Though Chu Han remained immobile, Jin Qing's thoughts began to swirl. his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve, although they had yet to engage in direct combat. The depths of the opponent's capabilities were profoundly inscrutable. Even if he were to ally with Han Li, Jin Qing estimated their chances of success to be minimal. Thus, hearing the shadowy figure suggest their retreat sowed seeds of doubt within him. After witnessing so many cultivators meet their gruesome fates before his eyes, this ordinarily self-assured practitioner found himself contemplating the value of his life and the possibility of a longer future. What? You two do not wish for a chance to escape. Then I shall expend a bit more effort to turn you both into desiccated corpses. Green Shadow sneered coldly, his voice laced with malice. As his gaze swept hearing the ominous tone of the eerie figure, Jin Qing's face oscillated between red and white several times before he finally clasped his fist towards Han Li. Shamefully uttering, "Brother Han, I do not wish to meet my demise here. I beg your pardon this time." Upon finishing his words, he ceased to speak and hurriedly dashed towards the stone steps, not casting another glance at Han Li. Han Li maintained an impassive demeanor, betraying no signs of abandonment or anger, merely exhibiting a subtle, chilling detachment in his gaze as he watched Jin Qing's departure. Meanwhile, the red-eyed Green Shadow revealed a glimmer of smugness. As Jin Qing rushed past the scattered bones, a startling transformation occurred. The nearby skeletal remains abruptly launched an assault upon him, shooting forth like crossbow bolts. Enraged and alarmed, Jin Qing's body was enveloped in a flash of silver light. Yet, before he could question the eerie figure or unleash his magical treasure, the white bones, imbued with a radiant glow, inexplicably pierced through his protective silver aura and struck within. In an instant, Jin Qing's body was left in tatters, and he fell heavily to the ground without uttering a single word. Han Li gazed at the lifeless form on the ground, gently shaking his head. Then, with a flick of his hand, a spirit beast pouch materialized in his grasp, while the two flying swords before him trembled slightly, emanating a faint green luminescence. How intriguing! Do you not wish to inquire why I do not honor my promises? The Green Shadow sneered that if you truly wish to speak, you would do so without prompting, but if not, it would be a futile exercise in verbosity. Han Li replied, his expression unchanging. Indeed, you are quite to my taste. Had you not encountered great calamity, perhaps I would have taken you as my disciple. However, at this juncture, I shall never again accept a disciple in my lifetime, and shall reduce all former rebellious disciples to ashes, extracting their very souls. The Green Shadow initially expressed surprise, but quickly transformed his tone into one of icy menace. Han Li remained unfazed, summoning the protective bloodlight from his companion, Chu Han, who stepped beside him in solidarity. He intended to dispense with idle chatter and strike decisively against his foe. Simultaneously, several other Qingzhu Fenghan swords within him were poised for action. Blood refinement, divine light. Splendid. Are you a disciple of the extreme Yin or the extreme radiance? Upon seeing the bloodlight surrounding Chu Han, the Green Shadow trembled slightly before erupting into an enraged laughter. Han Li furrowed his brow, a flicker of interest crossing his face. Extreme Yin. Are you referring to the Extreme Yin Patriarch of Extreme Yin Island? He inquired nonchalantly, sensing that he might unravel the secrets binding the Blackshaw sect and Extreme Yin Island's techniques. The Extreme Yin Patriarch. How dare that rebellious disciple presume to call himself a patriarch? The Green Shadow, infuriated by Han Li's words, immediately erupted into a furious tirade. Han Li was momentarily taken aback. This ethereal being was, astonishingly, the master of the Extreme Yin Patriarch. How bizarre! Just as Han Li was grappling with the astonishment of the revelation, a flash of green light flickered across him, followed by a muffled sound from behind. Alarmed, Han Li instinctively turned to look, only to find nothing but emptiness behind him. No one was there. This is not good. In that fleeting moment, Han Li comprehended that he had been deceived. He swiftly twisted his head back and, without hesitation, released the other 7 flying swords to shield himself. Controlling 9 Qingzhu Fenghan swords at once was the very limit of Han Li's capabilities at present. As he turned his head, 9 flying swords coalesced into a radiant beam, releasing a faint golden divine lightning that dispelled evil. A green orb, roughly the size of a fist, dissolved into nothingness beneath the arcs of electricity. Cold sweat poured down Han Li's brow. He had narrowly escaped being ensnared by his adversary. You are wielding swords forged from golden thunder bamboo. The green figure exclaimed incredulously. Han Li let out a cold chuckle, poised to mock his opponent, when he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance in the air beside him. Instinctively, he leaned to the side, but his chest jolted as a familiar crimson light pierced through him, causing blood to erupt violently. Almost immediately, another yellow light struck him fiercely. With a sharp sound, several flying swords were sent tumbling as they revealed their true form. An ancient bowl of chaos, Chu Han. Hanli shouted in fury, realizing the grave situation as he was first attacked by the blood spirit drill and then assaulted by the bowl of chaos. It was evident that Chu Han was in dire straits. However, the shadow beside him flickered, and Chu Han, seemingly oblivious, surged toward the green figure. Despite Han Li's mental connection with Chu Han, he found himself inexplicably devoid of control over Chu Han's corporeal form. The green figure let out a maniacal laugh, transforming into a green rainbow that sped toward Chu Han. Han Li's complexion turned ashen, yet he grit his teeth, decisively performing a hand gesture and forcefully uttering a command. A small green light burst forth from the crown of Chu Han's head and swiftly shot back toward Han Li, merging into his body and vanishing to that moment. The green rainbow had already penetrated Chu Han. While pressing on the wound in his chest, Han Li glared fiercely at Chu Han. Chu Han slowly opened his eyes, revealing orbs as red as blood. Chapter 427. The mysterious soul-refining monsters. Han Li swiftly retrieved a blue talisman from his storage bag. A flash of white light ensued, and the bleeding ceased immediately. Casting a sidelong glance, he noted that his injuries were temporarily under control, allowing him a moment of respite. However, turning his gaze back to Chu Han, his expression grew colder than ice. Without uttering a word, a towering azure light erupted from him, and 9 emerald glimmers began to spiral within, captivating attention. Han Li had resolved that he would not leave this place alive without reclaiming the few bamboo be-cloud swords. Lest this ancient creature, who had lived who knows how many years, ambush him again. Truth be told, since embarking on his journey of cultivation, he had never felt such terror as he had in that recent encounter. Had his reflexes been even slightly delayed, a gaping hole would have formed in his heart. Had it not been for his superior spiritual sense and agility, he would undoubtedly have met his demise after Chu Han's sudden assault. The blood spirit drill was insidiously treacherous, rendering one defenseless. Nevertheless, Han Li found solace in the fact that he no longer needed to fear the blood spirit drill's venomous nature, for that last one had been the final manifestation Chu Han had cultivated. Yet, a profound frustration lingered within Han Li. According to the cultivation method of external incarnations, he had clearly refined the portion of his spiritual consciousness in Chu Han's corporeal form to the point of achieving a union of spirit and flesh. How could he have been so effortlessly manipulated by the aged fiend before him? Not even a whisper of warning had reached him in time. Had he not been quick-witted and hastily retracted this portion of his consciousness, he might have been devoured by his adversary. At that point, his troubles would have intensified significantly. However, the fact that the opponent could possess a body indicates that the green shadow is indeed not human, but rather a spirit akin to a ghost or a primordial essence. This possession of Chu Han's body might not be entirely detrimental. It could potentially provide him with an opportunity to eliminate the foe. With this thought in mind, Han Li turned his palm, revealing a finely crafted brass bell that had been set aside for quite some time. The soul guiding bell. This bell contained the essence blood of Chu Han's physical form. Although he did not expect to subdue the opponent solely with this, it could certainly create some advantageous openings. Meanwhile, Chu Han, on the opposite side, was busily moving his limbs, seemingly acclimating to the new body. Upon witnessing Han Li's actions, he let out a chilling laugh, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. Seeing this, Han Li's expression darkened, and without further hesitation, he struck the small bell in his hand. With a series of clear, ringing chimes echoing forth, Chu Han's eyes flickered with crimson light, yet his form remained utterly unmoved, displaying no signs of distress. Han Li's heart sank, regardless of any manipulations performed on the Shadan avatar. Now that he had become the master of this body, did Chu Han truly believe those minor restrictions could still hold sway? A raspy voice emerged from Chu Han, laced with mockery. Are you aware of the Shadan avatar? Han Li was taken aback, sensing an unexpected twist. Haha, the Shadan and avatar techniques were originally imparted by me to my 2 rebellious disciples. Do you think I would be oblivious? His audacity to employ an avatar in front of him was astounding. Did he not realize that once such secret techniques were used to forge an avatar, I could easily exert control over them? Did your master not warn you? Chu Han casually remarked, twisting his neck while folding his arms. Though perplexed, Han Li maintained an unusual expression. What master? This method of creating an avatar was obtained from a jade tablet. I fail to see how it pertains to you. Han Li had no intention of taking the blame for anything related to that extreme ancestor. regardless of the veracity of Chu Han's claims. He offered a calm explanation. The Jade Tablet. Young man, do you think that by denying your association with those two rebellious disciples, I would simply let you go? Once I capture you, I shall extract your soul and refine your spirit, thereby obtaining the knowledge I seek. Chu Han replied, seemingly unconvinced by Han Li's words, his face betraying no emotion. After delivering this statement, he immediately gestured toward a nearby pile of bones, which began to levitate and swiftly reassemble into a complete skeleton. A flash of white light shot towards Chu Han. Although Han Li was unaware of the opponent's intentions, he would not allow him to complete his actions unimpeded. Without a moment's thought, he flicked his fingers, unleashing 3 azure sword lights that surged forth, aiming directly for the skeleton. They were the Azure Origin sword rays. Even a speck of light dares to be impudent? Chu Han remarked ominously. Subsequently, he opened his mouth, unleashing a column of blood. Following a tremendous explosion, the blood column collided with the azure light, sending sparks flying. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a serious demeanor. The possessed Chu Han seemed to possess cultivation beyond merely the early stages of the core formation. This was indeed peculiar. However, the scene that unfolded before Chu Han left Han Li even more astounded. He beheld as the skeletal figure soared towards Chu Han, seamlessly merging into his very being without any hindrance. Following this, Chu Han threw back his head and let out a thunderous roar, his body emanating a myriad of dazzling lights, a verdant ghostly flame, an inky black mist, and the blood-refined divine light cultivated by Chu Han himself. The 3 distinct hues intertwined chaotically, swirling around him incessantly, enveloping him entirely. Amidst his roar, sounds akin to popping beans reverberated from within him, and in sheer agony, he hunched forward, his body and limbs gradually contracting. When the cacophony subsided, as Chu Han straightened once more, his once towering figure had diminished significantly, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Most astonishing to Han Li was the transformation of Chu Han's visage into that of a youthful lad with refined features. Even the once blood-red irises had softened to a pale rose huein that fleeting moment. Chu Han had utterly transformed into another being. After a brief period of stupor, Han Li's face finally contorted into a bitter smile. Initially, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Chu Han was performing his spell, yet he had not anticipated the swiftness of the latter's incantation, which left him with no chance to act. Possession or seizing the body. Han Li remained silent for a moment before abruptly posing a perplexing inquiry to the youth. Upon hearing this, the handsome boy exhibited a half-smiling expression. You underestimate my Xian Han Li and Yao, he retorted. This is an esoteric technique reserved for those of the nascent soul stage. Once mastered, I am no longer bound by the constraints of possession and can freely attach my Xian Han form to others. Now that my Xian Han bone condensation technique has been perfected, I shall utilize you as a blood sacrifice to herald the return of my revered ancestor. The youth regarded Han Li, narrowing his eyes as he spoke with calm assurance. He then raised a hand, and his fingers suddenly morphed into razor-sharp talons, sprouting several inches of emerald green nails. Han Li's countenance darkened, and he refrained from further trivialities. With a gentle toss of the spirit beast pouch he had clutched tightly, thousands of golden devouring insects surged forth, coalescing moments later into a resplendent cloud of gold and silver above him. With a subsequent flourish of his hands, beams of white light flickered around him, and dozens of massive ape puppets materialized, each one fixating its cold gaze upon the boy. Yet Han Li was not finished. After forming a hand seal, 9 small swords shot forth from the azure light, converging into a massive emerald green sword over 10 feet long, its blade shimmering erratically with intermittent arcs of pale gold lightning. Observing this spectacle, the youthful lad's expression shifted dramatically, revealing surprise and gravity. Heavenly thunder bamboo, forged flying swords, insect control technique, puppets. It appears you are not a disciple of extreme Yin or extreme radiance. If that is the case, we might be able to engage in a proper discussion. After a brief flicker of thought in his eyes, the boy uttered these words, just as Han Li was preparing to launch his assault. He paused momentarily at the remark, but after a moment of silence, he coldly replied, I, however, wish to test whether you can withstand my flying sword. Without hesitation, Han Li pointed towards the colossal sword, and immediately, a green rainbow as thick as a giant python shot towards the boy, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder. Upon witnessing this, the youth's expression momentarily darkened, without allowing the flying sword to close in. He extended a claw and gently waved it before him. 5 crescent-shaped black rays materialized out of thin air, rapidly expanding before flashing a few times, and then swiftly slashing toward the green rainbow. However, with merely a light strike, the crescent-shaped black rays were obliterated by the pale golden arcs of electricity emanating from the green rainbow, proving utterly inadequate to withstand the assault, though the youth maintained a calm demeanor. Astonishment surged within him. The power of the golden thunder bamboo far exceeded his expectations. In the blink of an eye, the green rainbow was upon him. Yet, he remained unperturbed, casting a cold gaze at the approaching colossal sword. Exuding an air of confidence, suddenly, the youth flicked his ghostly claw, causing green light to flicker as a corresponding green ray was unleashed. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted. Black and golden arcs of electricity exploded forth, intertwining as they clashed, coalescing into a colossal thunderball that emitted a cacophony of thunderous sounds, resonating throughout the hall with tremendous force. Han Li's gaze narrowed sharply. The opponent possessed a treasure crafted from golden thunder bamboo as well, startling him. Could it be? Han Li seemed to grasp something, focusing intently on the green ray shot forth by the youth. Amidst the dazzling arcs of electricity, a green arrow, approximately a foot in length, fiercely battled against the 7 swords formed from the azure bamboo B-Cloud sword. The arcs of electricity emanating from it differed significantly from those on the massive sword. The golden hue was nearly absent, replaced instead by a dense blackness, as if it had been ritualistically refined by some malevolent sorcery. Despite this, the power of the Black Thunder arc was immensely formidable, gaining the upper hand amidst the intertwining golden lightning. Observing this, Han Li couldn't help but exhale a sigh of frustration that he had not anticipated that his initial suspicions would prove true. Upon seeing the arrow embedded in the skull of a white bone, he sensed an aura that felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the golden thunder bamboo he had cultivated to perfection. Yet, its somewhat darkened hue and the occasional flickers of sinister energy made him hesitate. After all, as far as he knew, the golden thunder bamboo had only appeared once in the chaotic star sea, after which it vanished for countless years. What were the odds that he would encounter it here? He found it exceedingly difficult to believe. However, it now appeared that the arrow he had once schemed against the opponent was not only made from golden thunder bamboo but was also refined into a treasure by the old ghost. This was an incredibly ironic turn of events. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Han Li's mouth, revealing a hint of scorn. Yet, a sudden thought struck him. Had the old ghost seized the opportunity to launch the arrow while he was distracted by the white bone? Given the proximity, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. As this notion crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt a cold sweat break out, overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. As for the azure bamboo B-Cloud sword's inability to withstand this arrow, it was hardly surprising. These flying swords had been cultivated for too short a time, relying solely on the capabilities of the golden thunder bamboo in their struggle, and naturally fell short of the opponent's treasure. Had the 7 flying swords been honed for a slightly longer duration, they would undoubtedly have been able to contend with this mere treasure made from golden thunder bamboo. Yet, after this probing encounter, since the opponent indeed possessed a means to counteract the golden thunder bamboo's malevolent divine lightning, Han Li was disinclined to engage in a life-and-death struggle with them. After all, from the initial green shadow to the current youthful visage, he has yet to grasp the true capabilities of his opponent. Moreover, this individual is both cunning and resourceful, wielding sinister magical arts that are as bizarre as they are ruthless, rendering any defenses utterly futile. Should he engage in a full-fledged confrontation, even with the formidable trump card of over 100,000 gold-devouring insects at his disposal, he harbors no certainty of victory. It stands to reason that the sudden proposal for a truce was born from the other party's recognition of his formidable artifacts and peculiar techniques, leading to a sense of trepidation. Contemplating this, Han Li silently gestured towards the colossal sword. Instantly, with a resounding explosion, the giant sword disassembled into 7 smaller blades that soared back to Han Li. Observing this, the youth's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. However, after a brief hesitation, he refrained from pursuing the arrows and likewise summoned back his artifact. Are you truly the master of the extreme Een ancestor? Would that not make you nearly a millennium old? Han Li inquired coolly after retrieving the flying sword, his tone tinged with skepticism. I lived for over 600 years before I even began to cultivate mystical soul refinement of demons, though I have lost track of the years since transforming into a mystical soul entity. It must have been around 400 or 500 years. Fortunately, I dissipated my nascent soul and cultivated this mystical soul form anew. Otherwise, even if my physical body remained, I would have likely succumbed long ago. The youth replied, glancing at his hands which had returned to their normal state, his tone noncommittal. Hanli was left speechless by this revelation. If what the other claimed was true, he truly was an ancient specter of 1,000 years. Nevertheless, Hanli couldn't help but feel a flicker of interest in this mystical soul refinement of demons. The prospect of transcending the typical lifespan of ordinary cultivators certainly piqued his curiosity. Thus, Hanli softened his tone, saying, "So, it appears I must indeed address you as senior." Upon hearing this, the youth cast a glance at Hanli, perhaps discerning the insincerity behind his words, and coldly scoffed, "Senior, for many years, I was a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation. Yet, I find myself in a predicament that renders me neither human nor ghost, forsaking even the chance to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. All in the pursuit of vengeance against those two treacherous disciples. If you do not clarify your origins, I shall expend my remaining vitality to ensure you do not leave this place alive." His voice, though seemingly ordinary, was laced with an unmistakable chill of menace. Hanli chuckled wryly, yet after a moment's contemplation, he responded, "Senior, you inquire of me. Am I truly at such a disadvantage? I too have questions and wonder if Senior might enlighten me on a few matters." At Hanli's words, the youth paused momentarily, but then erupted into hearty laughter. "Good. Very well. I can agree to this condition. However, I fear that the more you learn, the more perilous your own life may become." The youth's arrogance was unabashed. "Oh, there's no need for you to worry about that. Senior, if I am not mistaken, your current prowess is likely comparable to that of a late-stage core formation cultivator. And I believe I can manage." Hanli cautiously inquired, observing the youth's expression closely. Yet, the youth merely sneered a few times, revealing no signs of unease, prompting Hanli to internally label him a cunning old fox. "Enough with the pleasantries. You claim your knowledge comes from a jade tablet, not from my two treacherous disciples. Hand over the tablet so I may inspect it," the youth declared coldly, his demeanor aggressive and unyielding. Hanli furrowed his brow for a moment, hesitating briefly before reaching into his storage bag. With a flick of his wrist, a jade slip emanating a grayish-white aura flew toward the young man. Instead of directly catching it with his hands, the youth raised one hand, and a swirl of black mist transformed into a serpent, which seized the jade slip in its jaws and returned to hover before him. The young man remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the jade slip, eyes glowing with a crimson light. After a brief pause, the strange light in his eyes dimmed, and he lightly flicked his finger. With a whoosh, the jade slip shot back to Hanli's hand like an arrow. He then slowly addressed Hanli, saying, "How did you come by this item? Do enlighten me. Merely possessing a jade slip is insufficient to prove your lack of connection to the two renegade disciples." Upon hearing this, Hanli offered a faint smile, choosing not to answer the inquiry, but instead posing a question of his own. "Since you possess such extraordinary abilities, I assume your reputation must have been quite formidable in your time. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" The youth, taken aback by Hanli's evasion and counter-question, felt a surge of anger within, and a hint of malevolence flickered across his brow. However, he quickly composed himself and coldly replied, "I am Siat Cha, the celestial elder of the profound bone. Surely, you have heard of me." After hearing this name, Hanli reflected for a moment and realized he had indeed never heard of it. Yet, he remained unperturbed and replied with calm composure, "Since you believe the jade slip insufficient to confirm my identity, then my cultivation technique should be distinct from your lineage, something your extensive experience would allow you to discern. Please, examine it more closely." With that, Hanli elevated the technique of the Qingyuan sword art to its zenith, causing the azure light surrounding him to shine more brilliantly, nearly blinding to behold. He then flicked his fingers gently, releasing 7 or 8 streaks of azure sword light that shot forth, piercing the adjacent wall and creating several holes the size of bowls. As for the origins of this jade slip, it is quite simple. I acquired it inadvertently from a wicked cultivator I vanquished. If you still harbor doubts, then I have no further words, only the prospect of battle," Hanli concluded nonchalantly with a light clap of his hands. Siat Cha scrutinized the azure glow enveloping Hanli, his expression darkening considerably. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, his tone slightly softened. "Indeed, the technique you practice does not derive from the profound scripture, nor is it even of demonic origin. This much I can discern. However, given that you possess a Sha Dan avatar and fortuitously find yourself here, it is only prudent for me to exercise caution." Yet, Allow me to ask you one more question. Aside from this jade slip, did you acquire anything else from that adversary? Hearing the old demon's words, Han Li's expression shifted subtly, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. It seemed that after all this time, the true aim of his inquiries lay here. Contemplating this, Han Li chose not to respond directly, but instead posed a question of his own. Since you have cultivated the profound soul body and remained trapped here for so many years, might it be that the restrictions and flaws of this profound soul condensation are numerous? For instance, are you unable to traverse under the light of day, or perhaps susceptible to certain specialized artifacts? Do you think I would divulge such matters to you? The youth's face flushed with fury at Han Li's words, abruptly cutting him off with a fierce glare. That is precisely the case. Did the senior truly believe that I would divulge matters that are not meant for their ears? Han Li spoke calmly, his expression unchanged. Upon hearing such cold mockery, Xiao Cha was momentarily taken aback, and the fury on his face gradually dissipated. Chapter 429. The reappearance of the fragmented map. Since you are unwilling to speak of these matters, then, the Xiangu master shifted the topic of conversation. However, at that moment, a sudden, melodious chime emanated from the old demon. Its sound crisp and delightful, momentarily startling Han Li. The Xiangu master, upon hearing this sound, was first taken aback, then his expression transformed into one of incredulous delight. Ignoring Han Li, he abruptly struck his own chest with a fist. With a soft pop, a small segment of pristine white rib shot forth from within him, circling around the Xiangu master before settling back into his palm. That melodious sound originated from this rib. Han Li blinked, revealing a hint of confusion, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yet, the old demon, holding this object, wore an even broader smile. With a sudden forceful grip, the old demon crushed the white bone into powder, from which emerged a luminous white orb and a black insect resembling a cricket. This insect buzzed incessantly around the orb, but upon seeing the Xiangu master, it immediately ceased its noise and flew into his body of its own accord. Seeing this, the Xiangu master erupted into hearty laughter, seizing the orb with his hand. Subsequently, the white light vanished, revealing a slightly yellowed old silk handkerchief. Upon seeing this object, Han Li's heart involuntarily quaked. The handkerchief appeared strikingly familiar, almost identical to the fragmented map he had obtained from the Black Shaman's leader. Could there be a connection between the two? As Han Li's thoughts began to race, he realized that this might be the key to unraveling the secrets of the fragmented map, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes, meticulously observing every move of the other party. Unfortunately, the Xiangu master merely glanced at it before swiftly tucking the handkerchief into his robe, then, with a calm demeanor, addressed Han Li. Since you have no ties to those two rebellious disciples, I have no time to linger here with you. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us part ways. Furthermore, I offer you a word of caution. Should you linger here any longer, my wayward disciple may very well arrive. Upon concluding his words, the Xiangu master paid no heed to Han Li's reaction and, amidst a cold chuckle, transformed into a streak of bloodlight, rapidly darting past Han Li and exiting through the entrance, appearing extremely hurried. Han Li was momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brow. However, he quickly shifted, transforming into a streak of azure light, spiraling around the hall to collect the magical treasures and storage bags of Jin Qin and the others, incinerating the corpses into ash with a few fireballs, before also making his exit. He could not afford to dwell on the matter of the handkerchief, fearing that if he delayed, the other party might set a trap at the cave entrance, which would lead to significant trouble. Moreover, the old demon had not even cast a glance at the storage bags of these golden core cultivators, whether out of disdain for their possessions or due to the urgency of the situation. It seemed he had been careless. This inadvertently benefited Han Li. Yet, the loss of his incarnation, Chu Han, weighed heavily on Han Li's heart, filling him with frustration and anger. However, the prospect of confronting the other party seemed a gamble with low odds, leaving Han Li with a sense of helplessness once more. As he pondered these thoughts, he soared from the depths of the earth to the surface. The old demon had already vanished without a trace, leaving Han Li in awe of the intricacy of his evasion techniques. However, as he surveyed the eerily silent surroundings and reflected on the multitude that had descended underground, only to find himself alone emerging, an inexplicable sense of desolation washed over him. Yet, this negative emotion was fleeting, quickly cast aside in the face of the long and arduous path of cultivation that lay ahead. An opportune moment for lamentation was not his to seize. Han Li dared not linger. After a brief assessment of his bearings, he swiftly made his way toward the island's edge. As he flew, His hands rummaged through his storage pouch, seeking something. Moments later, a silken handkerchief emanating a similar white glow appeared in his grasp. Gazing at this object, Han Li's heart raced with excitement. Without needing to scrutinize further, he recognized that this handkerchief was undoubtedly of the same ilk as the one possessed by the Xiangu figure. What secrets could it hold to provoke such an uncharacteristically flustered reaction from a man of such cunning? With this thought in mind, Han Li examined the handkerchief closely. The previously indistinct map had now completely vanished, replaced by a small golden sword icon. No matter how he twisted the handkerchief, the sword pointed unwaveringly towards the northwest, its tip extending a faint red line that reached the edge of the handkerchief. Glowing softly, furrowing his brow, Han Li realized that while the precise function of this item eluded him, such a straightforward illustration could not be misinterpreted. It clearly indicated that the holder of this object should journey in the direction indicated by the sword, suggesting that something fortuitous awaited at the end of the red line. With the handkerchief clasped in his hand, Han Li fell into deep contemplation, observing the Xiangu figure's hurried demeanor. It was evident that the handkerchief's efficacy was time-sensitive. And given the joy evident on his face, the benefits it promised must be considerable. If he wished to uncover the truth, he had no choice but to set off immediately in the direction indicated. Otherwise, he risked the item's effects expiring or its treasures snatched away by another. After a period of meticulous deliberation and considerable hesitation, Han Li resolutely adjusted his course, his azure rainbow streaking across the sky as he departed from the desolate island. Approximately 15 minutes later, a vast, eerie cloud of black mist surged from the distance, arriving at the island and swirling around the gaping entrance of the cave. As the thick fog dissipated, a middle-aged man with pallid skin, devoid of any color, emerged, surveying the nearly obliterated array and the displaced ceiling pillar, his brows furrowed in alarm, and he promptly descended into the cavern. Moments later, a furious roar erupted from the depths, shaking the ground nearby. Following this, the middle-aged man ascended from the earth enveloped in a shroud of black light, shooting into the sky. Anxiety etched across his face, he scanned his surroundings, and suddenly, with a swift turn, he sent forth dozens of black beams that transformed into enormous black birds, scattering in all directions to scour the vicinity within 100 miles. However, when all the giant birds returned, they reported nothing of significance. The expression on the middle-aged man's face was one of utmost displeasure. He gazed skyward, remaining motionless for an extended period. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he suddenly erupted into a series of cold, mocking laughs. "Old fiend, even if you manage to escape from this place, what then? You are no longer the original Xiangu Mozu, and I am no longer merely a nascent soul disciple under your tutelage. Once I conclude my affairs at the Sutian Hall, I shall scour the chaotic sea of stars to unearth you." Having uttered these words, he resolutely soared into the air, transforming once more into a vast mass of black mist. Subsequently, as if to vent his pent-up fury, a black beam as thick as a water barrel burst forth from the fog, causing the ground near the entrance to collapse into a desolate wasteland. Thereafter, the black mist fled as swiftly as a shooting star. Unbeknownst to Han Li, all this transpired on the island. At that moment, he was diligently navigating his magical artifact in accordance with the direction indicated on the map. Anxious about a potential encounter with the Xiangu figure, Han Li remained on high alert throughout his journey, frequently extending his consciousness to guard against ambushes. Days passed without incident, allowing Han Li to exhale with some relief. However, one day, as he was quietly traveling, the sounds of combat suddenly echoed from ahead, accompanied by distant explosions and flashes of blinding light, unmistakably indicating a skirmish involving cultivators. Furrowing his brow, Han Li relied on his formidable perception to observe from a distance. To his surprise, he beheld a man and a woman engaged in a fierce battle against three sinisterly clad figures, their skills lamentably lacking, merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and the pair appeared to be at a disadvantage. Rubbing his nose, Han Li reasoned that since these individuals posed no significant threat, he could forego any detours and proceed directly past them. After all, maintaining his journey was of utmost importance. With this thought, Han Li quickened his pace, transforming into a green streak as he surged forward, swiftly approaching the group. The combatants were taken aback, instinctively halting and retreating, each retracting their magical instruments as Han Li passed them. The light of his sword momentarily hesitated, and he cast a casual glance, involuntarily exclaiming in astonishment at that moment. The female cultivator among the pair, upon recognizing Han Li's visage, joyfully exclaimed, "Elder Han, I am a direct disciple of the esteemed Zhuyu from the Miaoyin sect, and I hope for your assistance against these adversaries, the practitioners of the Poison Dragon Society. Chapter 430. When Siyu, upon hearing her cry, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, shifting his gaze to the woman. You are a disciple of the Miaoyin sect? Han Li inquired with a calm demeanor. The woman, a striking young lady of about 20, possessed a face as radiant as warm jade, her skin as fair as snow, and her enchanting features were alight with delight. I am Wen Siyu, paying my respects to Elder Han, she declared, hastily flying to Han Li's side and bowing respectfully. Her figure was exquisitely curvaceous, and as she spoke, a captivating fragrance wafted from her, intoxicatingly alluring. Han Li, with an inscrutable expression, surveyed her from head to toe before leisurely inquiring, How do you know me? Have we met before? He felt a twinge of confusion, certain that this woman was encountering him for the very first time. Elder Han was unaware that although the junior had never personally met the senior, the sect leader had long since displayed portraits of several elders in the worship hall, which the junior would see each time they visited the main hall. The beautiful young woman replied respectfully, her demeanor full of deference. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bemusement that tugged at his lips. He anticipated that the three women from the Miaoyin sect would resort to such a tactic. It seemed to be a means for the other party to publicly announce her new status as an elder of the Miaoyin sect. While Han Li felt a sense of frustration, he did not allow it to manifest on his face. Instead, he turned his attention to the middle-aged man beside him and smiled, saying, When brother, it has been many years since we last met. How have you been? The middle-aged man had worn a peculiar expression ever since Han Li's arrival, and upon hearing this remark, his emotions grew even more complex. His gaze towards Han Li was a curious blend of envy and inferiority. I never expected that Senior Han would still remember me. Even after seeing your portrait in the Miaoyin sect, it took me a long while to digest it. Congratulations on achieving the golden core, he said, his lips twitching as he revealed a hint of bitterness. This middle-aged man was none other than Wen Chang, the young cultivator who had crossed paths with Han Li on Kuishing Island. Though his features still bore some resemblance to his youthful self, the once fair and delicate youth had now become a man with graying hair at his temples, marked by the passage of time. Nearing his 60th year, there is no need for such formalities. When brother, we have met before. Let us regard each other as equals, Han Li replied with a smile. He could easily discern that the other party was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, and it was unlikely he would ever reach the golden core stage. Reflecting on the once vibrant young man who had now aged into this visage, Han Li couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. In truth, even if Wen Siyu had not called him, he would have stopped. After all, he possessed an exceptional memory, and despite their limited interactions, he had recognized Wen Chang with a mere glance while flying past. The impression Wen Chang had left on him was quite favorable, and he would not let him perish before his eyes. Hearing Han Li's words, Wen Chang could only repeatedly express his reluctance to accept such formalities. Han Li, feeling helpless, acquiesced to his insistence. Meanwhile, the young woman, having listened to their conversation, was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief, with her sparkling large eyes blinking in rapid succession. She was about to pose a question when Han Li suddenly turned his head, his tone growing icy as he addressed the individuals across from him. Where do you three think you are going? Did I permit your departure? The three cultivators opposite, upon witnessing the arrival of a golden core helper, were already in a state of utter panic. However, seeing that Han Li seemed oblivious to their presence and appeared to be enjoying a pleasant conversation, they entertained a sliver of hope and began to retreat slowly. Yet, upon hearing Han Li's words, their faces turned ashen. Exchanging glances, they immediately scattered in three different directions, soaring away on their flying instruments. As they fled, they activated colorful protective talismans and various shields, seeking death. Han Li let out a cold snort, his expression turning grim as he raised his hand and gently flicked it. Three dazzling azure sword lights shot forth, vanishing in an instant to appear behind the three cultivators. With a series of muffled thuds, their magical artifacts and protective shields shattered like paper under the impact of the sword lights, followed by simultaneous screams as the three were instantaneously reduced to mere motes of light, disappearing without a trace. The young woman and Wen Chang, witnessing Han Li's effortless annihilation of the three members of the Poison Dragon Society, couldn't help but change their expressions, their gazes toward Han Li now tinged with a newfound reverence. Han Li himself nodded inwardly. Those three azure sword glimmers, seemingly unremarkable, actually contained a significant amount of his spiritual energy. he felt a sense of satisfaction in accomplishing a one-hit kill against foundation-building cultivators. It appeared that as his cultivation advanced, the utility of these azure sword glimmers had indeed increased. By the way, both he and Wen share the surname Wen. Could it be? Han Li seemed to recall something and suddenly turned to Wen Chang, inquiring. Upon hearing Han Li's question, Wen Chang, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Please don't mock me, Senior Han. Siyue is indeed my daughter." Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. "Then I must congratulate Brother Wen. This Siyue, being so young, has already achieved foundation building. Who knows, she might even reach the golden core stage in the future." Hearing this, Wen Chang's face revealed a hint of pride as he cheerfully said, "To be honest with you, Senior Han, Siyue is indeed my pride. Achieving foundation building in just over 20 years, I have high hopes for her. I can no longer progress further. I only wish for her to go farther than I ever could." As he spoke, Wen Chang gazed at the young woman with evident affection, while Wen Siyue, feeling bashful from the praise, lowered her head. Han Li, with a smile in his eyes, glanced at the young woman again and slightly nodded. Indeed, Wen Siyue possessed remarkable talent. Subsequently, Wen Chang and Han Li exchanged tales of their respective experiences. Though their acquaintance was not particularly deep, encountering an old friend after many years was always a delightful affair. Prompting Han Li to engage in conversation a while longer, from Wen Chang's words, Han Li learned of the life experiences of an ordinary cultivator, which bore a striking resemblance to his own. Shortly after their parting, Wen Chang's master had passed away, and after lingering on Cultivation Island for several decades, he finally managed to establish his foundation. He then began to wander among the various islands, during which time he caught the eye of a female disciple from the Miaoyin sect, subsequently joining the sect as an outer disciple. Since then, he had been handling various tasks for the Miaoyin sect. Eventually, when Siyue was born, but shortly after her birth, his wife succumbed to a strange illness. As he had shared a deep bond with his wife, he chose not to remarry, instead raising Wen Siyue alone, naturally guiding her to become a disciple of the Miaoyin sect as well. Upon hearing this, Han Li sighed several times, reflecting on how his own experiences were far simpler, as he had little to recount aside from his cultivation endeavors, prompting a wry smile. Ultimately, Han Li inquired about the reason behind the father-daughter duo's presence here, embroiled in conflict with others. Upon hearing this question, Wen Chang's face immediately contorted with anger, while Wen Siyue's expression fell into somberness. Han Li couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Chang slowly began to recount a tale that it turned out that after reaching adulthood, Wen Siyue had married a seemingly promising young cultivator, forming a dual cultivation partnership with him. Unfortunately, this young cultivator was rather unfortunate. Shortly after their marriage, he met an untimely end during a duel with other practitioners. Consequently, she became a widow. As a result, the single and naturally enchanting Wen Siyue inevitably drew the attention of several male cultivators within the sect. However, due to the recent death of her husband, she had not contemplated remarrying immediately, leading her to decline multiple proposals for dual cultivation. Unbeknownst to her, this inadvertently offended certain higher-ups within the Miaoyin sect. Thus, she was assigned a perilous and laborious task, ordered to escort a shipment of valuable goods into the territory of the Poison Dragon Society, a faction with which the Miaoyin sect had always been at odds. As a father, Wen Chang could not stand idly by. Thus he accompanied his daughter on this treacherous journey. Regrettably, what should have been a well-guarded secret somehow reached the ears of the Poison Dragon Society. Consequently, the father-daughter pair found themselves cornered by 3 members of the Poison Dragon Society and were forced to fight for their lives. Had Han Li not fortuitously passed by at that moment, the outcome would have been dire. After listening to Wen Chang's impassioned words, Han Li stroked his chin. Remaining silent for a protracted period, he discerned that Wen's words hinted at a desire for him to intervene on behalf of the father and daughter. Yet, this was merely one side of the story. He was not inclined to recklessly involve himself in the affairs of the Miaoyin sect simply due to his slight acquaintance with the other party. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li, under the hopeful gaze of Wen Chang, spoke slowly. "Brother Wen, since you are also a member of the Miaoyin sect, you should be aware that I am merely a nominal elder. However, if what you say is true, and if Siyue has indeed suffered greatly, I shall mention this matter when I next meet Taoist Ziling. Whether she will heed my words, however, remains uncertain." Upon hearing that Han Li did not take full responsibility for the matter, Wen Chang felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he understood that their relationship was not deep, and having Han Li willing to assist in saving them was already a significant display of goodwill. Leaving no room for resentment, he expressed his gratitude profusely and urged Wen Siyue to bow deeply to Han Li once more, though Han Li warmly declined the gesture. Nevertheless, Han Li seemed somewhat puzzled and inquired, "Isn't Daoist Siyue a disciple of the right envoy Zhua? Have you not brought this matter to his attention?" At this, when Siyue's countenance grew even more despondent as she softly explained, "Senior Han, you may not be aware that the one who sent me here on this task is a close relative of my master. My master also hoped that I could form a dual cultivation partnership with that individual. But I refused. This has greatly angered my master." Upon finishing her words, her expression reflected a profound sense of helplessness, appearing both tragic and alluring, leaving Han Li momentarily speechless. However, feeling a sudden reluctance to gaze any longer, he turned to Wen Chang and said, "I have other pressing matters to attend to, and I fear I cannot accompany you any further. I must take my leave now." Upon uttering these words, Han Li gave a slight bow to the two of them. Naturally, Wen Chang could not utter any words of persuasion, and after hastily expressing his gratitude, Han Li smiled faintly before transforming into a streak of azure light. Soaring into the sky. As they watched the azure light vanish into the distance, Wen Chang and his daughter remained silent for a moment. After a while, Wen Siyue, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, exclaimed, "Father, you have never mentioned to me that you are acquainted with Elder Han of our sect. Moreover, from your casual conversation, it seems you knew this esteemed elder even before he achieved the golden course stage. Could you share this with your daughter? You must understand, Elder Han is quite the enigma to us disciples." As she spoke, her initial discontent gradually transformed into curiosity. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Wen Chang sighed, and, with a hint of affection, replied, "My acquaintance with Elder Han is merely superficial. We have only met a few times and share no deep bond. Furthermore, when I first met him, his cultivation level was comparable to mine. Not particularly high. I was genuinely taken aback when I saw his portrait in the offering hall, and for several days thereafter, my mind was unsettled. It is truly astonishing that he has progressed to the golden course stage and has become an elder of our sect." As Wen Chang spoke, memories of his initial encounter with Han Li flooded his mind, causing him to pause mid-sentence, momentarily lost in thought. Observing her father's contemplative demeanor, Wen Siyue seemed to grasp his thoughts and quietly waited by his side, enveloping them in a serene silence. The only sound was the rustling of the wind as it swept through the fabric of their garments. A month later, an otherwise desolate expanse of ocean suddenly became bustling with activity. Every now and then, cultivators would hastily fly toward this location, their expressions filled with delight as they ascended into the sky. There, a magnificent palace floated effortlessly, remaining completely still. This palace, towering at about 100 feet, was crafted entirely from flawless white jade, exquisitely ornate, and radiated a gentle luminescence that was enveloped by a thick golden light barrier, suspended high in the sky at approximately 1,000 feet. Those cultivators who had come in search of it did not hesitate to soar toward the palace, effortlessly passing through the light barrier with a flash of white light as they entered the grand structure. On this particular day, a streak of azure light sped toward the palace. Upon reaching the surface of the sea beneath the palace, it abruptly halted. As the azure light dimmed, a seemingly ordinary young man emerged. Han Li, who had followed the map to this destination, he gazed quizzically at the silken map in his hand, surveying the surroundings, but finding nothing but emptiness. After staring intently at the sea below for quite some time and still yielding no results, the perplexity on Han Li's face deepened. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he looked up sharply. His eyes widened upon seeing the palace, which resembled a celestial abode amidst the clouds. Han Li inhaled sharply, his expression one of astonishment. He stared at the palace for quite a while, lost in reverie, yet he did not approach it recklessly. Instead, he pondered in place for a moment, and then, with a shift in his demeanor, he flashed with azure light and vanished without a trace. Moments later, a crimson cloud swiftly approached, halting not far from the spot where Han Li had vanished. As the red cloud dispersed, an elderly man with a mane of scarlet hair emerged, holding a similarly vibrant silk handkerchief. He cast a downward glance at the handkerchief, surveyed his surroundings with a cold gaze, and without hesitation, turned his eyes skyward, whereupon he immediately beheld the majestic palace in the air, a look of elation spreading across his face. Subsequently, without a second thought, the red-haired elder transformed once more into a crimson cloud and ascended towards the heavens. As a flash of white light enveloped him, he disappeared within a golden barrier, revealing Han Li's silhouette nearby once more, his brow furrowed, his expression a tumult of emotions. In the following 7 or 8 days, Han Li patiently concealed himself nearby, witnessing 2 golden core cultivators enter the barrier and venture into the palace, each equipped with a silk handkerchief map. Finally unable to restrain himself, on one particular day, Han Li soared towards the golden barrier, deftly retrieving the map with a single hand. He gradually infused his spiritual energy into the map. It emitted a radiant white glow, enveloping him within its luminescence. With a gentle step forward, he traversed the golden barrier as if it were merely an illusion. Casting one last glance at the barrier and then at the opulent palace, Han Li proceeded without further hesitation. As he approached the palace, he noticed, towering above the entrance some 10 zhang high, 3 enormous silver characters inscribed in ancient script, reading Su Tiandian. These characters not only exuded an astonishing aura, but their strokes were imbued with an unparalleled sharpness. Merely gazing at them for a moment caused a dull ache in his eyes. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze, a wave of fear washing over him. Steeling himself, Han Li cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering the palace, he was taken aback. Before him lay a straight and seemingly endless narrow passageway, constructed from translucent, exquisite jade. If that were all, it would have sufficed. But the passage was merely 2 or 3 zhang wide, yet soared to a height of 30 or 40 zhang, inducing an overwhelming sense of oppression within. Han Li furrowed his brow, contemplating before extending his spiritual sense outward, only to have his expression shift subtly. As his spiritual sense brushed against the surrounding walls, it was unceremoniously repelled, unable to penetrate even the slightest bit, let alone explore the palace's conditions. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Han Li focused intently on one of the jade walls. He soon discerned a faint, shimmering light dancing upon its surface, which would have gone unnoticed without close inspection. It appeared that the entire passage had been sealed by a formidable individual. Extending his finger, he lightly caressed the jade for a moment, though he could not ascertain the precise nature of the seal. The immeasurable spiritual energy it contained sent a tremor through him. Silently withdrawing his finger, he supported his chin with one hand, lost in contemplation for a brief moment before resuming his advance. With narrowed eyes, Han Li ambled through the passageway, casting a casual glance around. Given the presence of formidable seals, he felt no fear of ambush from lurking foes, allowing him to proceed boldly. However, the passage, reminiscent of a narrow gorge, seemed interminably long. After a substantial duration, akin to the time it would take to consume a meal, he finally reached the end, where an exit radiating a cerulean glow awaited him. Han Li's spirit was momentarily invigorated, prompting him to hasten his steps towards the source of his intrigue. However, upon entering, he was taken aback, his gaze narrowing in astonishment. Before him lay a vast hall, illuminated by a resplendent blue light. This grand chamber boasted an impressive expanse of 300 to 400 zhang, exuding an air of magnificence so profound that even a gathering of several thousand individuals would not render it overcrowded. What was particularly remarkable were the numerous substantial jade pillars that stood erect throughout the hall. These columns were so massive that they required several individuals to encircle them, intricately carved with depictions of various rare and exotic creatures, each one vividly lifelike and brimming with spirit, yet entirely unique. Perched atop some of these pillars were dozens of cultivators, each adorned in distinct attire. With the exception of a few, each practitioner claimed a pillar for themselves. And the atmosphere was one of muted concentration, devoid of loud conversations. The arrival of Han Li attracted only the languid attention of a handful of practitioners. However, a few among them displayed unmistakable surprise. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Han Li's face, for he recognized these individuals as well. In a corner of the hall sat the solitary figure of Xian Gushangren, who regarded him with a cold, surprised expression that betrayed a hint of astonishment. Among another pair standing on a jade pillar, a strikingly beautiful female cultivator gazed at Han Li with a similar look of shock. It was none other than Ziling, the celestial maiden of the Miao Yin sect, accompanied by a calm and graceful young man clad in azure. Noticing the peculiar expression on Ziling's face, the young man scrutinized Han Li, and upon realizing his youthful appearance, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes as he inquired about Han Li's identity. In response, Ziling offered a light smile, whispering a few words to the young man, seemingly clarifying Han Li's background. Han Li frowned slightly, choosing to disregard the interaction between the pair, his gaze shifting towards another direction, drawn by an unmistakable hostility emanating from that quarter. His curiosity piqued. He turned to see an elderly man glaring at him with evident anger. Recognizing the elder, Han Li felt a sudden chill. It was Elder Miao from the Lulian Hall. Years ago, during the incident involving the infant carp beast, this elder and a certain Elder Gu had sought to silence him permanently, only to be thwarted by Han Li's strategic use of their severely depleted energy and the restrictive formations. The fact that Elder Miao still remembered him after all these years suggested a deep-seated enmity. Though Han Li internally lamented the situation, he chose not to dwell on it. A brief glance around revealed no other familiar faces among the remaining cultivators. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the blue light and entered the hall, casually selecting an unoccupied jade pillar to ascend and sit cross-legged atop it, mimicking those around him. Only then did he begin to scrutinize the unfamiliar practitioners. However, due to the restrictions on his spiritual sense within the hall, he could not ascertain their levels of cultivation, though he surmised that the majority were likely at least at the core formation stage or higher. During the foundational period, practitioners were likely to be exceedingly scarce. It is even possible that a considerable number of formidable figures in the nascent soul stage have arrived, with such thoughts in mind. Although Han Li remained seated in meditation, he cautiously scrutinized the other practitioners one by one. After a brief interval, he finally discerned some peculiarities and identified two individuals who were almost certainly at the nascent soul stage. One was an elderly scholar clad in a yellow robe with white eyebrows, whose gaunt face bore the marks of age. He casually clasped one hand behind his back, while the other held an ancient, tattered bamboo scroll, which he perused with great interest, occasionally shaking his head in a manner reminiscent of a bookworm. The other was a stunning middle-aged woman dressed in immaculate white, radiating an aura of chilling cold that suggested a strict warning to keep one's distance. At that moment, this frost-like beauty was expressionlessly polishing a sheathed black longsword. From the instant Han Li appeared at the entrance to the moment he stepped into the hall, she had not cast even a glance in his direction, exuding an air of haughty superiority. While there were other practitioners who displayed a calm demeanor and extreme indifference, in comparison to these two, their composure appeared somewhat feigned. Furthermore, the majority of the other practitioners cast glances toward these two with an undeniable hint of reverence, an element conspicuously absent in their gazes towards others. This alone led Han Li to conclude that these two were indeed exalted figures of the nascent soul stage. Of course, Han Li was acutely aware that beyond these two, there were certainly some exceptional individuals among the other practitioners who warranted respect. A prime example being the enigmatic Xian Gu, who, despite seemingly being merely at the late stage of the core formation, was far from a match for practitioners of the same rank when it came to actual combat. It could almost be said that he was second only to those of the nascent soul stage. Who knows how many others among the crowd might be similarly underestimated wolves in sheep's clothing? As Han Li pondered incessantly, he seemed to forget that dispatching a fellow practitioner of the same rank was not particularly arduous for him. Regardless, after a thorough evaluation, Han Li grew increasingly cautious. He often engaged in silent contemplation regarding the true intentions behind this gathering. Surely, it could not simply be for some trivial assembly of practitioners. After all, both the tattered map and the ethereal sky palace displayed such an air of mystery that even nascent soul practitioners had been drawn to it, indicating that something extraordinary was destined to unfold here. Unfortunately, he was entirely in the dark about the specifics. Otherwise, he could have formulated a plan for subsequent actions, thereby safeguarding himself against potential dangers and unforeseen circumstances that may arise, placing him at a disadvantage. For now, he could only act according to the situation. Just as Han Li was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the languid transmission of Xian Gu. "Young man, I did not expect you to possess the tattered sky map as well. How about we collaborate in this treasure hunt?" The mere mention of treasure brought a gleam of joy to Han Li's heart, realizing that he had indeed come to the right place this time. Yet he maintained an expression of calm, responding with equanimity, "I am curious to know how the esteemed elder intends to collaborate. Please, enlighten me." The youthful form of Xian Gu, upon hearing Han Li's lack of outright refusal, felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to convey more details through thought transmission, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the hall, heralding the entrance of two individuals who strode in with great confidence. Upon recognizing the two individuals before them, both Han Li and the Xian Gu Shangren were struck by a profound change in demeanor. Han Li appeared somewhat pale, while the Xian Gu Shangren's visage contorted entirely, his eyes betraying a frenzied thirst for blood. Fortunately, his cunning nature prevailed. This fleeting expression of madness vanished almost instantly, replaced by a facade of normalcy. The newly arrived pair failed to notice the Xian Gushang Ren's peculiar state. However, Han Li, observing them, felt a wave of dismay wash over him. For one of the individuals was none other than Wu Chou, the young lord of the extreme Yin Island. The other, though unfamiliar to Han Li, was a pallid middle-aged cultivator with narrow eyes, and an unsettling suspicion regarding his identity began to gnaw at Han Li, filling him with regret for his presence in this place at that moment. The middle-aged cultivator entered the hall alongside Wu Chou, casting a cold glance around the room. His gaze eventually settled on a pallid-faced cultivator, and he let out a few derisive chuckles. The yellow-faced cultivator went ashen, his form trembling slightly. Yet, as a thought struck him, he straightened his posture, regaining his composure. Very well. Excellent. The middle-aged man sneered a few times, his eyes glinting with a chilling light before he turned his attention to Han Li. The instant his gaze landed on Han Li, the latter felt as though he had been ensnared by a venomous serpent, a shiver running down his spine. Though his demeanor remained unchanged, his heart raced with unease. However, Han Li was soon taken aback. Upon recognizing his face, the middle-aged man displayed a fleeting, unmistakable surprise, which he quickly masked. Yet, Han Li had perceived it clearly, leaving him bewildered and rife with suspicion. This scene did not escape the Xian Gushang Ren's notice, as he too was momentarily taken aback. After a few contemplative blinks, he lowered his head in deep thought. At this juncture, the middle-aged man had spotted an elderly scholar and a middle-aged beauty. And after a brief moment of astonishment, he retracted his icy demeanor, greeting them with a cordial fist salute. I did not expect to see Brother Qing from Nanhe Island and Madam Wen from Bai Bai Mountain here as well. My apologies for the oversight. What oversight could there be? Brother Qing is hardly as illustrious as you. Would I have merely come to try my luck, for this opportunity arises but once every 300 years, replied the elderly man. Moreover, I have heard that the barbarian bearded one is also expected to arrive, possessing a remnant map of the void sky given to him by others. It seems we old-timers may indeed reunite soon. The elder placed the bamboo slips in his hand down gently, a rather insincere smile gracing his lips. The barbarian bearded one is coming. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, revealing a palpable wariness towards this individual. Indeed, it is said his lifespan is nearing its end, and he seeks to acquire longevity fruits within the Void Sky Hall to concoct a few elixirs of life, hoping to extend his years by an additional 50 or 60. The elder remarked with a hint of mockery. Meanwhile, the cold and aloof beauty continued to polish her treasured sword, seemingly indifferent to their discourse. After overhearing their conversation, Han Li could not help but inhale sharply. Though their exchange consisted of mere snippets, it imparted a wealth of valuable information. This middle-aged man, it turned out, was indeed the extreme Yin ancestor who had once possessed Wu Chou, and it appeared that another formidable being of the nascent soul stage was also on the way. Within the ethereal palace, the existence of a miraculous elixir capable of extending one's lifespan is indeed astonishing. It is no wonder that even the esteemed masters of the nascent soul stage are drawn here with eager anticipation. Chapter 433. The nine-turn spirit ginsenged. As Han Li pondered the newly acquired information, he remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. This peculiar aerial palace bore a striking resemblance to the blood-soaked trials of the Yu Kingdom, a relic of the ancient practitioners from a time long past. While it housed a plethora of treasures, it was equally fraught with peril. The inexplicable expression on the face of the extreme Yin ancestor sent a chill down his spine, leaving him to wonder what sinister intentions lay beneath. Perhaps it would be wise to withdraw immediately from this place. However, he had overheard the ancient beings mention that entry was permitted only once every 300 years. If he were to retreat now, he might never again encounter such an opportunity. This dilemma left Han Li in a state of deep contemplation, just as Han Li struggled to make a decision. The voice of the Xiangu master reached his ears. Young one, do you possess something of utmost importance to the extreme Yin? Otherwise, why would he display such a countenance towards you? If I am not mistaken, you may find yourself in grave misfortune. The Xiangu's tone, though seemingly casual, was laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Han Li scoffed inwardly and retorted, if the esteemed lord of extreme Yin were aware of your presence here, I am certain he would be even more delighted. Most likely, he would engage in a heartfelt discussion about the bond between master and disciple. Oh, you dare to threaten me. The Xiangu master's demeanor grew ominous upon hearing Han Li's words. I do not dare. Given your esteemed identity and capabilities, how could I presume to act so boldly? However, It would be prudent for you to refrain from reveling in my potential misfortune, should my life be in jeopardy. I might inadvertently utter something that could implicate you. Senior. Han Li spoke expressionlessly. The Xiangu fell silent for a while, just as Han Li believed the other had been humiliated into silence. A chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. The content of the words rendered him momentarily stunned, followed swiftly by a surge of excitement. Oh, you wish to form a nascent soul. Senior, what do you mean by that? Han Li managed to suppress his exhilaration and inquired coolly. What do I mean? My words are quite straightforward. I possess knowledge of a certain item that can exponentially increase the chances of forming a nascent soul. This item is located within this ethereal palace. Beyond this, there exists no alternative. If you are willing to join forces with me to eliminate the treacherous disciple of Extreme Ain, I shall reveal the location of this item and share the methods to obtain it. What say you? Know this. Were it not for my cultivation in the path of demons and spirits, I would have no use for this item. It is something I would never part with. Even if you decline my offer, it seems that Extreme Ain will seek you out. At that point. The Xiangu's words dripped with temptation and threat, revealing no concealment of his murderous intent towards the Extreme Ain ancestor. After hearing this, Han Li did not immediately agree or refuse. Instead, he sat in silence, his brow furrowed. Indeed, he merely needed to await Han Li's response. At that moment, the Extreme Ain ancestor and Wu Chou alighted upon an empty pillar beside the elderly scholar, engaging him in a casual exchange of words, interspersed with occasional remarks directed at the graceful matron of the Wen family. However, once the woman finished polishing her treasured sword, she sheathed it and closed her eyes in meditation, showing no inclination to acknowledge their presence, her demeanor one of deliberate indifference. The Extreme Ain ancestor, despite such neglect, did not exhibit any sign of anger or embarrassment, maintaining a cheerful countenance as he conversed. Clearly a figure of considerable depth and cunning. Han Li observed this exchange with a sidelong glance, growing increasingly wary of the Extreme Ain ancestor. This individual not only possessed profound cultivation, but also displayed a level of scheming that far surpassed the ordinary. Were it not for such attributes, how could the Xiangu old demon have fallen into his hands, ultimately being forced to pursue the path of the ghostly demon, thereby sealing off his path to reincarnation? Xiangu loathed him so intensely that he wished to reduce him to ashes. Regardless of the enmity between Xiangu and the Extreme Ain ancestor, it was alarming that this person had now set his sights on him. This development could spell great trouble for her. While it could not be said that he currently lacked the opportunity to flee from those at the nascent soul stage, should a confrontation arise, the chances of successfully escaping were indeed dismally low. After all, the disparity between the early stages of foundation establishment and the nascent soul was far too great. Even with his potent magical treasures and gold-devouring insects, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of a fatal strike. After contemplating for a moment, Han Li finally conveyed a message to Xiangu. Please provide me with a brief introduction to the matters you mentioned. I cannot simply take your words at face value and confront a practitioner of the nascent soul stage without further insight. Han Li's lips moved slightly as he spoke. Of course, as long as you are willing to join forces with me, I shall reveal some details, even without your inquiry, Xiangu replied, a glimmer of joy evident on his face as he discreetly communicated back. Upon hearing this, Han Li refrained from further comments, opting instead to sit quietly with his eyes gently closed. Feigning a state of qi refinement, that item is known as the 9 GQL in GCN, a manifestation of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, though its physical form is merely a type of spiritual herb. Its sentience is remarkable. From the moment of its birth, it can transform into various animals or insects, capable of independent movement and excelling at burrowing into earth or wood. Many years ago, I encountered this substance within the Hall of Illusory Heavens. However, at that time, my cultivation was insufficient, and I lacked the appropriate magical tools to capture it. Thus I had to abandon the endeavor. The second time I visited, I had already attained the nascent soul stage. So I naturally did not expend effort on such matters. It seems the fortune now falls to you, Xiangu remarked with a hint of reluctance. The 9? Han Li gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. He had long been aware of this legendary herb's esteemed reputation. Although he had encountered its name in numerous texts on spiritual herbs, he always assumed that such a thing could only have existed in ancient times. Could it be that the Hall of Illusory Heavens still harbored this item? Nevertheless, it was not entirely implausible to discover one or two of such legendary herbs within the ruins of ancient cultivators. However, The 9 held significant value in the formation of the nascent soul, and this was indeed the first time he had heard of its specific uses. The texts he had perused were vague regarding its practical applications, failing to mention this particular utility. Surely the old demon would not resort to deception merely to persuade him into an alliance, would he? Han Li felt a tinge of doubt creeping into his mind. Perhaps sensing the uncertainty within him, Xiangu subsequently remarked, "Rest assured, when we face the trials later, I shall assist you in capturing this item at the second stage. Once we have dealt with that rebellious disciple, I will provide you with a recipe for a spiritual elixir to at that point. All you need to do is follow the steps outlined in the formula, and you will be able to make full use of this item, significantly enhancing your chances of." However, during this visit to the Su Tian Temple, there is also something I must obtain, which will greatly benefit my future cultivation, that I hope you will lend your assistance then, as it would greatly increase my odds of success. Xiangu's proactive reassurances alleviated Han Li's suspicions, and he subsequently proposed a condition that, while not insignificant, quelled most of Han Li's concerns. "Very well. If you truly have the means to vanquish Ji-in, I would not mind lending my support." Han Li finally acquiesced, temporarily forging an alliance with Xiangu. Yet, this pact seemed inherently fragile, and its longevity was uncertain. It was likely that the demise of the Ji-in patriarch would coincide with the dissolution of their alliance. Nonetheless, Han Li felt a sense of relief. From Xiangu's tone, it was evident that he had visited the Su Tian Temple on multiple occasions. Having such a seasoned ally was certainly preferable to the previous state of ignorance he faced. At the very least, he could glean some fundamental information about the temple from Xiangu, who remained trustworthy prior to confronting the Ji-in patriarch. Thus, after establishing a verbal agreement, Han Li began to subtly inquire about the general circumstances of Su Tian Temple. After clandestinely conversing with the old demon Xiangu for the better part of a day, Han Li's expression grew increasingly grim. It appeared that opportunity and peril were inextricably intertwined. This expedition to Su Tian Temple was fraught with danger that he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He then immersed himself in meditation and began to refine his QI. In this grand hall, Han Li need not worry about sudden ambushes, for he had already tested the surroundings. Aside from minor spells like floating techniques, any significant use of magical energy would immediately result in a leakage of power, rendering him incapable of casting spells. Even the magical artifacts within him behaved as if they were lifeless, unable to be summoned. The restrictions here were truly remarkable. Subsequently, over the next 5 or 6 days, the number of cultivators within the hall gradually swelled, eventually surpassing 100. The apex of the jade pillars was already brimming with practitioners. Those who arrived late had no choice but to find a spot on the hall's floor to rest temporarily. Days passed, and the influx of cultivators began to dwindle. However, the Ji-in patriarch and the scholarly elder bore grave expressions, no longer engaging in conversation and instead frequently glancing towards the entrance, as if awaiting someone. Could it be that wild-bearded individual? Han Li, naturally aware of this situation, felt a surge of curiosity and remained vigilant. By afternoon, footsteps echoed once more at the hall's entrance, and after a few flickers of blue light, 2 figures stepped inside. One was a venerable old man with a youthful visage and rosy complexion, while the other was a gaunt, grim-faced elder dressed as a peasant. Upon the sight of these 2 individuals, a stir arose among the multitude of cultivators within the hall. Most of them displayed expressions of reverence as they gazed upon the pair. Clearly, the renown of these 2 figures is not insignificant. However, both the extreme patriarch and the scholarly elder regarded them with eyes brimming with hostility. Particularly, the extreme patriarch's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of ominous severity. Meanwhile, the newly arrived masters reciprocated with equally antagonistic glances upon encountering the extreme patriarch and his companions. The elder Taoist let out a scoff and bluntly remarked, "Extreme old demon. You have arrived rather early, haven't you? It seems that your kind is determined to seize this opportunity at the Void Heaven Hall. Think that it is not this patriarch who has arrived prematurely, but rather you hypocrites who have come too late. I was led to believe that the rumors regarding the remnants of the map in your possession were mere fabrications, yet here you stand, having sought it out in the end. However, this is fortuitous, as it presents an opportunity for this patriarch to enlighten you." The extreme patriarch spoke with a chilling demeanor. "Extreme whom do you intend to enlighten? Perhaps you should enlighten yourself as well." Before the elder Taoist could retort, a deep voice resonated from outside the hall. Upon hearing this voice, both the extreme and the scholarly elder's expressions shifted dramatically. The previously silent, beautiful woman abruptly lifted her head, her gaze fixed coldly towards the entrance as she stated, "Wan Tianming, you two have arrived. Since Madam Wan is present, what is peculiar about my arrival?" With the sound of this voice, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe and adorned with a jade belt stepped inside. He had a square face and thick brows, and when he spoke, his dazzling white teeth shone brightly as he casually cast a sidelong glance at the beautiful woman before turning his attention to the extreme patriarch, exuding an overwhelming aura. The extreme patriarch, confronted with such impudence, wore a sullen expression, his lips tightly sealed, and fell into a silence that was strikingly unusual for him. This left Han Li utterly astonished, prompting him to scrutinize this individual closely. If even the extreme a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage, harbored a degree of trepidation towards him, could it be that this man was a practitioner at the mid-nascent soul stage? Han Li pondered in disbelief. He had discerned that these three individuals were undoubtedly cultivators of the righteous path within the chaotic star sea, standing in stark opposition to the extreme patriarch and his ilk. Furthermore, the commotion among the other cultivators within the hall ceased abruptly upon the entrance of the middle-aged man, leaving only the faint murmurs of those mentioning the leader of the 10,000 Dharma sect. Evidently, this middle-aged man's reputation appeared to surpass that of the previous two. Wan Tianming, it seems that one of your disciples has injured my maidservant, who wields a sword. The beautiful woman, surnamed Wan, queried without a hint of fear. It hardly qualifies as an injury. My disciple merely engaged in a bit of sparring with your maidservant, who possesses commendable skills. You mean to take me to task over such a trivial matter? Madam? Wan Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a nonchalant manner. What sparring? My maidservant is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and your disciple clearly took advantage of her weakness. Was it your intention to humiliate my sect? The beautiful woman replied, her countenance turning. I see why. To humiliate your sect, madam? How could I dare? Out of respect for your esteemed self, I shall instruct my disciple to seek your forgiveness post-haste. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly before responding dismissively. My affairs have nothing to do with your esteemed self. If you are unwilling to settle this matter amicably, I would be inclined to engage in a bit of sparring with you using the Phoenix Sword technique. One sect leader. Upon hearing these words, the beautiful woman became even more incensed. Engage in a discussion with the lady? That is quite out of the question. If Lu Dao were to discover that I had bullied his wife, he would undoubtedly come after me with fury. I certainly do not wish to provoke a war between the forces of righteousness and evil. Wan Tianming chuckled, as if this were merely a jest. The beautiful woman flushed upon hearing his words. Ultimately, after casting a glare at him, she decided to let the matter rest. However, while she spared the middle-aged man, he had no intention of letting the extreme patriarch off the hook. Just as he sneered at the extreme patriarch, poised to utter something, a sudden rumble echoed from the passage outside. The entire hall quivered slightly in response, except for these ancient Yuaning practitioners. All the cultivators gazed in astonishment towards the outside. The extreme patriarch exchanged glances with the scholarly elder, both sporting faint traces of delight. Yet, the joy in the extreme patriarch's expression seemed tinged with a hint of bitter amusement. Meanwhile, a glint of cold light flashed in Wan Tianming's eyes, his murderous aura slicing through the air, only to vanish in an instant. The elderly Taoist, resembling an old farmer, also appeared to recognize the approaching individual. Though a shadow of concern crossed his features, the tremors grew increasingly intense. A towering figure materialized at the entrance of the hall, a peculiar man with curly yellow whiskers, garbed in a blue robe, strode in. With each step he took, the entire hall swayed, as if he bore a weight exceeding 10,000 pounds, instilling sheer terror in all present. The peculiar man surveyed the assembly with an air of nonchalance, his gaze eventually resting upon Wan Tianming. Erupting into hearty laughter, it was unexpected that the esteemed leader Wan would grace this place with his presence. It seems I have indeed come to the right location. I, man, have long desired to engage in a contest with leader Wan. Regrettably, opportunities have eluded me until now. The peculiar man's eyes gleamed with provocation as he directed his gaze towards the middle-aged man. I have long admired the Tuatunju of Brother Man, reputed to be the foremost magical art for defense in the Chaos Star Sea. I shall not miss the chance to learn a thing or two later. Wan Tianming cast a cold glance at the peculiar man, unperturbed, and replied, Not a problem. I have also long esteemed your Tan Luo Gong, esteemed leader Wan. The peculiar man grinned broadly, revealing his eagerness, yet it seemed that the esteemed leader one was reluctant to stir any trouble. After exchanging a few hushed words with the elderly Taoist and the old farmer-like elder, the three of them ascended to a certain jade pillar. The elderly Taoist, along with the cultivator atop the jade pillar, exchanged a few amiable words. The elder at the golden course stage, taken aback, promptly ceded his spot on the pillar, seeking another location. Observing this, the peculiar man smirked, glanced around, and suddenly darted toward a jade pillar. Coincidentally, it was the very pillar where Han Li was situated. Upon seeing this, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. "Leave, I claim this spot." The peculiar man's massive form stabilized atop the pillar, his icy gaze locked onto Han Li. Delivering his chilling words, Han Li's countenance darkened, and he instinctively clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves. Yet, after a moment of silence, he suppressed the urge to retaliate and silently leaped down from the jade pillar. Laughter from the peculiar man erupted from above, while a frost settled upon Han Li's face. For him, although he felt utterly humiliated, he could only endure for the time being. After all, the restrictions within this hall could indeed limit the actions of the cultivators significantly. Yet he was uncertain whether these constraints would affect the Yuanying stage cultivators to the same extent. He certainly did not wish to jeopardize his own life due to a moment of reckless impulse. As Han Li, filled with pent-up frustration, found a clean spot on the ground to sit down again, the scholarly elder smiled broadly and inquired of the peculiar figure, "Brother man, you have arrived rather late this time. I was beginning to think you had changed your mind and decided not to come after all." "Not come? How could that be possible? I am counting on the treasures within the Shutian Hall to concoct the longevity pill. I merely encountered some delays on the way. However, I must say, I am quite surprised that Wan Tianming has come here. Could it be that he is aware the longevity fruit has reached maturity and wishes to harvest some as well?" The strange man stroked his yellow beard in contemplation, a hint of confusion in his voice that is rather unclear. However, aside from this item, the Shutian Hall possesses many other exceptionally rare treasures. Who can say what he is truly after this time? The scholarly elder also appeared somewhat perplexed. Wan Tianming was indeed one of the foremost figures in the righteous path. Could he be contemplating the Shutian Ding? The extreme Yin patriarch seemed to ponder this and expressed his concerns. The Shutian Ding? Surely that cannot be the case? If this item were so easily obtainable, it would have long since been claimed by previous masters. How could it possibly still be in circulation? Before the bearded man could respond, the scholarly elder had already shaken his head vigorously, as if to dispel the very notion. "This is not so certain that I have heard that disciples of the Wanfa sect have been scouring the land for golden silkworms in recent years. I wonder if they have succeeded, if they have such a miraculous insect to aid them. It is entirely possible that this Wan Daomin Lord may indeed be eyeing the Shutian Ding." The extreme Yin patriarch furrowed his brows tightly, instinctively casting a glance at Wan Tianming and the others, his expression filled with concerned anxiety that moment. Three Yuanying stage cultivators from the righteous path were seated cross-legged on a pillar, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. "Humph, it is not just Wan Tianming who might possess golden silkworms. I have heard that you, Extreme Yin, have also acquired 2 exotic fire pythons on Lihu Island. I suspect your ambitions are quite grand this time as well." The bearded man shot a glance at the extreme Yin patriarch. Speaking without reservation, he appeared to regard the extreme Yin patriarch's clandestine actions with a fair amount of disdain. Upon hearing these words, the extreme Yin patriarch's expression shifted several times before he quickly regained his composure, though internally he was cursing vehemently. There was no doubt that some of his trusted subordinates had let slip their plans, which had reached the ears of the opposition. It seemed that the bearded man's visit to the Shutian Hall was merely a pretext to monitor his movements while ostensibly seeking the longevity fruit. Despite feeling a pang of frustration, the extreme Yin patriarch, after a brief pause, maintained his calm demeanor and replied, "I apologize if I have caused you any amusement. Brother man, I did indeed bring along 2 exotic fire pythons this time. However, their cultivation is still quite shallow, and the prospects for success are rather slim. I would require the assistance of both you and Brother Qing." "Assist you? What benefit do we gain from this?" The scholarly elder's interest was piqued, yet he hesitated in his inquiry. Upon hearing these words, the Grandmaster of Extreme Yin revealed a faint smile, and without further ado, conveyed his thoughts. According to the information left by the Master of the Void Heaven Palace, it appears that within the Void Heaven Cauldron, aside from the crucial heaven-mending pill, there are several relics of ancient cultivators, each a formidable treasure from the primeval wilderness. undoubtedly possessing great power. I propose that, aside from the void heaven cauldron and one heaven-mending pill, the remaining items be divided among you several. What say you? The scholarly elder's eyes flickered with a glint of greed, yet after a moment's contemplation and a glance at the bearded warrior, he responded, I have no objections, but we must consider the opinion of Brother Man after all. Without Brother Man to restrain that Wan Tianming, I would not dare to take such a risk. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master of Extreme Yin did not exhibit any signs of surprise. He understood that this so-called Qingjish, the scholarly elder, was quite the cunning character. He would never consent to this uncertain venture without the backing of the bearded warrior. Thus, the Grand Master turned his gaze towards the bearded man, smiling as he conveyed his conditions, before inquiring, I wonder, Brother Man, what are your thoughts on my proposal? Would you be inclined to collaborate? After all, I need not elaborate on the value of the heaven-mending pill. You should be well aware of it. Such a substance capable of replenishing one's 5 elements spiritual roots is, I dare say, unparalleled in the realm of cultivation. Perhaps after partaking, Brother Man might find it quite effortless to advance in power and even transcend the limitations of lifespan. The Grand Master of Extreme Yin seemed unfazed by the earlier disdain shown by the other, persistently encouraging him in a conspiratorial whisper. Humph, to think that 2 mere fire pythons would dare set their sights on the void heaven cauldron. You must be out of your minds. Countless nascent soul cultivators have ventured into the inner sanctum, only to return empty-handed. Oh, you truly believe there is hope for success in such a perilous endeavor? The dangers of the inner sanctum are starkly different from those of the outer sanctum. Even if we, as nascent soul cultivators, were to enter, it is unlikely we would emerge unscathed. Throughout the history of the Void Heaven Palace's openings, the number of nascent soul cultivators who have perished in the inner sanctum is not a trivial count. The bearded warrior scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You need not worry about that, brother. I merely wish to inquire. If Wan Tianming's group truly intends to covet the Void Heaven Cauldron, would you not wish to take a look for yourself? The Grand Master of Extreme Yin asked nonchalantly. The sardonic smile on the bearded man's face gradually faded upon hearing this inquiry. That he narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing before he replied slowly. If Wan Tianming is indeed willing to take the perilous plunge into the inner sanctum, I shall naturally accompany him without your prompting. After all, even if we of the demonic path cannot obtain the Void Heaven Cauldron, we cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the righteous. His words were delivered with unwavering certainty. With Brother Man's assurance, I am content as long as you are willing to act when the time comes. My initial proposal will certainly include you. Of course, if Madame Wen is also inclined to lend her strength, I would be even more grateful, the Grand Master of Extreme Yin said with a light chuckle, casting a glance at the beautiful woman. I am merely here to gather some spiritual herbs. The inner sanctum is far too perilous. I shall not venture there. The lovely woman of the Wen family coldly refused, not even bothering to hear the Grand Master's terms. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed the Grand Master's face. Although the enchanting woman had merely attained the initial stages of the nascent soul realm, her husband, known as the Supreme Sage of 6 Paths, was undeniably a formidable figure within the demonic realm, unparalleled in his prowess. Even the brutish man found himself overshadowed in the presence of such power. The inability to bind her alongside him was indeed a source of regret. However, he dared not forcibly draw this woman into the inner sanctum, opting instead to smile faintly and relinquish the matter. After all, the trio on their side had already matched the righteous faction without falling behind. There was no need to further incite the woman's displeasure. As the demonic representatives concluded their discussions, Wan Tianming and his companions remained silently contemplative, their eyes closed in quietude. It was uncertain whether they were confident in their plans or had already devised a strategy. Hanli, observing from a corner, took note of everything. Despite the distance and the fact that much of the conversation among the likes of the Extremian ancestor was conveyed through sound transmission, the occasional malevolent glances cast towards the righteous faction hinted at their scheming against the likes of the head of the 10,000 Dharma sect. This revelation filled Han Li with a quiet delight. As long as these ancient beings of the nascent soul realm remained entangled in their own complexities, he could navigate the tumultuous waters with relative safety. Ideally, if the Extremian ancestor were preoccupied, it would work even more to his advantage. Just as Han Li pondered how to further stir the waters, 2 figures clad in white entered the hall. These 2 elders, their hair and beards as silver as moonlight, and their robes billowing gracefully, appeared almost celestial. Upon their entrance, the eyes of all the gathered cultivators fixated upon them, quickly transforming from curiosity to recognition and respect. Many of the anxious cultivators finally exhaled in relief, however. The old monsters of both the righteous and demonic paths displayed expressions of complexity, envy mingled with disdain and resignation. One of the benevolent-looking white-clad elders, noticing the collective gaze upon them, offered a gentle smile and spoke in a tone brimming with amiability. During this expedition to the Hall of Illusory Heavens, our two esteemed sovereigns are currently in seclusion and thus unable to preside over the treasure hunt. We, the two law elders, shall represent the Star Palace to oversee this grand event. The regulations for this treasure hunt remain consistent with those of previous years. Any individual who resorts to bullying the weak or seeks to kill for treasure during this event shall be met with intervention from us and will subsequently be pursued by the Star Palace for eradication. However, our oversight is limited to the outer hall of the illusory heavens. We shall not enter the inner sanctum, nor interfere in any matters therein. Therefore, if any of you feel uncertain, it would be prudent to remain outside the inner hall. Moreover, we will not extend assistance to any fellow cultivators due to the inherent dangers of the illusory heavens. Should a companion face calamity before our very eyes, we will not so much as blink. Having made this abundantly clear, the white-clad elder cast a piercing gaze across the assembly of cultivators. Others, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, instinctively lowered their heads and stepped back. Only Wan Tianming and the brutish man met his gaze unflinchingly. This prompted the elder to pause momentarily, furrowing his brow as he murmured to himself, "How is it that these two aberrations have also arrived? This complicates matters considerably." Beside him sat another elder with a cold demeanor, who similarly shifted his expression momentarily, yet soon let out a chilling laugh, restoring his frigid facade. Subsequently, the two law enforcement elders from the Star Palace settled cross-legged at the entrance of the hall. Disregarding any disturbances stirred within by their earlier remarks, the other core formation cultivators displayed a myriad of expressions, some gleeful, others sorrowful. Witnessing this scene, Hanli could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. He pondered the intent behind the Star Palace's seemingly thankless actions. Was it merely to establish their authority in the chaotic Star Sea? At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear, Xiangu. The enigmatic elder cautioned, "Be wary, young one. The individuals from the Star Palace are not to be trifled with. As far as I know, whenever the forces of the demon path gain strength, the Star Palace suppresses them. Conversely, when the righteous sects grow powerful, they are likewise repressed. They offer neither side the opportunity to flourish. Moreover, during each journey to the Void Heaven Palace, there are invariably cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths who perish under mysterious circumstances. It could very well be the handiwork of the Star Palace. Although you do not align with either side, it is prudent to be cautious. I would not wish for my hard-won ally to meet an untimely end." The tone of Xiangu was starkly detached, yet the content of his words struck Han Li with a jolt of realization. Chapter 436. A reunion with Ziling without much contemplation. Han Li was almost certain of the truth in Xiangu's words. After all, the Star Palace had maintained its dominance in the chaotic Star Sea for countless years, undoubtedly employing various stratagems. It was implausible that they would simply come here to oversee matters without ulterior motives. With this thought, a glint of cold light flickered in Han Li's eyes, although he did not respond to Xiangu. His wariness towards the two white-clad elders heightened immediately. However, in the following days, the two elders remained motionless, completely engrossed in their cultivation and never once opening their eyes or uttering a word. In this peculiar atmosphere, 3 days passed. During this time, only 3 or 4 new cultivators arrived. No infant transformation cultivators had shown up. On the morning of the 4th day, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a series of thundering sounds, a white jade door descended at the entrance of the hall without warning, sealing the entire chamber. The door exuded a misty white aura, clearly indicating potent restrictions. Furthermore, a distant echo of a tremendous crash resonated from the palace gates, suggesting they too had been sealed. This caused a flicker of alarm among some individuals in the hall. However, upon noticing the calm demeanor of the infant transformation cultivators, they gradually regained their composure. At that moment, the two white-clad elders of the Star Palace leisurely opened their eyes and abruptly stood. Instantly, the attention of the other cultivators fixated on the pair. Some who were in the know displayed understanding expressions, while others bore hints of confusion. The infant transformation cultivators, however, maintained a stoic silence, observing the actions of the two without uttering a single word. The two elders walked serenely towards the front of the hall. Yet, before they could reach their destination, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground at the hall's far end, and several stone slabs emitted a dazzling white radiance. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a small teleportation array, roughly a zhang in size, materialized before them in the vast hall. Amidst a multitude of monks, none seemed to discern how this teleportation array had materialized. This astonishing occurrence left many self-important cultivators utterly astonished. However, two elders clad in white approached the array with calm composure, bowing slightly to inspect it meticulously. After a prolonged moment, they exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Very well, this teleportation array poses no issues. Beyond this point lies the outer sanctum of the Void Sky Temple. You all ought to exercise caution. Upon uttering these words, the two white-clad figures stepped onto the teleportation array, and in a flash of white light, they vanished without a trace. This sudden event caused the other cultivators in the hall to exchange bewildered glances. Yet, before they could gather their thoughts, one Tianming, accompanied by the old Taoist and the gaunt elder, descended from the jade pillar without hesitation, stepping into the teleportation array and disappearing as well. Only then did the assembled cultivators react, with those nearest rushing to follow suit. In an instant, the white light of the array flickered incessantly, and within moments, nearly half of the cultivators in the hall had vanished. Among them, even the enigmatic figure of Xiangu appeared to blend into the throng. Leaving first that a peculiar glimmer flashed in Han Li's eyes as he could not help but glance towards the extreme Yin ancestor, and others, to his surprise, the extreme Yin ancestor gazed back at him with profound intent. Startling Han Li considerably, he quickly averted his gaze. Feeling increasingly uneasy, it seemed the extreme Yin ancestor truly harbored intentions not to let him go. Amidst his inner turmoil, Han Li decided to rise and advance forward. Observing Han Li's actions, the extreme Yin ancestor revealed a cryptic smile at the corner of his mouth. This prompted the previously silent Wu Zhou to finally inquire in a hushed tone. "Ancestor, you seem rather invested in that young man. There's something amiss with him?" Wu Zhou's curiosity was piqued. "Nothing of consequence, merely that this individual holds significant value for me, that I must leverage him for my purposes." The extreme Yin ancestor replied, shaking his head dismissively, seemingly unwilling to divulge further details to Wu Zhou. This left Wu Zhou, who had long been favored by the extreme Yin, feeling somewhat perplexed at that moment. The scholar-clad Qing Yi coughed softly, leisurely stating, "Shouldn't we be on our way? There are but a few souls remaining in the hall." Startled, the extreme Yin ancestor glanced around at the sparse assembly of cultivators and responded with a slight smile. "Indeed, if we delay further, the teleportation array will vanish. Its next appearance will not occur until a month hence." With that, the extreme Yin ancestor swiftly grasped Wu Zhou, transforming into a swirling cloud that gently descended. Observing this, Qing Yi and the bearded man leisurely followed suit, while the beautiful woman had already departed ahead, seemingly intent on avoiding entanglement with the extreme Yin and his companions. After a bout of dizziness, Han Li found himself on a desolate little hillock. As he surveyed his surroundings, astonishment washed over him. Not far away stood only two men and a woman. The other cultivators had completely vanished. Upon seeing Han Li, the female cultivator's face lit up with delight. She was none other than the Xiling Fairy. Without hesitation, she approached Han Li with a beaming smile, while the male cultivator who had been with her had seemingly been transported elsewhere. This development prompted Han Li to smile wryly, sensing yet another impending complication as for the other two individuals. One is an elderly man clad in gray, and the other is a masked figure enveloped in a black robe. While the old man appears relatively unremarkable, the black-robed figure is shrouded in an ominous dark green mist, unmistakably indicating that he is a practitioner of demonic arts. The two stand apart, seemingly at odds with one another. When Xiling Fairy approached Han Li, it naturally drew the attention of both individuals, who began to scrutinize Han Li in turn. The old man regarded him with a warm demeanor, even offering a friendly smile, while the black-robed figure's gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. Han Li returned their scrutiny with an expression of calm indifference, revealing no signs of discomfort at that moment. Xiling Fairy had already reached Han Li's side, and, with a light laugh, said, "I did not expect to be teleported alongside Senior It seems I must trouble Elder Han to look after me a bit, otherwise I may find it impossible to pass this first trial." As she spoke, her lips pursed slightly, betraying a hint of bashfulness. Han Li furrowed his brow at her words and did not respond immediately. Instead, He inquired with a tone of confusion. Congratulations on your significant advancement, Xiling. You have entered the latter stages of Foundation establishment, which is indeed commendable. However, what brings you to such a perilous place? It is quite risky, considering that even core formation cultivators may struggle to ensure their safety within this Void Sky Palace. Although Han Li possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the Void Sky Palace, it did not hinder his assessment of the dangers it posed, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing Han Li's question, Xiling Fairy's delicate features revealed a trace of bitterness, and she spoke in a resigned tone. I did not wish to come here. However, as you may have discerned, I am currently at the nascent soul stage, on the brink of attempting core formation. Yet, my aptitude is not particularly exceptional, and the auxiliary pills I have managed to gather are woefully insufficient. Thus, I had no choice but to pay a high price to acquire a fragment of the Void Sky map from others, hoping for a stroke of luck. After all, I have heard that the spiritual herbs within the Void Sky Palace are abundant. Perhaps heaven will grant me the opportunity to encounter several herbs that would greatly aid my core formation. I have already resolved to only attempt this first trial and will not venture into the second. Xiling Fairy's expression turned somber, her brows knitted with despondency. Han Li sighed inwardly upon hearing her plight, falling silent. Had it not been for his cultivation of the 3 transformations of heavy origin and the great yen art, along with a plethora of spiritual herbs to forcibly enhance his chances of core formation, he might have found himself in a situation even more hopeless than that of Xiling Fairy. Reflecting on this, Han Li felt a sense of camaraderie with her predicament. Moreover, considering that the heavenly thunder bamboo had been a gift from her, and that the Miaoing sect had annually bestowed upon him a modest supply of spirit stones, though not in abundance, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards her. Perhaps this was an opportunity to reciprocate. With this thought, Han Li's demeanor softened slightly, and he spoke in a calm tone. Since we find ourselves together, I shall certainly offer you some care. However, should we encounter a situation where even I am unable to ensure my own safety, Xiling, you must have your own means of escape. Thank you, Elder Han. I am fully aware of this, and will certainly not be a burden to you. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement, the enchanting Xiling Xianzi couldn't help but reveal a captivating radiance, momentarily dazzling Han Li, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Realizing his lapse in composure, Han Li swiftly turned his gaze away, his cheeks warming as he dared not look any longer. Chapter 437, The Wailing Soul. This woman, though not extraordinarily beautiful, possessed a charm that, with a mere smile, rendered her exquisitely alluring, much to Han Li's surprise. Were it not for the fact that the Dianju within him showed no reaction, he might have believed she had employed some sophisticated art of seduction. In light of this, his earlier flustered demeanor felt quite peculiar. As Han Li pondered this, he glanced back at Xiling Xianzi, only to find her return to her modest and demure appearance. The mesmerizing allure she had just displayed vanished without a trace. Just as he found himself mulling over this mystery, an elderly man clad in gray approached him. Greetings, I am Gu Li from Tian Tai Island. May I inquire about the names of the 2 esteemed Taoists? The elder bowed politely, extending a respectful greeting to both Han Li and his companion. Setting aside his curiosity for the moment, Han Li responded with a smile. I am Han Li, and this is Xiling Xianzi from the Miaoing sect. Upon hearing Han Li's name, the elder maintained his composure, but upon mentioning the Miaoing sect and the name of Xiling, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. I have long heard of the illustrious Xiling Xianzi. To behold her true form today is indeed a stroke of great fortune. Though the elder spoke with apparent admiration, the look of skepticism in his eyes suggested that Xiling's beauty did not quite align with her famed reputation. Leaving him somewhat astonished, Xiling Xianzi, perceptive to the elder's flattery, simply smiled silently without uttering a word. However, the elder, not one to be easily deterred, quickly regained his composure and addressed Han Li with a smile. Since we have all been brought together, it is a sign of profound destiny. Why do we not join forces to overcome this trial together? After all, the realm of ghostly grievances ahead is fraught with peril. I have heard that many golden core cultivators have perished here, devoured by the multitude of spirits, leaving behind not a trace of their remains. As Gu Li spoke the latter part, his expression grew serious, indicating that he possessed considerable knowledge about the challenges presented by the Shutian Hall. Upon hearing mention of the realm of ghostly grievances, Han Li cast his gaze into the distance. Before them, a gray mist enveloped the area beyond the small hill they stood upon, swirling with an endless expanse of ashen fog. A chilling wind swept through the mist, accompanied by faint echoes of ghostly wails that sent a shiver down one's spine. The ghostly fog was kept at bay by a barely perceptible layer of white light surrounding the hill, rendering it impossible for the mist to encroach further. Otherwise, Han Li and the others would have had little time to discuss strategies, as they would have already been besieged by wandering spirits. Observing the scene, Han Li looked upward, only to find the air thick with mist, obscuring any view of his surroundings, making it seem less like the interior of a grand hall and more akin to a desolate wilderness. At that moment, Ling Xianzi, having listened to the elder's words, interjected with a note of concern. I too have heard that this first trial, the realm of ghostly grievances, was originally not difficult to traverse. However, as more cultivators have become ensnared within the ghostly fog, it has grown increasingly perilous. Due to the overwhelming resentment of the fallen monks, upon their demise, they transformed into powerful, vengeful spirits, harboring intense hatred towards us. The intruding cultivators, upon encountering one another, it is invariably a situation of either survival or annihilation. This has resulted in an increasing number of cultivators perishing during the recent openings of the Void Sky Hall. Furthermore, it is rumored that during the last opening of the Void Sky Hall, a group of cultivators encountered the immensely powerful Ghost King in this realm of vengeful spirits, leading to the obliteration of the entire group. With only one individual managing to escape, the Ghost King, Han Li stroked his chin, revealing a hint of surprise. Although he was not entirely familiar with the hierarchy of the spectral beings, he was aware that the Ghost King ranked among the most formidable of spirits, akin to a late-stage core formation cultivator. Additionally, with these spirits possessing intellect comparable to that of ordinary humans, confronting them would undoubtedly prove to be exceedingly challenging. Ge Li, noticing Han Li's contemplative demeanor, quickly added, I am aware that the likelihood of encountering the Ghost King is low. However, it would be prudent for us to act in unison. Despite my advanced age, I have no desire to perish in this ghostly mist and become akin to those vengeful spirits. The elder was quite candid. Upon hearing these words, the wise and astute Ling fairy remained silent, fully understanding that the proposal for collaboration was not motivated by concern for her as a foundation establishment cultivator, but rather aimed at Han Li. Thus, after her brief interjection, she obediently positioned herself beside Han Li, refraining from further comments. After listening to the elder's words, Han Li chuckled. Rather than responding directly, he glanced at the figure clad in black robes before leisurely stating, Good Dao Yu, have you inquired whether that esteemed brother is interested in collaborating with us? Upon hearing Han Li mention the black-robed figure, Ge Li's expression soured immediately. However, after a moment's hesitation, he begrudgingly replied, Ahem, let us not speak of that practitioner of the demonic path. As soon as I arrived, I kindly suggested the idea of joining forces, only for him to coldly dismiss me with a get lost. If not for my relatively good temper, I would not let such an affront pass without repercussions. The elder seemed distinctly agitated after expressing these sentiments. Han Li maintained his composure, yet a flicker of interest towards the black-robed figure arose within him. He turned his face and called out to the practitioner of the demonic path, Might I inquire whether this esteemed friend would be interested in joining us in mutual cooperation? If the four of us, all core formation cultivators, were to unite, we would stand a fighting chance even against a creature akin to the Ghost King. Han Li's voice, though not loud, was exceptionally clear, evidently reaching the ears of the individual in question. However, upon hearing his words, the black-robed figure merely cast a cold glance in their direction before indifferently turning away, completely disregarding Han Li's proposal. Han Dao Yu, am I mistaken? This individual seems utterly unyielding. Perhaps it is best if the three of us proceed together. The elder scoffed at the black-robed figure, evidently still brooding over the earlier insult. Han Li smiled lightly, and before he could articulate a response, the astute Ling fairy gasped softly, her expression shifting slightly. Han Li, taken aback, followed her gaze to discover that the black-robed figure was striding purposefully towards the ghostly mist, seemingly intent on facing the trials alone. The three of them stood in stunned silence. However, the expression on Ge Li's face twisted into a sneer of disdain. This individual is truly courting disaster. To dare to venture alone into the ghost mist, the likelihood of failing this trial is exceedingly high. Han Li paid no heed to the elder's scornful remarks. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, intently observing the movements of the figure in the black robe. He did not perceive the other's actions as reckless, but rather as indicative of some extraordinary means, suggesting a profound confidence in overcoming the challenge alone. The figure in the ghostly robe approached the boundary between the ghost mist and the white light, and with a graceful flick of his loose sleeves, a green light shot forth from his cuff, landing before him. To Han Li's surprise, it materialized into a small creature resembling a monkey. This diminutive monkey stood scarcely a foot tall, its emerald fur glimmering faintly with an ethereal glow. Most peculiar was its nose, which was remarkably prominent, nearly dominating half of its face, rendering it rather uncanny. Han Li regarded this with a sense of astonishment but remained largely unperturbed. Yet, the elder beside him gasped in shock upon witnessing this spectacle. "That is a Tihan," he exclaimed. "He possesses such a spirit beast. No wonder he is so arrogant." A flicker of terror crossed the elder's features. Similarly, the Xiling fairy's countenance mirrored his astonishment upon beholding the small monkey. Han Li furrowed his brow and inquired, "Tihan, what manner of strange beast is this? I have never heard of it before." The Xiling fairy, shaken from her astonishment, hastened to elucidate. The Tihan beast is not a creature born of heaven and earth, but rather a unique entity cultivated by a clandestine sect of the demonic path, existing as an intermediary between spirit beasts and demonic souls. While it may seem of little use in ordinary circumstances, it possesses an innate ability to consume souls and devour ghosts, regardless of how formidable a demon or spirit may be. Upon encountering this beast, a mere gentle inhalation from its nose will draw them into its belly. Within a brief span, they will be refined to nothingness, an extraordinary capability indeed. As she spoke, her face brimmed with envy. However, the Xiling fairy's tone shifted, and she let out a soft sigh. "But what?" Han Li felt a tinge of annoyance at her cryptic remarks. The method of cultivating such a beast is exclusively held by that secretive sect, and the process is notoriously brutal and fraught with peril, a practice that defies the natural order. It is rumored that whenever this beast manifests, chaos in the realm of cultivation is imminent. Guli, gazing at the vanishing figure in the black robe, spoke with a complex expression. "The appearance of this beast heralds chaos in the cultivation world." Hearing this, Han Li could not help but let out a cold laugh. Even without the emergence of this beast, the chaotic star sea would descend into turmoil when the time comes. "Oh, you truly believe that this beast is the harbinger of calamity?" Han Li scoffed dismissively. Chapter 438. The remains of the ghost mist. Although Han Li pursued the path to immortality, for him, cultivating to become an immortal was merely a means to attain eternal life. Should a true immortal appear before him, he would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming awe, yet it is improbable that he would genuinely submit and obey without reservation. The Xiling fairy and Guli exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Han Li's unabashed words, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. In truth, it was not only Han Li who held such sentiments. Most cultivators regarded the tale of the Tihan as merely a myth. However, typically, few would express their skepticism as directly as Han Li had. After all, the topics of destiny and the heavenly path still linger in their hearts with a sense of trepidation at this moment. The figure cloaked in black had already ventured deep into the ghostly mist, taking the wailing souls with him, completely vanishing from sight. Han Li glanced at the swirling fog and, with a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, remarked, "Let us proceed as well. Since someone has graciously cleared a path for us, we would be remiss not to take advantage of it." "What does Taoist Han mean?" inquired the elder of the Gu clan. Feigning ignorance. In truth, the elder was well aware of Han Li's intentions. Had Han Li declined to join forces, the elder would have likely adopted the same course of action. However, after previously dismissing the black-cloaked figure, he now found himself reluctant to rely on the other's assistance to traverse the ghostly mist. In the presence of Han Li and his companion, it was somewhat difficult to maintain his dignity. Hence his pretense of confusion, hoping Han Li would articulate the plan first. Upon hearing the elder's words, Han Li cast him a sidelong glance, half smiling, yet chose to remain silent as he took the lead towards the direction where the black figure had disappeared. Naturally, the ethereal Xiling fairy followed closely behind without hesitation. The elder Gu, momentarily taken aback by this scene, felt a flush of embarrassment and followed suit. As the trio approached, the gray-white ghostly mist seemed to come alive, roiling and surging towards them. Any ordinary mortal ensnared by this mist would find their essence swiftly drained, transforming into a lifeless husk, their souls forever entwined within the spectral realm, unable to escape. However, the three were cultivators and thus unperturbed by such trivial fog. With a flicker of light surrounding them, each summoned their own protective barriers. The elder Gu raised a hand, releasing a small, crimson umbrella that hovered about 10 feet above him. Slowly rotating, a warm, red beam enveloped the elder, and upon contact with the ghostly mist, a hissing sound erupted, followed by the emergence of eerie green smoke. accompanied by distant wails of anguish. The other apparitions dared only to thrash about outside the sphere of red light, no longer daring to close in, as if imbued with a semblance of intelligence. Meanwhile, the Xiling fairy unleashed 4 orb-like artifacts, each the size of a fist, which circled around her, forming a mobile barrier approximately 10 feet in diameter. This crystalline white barrier repelled the ghostly mist, preventing it from encroaching upon her in the slightest. Yet, the most peculiar method of protection belonged to Han Li. Apart from emanating a delicate azure glow, he did not deploy any artifacts or treasures. As the mist approached him, it was met with arcs of inexplicable lightning that scattered it into nothingness. This bizarre sight left both the Elder Gu and the Xiling fairy in a state of astonishment, though they refrained from asking questions. Amidst her uncertainty, the Xiling fairy vaguely recalled the heavenly thunder bamboo, yet her conviction remained tenuous. Han Li, seemingly oblivious, continued to lead the way. This was not an act of heroism. Rather, in a place saturated with ghostly energy, there was little distinction between being at the front or the back. It was far more prudent to take the lead and better gauge any potential dangers. As for the lightning, it merely dispersed the sword energy from the Qingzhou Fengyun's sword within him, enveloping his protective shield. Only the protective sword shield technique of the Qingyuan sword art allows one to harness a portion of the flying sword's formidable power without the need to manifest a magical artifact. This method of casting was a recent revelation for Han Li. Given the exorcising properties of the golden thunder bamboo, it naturally poses little challenge against the ghostly mist. Of course, Han Li did not fully unleash the power of the golden thunder bamboo. Hence the electrical sparks appeared merely pale white, ensuring that others would not easily identify it. However, his formidable consciousness, far surpassing that of an ordinary cultivator, was fully unrestrained the moment he stepped into the ghostly fog, vigilant against any sudden ambush by malevolent spirits. After all, even with their spiritual sight, cultivators could not discern far in this dense mist. Nevertheless, the traces left by the figure in the black robe were remarkably easy to follow amidst the thick haze, as a path significantly less opaque than the surrounding fog was readily distinguishable to the naked eye. Han Li and his companions merely needed to follow this trail. Whether this was a result of the black-robed individual's technique or a manifestation of the wailing spirit was of no consequence to Han Li. He was disinclined to ponder such matters. The more formidable the wailing spirit, the more advantageous it would be for those who followed. Presently, he observed his surroundings with an impassive expression while navigating the uneven terrain, which was riddled with depressions and dampness, suggesting a heavy humidity. Time passed as they walked, and nothing remarkable occurred along their path. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly ventured deeper into the heart of the ghostly mist, the color of which gradually shifted from grayish-white to a deepening black. However, Han Li's countenance darkened with the passing moments, and his brows knitted tightly. With a sudden crack, he abruptly halted, lowering his gaze to inspect the ground. The purple spirit fairy and the elder behind him, curious, gathered closer. Han Li squinted momentarily before returning to normal, shifting 1 foot away from where he stood. Beneath him lay merely a heap of white bones, wrapped in a layer of glimmering azure fabric, which did not appear to be ordinary attire. Nearby, fragments of a broken sword, crystalline and translucent, suggested that some essence still lingered within. It seemed evident that this was a hapless cultivator who had perished in this forsaken place. A flicker of unusual light danced in Han Li's eyes, but he shook his head. Given that this individual had been deceased for many years yet still retained the remnants of their magical artifact, it was likely that they had once been a cultivator of considerable skill. Yet, here they lay, unclaimed, their bones left to decay, a stark contrast to their former glory. A lamentable fate, indeed. This serves as a poignant reminder that a single misstep on the path of cultivation could lead to irrevocable consequences, yielding a demise even more tragic than that of an ordinary person. The spirit of this cultivator had likely become part of the ghostly mist, perhaps transformed into a vengeful specter, making it exceedingly difficult to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. As Han Li pondered these thoughts, he inadvertently glanced at the other two. Yet the purple spirit fairy's complexion had paled slightly, and upon meeting Han Li's gaze, she managed a strained smile that, in contrast, the elder's expression was somewhat peculiar. He furrowed his brow, staring intently at the azure garment for a moment before suddenly flicking his finger, causing a fireball the size of an egg to land upon the fabric. Yet, before it could make contact, the flame flickered and extinguished in an instant. Ahem, it is indeed him. Gully raised his head and murmured, his countenance growing somber. What is this? Do you know him, Taoist Gu? Han Li inquired, raising his brows as he gazed at the skeletal figure. The fairy Ziling beside him also exhibited a look of curiosity. This man is presumably the Jade True Man, with whom I have crossed paths on several occasions. He achieved the golden core stage long before I did. And this fire-repelling treasure robe he wears is crafted from the silk of century-old ice silkworms, rendering him impervious to ordinary flames. It is quite a renowned artifact that I heard he attended the last opening of the Void Sky Palace. But he has not returned since. That I never anticipated that he would truly fall here, having failed even to pass the first trial. Such misfortune indeed. Gully sighed heavily. Hanli fell silent upon hearing this. But after a while, he unexpectedly posed a question that took the elder by surprise. How does the Jade True Man's cultivation and the power of his treasures compare to yours? Is he significantly more profound? Hanli asked calmly. Upon hearing this, Gully seemed to grasp Han Li's intent, stroking his beard thoughtfully, and replied affirmatively. Although the Jade True Man and I both currently possess the initial stage of Foundation establishment, it is said that he was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-golden core stage at that time. His magical power should far exceed mine. Moreover, he possesses the exceedingly rare ice attribute Spiritual Root and practices ice-based techniques, in which I am greatly inferior. As for his treasures, I have not witnessed him in combat, thus cannot make a judgment. However, I believe they should not be lacking compared to mine. As the elder spoke, his complexion grew increasingly grim. This implies that a formidable foe must be nearby. I have always found it odd, even with that wailing soul beast leading the way. How is it that we have encountered no other wandering spirits or lost souls amidst this ghostly mist? Surely, the man in the black robe could not have cleared the area of all the demons and spirits for us, Hanli remarked with a serious expression. Chapter 439. The Ghost King. 1. Fairy Ziling also discerned the implications in Han Li's words, her fair face paling. The elder gazed silently at the bones below, lost in thought, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Han Li, seemingly oblivious, scanned the surroundings and continued his analysis calmly. Given that even a cultivator nearing the mid-golden core stage has perished here, it indicates that the malevolent spirit's power is undoubtedly formidable, even if it has not yet reached the realm of a ghost king. It must be perilously close. I wonder if Miss Ziling and Daoist Gu are mentally prepared for the possibility of perishing here. If the two of you wish to turn back now, there is no need to take such a perilous risk. As for me, I am determined to take my chances. Han Li's tone was composed. Yet upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. After a moment of contemplation, Fairy Ziling resolutely declared, Senior Han, if I cannot reach the golden core stage in this life and am doomed to fall into the ghostly path, I shall accept it. I will not retreat. Her voice was filled with unwavering determination, making it clear she had made her decision. However, Han Li could only manage a wry smile in response and turned to glance at the elder. Gu Li's expression wavered between light and dark. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke with a sense of despair. I came here merely to see if I could obtain some longevity fruits. There is nothing that one must desperately strive to obtain. Given the immense dangers that lie ahead, it would be wiser for this old man to retrace his steps. After all, to peacefully pass away in tranquility is far preferable to an eternal descent into the realm of spirits. Upon uttering these words, the elder displayed a fleeting look of shame. He then clasped his fists in respect towards the two, and, without further hesitation, vanished into the mist with a flick of his sleeve. Han Li stood motionless, his expression devoid of emotion, gazing in the direction of the elder's disappearance, remaining silent for quite some time. Meanwhile, the fairy Ziling revealed a look of disappointment, with the absence of a nascent soul cultivator as a companion. The dangers within the ghostly fog had undoubtedly intensified. Elder Han, should we not take our leave? Ziling remarked, glancing at the eerie, dense fog surrounding them, forcing a faint smile as she addressed Han Li. Though she had spoken resolutely moments prior, in truth, she herself was uncertain about the correctness of this choice. Consequently, her heart was now in disarray. Han Li responded with a nonchalant but then lowered his gaze to the skeletal remains. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he grasped the air, and the fire-repelling treasure robe soared into his hand, which he then calmly stowed into his storage pouch. Ziling, witnessing this scene, exhibited a hint of surprise, parting her lips as if to speak. But after a moment's thought, she chose to remain silent. Han Li's subsequent actions, however, astonished her even further. With a flick of his finger, a beam of azure sword light shot forth, creating a deep pit in the ground nearby. Then, with a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he deposited the skeleton along with the remnants of the magical artifact into the pit, burying them. Observing this, Xiling's expression grew exceedingly peculiar. Do you find my actions somewhat strange? Hanli suddenly turned to her, speaking in a calm tone. Perhaps just a little. Xiling hesitated before responding honestly to this. Hanli chuckled softly. The reason I chose to bury it is simply due to the understanding that as a fellow practitioner, I too may one day meet a similar fate, reduced to mere bones. Since I have encountered this situation, I thought it only right to lend a hand, sparing the deceased from being left to rot in the wilderness. I hope that should I face misfortune, I too will find someone to gather my remains, he continued. As for taking the treasure robe, it is simply because the deceased can no longer make use of it, and leaving it buried deep underground would be a pity. I shall consider it a reward for providing a resting place for the bones. Hanli spoke leisurely. After hearing this, the look of astonishment on Xiling's face gradually faded, and she fell into contemplation. That moment, Hanli began to stride forward. Xiling, observing the freshly buried mound of earth, sighed softly and followed suit at a measured pace. Fairy Xiling, how much do you know about the origins of the Shutian Palace? Could you share a few details regarding it? Hanli inquired, choosing to pause and walk alongside her, appearing quite at ease. Xiling glanced at Hanli's composed visage, feeling a mixture of emotions, despite being merely at the early stage of nascent soul. His calm demeanor in such a perilous place was quite unexpected. Yet, this also reassured her considerably, suggesting he must possess some form of confidence. After a brief moment of surprise at Hanli's question, she replied obediently, the exact duration of the Shutian Palace's existence in the Sea of Chaos is beyond ascertainment. It is known that this hall descends from the heavens to any corner of the chaotic sea of stars once every 300 years, often landing in secluded and desolate areas. Within this hall lie a multitude of treasures, whether they be spiritual herbs, ancient artifacts, or cultivation techniques, all of which can be sought after here. Consequently, it appears to be a clandestine sanctuary purposely constructed by ancient cultivators of the wild times for reasons unknown. Thus, whenever it opens, a multitude of high-ranking cultivators flock to search for treasures. However, the intricate mechanisms and formations within the Hall of Void Heaven are formidable. The closer one approaches the innermost chamber, the more precious the discoveries become. Alongside an escalating likelihood of encountering peril, it is said that the true treasures of the Hall of Void Heaven are found within the inner sanctum. Yet, to reach that place, one must first pass through 3 formidable trials. Otherwise, it would be akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Only a handful of fortunate cultivators, aside from those in the nascent soul stage, can safely navigate through these 3 challenges. Thus, for ordinary cultivators, the inner sanctum grows ever more enigmatic. The enchanting voice of the purple spirit fairy softly echoed. She observed Hanli's expression with keen interest. Yet, she felt a twinge of disappointment, for Hanli's countenance remained unchanged, leaving her with an impression of profound mystery. Despite the multitude of treasures within the Hall of Void Heaven, after so many years of openings, it stands to reason that there should be but a few remaining, does it not? Hanli inquired nonchalantly. That is somewhat unclear. However, the Hall of Void Heaven has a limited opening time, and each treasure is hidden with utmost secrecy. Acquiring them is no trivial matter. There should still be quite a few left. It is said that cultivators who come here usually find 1 or 2 items, which is considered quite fortunate. It is not uncommon for cultivators to leave empty-handed, having only gathered some ordinary spiritual herbs. It all depends on one's fortune. Otherwise, the treasures within this hall would have long been swept away by those in the nascent soul stage. The purple spirit fairy replied with a hint of uncertainty. Hanli nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further questions, and instead quickened his pace slightly. Subsequently, the 2 of them followed the trail left by the cloaked figure, walking for the duration of a meal without encountering any unexpected events. This provided the purple spirit fairy with a measure of reassurance. Perhaps that malevolent spirit had gone to intercept other cultivators, thus absent from this location, raising her hopes significantly. Yet, just as this thought arose in the purple spirit fairy's mind, Hanli furrowed his brow and came to a halt once more. What is it? The purple spirit fairy was taken aback and halted as well, her voice tinged with unease. She extended her spiritual senses to probe the surrounding area, yet found nothing amiss. That cloaked figure has likely encountered that malevolent spirit and is currently engaged in battle, Hanli remarked, a flicker of unusual light in his eyes, his tone turning cold. What shall we do then? Should we assist, or take the opportunity to circumvent the conflict? The purple spirit fairy hesitated, her voice laced with uncertainty. Hanli cast a glance at her, discerning her inclination toward the latter option, wishing to slip away. Such a course of action could not be deemed incorrect, were it not for the fog of spirits enveloping this place. Hanli would have immediately chosen to do so without a second thought, but now, Hanli shook his head, sighed softly, and strode forward decisively. Seeing this, the purple spirit fairy was momentarily stunned. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she stamped her delicate foot and quickly followed suit. After pursuing for several dozen zhong, she faintly heard the sound of spells exploding, accompanied by a soft, sorrowful weeping. The sound resembled that of a woman's voice, sharp yet deep, wavering as if broken, evoking an overwhelming sense of agitation and unease. Just a fleeting moment of this sound sent her spirit into turmoil, stirring an uncontrollable desire to dance about. This sudden realization startled Xiling Fairy, prompting her to quickly employ her mental techniques to solidify her primordial spirit before daring to wipe the cold sweat from her brow and gaze upwards. At that moment, she could no longer see Han Li's figure. Hesitation gripped Xiling Fairy's heart, yet after a decisive bite of her lip, she solemnly advanced forward. Remarkably, after merely traversing a little distance, she unexpectedly spotted Han Li standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor grave. This sight filled her with delight, and she hastened toward him. However, before she could draw near, the ominous wails surged around her, inducing a dizzying spell that rendered her limbs uncontrollably flailing. Utterly beyond her control, the color drained from her face in sheer terror. Chapter 440, The Ghost King 2, the soul-gripping wail in her mind. Xiling Fairy needed no deliberation. This spell was an innate technique of high-ranking specters. When unleashed in battle, it could cause opponents of significantly lesser cultivation to have their blood reverse flow, rendering them unable to restrain their frantic movements. It was a truly insidious technique of the Ghost Island. She had mistakenly dismissed the initial sounds as mere ghostly howls, and now regret surged within her. As she felt herself being compelled to step forward. Dancing uncontrollably to the ghostly cries, Xiling Fairy was engulfed in dread. At that moment, a firm voice echoed beside her, resonating with the force of thunder, causing her heart and soul to shudder. Her legs weakened, and she sank to the ground. Yet, to her astonishment, she soon discovered she had regained control over her body. A wave of relief washed over her, and she couldn't help but glance ahead in gratitude, for she recognized that the voice belonged to Han Li. Xiling, my friend, with your cultivation, as long as you maintain your mental fortitude, you will not fall prey to this ghostly sound. You merely let your guard down. Han Li's steady voice reverberated in her ears once more. A blush crept across Xiling Fairy's face as she softly acknowledged him. Then, feeling a bit shy, she rose from the ground and steadied her mind as she walked toward Han Li. Upon reaching him, she was taken aback to find him standing still, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Following Han Li's line of sight, she witnessed a scene that tightened her chest with anxiety. Just ahead, within the ghostly mist, thick black fog swirled restlessly, intermittently emitting flashes of green and red light, while the low rumble of thunder mingled with the ghostly wails that had previously embarrassed her. Amongst it all, a figure in a black robe wielded a fiery red hammer, unleashing countless blue flames as it engaged in a relentless struggle with a vague black ghostly silhouette. The ghostly figure, shrouded in mist, summoned a green orb the size of a thumb, releasing a chilling, dark energy that ensnared the figure in black, gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the so-called soul-devouring wailing beast was entangled at a distance with two humanoid ghostly beings, their bodies covered in green fur, locked in a chaotic struggle. These two monsters, distinguished only by their sharply pointed heads and each wielding a pair of short-boned forks several feet in length, bore an uncanny resemblance to ordinary green-haired zombies in all other aspects. At this moment, they brandished their bone forks, unleashing a swirling green ghostly flame, relentlessly assaulting the wailing soul beast. In response, the soul beast emitted a radiant yellow mist from its nostrils, absorbing the ghostly flames entirely, regardless of their ferocity. As they were enveloped by the mist, at first glance, it appeared that the soul beast had the upper hand. The two green-haired creatures, relying solely on the ghostly flames from their bone forks for ranged attacks, dared not approach within 10 feet of the beast, seemingly wary of the yellow mist. However, in this manner, the soul beast found itself ensnared by the two ghostly entities, unable to assist the cloaked figure any longer. Upon sighting the two green-haired creatures, Xiling gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, How is it that you recognize these beings, Taoist Xiling? Han Li inquired, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him, though he did not turn to face her. It must be correct. Although this is my first encounter, they are indeed identical to the descriptions in the texts, she replied, her voice imbued with certainty. This is a particularly rare type of zombie. One of the few that can traverse the world freely even under the sun. No wonder they dared approach the soul beast without fear of its oppressive aura. She continued with a thoughtful demeanor. Since they possess a corporeal form, as long as they are not ensnared by the soul beast's absorbing light at close range, they should be able to entangle it. After all, this wailing soul beast appears to lack profound cultivation and, aside from its soul-absorbing divine light, seems to possess no other formidable abilities. Taking a step forward, Xiling stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Li, her voice calm and measured as she elaborated. Han Li, upon hearing her words, maintained a composed exterior, yet inwardly he sighed in resignation. Despite her relatively modest cultivation, her breadth of knowledge far surpassed that of a rogue cultivator like himself. Although he had perused numerous tomes in Huangfeng Valley, his previous low level of cultivation had precluded him from accessing truly valuable secret materials. Furthermore, the texts he acquired after arriving at the chaotic Star Sea, while numerous, lacked the systematic organization of a sect, often containing either repetitions or significant omissions. While this was not readily apparent in ordinary circumstances, it became glaringly evident in critical moments like this. It seemed imperative that, should he emerge unscathed from this ordeal, he must indeed seek out the archives of the Miaoing sect for such literature. Surely they would not refuse this nominal elder. As Han Li pondered, the situation on the battlefield shifted once more. The blue flames of the crimson flying hammer were finally obscured by the black shadowy aura of the ghostly green pearl, rendering the flames extinguished and the situation perilous. This ignited both alarm and fury within the cloaked figure. He had meticulously prepared for this treasure hunt, believing that with the soul beast's might, surpassing the first challenge of the ghostly realm would be a mere formality. This confidence had led him to brusquely reject the invitations of Han Li and his companions. Little did he anticipate encountering such a formidable malevolent spirit, one well-versed in tactics to dismantle their efforts. In a moment of carelessness, a sudden strike had severed his connection with the soul beast, plunging him into a dire predicament. Regrettably, the disciples of his sect, apart from their skills in refining the crying soul beast and a modicum of peculiar esoteric arts, lacked any remarkable divine abilities when confronting foes. They could only watch helplessly as the magical fire hammer, resonating with his spirit, diminished in brilliance and potency. The horrifying consequences of a potential downfall in this place sent chills of dread coursing through the heart of the black-robed man. Leaving him in a state of panic that moment, Han Li arrived nearby, prompting a surge of joy in the black-robed man, akin to grasping a lifeline. However, the demeanor of Han Li upon his arrival infuriated the proud individual to the brink of bloodshed. Despite witnessing the perilous situation, Han Li exhibited no inclination to assist. Instead, he observed the struggle between the black-robed man and the demon from a distance with chilling indifference. This incited a seething hatred within the black-robed man, his teeth grinding in frustration. Subsequently, the purple spirit fairy also made her appearance. Observing the black-robed man's desperate struggle, she found herself perplexed by Han Li's lack of intervention. Could it be that he wished to witness the demise of the black-robed man due to his earlier disdainful demeanor? She considered Han Li too astute for such short-sightedness, and her suspicions deepened. Furthermore, given Han Li's recent act of saving her, she refrained from voicing her doubts outright, instead opting to silently observe the conflict with a complex gaze. At this juncture, the black-robed man could no longer endure. His flying hammer, ensnared by the sinister energy emanating from the green orb, finally extinguished its magical flames, becoming ensnared in the air. The black shadow then let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a streak of dark light that shot directly towards the black-robed man. Although obscured by his attire, the expression of this demonic practitioner was one of desolation as he stood motionless. Seemingly resigned to his fate, the black-robed man understood well that despite the other protective spells he had cast, they were as flimsy as paper against such a formidable ghost, absent a magical artifact to shield him. He feared that a single grasp would shatter his various protective barriers, leading to his immediate demise. With his flying hammer incapacitated and no other artifacts at his disposal, he found himself helplessly awaiting his end. In this dire moment, Han Li, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly sprang into action without warning that he raised a hand, and 4 or 5 slender azure sword energies shot forth with astonishing speed, targeting the vital points of the shadow that if the shadow were to disregard the impending danger and continue its assault on the black-robed man, it would certainly crush him, yet it would also risk shattering its own core amidst the onslaught of sword energies. Naturally, the shadow would not make such a foolish sacrifice that it swiftly darted back to its original position after a few erratic movements, fixing its gaze, now glowing green, upon Han Li, betraying no hint of emotion. Seeing this, a flicker of intrigue ignited in Han Li's eyes that he flipped his palm, and a petite spirit beast pouch materialized. However, rather than immediately deploying this pouch, he deftly flicked his fingers, sending forth a dozen similar azure lights towards the 2 green-haired night demons. The 2 specters, displaying considerable cunning, recognized the impending azure assault and, after a few fleeting movements, transformed into wisps of green smoke, vanishing without a trace. However, moments later, the figures of the 2 beings reappeared on either side of the black shadow, baring their teeth fiercely at Han Li, revealing their mouths filled with black and yellow fangs. Seizing the opportunity while the shadow's attention was diverted towards Han Li, the figure in the black robe suddenly unleashed all his magical power in a desperate gamble, actually managing to recall the flying hammer. Overjoyed, he transformed into a streak of red light and shot towards Han Li. But at that moment, Han Li's expression abruptly darkened, and he bellowed, "Be careful, there are other ghostly beings." Hearing this, the figure in the black robe was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible gray figure shot out from the mist on the other side, swiftly appearing before the black-robed man. The latter had no time to evade. His eyes wide with terror as the gray shadow was about to pierce through the black-robed man's body. A dazzling white light suddenly illuminated the space between them, causing the gray figure to emit a shriek and retreat. The black-robed man, having narrowly escaped death, was momentarily dazed, but soon elation filled him. Without a second thought, he fled, ultimately revealing his form amidst the flashing red light beside Han Li. Han Li regarded the black-robed man with surprise that he had clearly seen that amidst the flickering white light, a gigantic bird-like entity had flashed by, driving away the gray shadow, which piqued his curiosity. The black-robed man, however, did not return Han Li's gaze with any warmth. Still shaken from his brush with death, he regretted his reckless decision to heed no one's warnings and venture into this void heavenly palace. Yet, as he recalled the life-saving white light, something seemed to dawn on him. Hurriedly, he rummaged through his robes and produced an ancient, weathered copper mirror. Han Li cast a curious sidelong glance at it. The mirror was unusually shaped and exuded a hint of spiritual essence. Could it be yet another ancient treasure? While Han Li pondered this, a sudden cracking sound broke the silence. The mirror's surface inexplicably shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, the spiritual energy once contained within it vanishing without a trace, rendering the item utterly worthless. Upon witnessing this, the black-robed man's eyes filled with regret. He sighed, reluctantly stowing the shattered mirror away, raising his head. He caught sight of Han Li's gaze, and immediately recalled his previous unwillingness to lend assistance, prompting him to snort in annoyance and turn his face away. Observing this reaction, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. However, as if understanding the situation, he simply smiled wryly, choosing to disregard the man's demeanor and instead focus on the ghostly beings across from him. Princess Ziling gazed at the figure of the black-robed man, also displaying a contemplative expression. By this time, the crying soul beast had already scurried over, climbing onto the black-robed man's shoulder and sitting still, appearing exceedingly obedient. Meanwhile, beside the black shadow across the way, the gray figure flickered in and out of visibility, and with a series of rustling sounds, 7 or 8 identical demonic entities sprang forth from the surrounding mist. Han Li instantly recognized these creatures as a fierce type of ghost known as Wei Wu. Typically, the appearance of even a single one in the mortal realm would incite considerable chaos. To his astonishment, a whole swarm had emerged here, causing his expression to darken. The malevolent spirits, adorned with horns and possessing razor-sharp claws, though significantly less formidable than the 2 ghostly figures, were nonetheless comparable to cultivators at the late Foundation establishment stage. At this moment, they coldly crouched in the vicinity, encircling Han Li and his companions. Realizing that a fierce battle was inevitable, Han Li unceremoniously commanded, "You 2 shall contend with those Wei Wu spirits, while I will confront the 2 ghostly figures. Please, buy me some time." His voice was deep and solemn, and although the figure in black was filled with dissatisfaction towards Han Li, He recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing his words and reluctantly acquiesced to Han Li's orders. After all, he believed himself incapable of overcoming the two ghostly figures, and he could hardly refuse when the opportunity to engage them was presented. No sooner had he spoken than the ferocious spirits revealed their menacing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li swiftly summoned his spirit beast pouch. A multitude of gold-biting insects transformed into a shimmering tapestry of gold and silver, floating in the air. That moment, the surrounding demons seemed to receive a command, simultaneously lunging at the three of them with malicious intent, exhaling dark, ghostly flames. The figure in black and the purple spirit fairy immediately unleashed their treasured artifacts to intercept them. The crying soul beast proved particularly formidable as it extended its radiant aura, effortlessly swallowing a nearby demon into its gullet. However, this was the extent of its prowess, for the two green-haired yakshas reactivated their bone forks, ensnaring it once more. Meanwhile, Han Li paid no heed to the Wei Wu spirits, transforming instead into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards the two ghostly figures in the distance, closely followed by the buzzing swarm of gold-biting insects. Upon seeing Han Li approach, one of the ghostly figures, its black eye glinting with green light, opened its mouth and expelled a luminous green orb, hurling it directly at Han Li's azure form. The gray figure flickered a few times before vanishing into thin air. Han Li furrowed his brow, refraining from advancing, and maintained a stoic expression as he halted midway. With a flick of his finger, two azure bamboo cloud swords shot forth, intertwining into two beams of azure light. Simultaneously, the gold-biting insects responded to his mental command, dispersing and subsequently hovering around him, ceasing their erratic movements. With a resounding crash, the two beams of green light collided with the orb, which rapidly emitted a torrent of profound, cold energy, enveloping the two flying swords in an impenetrable shroud. A glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes as he formed a hand seal. Instantly, the two flying swords expanded several-fold, transforming into two lengthy azure serpents that thrashed and twisted, breaking free from the clutches of the black, sinister aura and turning to strike the green, ghostly orb fiercely. Witnessing this, the previously icy gaze of the ghostly figure betrayed a hint of surprise. It was important to note that although this green ghostly orb was originally an ordinary protective artifact belonging to a fallen cultivator, after being discovered by the demon and subjected to hundreds of years of cultivation through profound, cold, ghostly energy, it had become remarkably refined. The emitted cold energy specifically targeted the spiritual essence of artifacts. Once ensnared, even the slightest entanglement would lead to an unending entrapment, rendering escape impossible. However, for some unknown reason, the two flying swords wielded by Han Li showed no fear of the entanglement of the profound energy. The transformed azure dragon merely bit at the spectral energy, tearing it apart into disarray. Unable to approach the swords themselves, this phenomenon caused the already sentient ghostly apparition to feel a twinge of trepidation. It is worth noting that in the several hundred years of its spiritual communication, it had never encountered such a situation. After a moment of hesitation, it suddenly raised its ghostly claw and pointed towards the green orb in the air. The ghostly pearl radiated with brilliant light, rebounding several feet back before spinning in the air for a few circles. Suddenly, after a brief tremor, it transformed into a colossal black demon tiger. This tiger was immensely large, its eyes resembling bells, and as it roared, it emitted a stream of blackish-green phosphorescent fire, exuding an aura of tremendous ferocity. What was most astonishing, however, was that this giant tiger did not resemble the illusory form of the azure dragon created by Han Li. Rather, it appeared to be a fully tangible entity, exuding an incredible aura of power that a spirit of a magical artifact. Han Li felt a slight shock and involuntarily narrowed his eyes. The so-called spirit of a magical artifact refers to the opportunity each treasure possesses since its forging to seal the essence of a demon beast or ghost within it. This allows for the driving of these essences to fuse with the artifact in battle, significantly augmenting its power and transforming it into the form of the spirit in its previous life. Complete with its innate abilities, this can be seen as a shortcut to rapidly enhance the power of a magical artifact. However, for reasons unknown, regardless of whether the sealing of the spirit was successful or not, each artifact can only seal a spirit once from its creation until its ultimate destruction. That if the sealing fails, there will never be another chance to possess a spirit. This is because, during a second sealing attempt, the artifact will no longer accept any essence. Consequently, many cultivators treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Typically, Unless in urgent need of augmenting their artifact's power, they will only conduct the sealing ceremony when they find a suitable target and feel confident about the outcome. It is presumed that during the blood-soaked Forbidden Grounds, Nangong Wan sought the essence of that ink dragon with the intention of sealing a spirit. After all, although the ink dragon was still quite young in rank, it belonged to the dragon category, making it exceedingly rare. Thus, Nangong Wan was exceptionally thrilled upon acquiring it. Meanwhile, Han Li had annihilated numerous demon beasts of various ranks in the chaotic sea of stars. Yet he had still not encountered a single spiritual dragon. This left him feeling quite frustrated, as he had long desired to use a dragon as a spirit for his artifact. Nevertheless, the success rate for sealing a spirit is notoriously difficult to control, with almost no discernible patterns. However, one thing is certain: the stronger the essence of the spirit to be sealed, the lower the chances of success. Conversely, a spirit that is too weak fails to significantly enhance the power of the artifact. Which is why, in the end, most cultivators' artifacts remain without spirits. This is either due to their inability to find a satisfactory target or because the spirits they sought to seal were too powerful, resulting in total failure. Thus, upon witnessing that the ghostly pearl possessed a spirit, Han Li was taken aback. Yet, he quickly composed himself, moistening his somewhat parched lips before pointing at the two azure bamboo cloud swords, which transformed once more into two azure dragons, hurtling towards the demon tiger with the intent to slay. These flying swords did not possess any spirit. They were merely simple artifacts taking shape, lacking the true powers of a dragon. Nonetheless, Han Li was determined to test the might of this demon tiger spirit. Chapter 442. The Demon King. 4. Upon witnessing the azure bamboo B-Cloud sword transform into a writhing dragon, the colossal black tiger's eyes flashed with murderous intent. With a low growl, it opened its massive maw, unleashing a barrage of black orbs, each the size of a human head. The two phantom azure dragons valiantly tore apart the initial onslaught of orbs with their claws and jaws. However, as the seventh and eighth orbs surged forth, they could no longer withstand the assault. With a mournful cry, the image of the dragon shattered under the impact of the orbs, revealing the true forms of the flying swords. The two swords were sent hurtling away, tumbling over several times, and simultaneously, the azure light above them diminished significantly, indicating a degree of spiritual damage. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt a pang of regret in his heart. He quickly extended his finger, summoning the two swords back as azure streaks of light into his body for recuperation. With his other hand, he released 4 more identical azure flying swords, which darted towards the giant tiger in a flash. Witnessing this turn of events, the ghostly figure behind the tiger grew agitated. Taking a deep breath, it unleashed an ear-piercing shriek. The demon tiger, upon hearing this sound, instinctively lowered its head, twisting its neck as its front claws dug deep into the ground. Then, a startling scene unfolded. One side of the tiger's head bulged dramatically, and with a flash of black light, a smaller tiger head suddenly manifested there, transforming it into a two-headed monstrosity, with the appearance of the second head. The demonic aura emanating from the tiger surged tremendously, causing Han Li to furrow his brow in concerned anxiety. This moment, the spirit of the demon tiger showed no restraint as both heads opened their jaws wide, releasing a torrent of densely packed black orbs, surging aggressively towards Han Li. Not daring to be complacent, Han Li quickly formed a hand seal. The 4 flying swords in mid-flight began to tremble violently, multiplying into 8. Following this, the brilliance intensified as the 8 swords converged, transforming into a massive azure sword several zhang in length. Gazing at this sword, a flicker of extraordinary light shone in Han Li's eyes. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, channeling pure true essence into a radiant azure mist that enveloped the broad blade of the giant sword. Instantly, the sword emitted a prolonged, clear ringing sound, radiating light as it transformed into a sweeping azure ribbon, hurtling towards the black orbs with the force of a tempest. As the black and azure lights collided, a spectacular explosion ensued, resonating with a deafening roar that was nothing short of astonishing. The azure giant sword sliced through the multitude of orbs with an unstoppable momentum, showcasing unparalleled valor. Yet, the black orbs continued to proliferate, ceaselessly erupting from the 2 tiger heads without any sign of abating, as if they were inexhaustible. This situation caused Han Li's expression to darken, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, just as he pondered whether to employ another spell to shatter his opponent or release additional flying swords. A slight disturbance in the air caught his attention. In the space behind him, a remarkably faint gray ghostly figure silently emerged. Aside from its blood-red eyes, it exuded not a hint of unusual aura. Hanli seemed utterly oblivious to the strange presence lurking behind him. The gray shadow cast a fleeting glance at the myriad of floating insects surrounding Hanli. A flicker of crimson light danced within its eyes as it suddenly lunged forward, transforming into a slender gray arc that shot silently towards Hanli's back, intent on shattering his golden cord. As for the insects, they were of no concern to it. The technique it practiced excelled in shape-shifting and stealth. At this moment, its entire being had morphed into an incorporeal form, rendering it impervious to the detection of mere insects. Moreover, it held a profound confidence that Hanli would be caught utterly unawares, meeting a grim fate beneath its sharp claws. The method employed by this specter was indeed exceedingly peculiar. The gray arc hurtling towards Hanli emitted not a whisper of sound, and it traveled with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it had positioned itself behind Hanli, when suddenly, the silvery golden beetles that had been suspended in the air surged forward with a resounding hum, enveloping the gray light in a frantic swarm. The gray shadow was taken aback. Before it could react, a multitude of silvery golden beetles interposed themselves, charging towards it. In an instant, the gray light plunged headlong into the swarm of beetles, becoming ensconced in a vibrant tapestry of gold and silver. Enraged and astonished, the gray shadow writhed in an attempt to shake off the insects, but to no avail. Soon, an overwhelming sensation of strangeness coursed through its entire being. Momentarily stunned, it lowered its gaze to inspect the situation. To its horror, the blood-red light within its eyes flickered chaotically, filled with dread. These inconspicuous beetles were gnawing at its ethereal form, each bite proving laborious, yet they were indeed consuming it. They seemed capable of disregarding its incorporeal state entirely. Panic began to seize the gray shadow, prompting it to undergo rapid transformations. One moment it morphed into a pitch-black mist, the next into a monstrous figure clad in scales. However, no matter how it shifted, the relentless swarm of beetles clung tenaciously to its essence, preventing any escape. In this brief span, its spectral form had been significantly devoured by thousands of these grotesque insects. At that moment, Hanli finally turned his head, casting a cold glance at the gray shadow. Without uttering a single word, he waved his hands, summoning 2 more spirit beast bags into the air, which unleashed 2 additional swarms of silvery golden insects that buzzed into existence, transforming into 2 colossal arrows that plummeted downward to join in the feast. The gray specter finally emitted a bone-chilling wail of terror, calling out for aid from the distant black shadow. Upon hearing this cry, the black figure revealed a hint of anxiety. It glanced at the enormous tiger spirit, which was locked in a stalemate with the azure giant sword, displaying a moment of hesitation. Yet, after a brief flicker of green light in its eyes, it suddenly coalesced into a dense mass of black mist and lunged towards the dual-headed demon tiger. The black tiger immediately let out a pained roar. Rising upright, its hind legs thickened and expanded, while its front legs shrank and thinned. Then, one of its tiger heads blurred momentarily before revealing a furry human face shrouded in thick black mist. The other tiger head remained unchanged, yet its eyes were filled with a savage fury. Hanli gasped in astonishment, involuntarily whispering the name of this spell. At first glance, the technique seemed akin to possession, similarly affixing itself to a living being. However, in reality, the effects were worlds apart. Without further ado, the act of possession not only fails to augment one's strength, but also permits the possessed entity to manifest merely a fraction of its original prowess. It is merely a convenient spell for distant manipulation. Once executed, it bears little consequence. In contrast, the art of spirit possession diverges significantly. This technique cannot be employed upon other cultivators. Rather, it can only be cast by a cultivator upon a creature of lesser intelligence. Furthermore, upon possession, the practitioner's cultivation level becomes exponentially magnified by the combined essences of both the practitioner and the possessed entity. The moment this arcane spell is invoked, a life and death pact is forged between the two. Should one party's soul be extinguished, the other shall meet a similar fate. Most astonishingly, upon the execution of this spirit possession technique, a wholly new entity is formed, endowed with its own consciousness and memories, distinct from the being of the practitioner. Although initially the duration of this possession is fleeting, it will automatically dissipate shortly after. The frequency of its invocation extends the duration, allowing this new entity to gradually assert dominance. Ultimately, this technique may become irrevocable. Ironically, this half-human, half-demon creature, which possesses remarkable prowess from its inception, has a lamentably brief lifespan. The extraordinary power it acquires exacts a staggering toll on its own vitality. Often, it is not long after achieving true independence that its demise follows. Additionally, though its veracity remains uncertain, there are rumors suggesting that cultivators of the spirit possession technique, upon death, will be condemned to an endless abyss, forever barred from the cycle of reincarnation. This notion instills dread among the practitioners of the cultivation world. Fortunately, few cultivators are privy to this arcane art, and those who are aware are unlikely to pursue it. Otherwise, they risk a significant reduction in lifespan or the transformation into a half-human, half-demon abomination leading to their demise. The phantasmal figure fused with the colossal tiger before me bears an uncanny resemblance to the legendary spirit possession technique. However, this secret art should be accessible only to conventional cultivators. There has been no account of demons or phantoms engaging in such practices, particularly not in a manner so astonishingly directed towards their own spirit tool. Han Li, usually inscrutable, could not suppress the look of skepticism that crossed his features, his heart brimming with caution. He cast a swift glance behind him. A cold smirk crept upon his face. The gray specter, now substantially diminished, lay there gasping for breath, reduced to a mere third of its original form. Even if it were to escape now, it would undoubtedly be gravely weakened. Incapable of rejoining the fray, the devouring gold insect truly deserves its esteemed ranking among bizarre creatures. It not only consumes spiritual energy, but also devours malevolent spirits without fail, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. Albeit at a slightly slower pace. As Han Li pondered this, the tiger demon opposite him, after a moment of bewilderment, displayed a look of astonished realization. It glanced between Han Li and the remaining specter behind him, then cast its gaze upon its own form, erupting into a cacophonous and jarring laughter that began softly and crescendoed into an unending roar, reverberating through the surrounding ghostly mist. At first, Han Li remained indifferent, merely observing the actions of the tiger monster with a cold gaze. However, after a short while, his complexion began to pale, betraying a sense of gravity. The laughter emanating from the tiger demon not only failed to diminish as anticipated, but instead grew increasingly robust and resonant. Even as he employed the Dayan technique to fortify his mind, he felt as if he were walking alone in a desolate wilderness, besieged by the deafening cacophony of countless thunderclaps. This was dire. Just as Han Li cautiously cast his gaze toward the opposite side, a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He hastily turned his head, and a chill ran down his spine. The gray ghostly figure that had been behind him had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the swarm of golden-eating insects lay scattered on the ground, their vitality drained, occasionally fluttering their wings, but no longer possessing the ferocity they once exhibited. In his frustration, Han Li quickly summoned several spirit beast bags, hastily collecting the half-dead insects within. Enduring the thunderous laughter, he raised his gaze to survey another battle scene. To his surprise, the sight before him initially startled him. But he soon felt reassured. The purple spirit fairy and the figure cloaked in black were engaged in a fierce struggle against the malevolent spirits, though the black-robed individual, having lost the power of his magical artifacts, was significantly stronger than these fiends. The limitations of his techniques prevented him from gaining a decisive advantage. As for the purple spirit fairy, she was safely concealed within the glow of a rectangular stone tablet, focused solely on self-preservation. Observing the two, it seemed they were entirely unaffected by the monstrous laughter, which puzzled Han Li. However, after a moment of contemplation, he grasped the underlying reason clearly. The two-headed monster's laughter had its influence confined to a small area, thus exhibiting such formidable power. Even the golden-eating insects, which were typically resistant to damage from magical artifacts, could not withstand it and fell from the ghostly figure in droves. This was partly due to the fact that these spirit insects had not yet completed their ascension, but it also underscored the might of the laughter. Had it not been for the Dayan technique he possessed, which had the remarkable effect of stabilizing the mind and soul, he likely would have succumbed to weakness and surrender amidst this cacophony of bizarre laughter. The more he pondered, the more horrified he became, as Han Li was now certain that this creature before him was, if not at the nascent soul stage, certainly stronger than a late-stage core formation cultivator. Could this truly be the so-called Ghost King? A sense of doubt flickered within him at that moment. The creature across from him, noticing Han Li standing unfazed amidst the laughter, finally ceased its raucous guffaws, its four eerie eyes fixating on him. Han Li felt an uncomfortable sensation under its gaze, yet his eyes narrowed defiantly as he met its stare. Just then, from behind the creature. The incomplete gray ghostly figure darted forward without a moment's pause, shooting directly in front of the two-headed monster. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering uncertainly. What could this mean, with the ghostly figure having transformed in such a manner, returning instead of fleeing? As he pondered in confusion, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a glint of strange light in its eyes, the two-headed tiger demon suddenly seized the gray ghostly figure, and with a wide, gaping maw, it swiftly devoured the shadow in a matter of moments. Han Li could only watch in astonishment at this unfolding scene. However, what transpired next swiftly unraveled Han Li's suspicions. The creature let out a series of thunderous roars, and from the prominent bulge at its neck, another gray tiger head emerged alongside the human-faced skull. This tiger head also bore a human visage, though it belonged to a woman of unremarkable beauty. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure. At the moment of its emergence, the gray tiger head's eyes remained tightly shut, its pallid complexion suggesting it had suffered considerable injury. However, it was not long before she opened her blood-red eyes, fixating a gaze filled with profound malice upon Han Li, sending shivers down his spine and causing a slight chill to creep into his heart. At this juncture, the male head in the center let out a piercing howl and, with an imposing gait, boldly approached Han Li. With each step, a flash of black light enveloped its form, causing it to swell significantly in size. After a mere dozen strides, the creature had expanded to several times its original dimensions, towering like a 2- or 3-story loft, which caused Han Li's expression to shift dramatically in alarm. Without pausing to ponder further, Han Li gestured with both hands, summoning over 100 giant ape puppets that materialized around him. Subsequently, these colossal apes simultaneously extended their arms, unleashing a torrent of slender beams of light that cascaded through the air. Han Li then pointed towards the azure giant sword suspended in the air. The sword, entwined within the luminous beams, transformed into a magnificent arc of light, hurtling forward with the formidable intent to cleave the tiger demon into several pieces. Upon witnessing this, the three-headed monster's central visage displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly followed by a sinister chuckle. The left and right heads simultaneously opened their mouths. One released the previously encountered black orbs of light in rapid succession, while the other unleashed a haze of gray ghostly flames that filled the sky. The interplay of ghostly fire and orbs intermingled, creating a formidable barrier that effectively thwarted the onslaught of the myriad beams of light. Even when some stray beams struck the monster's colossal form, they merely resulted in a few sparks, having no substantial effect. Han Li's brows furrowed in concern, and a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes as he abruptly formed a sword gesture. The azure arc of light radiated an even more blinding brilliance, its speed increasing by a third in an instant. In the blink of an eye, under the protection of the numerous giant ape puppets, it surged forth, shattering the barriers of ghostly fire and orbs with overwhelming force. Advancing towards the creature, as it encircled the monster's waist, it prepared to constrict and annihilate it on the spot amid a dazzling display of light. However, Han Li found himself utterly astounded, for at that moment, the three heads of the creature emitted a simultaneous, monstrous roar. In the next instant, two enormous tiger paws, fanning out like large paddles, darted forward at an imperceptible speed to Han Li's naked eye. Swiftly grasping the giant sword with bare hands, the furry tiger paws appeared entirely unperturbed by the sword's razor-sharp brilliance. Han Li watched in disbelief as the giant sword thrashed and struggled in the creature's formidable grip. Yet it could not break free. He began to wonder if his eyes were deceiving him. Although the Qingzhou Fengyun's sword had not been refined for long, and thus lacked formidable power, the mere fact that it could be seized with bare hands was utterly astonishing. Was it possible that the creature's claws had been forged into some kind of magical artifact? Such bizarre thoughts flitted through Han Li's mind, while the monster, having seized control of his flying sword, revealed a sinister countenance across its three heads. After a sinister grin from the central head, a gaping mouth unleashed a torrent of inky black malevolence, forcefully striking the struggling flying sword and gradually eroding its azure spiritual radiance. Witnessing this dire situation, Han Li's heart plummeted. The ferocity of these three-headed fiends was alarming, and their cultivation was unfathomably deep. Continuing to entangle with them would surely lead to his demise. He resolved that risks must be taken, and a swift resolution was imperative. With this thought, he cast a glance towards another battlefield. The figure cloaked in black and Ling were wholly engrossed in their battle against the myriad of demons, leaving them oblivious to his plight. Upon perceiving this, a flicker of determination ignited within Han Li's gaze as he slowly turned back. The two heads of the monster were still engrossed in their assault on his puppet giant ape, while the central head desperately spewed forth black mist in an attempt to taint his Qingzhou Fengyun's sword. That a surge of murderous intent welled up within Han Li, with a silent exclamation of impending doom. He no longer hesitated, swiftly forming an intricate sword gesture with both hands and pointing forcefully towards the flying sword in the void. Chapter 444. The Black Robe, the enormous sword, which was caught in a fierce struggle with the three-headed tiger demon, ceased its tremors at Han Li's pointed gesture. The tiger demon, expelling great plumes of black mist, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, before it could react, dozens of slender arcs of pale golden lightning erupted from the expansive blade, darting forth with astonishing speed. These arcs quickly enveloped the demon's furry giant hands, swiftly ascending to ensnare its colossal form, forming a radiant golden net that encased the creature. Upon witnessing this, the three heads of the beast simultaneously displayed expressions of horror. However, before they could initiate any counteraction, the electric net surrounding them erupted in a dazzling explosion at Han Li's utterance of a swift command. The searing, blinding white light completely engulfed the massive body, rendering it utterly indistinguishable. Even the combatants, Ziling and the figure in black, were momentarily stunned and turned their attention towards this spectacle, while their adversaries, the Wei Wu ghosts and two ghostly yakshas, briefly appeared dazed before abruptly fleeing in terror. Ziling and her companion were taken aback. After a moment's hesitation, they could only watch as the entities vanished into the ghostly mist. Seizing the opportunity, the wailing beast let out a powerful snort, releasing a burst of radiant light that unexpectedly engulfed one of the fleeing fiends. The white light persisted for only a brief moment before finally dimming. Returning to its normal state, the tiger demon, however, remained motionless in its original position, its three heads frozen in expressions of terror, yet devoid of any sign of change. Then, a chilling gust swept through, and the creature's massive form disintegrated into a cloud of ash, vanishing without a trace. Only the enormous sword and a fist-sized tricolor orb floated in mid-air, the orb shimmering with interwoven shades of gray, black, and green. Han Li exhaled a deep sigh of relief, beckoning with his hand as the azure giant sword emitted a low hum before dispersing into 8 flying swords that shot back towards him. However, 4 of them transformed into mere shards midway, while the remaining 4 obediently entered Han Li's body, succumbing to slumber. The recent arcane discharge has thoroughly depleted the previously amassed protective divine lightning, necessitating an extended period of recuperation. Han Li cast a glance at the enigmatic orb, his figure flickering momentarily before he appeared before the gem. Fixing his gaze upon the object, he fell into deep contemplation. After a brief pause, a flash of sternness crossed his face as he deftly produced a cerulean flying sword with a single hand. In an instant, with a brilliant flash, Han Li unceremoniously cleaved downward with great force. With a resounding crash, the orb was severed into 2 halves, from which 3 tendrils of black mist erupted, desperately attempting to flee. However, with a flick of his finger, Han Li unleashed 3 fireballs, each the size of a hen's egg. With a series of muffled thuds, the black mist were struck by the fireballs, emitting faint cries of anguish as they were consumed entirely by the flames. These malevolent spirits exhibited remarkable cunning, having concealed their primary souls within the treasure, presumably to entice him into reaching for it. Had he done so, he would undoubtedly have faced a fierce battle for possession. Nevertheless, the demise of the fused tiger demon by the protective divine lightning of the flying sword was an outcome he had anticipated. Given the formidable reputation of the Golden Thunder Bamboo and its specific ability to counteract malevolent forces, it was only logical that 4 flying swords, unleashing their full thunderous might, would vanquish a demon. It was this potent trump card that allowed him to maintain an unusual calm and confidence upon entering the ghostly mists. Even when confronted with the fusion of the ghost and demon, despite its bizarre nature, he appeared remarkably unperturbed. Of course, due to the presence of the figure in black robes and the purple spirit fairy, he had initially intended to eliminate the foe without resorting to the protective divine lightning. Yet, he had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the fused tiger demon, which foolishly grasped his azure bamboo, cloud sword with both hands. Faced with this fortuitous opportunity to employ the protective divine lightning, he was not about to let it slip away. Indeed, he succeeded in thoroughly eradicating this creature, which was no less formidable than a late-stage core formation cultivator, from existence. Han Li cast a downward glance at the now bisected orb, shook his head lightly, and then turned to stride toward the direction of the purple spirit fairy. Meanwhile, the figure in black robes regarded the scene with a look of utter astonishment. Although he had not had the leisure to closely observe the skirmish with Han Li, he had witnessed the subsequent spirit attachment, transformation, and fusion of the ghostly demon, which left him utterly aghast. In that moment, he resolved that if Han Li exhibited even the slightest sign of being overmatched, he would immediately make his escape. The three-headed tiger demon appeared overwhelmingly formidable, yet, to his disbelief, following a blinding flash of white light, the creature was effortlessly obliterated. This left him questioning the very nature of Han Li's capabilities. Could it be that he possessed some legendary artifact capable of turning the tides of fate? Otherwise, as a mere early-stage core formation cultivator, he could not fathom how Han Li could vanquish such a formidable three-headed tiger demon. However, if this were indeed the case, securing Han Li's allegiance could provide him with significant backing within the Void Heaven Palace. After all, aside from those ancient beings at the nascent soul stage, he could scarcely believe anyone else could annihilate such a powerful ghostly demon in scathe. Upon contemplating this, the astonishment in the eyes of the figure cloaked in black gradually dissipated, replaced by a gaze filled with complexity as it fell upon Han Li. Although the fairy Xiling was equally taken aback, she had long suspected that Han Li was no ordinary cultivator of the core formation stage. Thus, she swiftly regained her composure and approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Senior Han, your powers are truly remarkable. You have effortlessly vanquished such a formidable ghostly fiend. It seems that being associated with you is indeed a stroke of fortune." She articulated gracefully. "Effortless? I hardly found it so," Han Li remarked, his tone dismissive upon hearing her words. "Senior, you are far too modest," Fairy Xiling responded with a twinkle in her eye, evidently believing Han Li was being insincere. "Pray tell, what was the white light you wielded earlier? Its potency was astounding." The figure in black finally spoke, his voice low and gravelly, evoking a slight discomfort in the listener at the sound of that harsh voice. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly chuckled. "You must be a female cultivator. There is no need for you to disguise your voice. Both Xiling and I have already discerned your true identity." Fairy Xiling smiled coyly in response. The cloaked figure initially appeared taken aback, but soon her eyes brimmed with a hint of embarrassment. After a moment of hesitation, she adopted a softer, more feminine tone. "Since you two have already seen through my guise, there is little left for me to conceal. It was merely for convenience in public." Having uttered these words, the cloaked woman hesitated once more before slowly removing her black hood, revealing an astonishingly beautiful visage. Her skin was as flawless as snow, delicate to the touch, complemented by long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with a brilliant golden hairpin that added an air of enigmatic allure, rendering her strikingly regal. The sight of the enchanting countenance of the cloaked woman, even Fairy Xiling, a woman herself, could not help but display a look of awe. Yet, as if recalling something, she discreetly cast a glance at Han Li. The sight that met her eyes stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her heart, for Han Li was staring intently at the cloaked woman's exquisite features, an indescribable peculiarity flickering in his gaze. A faint blush crept upon the woman's porcelain-like face, eliciting both pride and displeasure within her. Coldly, she remarked, "Have you finished gazing, fellow cultivator? Is there something amiss with my appearance?" Following her retort, her expression darkened slightly. Despite being admonished in such a manner, Han Li did not exhibit anger. Rather, he maintained his gaze, exhaling deeply before suddenly donning a mysterious smile, surveying her with unabashed interest. This reaction not only caused the woman to raise her brows in surprise, her face clouded with frost, but also led Fairy Xiling to harbor doubts about Han Li's intentions. Yet, upon further reflection, she considered that perhaps there was nothing inherently wrong with his behavior, given the inherent disparities in talent. The number of female cultivators capable of achieving the core formation stage in the cultivation world was significantly fewer than their male counterparts. Consequently, most high-level dual cultivation partners typically consisted of a male at the core formation stage and a female at the foundation establishment stage. This disparity rendered the effects of utilizing dual cultivation techniques for the male cultivators less than ideal. The few female cultivators who have reached the core formation stage naturally attract the admiration of numerous male cultivators who consider themselves to be their equals. It is entirely understandable that Han Li would be captivated by a stunning and remarkably skilled woman like the one in the black robe. Chapter 445, Yuan Yao. I never expected that after just over 100 years apart, Miss Yuan would have entered the core formation stage. This truly calls for celebration. just as the enchanting woman in black was filled with immense irritation from being scrutinized. Han Li's smile faded. What Miss Yuan? You have mistaken me. My surname is Ruan. The black-robed woman's embarrassment and indignation evaporated the moment Han Li referred to her as Miss Yuan, replaced instead by a look of panic as she vehemently denied it. This unexpected turn of events left Han Li somewhat taken aback, causing him to gaze intently at the woman's somewhat flickering, beautiful eyes. At that moment, the strikingly beautiful woman's complexion turned pale. One hand resting on her storage pouch, her eyes wide open, unmistakably radiating hostility. The atmosphere grew abruptly tense. All of this stemmed from Han Li's seemingly innocuous address of Miss Yuan. Han Li maintained a smile. Yet he was genuinely perplexed. As for Fairy Ziling, the current situation was even more surprising to her. Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively moved half a step closer to Han Li, her stance unmistakable. Whether in terms of strength or familiarity, Han Li was undoubtedly her preferred choice. That it appears there may be some misunderstanding here. Surely, fellow Taoist Yuan does not recall our previous encounter. After all, we only met once many years ago. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he spoke leisurely. Over 100 years ago, a single encounter. Upon hearing this, the black-robed beauty's expression softened slightly, though her beautiful eyes still gleamed with suspicion, accompanied by a hint of confusion. The atmosphere relaxed considerably. However, after scrutinizing Han Li for a moment, the black-robed woman spoke with a face full of skepticism. I find you to be rather unfamiliar. I truly cannot recall where I may have encountered you. Are you perhaps trying to deceive me? After uttering these words, a cold light flickered in her eyes, revealing a trace of hostility. Han Li found the situation rather amusing. Miss Yuan, did you happen to visit the Tiandu street market on Cultivation Island over 100 years ago? He no longer circled around the subject and asked directly. Tiandu Street on Cultivation Island? I indeed visited a few times. Could it be that you saw me there? The black-robed woman paused, then nodded slightly after a moment of reflection. Her gaze then roamed over Han Li's face, revealing a contemplative expression. At that instant, she seemed to recall something. Indeed, you were with another charming Taoist friend at that time. We happened to encounter you and Master Chu just outside the market. When mentioning Chu Han, Han Li cast a subtle glance at Fairy Ziling. This woman was aware that Chu Han was his doppelganger. As anticipated, upon hearing Han Li refer to Chu Han as his master, a bemused smile danced on Fairy Ziling's face. Although she was unaware of the specifics of that encounter, she could surmise that Han Li had undoubtedly engaged in a clever ruse at that time. Amusement bubbled within her. However, she certainly would not reveal this matter without reason. Upon the mention of the elusive soul of the melody, the ethereal Ziling fairy found herself perplexed. Why had Han Li not brought this doppelganger along? Such a companion would undoubtedly be a significant asset. Your words evoke a sense of familiarity in me, she mused. Could it be that you were the other individual accompanying the esteemed Chu, who is at the late stage of Foundation establishment, near the entrance of Tiandu Street? After a few blinks of her enchanting eyes, the cloaked woman suddenly realized, and her expression transformed into one of incredulity. Han Li could not help but smile wryly. It appeared that the impression he had left on this fellow cultivator was rather unremarkable. It seems I have made a rather mediocre impression on my esteemed friend. He chuckled. Upon hearing Han Li's remark, the black-robed woman felt her cheeks flush crimson, yet recognizing that Han Li was not the person she had initially surmised, she felt entirely at ease and somewhat embarrassed. Saying, "Please do not take offense, esteemed Taoist. It was simply that at that moment, you were at AS," she trailed off. Her words faltered. However, Han Li interjected with a hearty laugh. Is it not true that my cultivation and appearance are so utterly ordinary that they fail to capture the attention of both esteemed ladies? His demeanor was relaxed, devoid of any displeasure. Pray forgive me for my jest. Seeing Han Li's nonchalant attitude, the black-robed woman felt reassured. After all, Han Li's prowess was formidable, and she feared he might still harbor lingering feelings regarding their previous encounter. With her magical artifact considerably diminished, she was even less inclined to offend him. With this thought, she smiled gracefully and continued, I must also extend my congratulations to you. It has been over a century since our last meeting, and you have advanced from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. Your mastery is profound, having even vanquished a malevolent spirit of the Ghost King level. Listening to her somewhat amiable words, Han Li inwardly shook his head. His journey from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage was hardly the case. He had already achieved the foundation establishment stage long before. Were it not for his cultivation of the 3 transformations of the heavy primordial art, reaching the core formation stage would have been an impossibility. Yet this woman had genuinely ascended from the chi refinement stage to her current realm. Upon recognizing the identity of the black-robed woman, he was genuinely astonished. If she had not possessed extraordinary talent, she must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity in the past century. Otherwise, an ordinary cultivator could not possibly advance so swiftly. Hanli could not help but speculate. Although he had scrutinized her closely, as a fellow cultivator at the early core formation stage, he was unable to discern the nature of her spiritual roots. As her inner power obscured his probing vision, Hanli smiled faintly, intending to speak further when the Xiling fairy, with her delicate features slightly furrowed, interjected, "In light of this, let us not dwell on the peculiar demeanor of the lady. Observing the surrounding ghostly mist, I suggest we proceed." She calmly addressed the two women, "Esteemed Taoists, we should set forth. This is not a place to linger. Should any formidable specters appear, it could lead to complications." At these words, Hanli chuckled in agreement. The black-robed woman, Yuan Yao, had no objections either. Thus, the three of them determined their direction and ventured forth, parting the ghostly mist as they departed. They arrived at a picturesque garden-like locale, abundant with a myriad of exotic flowers and plants whose names eluded them, alongside 7 or 8 intricately carved jade pavilions, within which 2 to 3 dozen cultivators stood or sat in sparse clusters. Among these cultivators, the majority appear either pale as a ghost or spattered with blood, as if they had endured a fierce battle to arrive here, yet their faces betray an unmistakable excitement. Some cultivators have even huddled together, whispering in hushed tones. The Extremine Patriarch and several other nascent soul stage practitioners are also present, albeit seated in 2 separate jade pavilions, quietly recuperating. Curiously, the 2 white-robed elders from the Star Palace sit expressionlessly in a vacant space between the 2 groups. Their stillness reminiscent of stone statues surrounding the garden, over 100 yards away, is an ominous, swirling black fog that envelopes the area, creating the illusion of being in 2 disparate worlds. Suddenly, a section of the fog parts, and a young male cultivator strides forth with an unhurried demeanor. This young man, fair of face and clad in a green robe, is strikingly peculiar. He bears no signs of distress, his expression remarkably calm, as though he had not engaged in any conflict to reach this place. This bizarre scenario instantly captures the astonished gazes of the nearby cultivators, their looks imbued with a complexity of emotions. At that moment, the Extremine Patriarch, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opens them. However, upon glancing at the young man, a fleeting expression of disappointment crosses his face before he closes his eyes once more, seemingly indifferent to the newcomer. Yet, the young cultivator, upon noticing the Extremine Patriarch, briefly flashes a look of resentment. Though he quickly regains his composure and strides forward, he chooses not to join the others in the pavilion, but instead finds a secluded corner to stand with his hands clasped behind his back. Casting a cold gaze over the other cultivators, not seeing Hanli among them, a slight furrow appears on his otherwise serene brow, but he quickly adopts a neutral expression. Just then, unbeknownst to the others, a deep male voice suddenly resonates in the young cultivator's mind. "What's wrong? Is your helper not present? Perhaps he has been devoured by other malevolent spirits. Heh. It seems the person you sought isn't all that impressive. Is he?" The voice speaks languidly. "Be silent. Do not speak freely within my mind. You must realize there are numerous nascent soul stage cultivators here. If even 1 or 2 possess extraordinary spiritual senses, your voice could easily be detected." The young cultivator silently seethes, reprimanding the voice sharply with his own spiritual consciousness. "With our combined strength, we can always return to the fog if necessary to end direct confrontation. We are no match for the nascent soul stage practitioners. Yet, when it comes to escape, who can rival the intricacies of our ghostly arts?" The deep voice retorts defiantly. "What do you know? At least 3 or 4 of the nascent soul stage cultivators here possess treasures and special abilities that can counter our ghostly techniques. If you seek death, do not drag me down with you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being untrustworthy. I will extinguish you now." The young cultivator, none other than Xiangu, coldly admonishes. "Brother Xiangu, why the anger? I shall refrain from speaking further. However, you must not go back on your word regarding the search for a suitable physical form. Otherwise, how could I entrust a fragment of my essence to your hands?" Willingly following you into the ghostly mists, this individual seemed somewhat apprehensive of the anger of Xiangu, yet ultimately could not restrain himself from reminding him of the most pressing concern. "Rest assured, since I require your assistance in dealing with that rebellious disciple of extreme darkness, it is only natural that actions are more convenient with a physical form. Moreover, you and I share a common plight. Both of U.S. practitioners of the ghostly path who have embarked upon our journeys midway. I shall certainly honor my commitments, Xiangu remarked coldly. With such words from a fellow cultivator. I shall find solace. The deep voice vanished from Xiangu's mind upon uttering this. This allowed Xiangu to exhale slightly, leaning against a small tree to sit down and enter a feigned slumber. Time passed slowly, and the number of cultivators emerging from the ghostly mist increased, becoming increasingly disheveled. A few appeared to be severely depleted of vitality, seemingly in need of several years of tranquil cultivation to restore their original prowess. Yet, despite this, the faces of these individuals still bore an unmistakable expression of joy. After all, once they had passed through this ghostly mist, they would at the very least acquire some rare spiritual herbs seldom seen in the outside world. As the number of cultivators swelled to around 60 or 70, the appearance of new figures began to dwindle significantly. It was not until after half a day had elapsed that a few stragglers emerged sporadically. Among them was the young cultivator who had initially accompanied the fairy Ziling, though he appeared disheveled, his complexion ashen, embodying the visage of one who had suffered greatly. Upon entering this place, the young male cultivator immediately began to search anxiously, not having spotted the fairy Ziling, his face contorted with anxiety, revealing a state of inner turmoil. At that moment, both the extreme Yin ancestor and Xiangu were also rendered uneasy by the absence of Hanli. Xiangu maintained a semblance of calm despite his inner agitation, while the extreme Yin ancestor struggled to maintain composure, frequently opening his eyes to survey the ghostly mist with a sinister glare before reluctantly closing them once more. In truth, given this individual's typically sullen disposition, such visible distress was uncharacteristic. However, the object in Han Li's possession was crucial to his quest for treasures, leaving him in a state of indecision. Most were unaware of this conduct. Yet the elderly scholar seated nearby perceived it, clearing his throat softly before inquiring, "Is there someone you are concerned about among those who have yet to arrive, my friend Wu?" Upon saying this, the elder fixed his gaze upon the extreme Yin ancestor, a look of suspicion crossing his features. "It is not so much a matter of concern, merely a young fellow I once encountered. Quite an interesting junior." Upon hearing this, the extreme Yin ancestor swiftly regained his composure and replied in a bland tone, "An interesting young junior. In that case, my friend Wu, you must introduce him to me when the time comes." "I have always taken pleasure in nurturing promising talents," the scholar remarked, his eyes glinting with intrigue, a smile that did not reach his eyes. "This old fox, his suspicion knows no bounds," the extreme Yin ancestor silently cursed. Yet, he could only respond with reluctant agreement. The continued absence of Han Li filled him with irritable discontent, leaving him little room to engage in any mental sparring with the other party. He simply closed his eyes once more, forcing himself into meditation. The same moment, within the recesses of a certain corner, the deep, resonant voice echoed once more in the mind of Zhuanggu. "Zhuanggu, have your reinforcements not yet arrived? They haven't been devoured by that fearsome specter, have they? Such helpers seem rather inadequate." This utterance carried a hint of schadenfreude. With a sigh, Zhuanggu recognized that, given the other's disposition, it was unlikely to silence them entirely. He could not truly extinguish the other, for this individual still held significant utility for him. Thus far, no one had cast any peculiar glances in his direction. It appeared that engaging in brief, casual conversation would pose no real threat. With this in mind, Zhuanggu reluctantly remarked, "This individual is rather enigmatic. Although young and merely at the early stage of foundation establishment, they are certainly not someone who could be easily slain by any malicious spirit. If you were to encounter them, you would likely find yourself either utterly terrified or fleeing in panic. Do not underestimate this person. Early stage of foundation establishment. Zhuanggu, you underestimate me gravely," came the deep voice, rife with disbelief. "Such a cultivator, with just a word, I could drain their vital essence in an instant. Have you not suffered from my magic arrow crafted from golden thunder bamboo?" Zhuanggu retorted with a cold smirk. "Golden thunder bamboo sword? Are you jesting? The sole piece of golden thunder bamboo was forged into that magic arrow. How could there possibly be any other golden thunder treasures?" Upon hearing this, the deep voice fell silent, though soon it was filled with skepticism. "Whether it is true or false, you will find out in due time. But do not say I did not warn you. This individual possesses not only the golden thunder bamboo treasure, but also some rather troublesome techniques. Otherwise, why would I, Zhuanggu, condescend to ally myself with an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator?" With that, Zhuanggu ceased to engage with the other, withdrawing into a meditative silence. The deep voice, sensing the shift, refrained from further inquiries, perhaps mulling over the veracity of Zhuanggu's claims. After several hours had passed, as Zhuanggu's impatience grew, suspecting that something might have befallen Han Li, the ghostly mist on one side began to roil. Suddenly, the thick fog parted, revealing three figures emerging side by side, none other than Han Li and the two maidens, Xiling and Yuan Yao. The striking beauty Yuan Yao remained shrouded in a black robe, obscuring her enchanting features. Upon seeing so many people before him, Han Li was momentarily startled, but after a quick glance, he unhesitatingly made his way toward a secluded area. Xiling and Yuan Yao exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively inclined to follow him. Just then, a figure flashed forward. A dashing young man in a green robe approached Xiling, his expression earnest. "Wonderful. Xiling, you are unharmed. I have been quite worried about you." After speaking, he hurriedly stepped closer, eager to ascertain whether she had suffered any injuries. His concern palpable. "Eli, brother, I am perfectly fine," Xiling replied, halting her steps upon seeing him, forcing a smile, though her expression shifted between light and shadow. Yuan Yao, casting a meaningful glance at the pair, elegantly drifted away to follow her own path. Having just found a place to stand alone, Han Li turned around to discover that the woman named Yuan Yao had unexpectedly followed him. He was taken aback, but quickly furrowed his brow and said, "Miss Yuan, we have already escaped the ghost mist. There's something further you wish to discuss." Although Han Li found the woman's beauty striking and felt a slight stir of emotion, he had no intention of cooperating with outsiders at this juncture. Thus, he expressed his intentions with words that were rather uninviting. Surprisingly, Yuan Yao did not take offense at Han Li's brusque remarks. Instead, she sighed softly and responded, "Dear brother Han, please do not take offense. Following you is not a choice of mine. You must understand that my magical artifact was severely depleted during the battle with the Ghost King, rendering it unusable. Moreover, the dangers within the Void Heaven Palace are manifold. I only know you, brother Han, and thus have no other recourse. Surely, you wouldn't wish to see Yuan Yao perish here." As she uttered these words, the woman in black robes had a hint of redness in her eyes, appearing on the verge of tears, which made Han Li's brows knit even tighter. "Miss Yuan, since you have expressed such sentiments, I must first clarify a few matters. I am not a paragon of virtue nor a man of compassion, and I do not wish to be unwittingly exploited." Despite the sorrowful gaze of the woman before him, Han Li maintained an unsettling calm as he inquired, "Brother Han, feel free to ask whatever you wish. As long as it does not touch upon any sensitive matters, Yuan Yao will certainly satisfy you." This woman, perceiving that Han Li showed no inclination towards sympathy, felt a flicker of annoyance within her. However, she had certain objectives to fulfill and, after a moment's hesitation, nodded gently in agreement. My questions are rather straightforward. What specific goals does Miss Yuan have in mind for this journey? To what level do you intend to advance? Furthermore, could you elaborate on the panic I observed when we first met? Is there some grave trouble that you are entangled in? I have no desire to be embroiled in any disputes." Han Li clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at her with a steady intensity, not batting an eye. Upon hearing the first two inquiries, the woman's expression remained unchanged. Yet, when she confronted the final question, she momentarily froze, revealing a flicker of alarm, and managed a strained smile as she replied, "Your words are rather amusing, dear friend. What sort of significant trouble could I possibly attract? My initial panic was merely due to—" "Miss Yuan, if you are unwilling to speak the truth, then there is no need to continue. I have no interest in insincere utterances." Han Li interjected before she could finish, waving his hand dismissively. You observing Han Li's indifference to both soft and hard approaches, Yuan Yao's eyes finally flashed with irritation. With a firm stamp of her delicate foot, she left in a huff, watching her retreating figure. Han Li revealed no trace of emotion. However, he soon cast a sidelong glance toward the distant fairy Ziling, who appeared composed as she conversed with a young male cultivator. Upon noticing Han Li's gaze, she offered him a light smile before turning back to whisper with the "M.A.N.D.A.T." This moment, Han Li returned his focus, yet before he could contemplate further, a voice echoed in his mind. "Belonging to the Xiangu master, your movements are rather sluggish, aren't they? I had thought you incapable of overcoming even a mere ghost mist. Have you encountered the Ghost King, perhaps?" The voice of the Xiangu elder carried a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion. Upon hearing this, Han Li turned to gaze at the distant ghostly mist and replied in a rather indifferent tone, "I did encounter a fierce ghost on the way, but it was swiftly dealt with. However, later I came across a large group of soul-harvesting spirits, which required considerable effort to escape from soul-harvesting spirits. The elder's words revealed a look of astonishment. Why, esteemed senior, do you, who practice the path of ghosts, fear such beings? Hanli inquired nonchalantly, subtly probing for a reaction. How could this elder fear such entities? I am merely curious as to how the three of you managed to evade this calamity. The Xiangu elder replied, skillfully sidestepping the question. A cold chuckle echoed in Han Li's mind as he casually responded, there is little for me to say. I was merely fortunate to escape this ordeal. Upon hearing this, it was unnecessary to ask. The Xiangu elder silently cursed the young fox. However, after a moment of contemplation, he felt compelled to continue the telepathic exchange. Very well, since you are unwilling to elaborate. I have no interest in pressing further. When we next teleport, we shall act in unison. I will lead you to seize the 9, and in return, you must assist me in vanquishing the extreme traitor. Not a problem. As long as you can truly deliver the 9 into my hands, I am willing to take the risk, Hanli replied without a hint of hesitation, indicating that he had long since made up his mind on this matter. His succinct and decisive response pleased the Xiangu elder, prompting a light chuckle from him as he fell silent. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of derision appeared at the corner of Han Li's mouth, and his gaze occasionally flickered with a cold glint as he peered into the distance. Suddenly, Han Li sensed someone was watching him and casually turned his head to glance. He was met with the predatory gaze of the extreme patriarch and a glimmer of delight in his eyes. Han Li expressionlessly turned his face back, his demeanor shifting to a wry smile. It seemed that even if he wished to avoid a confrontation with the extreme patriarch, it was futile. The other party was quite insistent. He could not fathom why he had drawn the attention of this individual. However, the extreme patriarch appeared to harbor his own reservations. Otherwise, he would have exerted control over Han Li long ago, rather than waiting until now. Feeling vexed, Han Li sat down on a patch of grass and assumed a meditative posture, having expended considerable spiritual energy amidst the ghostly mist. He needed to recover to optimal condition to face the challenges ahead. The black-robed woman, Yuan Yao, stood at a distance, gazing at Han Li with a sense of unwillingness, her eyes betraying both anger and a feeling of solitude. Meanwhile, the purple spirit fairy, under the attentive care of the male cultivator, smiled sweetly as she spoke, yet her gaze would occasionally drift toward Han Li, hinting at unspoken concerns. Han Li, however, paid no heed to the actions of the two women, focusing solely on his meditative practice. Time flew by swiftly, and as a full day passed, many began to grow impatient. In the center of several jade pavilions, upon a stark stone slab, a blinding white light suddenly erupted, drawing the attention of all the surrounding cultivators. After the initial experience, the monks exhibited no signs of astonishment. Indeed, after the flash of white light, a teleportation array appeared on the ground, identical in both design and size to the previous one. Once again, the two white-clad figures from the Star Palace ambled over at a leisurely pace. After a brief inspection, the kind-faced elder addressed the assembly with a calm demeanor. This teleportation array is the sole path to the next trial, the path of ice and fire, before entering the second stage. You all have some time to gather spiritual herbs and fruits as a reward for passing the first challenge. Should you find the next trial too perilous, you may return to this location and wait. A month hence, a teleportation array will materialize to take you back to the hall, allowing you to depart at your leisure. However, whether one wishes to challenge the second stage or is content to remain here, all must collect spiritual medicines within a single day. If you linger past this time, driven by greed, you shall find yourselves forever trapped. To my knowledge, none of the cultivators confined within have ever been seen again upon the next opening of the Void Temple. The reasons for their disappearance remain a mystery. Thus, I urge you all not to harbor any delusions of safety by intentionally remaining inside. The elder's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the venue, ensuring that every cultivator heard him clearly. Among them, some were aware of the situation and appeared distracted, while others, ignorant of the matter, displayed expressions of shock. Once the elder finished speaking, he and another law enforcement elder stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished. This time, the remaining cultivators hesitated no longer, eagerly advancing towards the array. After all, time was of the essence, and having more opportunity to seek spiritual items significantly increased the likelihood of success. Following a subtle glance from the enigmatic figure, Han Li melded into the throng and hurriedly teleported as well. However, in the fleeting moment before his departure, Han Li sensed the piercing gaze of the extreme ancestor directed at him, igniting a surge of anxiety and fury within him. His expression darkened to a chilling severity as the white light enveloped him. Indeed, knowing that others harbored ill intentions towards him, yet feeling utterly powerless was a disheartening sensation. Stirring a long-buried ferocity within Han Li. As the brilliance subsided, he instinctively stepped out of the teleportation array and took a few steps before surveying his surroundings. The scene before him left Han Li utterly dumbfounded. A cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, an endless expanse of verdant grassland, distant towering mountains barely visible, and the fragrant breeze carrying the scent of blooming flora. This was no mere realm within the Void Temple. It was unmistakably a picturesque locale on solid ground. Han Li stared in astonishment for quite some time, speechless. At that moment, the enigmatic figure emerged slowly from the teleportation array. Upon witnessing Han Li's astonished demeanor, he couldn't help but smirk and say, "What's this? Surprised, are we? When I first arrived here, I was no less taken aback than you. However, this is no illusion. It is a tangible realm that appears to be a splendid location far removed from the outside world, replete with abundant spiritual energy and an indescribably refreshing essence." Upon uttering these words, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly, savoring each syllable. "This must be a diminutive space, conjured by the formidable ancient cultivators of the primordial era. Alas, it is a lamentable truth that none of us, their successors, can replicate such earth-shattering and soul-stirring powers." The Master Xiangu could not help but sigh, his eyes revealing a hint of yearning for the ancients. To have single-handedly opened the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression turned to one of astonishment, disbelief etched upon his face. Perhaps sensing Han Li's incredulity, Master Xiangu calmly continued, "What is so extraordinary about this? The powers wielded by ancient cultivators are far beyond the imagination of us, their juniors, and utterly incomparable. Yet, it remains a mystery why these ancient cultivators vanished without a trace at some point in time. It is only after their disappearance that our realm of cultivation has become so dire." Han Li refrained from further rebuttal, yet his gaze fell upon a narrow path before him. The path was overgrown with unidentifiable wild grasses, appearing somewhat indistinct, meandering toward an unseen horizon. For him, the astonishing powers of the ancient cultivators and the enigma of their disappearance held little relevance to his present circumstances. It was prudent to first address the matters at hand before turning his attention to the ancient cultivators. Chapter 448. The Little Stone Mountain. After swiftly traversing several hundred miles along this narrow path, one would encounter a canyon ensnared by human-made prohibitions. Within and outside the canyon lay two starkly contrasting worlds. Inside, two passageways could be taken: the Xianjing path, which was bone-chillingly cold, capable of encasing one in ice with the slightest misstep, and the lava route, searingly hot, where one might easily be reduced to ashes. Only by reaching the canyon's end could one locate the teleportation array to exit, thus successfully navigating the second trial of the ice and fire path. Before stepping into the canyon, as those two celestial palace figures had mentioned, everyone was granted a day to seek out various heavenly herbs in this location. What one might find depended solely on individual fortune, Master Xiangu remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Han Li moved his lips as if to inquire further. But Master Xiangu's demeanor shifted, and he fell silent. This was due to the teleportation array behind them flashing with white light once more, as more individuals emerged in succession, these later arrivals, not sparing a glance at Han Li or Master Xiangu, transformed into streaks of vibrant light, soaring toward the distant mountains, eager in their quest for treasure, mirroring the fervor of those who had preceded them. Watching their retreating figures, Master Xiangu furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before stating, "We should also depart. Otherwise, should Ji Yin and the others arrive, we may inadvertently stir up trouble." With that, without waiting for Han Li's response, he transformed into a wisp of dark clouds and soared into the sky. Han Li's countenance remained unchanged, and without uttering a word, he followed suit, becoming a streak of azure light. Not long after Han Li and Master Xiangu had vacated the area, Ji Yin, Wan Tianming, and other nascent soul stage cultivators also emerged one after another through the teleportation array. However, as representatives of both righteous and demonic paths, they naturally positioned themselves under the leadership of the wild-bearded figure and Wan Tianming, each faction standing on opposing sides. Upon the sudden appearance of the extreme Yin, a swift glance was cast around, yet no trace of Han Li was discerned, leading to a flicker of disappointment within. Though not a hint of it graced the countenance, he even engaged in light-hearted banter with the scholarly elder, exchanging a few whispered words. However, the enchanting woman, Wen Fu regarded the assembly with a cold gaze and declared, I shall venture to gather some spiritual herbs and will return to the pavilion once completed. You may engage in your disputes as you wish, but do not involve me. With that, she elegantly transformed into a brilliant surge of silver light and vanished into the void, leaving both the righteous and demonic factions in a state of mutual bewilderment. Wan Tianming, after casting a few solemn glances at the demonic entities, whispered earnestly to Tian Wuzi and the others. And then, as if choreographed, the three of them soared into the air, merging into a radiant tricolor cloud, speeding away in unison. The remaining demonic elders exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain whether to pursue or to simply carry on with their own affairs, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Yet, before they could react, the righteous ones had already disappeared from sight. The extreme patriarch, witnessing this, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, cleared his throat, and with a beaming smile, addressed, Brother Qing, brother man, I must procure a few spiritual herbs for alchemical purposes, thus I take my leave. We shall reconvene at the canyon entrance. With a flourish of his robe, he conjured a great billow of black mist, enveloping the grotesque figure beside him, and in a gust of ominous wind, he vanished without a trace. The bearded man, observing this spectacle, exhibited a slight shift in demeanor, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, the elder in blue furrowed his brow, revealing a contemplative demeanor. This extreme fellow is quite adept at fleeing. It seems his evasion techniques have grown remarkably refined. Brother Qing, if you have no pressing matters, would you accompany me to gather some longevity fruits? Your assistance would greatly bolster my chances against the mountain demon guarding the spiritual tree. You shall receive your share in due time. Considering your age, such fruits would greatly extend your lifespan. The bearded man directed his remarks to the scholarly elder, who, initially taken aback, hesitated before responding, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. My apologies, brother man. I have pressing matters at hand and cannot accompany you this time. Let us meet again at the canyon entrance. With a courteous bow, the elder expressed his regrets before soaring away. The bearded man's expression darkened ominously. Does he truly believe that I require your assistance to obtain the longevity fruits? Once within the inner sanctum, I shall show you both, he muttered under his breath, stamping his foot before ascending into the sky. Whereupon a flash of yellow light signaled his disappearance. At this moment, Han Li, enveloped in the azure sword light, had been soaring for over 2 hours alongside the shadowy clouds conjured by the Xiangu figure. Below him, the once smooth expanse of grassland had transformed into a vast, undulating mountain range, peaks rising and falling in a breathtaking display. How much farther to the location you mentioned? I fear we might fly straight to the edge of this space. Han Li inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Amidst the looming shadows ahead, a chilling laugh echoed, followed by the unceremonious words of the Xiangu Shangren. Do you truly believe that a spirit herb as rare as the 9-curved spirit ginseng could be found in a place so easily accessible? If that were the case, it would not be within our grasp. Young man, if you wish to reap such significant rewards, you must possess a measure of patience. Upon hearing the admonitory tone of his companion, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes, yet he refrained from uttering a word. After all, this ancient being's true age and experience did indeed grant him the authority to speak in such a manner. Although Han Li felt a twinge of displeasure, he chose not to voice any futile words. However, after flying straight for an extended period without reaching their destination, unease began to creep into his heart, despite his silence. Thus, he felt compelled to exercise greater caution around the old demon, lest he be caught off guard by an unexpected scheme. Their alliance was far from reliable. Han Li found it hard to believe that the other party had ventured so far into this realm without cause. If the goal were to seek spirit herbs, the verdant mountains they had traversed should have yielded plenty of options, particularly among several peaks. Han Li could distinctly sense the thick, vibrant fluctuations of spiritual energy even from his lofty altitude. The spirit herbs nurtured by such ethereal mountains would undoubtedly be exceedingly rare. Why then did the other party choose to overlook them? Han Li was filled with doubt, whether he perceived Han Li's skepticism or sensed something amiss due to his silence. Xian Gushang Ren's voice turned hesitant once more. I have traversed this space twice before, that I fortuitously discovered the 9-curved spirit ginseng during my first visit. However, at that time, I was pursuing a spirit bird, the Xiaihu, and thus flew this far. Otherwise, I would not have encountered the 9-curved spirit ginseng at all. After all, in terms of preciousness, such an item is akin to that of celestial origins, and it would be improbable for it to manifest here. Did I surmise that this spirit ginseng is perhaps a product of the unique conditions of this semi-enclosed space? nurtured by the abundant spiritual energy over the years. Emerging through a fortuitous alignment of nature. It was certainly beyond the expectations of the ancient cultivators. Heh, it seems you have indeed struck a fortunate deal, young lad, as Xiangu concluded. A rare note of envy and regret tinged his words. I see, Han Li replied, still harboring a degree of skepticism, yet feeling slightly reassured. After the two continued to soar through the skies for a considerable time, the shadowy clouds suddenly halted, coming to a standstill in midair. We've arrived. This is the place. However, do not rush to descend. The nine-curved spirit ginseng possesses an exceptionally keen sense of awareness. Should anything seem amiss, it will swiftly burrow into the rocks and vanish from sight. We must deliberate carefully before taking action. We cannot afford to return empty-handed, Xiangu Shangren remarked, his gaze flickering as he surveyed the ground below, speaking with measured calmness. Are you certain this is the right location? Senior, is this truly where the spirit herb resides? Han Li inquired, casting a bewildered glance at the scene beneath them. Below, there lay an unremarkable small stone hill, devoid of any vegetation and lamentably lacking in spiritual energy. In stark contrast to the nearby majestic mountains, it was an utterly dismal sight. Han Li found it difficult to believe that this humble hill was indeed the dwelling place of the elusive nine. Heh, young one, are you quite astonished? Before laying eyes on the nine, I, too, was taken aback. Yet, it is indeed lurking somewhere within this very mountain. The ominous clouds surrounding the Xiangu figure gradually dissipated, revealing his form, which bore a semblance of a smile as he regarded Han Li and remarked, since the other party has spoken thus, Han Li naturally refrained from further comment, choosing instead to observe the actions below with a cold, detached gaze. The Xiangu figure likewise paid no heed to Han Li, his attention fixed on the ground below, when suddenly, his eyes emitted a crimson light that pierced the air. This sight filled Han Li with a sudden jolt of alarm. Chapter 449. The dark scheme within the crimson glare. The Xiangu's terrifyingly red pupils rotated a few times. Indeed, the nine still resides here. Its lingering ethereal essence can faintly be perceived on the surface of the rocky mountain. Once the Xiangu's eyes returned to their normal hue, he calmly stated. Upon hearing the old demoness words, Han Li felt a stir within his heart. He infused his spiritual energy into his eyes and focused intently on the small hill. However, the outcome left him utterly disappointed, as he discerned nothing extraordinary about the mountain. Noticing the glint of azure in Han Li's gaze, the Xiangu figure, fully aware of his intentions, scoffed dismissively before saying, Do not harbor delusions of perceiving the ethereal essence of the nine, that only cultivators with sufficiently potent spiritual awareness can achieve such feats. That at the very least, one must have condensed their Yuan Ing to possess this capability. Although I have since shifted to the path of ghosts, my original formidable spiritual awareness remains entirely intact. The undertone of mockery in the Xiangu's words was not lost on Han Li, who maintained a stoic expression. However, spurred by the other's unintended reminder, the grand art of Yin within him began to flow gradually. After a brief moment, Han Li's heart surged with joy, for his eyes finally captured a glimmer of azure radiance on the rocky mountain below, its distribution erratic and faint to the extreme. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare for seizing the nine beforehand. Thus, I had gathered certain peculiar items on a small island I passed. Now, I shall lay a trap for the nine to ensnare itself, allowing me to capture it with ease, unbeknownst to Han Li. The Xiangu, who was oblivious to the fact that Han Li could also perceive the ethereal essence, gazed at the rocky mountain below with an air of indifference. He then reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a resplendent golden object, cradling it in his palm. What is this? Han Li queried, a touch of astonishment flickering across his face. That a golden sphere, approximately the size of an egg, emanated a gentle glow, seemingly crafted through some special refinement process. Observing Han Li's confusion, the Xiangu let out a cold chuckle and abruptly grasped the sphere with his fingers. In an instant, a slender golden thread shot forth from the sphere, rapidly elongating and weaving itself into a small, exquisite net of golden strands, no larger than a palm, yet remarkably radiant. Only pure golden artifacts can capture the nine. It can effortlessly evade all other treasures and devices. The Xiangu fixed his gaze on Han Li and earnestly instructed, Take this item and use it wisely to ensnare the elusive should it attempt to flee. Upon hearing these words, Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly, contemplating for a moment before wordlessly beckoning towards the golden net. With a swift motion, the net automatically soared into Han Li's hand, which he promptly stowed away in his storage pouch, without even a glance. The Xiangu figure observed this with a faint smile flickering across his face as he flipped his palm and produced 4 small yellow flags. These flags were adorned with layered runes, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Given Han Li's current mastery of formations, he was initially taken aback upon seeing these flags, but after a moment's contemplation, an expression of incredulity emerged on his face. Could it be that my dear brother Han recognizes these flags as well? Xiangu remarked, surprised by Han Li's reaction. Han Li did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixated his gaze intently on the flags for a while before raising his head with a serious demeanor, stating, "Is this not the array tools for the 4-symbol Xuanwu formation? Apart from this ancient formation, I truly cannot fathom what other flags could possibly assemble a grand earth attribute array with merely these 4 small flags. Unexpectedly, you possess profound knowledge of the art of formations. It seems I have indeed chosen the right person to assist me." Xiangu replied affirmatively, "Indeed, these are the array flags for the 4-symbol Xuanwu formation that I hastily concocted along the way. Only this formation can restrain the earth and stone within a radius of several dozen yards, rendering them as hard as iron, capable of trapping the 9 curves spirit ginseng. Since you comprehend the intricacies of formations, I shall entrust you with its arrangement while I investigate the precise whereabouts of the spiritual ginseng." A flicker of surprise crossed Xiangu's face, but it quickly vanished as he spoke. He then handed the 4 yellow flags to Han Li with an air of confidence, transforming himself into a wisp of shadow, silently soaring towards the small mountain. Han Li glanced at the flags in his hand, then at the retreating figure of the old demon, his eyes revealing a hint of peculiarity. However, after licking his lips, he let out a cold chuckle and flew off towards another location below. Meanwhile, from the distance, a deep male voice emanated from within Xiangu's figure. "Xiangu, what does it mean to entrust the array flags to the other party? I had not perceived that your relationship with him was so amicable. Could it be that you harbor some ulterior motive?" The voice seemed to possess an acute understanding of Xiangu's intentions. "What do you mean?" "By allowing this lad surnamed Han to personally arrange the flags, he will feel secure enough to enter the formation and capture the spirit ginseng. Meanwhile, I shall seize this opportunity to eliminate him." Xiangu replied ominously, his voice chillingly cold. "Eliminate him now? Did I hear you correctly? I had thought we would at least wait until after disposing of Jian before making a move against him." The deep voice expressed astonishment. "That is not an option. This lad surnamed Han is far too cunning. Given enough time, I fear complications may arise. Moreover, he undoubtedly has his own schemes. I cannot be certain of controlling him. If he were to suddenly betray me to Jian, that would be disastrous. Though the likelihood of such a scenario is slim, I, Xiangu, shall never again take such a risk. After all, having been betrayed once before, I resolved never to place my trust in anyone again." Xiangu stated coldly. "And furthermore, you never intended to hand the 9 curved spirit ginseng over to him from the start, did you?" The man lazily continued. "Indeed, I have invested so much effort into acquiring this spiritual entity. How could I willingly share it with another? Even if the spirit ginseng does not enhance our cultivation, possessing it grants us the leverage to trade for what we require. It remains as useful as ever. Moreover, this individual possesses the treasured golden thunder bamboo, which will inevitably become a formidable adversary for our demon clan. It is better to eliminate him sooner rather than later. Furthermore, what are your thoughts on this Han fellow's physical form?" The Xiangu, with an austere expression, inquired, only to pivot the conversation unexpectedly with such a question. The man was initially taken aback, but soon became exceedingly exhilarated. "You intend to help me usurp this person's body? How splendid! But what about the extreme Een? Do you not plan to confront him?" The man hesitated, questioning further. "The profound Een of the extreme Een is a technique I personally imparted. The method has long contained a flaw that could lead to his demise. When the moment arises, as long as he is isolated, the 2 of us, with your physical form, will be more than capable of vanquishing him." Xiangu spoke with utmost confidence. "This should have been done long ago. However, did you initially intend to eliminate the one surnamed Han? If that is the case, your pretense of seeking an alliance is quite cunning." The man expressed admiration for Xiangu's scheming. "You overestimate my intentions. Before encountering you, I genuinely sought to collaborate with him against the extreme Een. After all, even with my knowledge of the flaw in the traitor's technique, having additional allies would increase my chances. But now that I have met you, my old acquaintance, there is no need for him. It is best to eliminate him early and remove future threats." Xiangu stated nonchalantly. "You truly excel in theatrics. Your earlier anxiety at the Jade Pavilion led me to believe you urgently required this person's assistance, that I never imagined you had already harbored murderous intent. The man sighed, his voice tinged with complexity. Humph. My earlier anxiety was genuine. However, it was not out of fear that he could not aid my revenge, but rather out of concern that his golden thunder bamboo flying swords might fall into the hands of others. That would pose a significant disadvantage to us demons. Xiangu snorted coldly. Knowing that the opponent possesses the golden thunder bamboo, how dare you act so recklessly? Do you truly have such confidence? The man remained silent for a moment, inquiring with concern. This matter pertains to his own interests, so it is only natural to inquire further. At this moment, Xiangu was circling low over the stony mountains. Initially, the plan was to ensnare the 9 curved spirit ginseng and then use the 4 symbols black tortoise formation to trap him along with the ginseng in a golden net. However, I did not anticipate that the opponent would also be proficient in some formations. Thus, I swiftly altered my approach, handing over the formation flags to him. Consequently, my plan has become even more exquisite. Xiangu revealed a peculiar smile, speaking with hidden significance. Could it be that you tampered with those formation flags? The man began to understand, his realization dawning. Hee, you will discover the truth in due course. For now, we must locate the 9 curved spirit ginseng, or else that young man will surely not fall for our ruse. Xiangu artfully evaded the main issue. This elicited a slight huff from the man, who appeared somewhat displeased. Speaking of which, the method of cultivation in our demon clan was originally imparted by you. I had intended to use this technique to seek out the ginseng, only to find it became my lifeline after being betrayed by the traitor. Xiangu's eyes glinted with a cold light as he spoke. That it cannot be considered a true importation. It was merely a mutual exchange of needs. The man responded with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 450, Manifestation. Very well. Assist me in locating the 9 curved spirit ginseng, and then we shall eliminate that wretch, allowing you to acquire a corporeal form. Xiangu's voice interjected coldly. No problem. With our combined spirit searching technique, finding a single spirit ginseng will be a trivial matter, the man scoffed. Then let us proceed. Upon uttering these words, Xiangu's countenance darkened as he flicked his sleeve downwards. 2 slender tendrils of black mist shot forth from his sleeve, vanishing into the ground upon contact, disappearing without a trace. Simultaneously, a peculiar, faint green light flickered beneath Xiangu's feet before swiftly vanishing as well. Xiangu himself floated in the low air, his eyes lowered and closed, his form becoming utterly still. Meanwhile, in a clearing near the stone mountain, Hanli toyed with a yellow formation flag in his hand. His expression as usual, although his gaze flickered uncertainly, as if pondering a certain issue, a hint of hesitation visible between his brows. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a beam of yellow light shot forth. The small flag firmly planted into the ground. Although nothing seemed amiss with the flag, do you truly believe I would have no defenses in place? Hanli murmured to himself, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he rummaged through his storage pouch, producing over a dozen similar yellow flags, each radiating a robust earthy aura. Observing these shimmering flags, a curious expression passed over Han Li's face. Not long after, Xiangu's expression shifted, and he abruptly opened his eyes. 2 streams of black mist and a beam of green light simultaneously erupted from the ground, soaring into Xiangu's body. Found it. The 9 curved spirit ginseng truly knows how to hide. Having nestled its essence within a crevice of a massive boulder. It would be quite difficult to detect without thorough inspection, a deep voice within Xiangu's mind remarked with a hint of pride. Good. As long as we have located it. Now I shall see if that fellow has properly arranged his flags and fallen into the trap. You must be cautious and refrain from revealing yourself, lest he discovers you, Xiangu cautioned earnestly. Rest assured, the transformation technique I employ is undetectable unless one possesses the consciousness of a nascent soul-stage cultivator. However, should you fail to subdue him, do not expect my assistance. His golden thunder bamboo is the bane of my formless soul, that I have no desire to be struck down by the exorcising divine thunder, the man warned ominously. Humph. I have no need for your aid to deal with a mere initial stage core formation junior. I possess ample confidence to handle him alone. Furthermore, you need not fear the exorcising divine thunder. For during our previous confrontation, his golden thunder bamboo flying swords had only recently been unleashed. Any residual divine thunder within those magical treasures should have been exhausted by now. The current golden thunder bamboo flying swords pose no threat. It is the golden and silver beetles he summoned during our previous battle that I find somewhat concerning. With my experience, I am perplexed by the nature of these insects. It is indeed somewhat strange. Although I know not what kind of spirit insects they are, they must be more formidable than the ordinary ones, I surmise, Xiangu stated with a nonchalant demeanor. Without the exorcising divine thunder. This individual poses no significant threat. At that moment, I shall make my decision based on the circumstances, the man said with a slight easing of his tone. Upon hearing this, Xiangu could not help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly and chose to remain silent thereafter. Although he held a trace of the other party's essential soul fragment, he was well aware that such a possession was insufficient to exert complete control over them. The other individual had immersed themselves in the realm of spirits for many years, possessing superior techniques in the manipulation of souls, perhaps capable of merely sustaining heavy injuries to escape his grasp. He was reluctant to exert excessive pressure on the other party. Xiangu glanced around before transforming into a swirling mass of shadowy clouds, heading towards Han Li's direction. Moments later, he located Han Li and descended gracefully. The area, while relatively flat, was overrun with wild grass and a sparse grove of trees stood majestically in the background. Is everything prepared? Xiangu inquired nonchalantly as he materialized before Han Li. Of course. Right over there. Han Li leaned against a large tree, lazily gesturing behind him. Xiangu focused his gaze and indeed noticed significant fluctuations of earthy spiritual energy emanating from the grove behind Han Li. A sense of delight blossomed within Xiangu's heart. However, he then retrieved a jade box from his storage pouch and opened the lid before Han Li's eyes. What is this? As soon as the box was opened, an overwhelmingly foul odor assaulted the senses. Han Li instinctively straightened his posture, quickly holding his breath and stepping back a few paces, regarding Xiangu with suspicion. Do not be overly concerned. This is the excrement of a musk deer. Despite its repugnant aroma, it possesses considerable allure for the nine that once placed within the formation. The manifestation of the nine will undoubtedly come seeking it at that juncture. We can secure this manifestation, allowing us to excavate the true essence of the without fear of its transformation and escape. Xiangu cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, his expression remaining unchanged as he spoke. Musk deer excrement. Upon hearing this, Han Li scrutinized the jade box in Xiangu's hand, now clearly discerning a chunk the size of his thumb. Pale yellow in hue, the intense odor indeed emanated from it, leaving Han Li momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the musk deer, a peculiar spirit beast cultivated by cultivators, characterized by its fiery red horns and the unique fragrance it exudes. Known for its calming effects on the mind and spirit, making it highly sought after. Yet, he was astonished to learn that such a creature's excrement could be so odious, and that the nine had an affinity for it. This left Han Li somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, noticing Xiangu's impassive countenance, he smiled warmly and said, "Then, esteemed senior, please place this item within the formation. I will check the stability of the formation flags to ensure everything is secure. I will remain here to capture that manifestation, while I leave the excavation of the true essence of the nine to you." Having said this, Han Li clasped his hands in respect and made his way into the grove behind him. After employing some method, he vanished from sight moments later. Xiangu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the grove filled with earthy spiritual energy, a frown subtly forming on his brow. Yet, after a brief twitch of his lips, he raised his hand, summoning a serpent formed of black mist, which snatched the jade box and soared directly into the center of the grove, placing it gently on the ground before swiftly returning. Upon the completion of this matter, Han Li's whereabouts remained entirely elusive. This caused a fleeting shadow of malevolence to cross Xiangu's visage. However, he immediately took to the skies in silence. How curious. You manipulate the formation flags yourself, yet now you find yourself ensnared by fear. The resonant voice of a robust man echoed suddenly in Xiangu's mind. Exercise caution, and you shall encounter no grave errors. I shall first test the formation to ascertain whether it is genuinely arranged with the flags I provided. Although there remains a minuscule possibility that the opponent possesses Earth attribute formation flags, I am not inclined to take risks, Xiangu replied nonchalantly. Had you exhibited such prudence from the outset, you would not have found yourself in your current predicament. It seems that the substantial loss you suffered earlier has not been in vain. Dear Xiangu, the man clucked his tongue. Xiangu was uncertain whether the other was offering praise or derision. This left him feeling vexed, prompting a muted grunt of discontent as he chose to ignore the man. Subsequently, Xiangu hovered in the air, coming to a halt, and with his right hand, he spread his fingers wide, revealing another yellow formation flag in the palm of his hand. This flag bore the same appearance and shape as the four he had entrusted to Han Li, albeit shorter in length, appearing compact and exquisite. Xiangu regarded the small flag solemnly, giving it a slight shake. Instantly, the flag emitted a faint yellow glow, spinning in his hand before pointing directly towards the grove below. Witnessing this, Xiangu exhaled a sigh of relief. A sinister smile gracing his features. He then stowed the small flag away, cast a glance in the direction of the grand formation, and flew directly towards a certain spot on the small stone mountain. At that moment, Han Li finally emerged from the woods. Observing the retreating figure of Xiangu, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, his form blurred, and he suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving only a whispering breeze and withered grass in his wake. As time passed, the foul stench emanating from the jade box on the ground intensified. This compelled Han Li, concealed within a nearby tree, to furrow his brows tightly, forcing himself to restrain his breath. However, as the minutes ticked by, his heart began to race. The time he could linger here was indeed limited. Should the 9-curved spirit ginseng fail to make an appearance, he would have no choice but to abandon this endeavor and return. Just as Han Li pondered this, his expression shifted as his spiritual sense detected a small object intruding into the grove. This revelation sparked excitement within him, and he completely concealed his aura, fixating his gaze on the location of the jade box without so much as a blink. A flash of yellow light revealed a skittish little rabbit on the grass outside the formation. This rabbit was entirely snow white, its blood-red eyes darting around incessantly, displaying an extreme timidity. Yet despite its timorous demeanor, its pink nose continued to sniff towards the direction of the jade box, its face occasionally betraying an expression of utter rapture. The odor that was repugnant to Han Li seemed to be utterly delightful to this little creature. Chapter 451. The Turn of Events. Without a doubt, this little creature must be the 9-curved spirit ginseng. Han Li gazed at the white rabbit with exhilaration. Under the full operation of the Dian art, the ethereal aura emanating from the rabbit was astonishingly radiant. Truly, it was deserving of being a miraculous creation of heaven and earth. With a heart full of contemplation, Han Li remained utterly vigilant. In his grasp, he had already formed a precise spell, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the white rabbit. Below, the creature stood outside the grand formation, sniffing for a moment before its fiery red eyes circled the jade box several times. Clearly, it was not content with merely lingering in place, as it seemed to harbor some ulterior motive. Observing the rabbit's astute demeanor, Han Li grew increasingly cautious, a hint of tension flashing across his expression. After all, the 9 was renowned for its escape techniques. A single misstep could render all his efforts futile. After circling the grand formation, the small creature's long ears twitched incessantly, seemingly sensing an anomaly in the nearby spiritual energy, yet it hesitated to enter the array. Han Li felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing that this spirit herb had seen through the trap and would not venture into the formation, he contemplated whether to summon the golden net forcefully to capture it. However, such a course of action would yield a meager chance of success. Just as Han Li was caught in this indecision, the white rabbit suddenly flickered, leaping several times before vanishing into the nearby thicket. Witnessing this scene from the trees, Han Li was momentarily stunned. Yet, at that very instant, another flash of white in the grass revealed the rabbit, which, leaving behind a trace of afterimages, darted from the foliage to the jade box, lowered its head to grasp the contents within, and then, without hesitation, turned to bolt away. Though taken aback by the creature's series of swift actions, Han Li quickly regained his composure. He could not allow it to escape after executing such a clever ruse. In an instant, a beam of yellow light shot down from the trees, striking precisely at the path the rabbit intended to take. The small creature was startled, its form twisting midair as it executed an arc in an attempt to change direction. However, it was already too late. Suddenly, a square-shaped yellow barrier emerged around the area, sealing it off securely. The white rabbit collided with the light wall, rebounding violently. After tumbling several times on the ground, it shakily rose, panic evident in its eyes. Yet, almost immediately, a brilliant flash enveloped it, transforming it into a fist-sized orb of multicolored light, which promptly burrowed underground. Nevertheless, the yellow light flickered, and the orb was forcefully expelled from the earth after only a few inches of descent. Now truly frantic, the multicolored orb flitted about within the confines of the barrier like a headless fly, yet it was invariably thwarted at every turn. At that moment, a golden light shot down from the trees, enveloping the orb as it leaped into the air once more, catching it completely off guard. Then, in a swift motion, Han Li appeared on the ground. The golden light flew directly into his hands, revealing the golden net that Xiangu had entrusted to him. Within the net, the white rabbit revealed its true form, struggling desperately, its figure blurred and sharpened, fluctuating in size, yet to no avail. The golden net adjusted in size in tandem with its struggles, firmly binding it within. Seeing this turn of events, Han Li could not help but smile with delight. He drew the golden net closer, casting a brief, scrutinizing glance at the white rabbit before nonchalantly tucking the net at his waist. He then settled cross-legged at the center of the formation, showing no intention of halting the array. Han Li now had to patiently await the extraction of the 9-curved spirit ginseng's essence by the Xian Gu figure before they could convene. However, prior to that, he solemnly retrieved the ancient treasure of the flower basket from his storage pouch and placed it before him. Subsequently, he released 2 gold-eating insects from the spirit beast bags, allowing them to spiral above his head, forming a magnificent display of golden and silver hues, before he calmly closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Through this arrangement, Han Li hoped to subtly prompt the Xian Gu figure to act with discretion, ideally avoiding any hostility and willingly handing over the spirit ginseng. He was acutely aware that only by demonstrating his formidable strength could the alliance between them possibly endure, but of course, should the other party truly harbor any murderous intent, he would not hesitate to strike first. Regardless of whether the 9-curved spirit ginseng possessed genuine efficacy in condensing the nascent soul, he was resolutely determined to acquire it. After all, the reputation of this spiritual entity was exceedingly grand. He believed that even if it proved ineffective for forming the nascent soul, it must possess some other extraordinary utility. With this thought, Han Li involuntarily opened his eyes and glanced at the 9-curved spirit ginseng's avatar at his waist, the white rabbit. To his astonishment, the sight that met his gaze rendered him momentarily speechless. The little creature had lost all its earlier vitality, now appearing utterly listless and drained of energy. Han Li's heart stirred as he realized that the creature's essence had undoubtedly been extracted by the Xian Gu figure. Otherwise, it would not have so drastically changed in demeanor. Instantly, he focused his gaze on the high sky beyond the woods. After Emil's time, the shadowy cloud that had taken the form of the Xian Gu figure finally arrived, hovering above the formation before descending. Yet, it did not dissipate, remaining aloft in silence. Han Li, wearing an impassive expression, rose to his feet, fixated on the cloud, showing no inclination to speak. After a prolonged silence, a chilling voice emanated from within the cloud. "Why do you appear so apprehensive, as if facing a formidable foe?" The voice of Xian Gu was icy and penetrating. "There is no particular reason that it is merely that my cultivation is lacking, and I genuinely fear that the esteemed senior might suddenly turn hostile." Han Li replied calmly. "Humph, you are overly suspicious. If I had no intention of giving you the spiritual item, why would I have gone to such lengths to bring you here? Do not forget, I still require your assistance in dealing with that rebellious disciple." Xian Gu's tone suggested he was suppressing his fury. "Are you not aware of the saying, 'This moment is not like the last'? Perhaps when you first entered the Void Heaven Palace, you indeed needed my assistance. However, now that you have other allies, I cannot be certain of your intentions," Han Li retorted, his eyes glinting coldly, fixed upon the other like blades. "What do you mean by that?" Xian Gu's voice grew even colder, tinged with a hint of astonishment. "There is no need for the senior to feign ignorance any longer. Summon the other person forth." "I witnessed the scene of your transformation while searching for the spirit ginseng," Han Li stated, his brow slightly furrowing, revealing a measure of impatience. Upon hearing this, the Xian Gu figure fell silent. Yet shortly thereafter, a deep voice belonging to an unfamiliar man resonated from the cloud. "Kid, how did you uncover my presence? I cannot believe you can see through my transformation," the master of the voice inquired without a hint of politeness. "I have no interest in answering questions posed by strangers. I merely wish to ask you once more, esteemed Xian Gu, do you truly desire to engage in a battle that would leave us both devastated?" Thus allowing that extreme aim to take advantage, Han Li remarked with a tone laced with mockery. "Devastated? You certainly overestimate your own capabilities. While eliminating you may require some effort, such a cost is one I can readily afford." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden dark cloud unleashed a beam of yellow light, striking the protective barrier of the formation. The shield's hue shifted dramatically, transforming from yellow to a fiery crimson, the center of the formation radiating unbearable heat, resembling a vast furnace. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li's expression remained unchanged. He merely sighed softly, raised one hand, and a blue incantation struck the barrier. Instantly, the yellow and red hues alternated several times before restoring to their original color, as if the previous searing heat had been but a fleeting illusion. "Ah, what have you done to my formation flags?" A voice from the clouds exclaimed in astonishment. "What have you done? If anyone has manipulated it, it would be you, wouldn't it?" Han Li had no intention of providing a response. "Humph, very well. How well are you utilizing my golden silk ball? Xian Gu's tone shifted to a cold and calculating one. What could it be that you? Han Li's expression changed drastically. As if recalling something, he immediately attempted to remove the golden silk net from his waist, intending to cast it far away. However, as soon as Xian Gu's words fell, the golden net flickered and transformed into a pitch-black HUE.IT, then morphed into a fine veil of dark gas that rapidly enveloped Han Li, ensnaring him tightly within its grasp. The rabbit caught within the net was unceremoniously discarded to the side, remaining utterly motionless, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Suddenly faced with such a predicament, even Han Li, known for his composure, found his expression shifting dramatically. My young friend, how does the taste of the soul threads feel? Are you still able to wield even a trace of your internal power? From above, the dark clouds echoed with Xian Gu's triumphant laughter. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt a surge of alarm and quickly attempted to summon his power, only for his countenance to turn ashen. Chapter 452. Thunderstrike. Han Li felt as though his internal power had become frozen. Evidently restrained by these enigmatic soul threads, a wave of dread washed over him as he hastily scrutinized the black strands. They were thickly woven around his entire being, lustrous and exuding a faint aura of darkness, unmistakably sinister in nature. Han Li's expression involuntarily twitched. When he initially acquired the golden net, he had harbored suspicions regarding any potential tampering. Yet after thorough examinations, he had found no anomalies. He bore no other pure gold artifacts, thus he reluctantly resorted to using this item. However, after successfully capturing the spirit ginseng's manifestation with the net, he had cast aside his doubts for the time being. Little did he expect that upon turning against his adversary, he would be ensnared by this very object, rendering him unable to utilize even a fraction of his power. Yet, the pallor on Han Li's face only lingered for a moment before returning to normal. He quickly reminded himself that the formation outside provided protection, and his opponent would not be able to take advantage of him in the immediate future. Having sufficient means to extricate himself from this binding, Han Li let out a cold chuckle at the thought. Just as he was about to summon the swarm of golden devouring insects above him, a soft poof sound emanated from behind. The sound was so faint that, had it not been for Han Li's already expanded divine sense permeating the entire grand formation, he likely would have remained oblivious to this anomaly. A chill ran down Han Li's spine, prompting an instinctive and abrupt turn. Simultaneously, he emitted a sharp cry, causing the swarm of golden devouring insects in the air to surge forth towards the rear. An explosive crash resonated from behind, darkening Han Li's expression. Before him, the swarm of golden devouring insects was desperately colliding with a bizarre figure cloaked in emerald hues. Though the figure's features were obscured and shrouded in a ghostly aura, its hands transformed into two massive green pythons that writhed violently, swatting aside all approaching insects, preventing them from advancing a single step closer. The swarm found itself momentarily incapable of achieving any success. What perplexed Han Li even more was that the protective barrier of the formation behind him remained intact. How had this ghostly figure infiltrated his defenses without triggering the restrictions? Before Han Li could recover from his astonishment, a voice of exasperation erupted from the green figure. What manner of accursed insects are these, capable of even devouring my incorporeal form? This is utterly preposterous. The voice belonged to the unfamiliar man from earlier, who now sounded somewhat frantic. Han Li then noticed that although the green pythons had flung the golden devouring insects away, they had nonetheless suffered a few bites upon contact, allowing the insects to consume some of the green light emanating from them. Explaining the figure's evident anger, how had this individual, who had just been conversing amidst the clouds, managed to stealthily approach and launch a surprise attack from behind? Han Li found himself utterly baffled. However, this query flitted through his mind and was quickly dismissed. Now was not the time for contemplation. He had no intention of engaging in dialogue with his assailant, and the sharp shriek from his lips resounded once more. Instantly, a small portion of the golden devouring insects broke away from the fray, darting towards him, swiftly enveloping his entire being as they began to voraciously gnaw at the dark threads. Due to the depletion of his magical energy, Han Li could only rely on his voice to tenuously command the insects. He needed to extricate himself before the figure discovered a means to counter the golden devouring insects. After all, he vividly recalled the disorienting wails within the ghostly mist that had severely weakened him. The prospect of his opponent employing a similar strategy was dire at that moment. The surrounding barrier seemed to be struck by some heavy force. After flickering with yellow light a few times, the protective wall began to tremble. Observing this, Han Li coldly glanced back, only to find that the mysterious entity in midair had initiated an attack to complement the actions of the green figure. From the shadowy clouds, enormous orbs of dark energy, each roughly 10 feet in diameter, were shot forth, crashing violently against the barrier. It appeared that the restrictions would not endure much longer. With a flicker of unusual light in his eyes, Hanli chose to disregard the unfolding events behind him. He focused on the frenzied green figure, whose movements were obstructed by the swarm of golden devouring insects, remaining expressionless with tightly pressed lips. In that fleeting moment, the spectral threads surrounding him had already been partially severed by the relentless gnawing of the flying insects. Hanli could feel his true essence stirring restlessly within him. Unable to suppress a glimmer of delight. As long as his magical power could be restored, there were numerous means to unleash it. However, at that moment, the green shadow let out a low growl, its form suddenly spinning with remarkable agility, transforming into a massive, rapidly rotating gyroscope that plunged into the swarm of insects ahead, propelling itself several zhang forward, drawing closer to Hanli. Nearly 10,000 gold-devouring insects surged forward in relentless pursuit. Although most were swiftly flung away by the enormous gyroscope, a small fraction managed to cling to its surface, causing the gyroscope's speed to diminish significantly. The other flying insects, seizing the opportunity, rushed forward without reservation. In a matter of moments, the green shadow was completely covered with the gold-devouring insects, rendering it immobile, and it seemed poised to replicate the ghastly scene of the insect swarm devouring the ghost amidst the fog. Yet, Hanli was taken aback. Faced with the green shadow's seemingly suicidal act, he felt not a flicker of joy, but rather a deep sense of unease. The unfolding events would soon confirm Hanli's apprehension. The green shadow, laden with gold-devouring insects, began to inexplicably swell with each breath. In an instant, it transformed into a large, inflated sphere, emanating a dazzling green radiance. Alarmed, Hanli silently cursed, wishing to summon back the gold-devouring insects. But before he could utter a word, a thunderous explosion erupted as the sphere burst apart. A chilling, oppressive aura instantly engulfed all the flying insects within its vicinity. Then, from the epicenter of the explosion, where the green light shone the brightest, a faint green line shot forth, slipping away like a fleeting shadow amidst the chaos. In the blink of an eye, it reached Hanli, who was still bound by remnants of black threads. "Your body is now under my control." A maniacal laugh echoed as the green line abruptly transformed into a grotesque, several feet-sized demonic head that lunged forward. Observing the scene from above, Xiangu displayed a faint smile, halting the attacks from his hands. Though the protective barrier appeared on the verge of collapse after just a few more strikes, Hanli's gaze remained icy as he fixated on the approaching demonic head. Yet, when it was merely a few zhang away, a flash of malevolence flickered in his eyes, and an intense aura of malice erupted from his being. This malevolent energy was so fierce that even the swiftly approaching demonic head hesitated momentarily. Taken aback, Hanli suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a formidable golden arc of electricity that pierced through the demon's visage, which was too close to evade. The demonic head let out a wail, instantly disintegrating into a cloud of green mist, and with a furious screech, it retreated in panic. Yet, Hanli was not one to allow such an escape. Instantly, faint golden arcs of electricity surged around him, and the black threads binding him disintegrated entirely in that fleeting moment. Without hesitation, he shifted his form, leaving behind several blurred afterimages, and pursued the retreating green mist. With a stoic expression, he raised his hand, fiercely grasping forward. A faint golden arc of electricity suddenly manifested at his fingertips, causing the green mist to dissipate entirely. In his hand, a verdant crystal orb appeared, pulsating with an eerie luminescence, as if it were alive. Hanli merely cast a cold glance at it before closing his fingers without hesitation. With a sharp crack, the crystal orb shattered into fine powder under the onslaught of the electric arc. Under the unrestrained wielding of the exorcising divine thunder by Hanli, even a ghostly king-level entity like the green shadow could be vanquished in an instant, devoid of a corporeal form. The ease with which this transpired took even Hanli by surprise. However, at that moment, he lifted his gaze to the Xiangu floating in the air, maintaining an unwavering demeanor as he stated, "Hand over the 9 to me, and I shall act as if nothing has transpired, continuing our collaboration. Otherwise, it will be either your demise or mine." Hanli's voice was remarkably calm, yet the chilling undertone rendered Xiangu's expression exceedingly grim. Good, good, good." The figure of Xiangu fixed his eyes upon Hanli and, after a brief pause, uttered the word "good" 3 times. This prompted Hanli to narrow his eyes, fixing his gaze intently upon the other. Since he had failed to seize control, even if his abilities were lacking, I would naturally align myself with the victorious side. Here, take the 9. With that, Xiangu withdrew the surrounding ominous clouds, revealing his form. He then raised a hand, and a golden box shot down from the air towards Hanli. Chapter 453. The onslaught of extreme Han Li's expression remained impassive as he allowed the box to rebound off the protective barrier without any indication of deactivating the restrictions. He merely observed the golden box with cautious eyes, uttering not a single word. What? Are you afraid that this box is still transformed from the Soul Silk? Rest assured, that old ghost is no more. Only by collaborating with you can I eliminate the extreme I will not turn against you again. Moreover, the abundance of your golden thunder bamboo treasures truly exceeds my expectations. They will undoubtedly prove remarkably effective against the extreme Yin Xian. I would not be so foolish as to sever my own arm. Xian Gu, hands clasped behind his back, addressed Han Li with a calm demeanor. In response to these words, Han Li did not even spare a glance at Xian Gu hovering above. To him, the fact that the other had previously plotted against him indicated that he could easily do so again for reasons unknown, regardless of how charming or reasonable the words spoken were. He remained vigilant and cautious. With this thought in mind, Han Li raised a hand, and a slender, faint golden arc of electricity shot forth, striking the lid of the golden box, with a crackling sound of electric sparks. The golden box trembled slightly, revealing no signs of change. Observing this, Han Li exhaled lightly. If this box were indeed a malevolent object, it surely could not escape the strike of the exorcising divine thunder. He then confidently beckoned the box with a gesture, causing it to leap from the ground and soar directly towards him. Simultaneously, the protective barrier flickered momentarily before returning to its original state. Seizing this opportunity, the golden box passed through the shield and landed in Han Li's hand. Under the vigilant scrutiny of Han Li's consciousness, Xian Gu remained perfectly still, providing him with a slight sense of reassurance as he lowered his gaze to the golden box in his palm. Yet, as he stared at the object, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he did not immediately open the lid, lost in contemplation. Xian Gu, observing Han Li's cautious demeanor, merely scoffed and leisurely began to survey his surroundings. Showing no signs of urgency, Han Li glanced at the embodiment of the spiritual ginseng on the ground, the white rabbit. That moment, it lay motionless on the ground, seemingly still in a state of unconsciousness. Han Li pondered for a moment, then decisively extended 2 fingers to gently flick the lid of the golden box. Instantly, a burst of azure light flared between the lid and his fingers. And then, to his astonishment, the lid opened of its own accord, revealing the contents within. Han Li focused intently, and a small object came into view. This item was approximately half a foot long, its entire surface a dull yellow, with a dry, wrinkled exterior reminiscent of an ordinary root from an ancient tree. Han Li was left speechless. The only distinguishing feature was a remarkably exquisite silver flower blooming at the top of the object, emitting a faint glow and a subtle fragrance that invigorated Han Li's spirit upon inhalation, just as doubts began to cloud his mind, wondering whether this was truly the Nine or merely an unknown object that Xian Gu had conjured to deceive him. A wild rabbit, which had previously been motionless on the grass, suddenly sprang to life, transforming into a streak of white light that darted toward the root within the golden box. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy. The fact that the embodiment of the Nine, the white rabbit, was so intent on this object indicated its authenticity, alleviating his concerns. However, Han Li could not allow the avatar to merge with its true form so easily. Without hesitation, he curled and flicked his fingers, sending forth a streak of azure sword light that struck the rabbit on the head, causing it to tumble backward into the distance. Yet, upon seeing its true self so close, the little creature stubbornly leaped forward once more, displaying an unwavering determination to achieve its goal. Growing increasingly impatient, Han Li unleashed a bolt of electricity that thoroughly incapacitated the rabbit, leaving its glossy black fur sprawled on the ground, truly rendered unconscious. He then summoned the unconscious rabbit into his grasp, briefly examined it, and tossed it into the golden box. As soon as the rabbit's avatar made contact with the true form of the Nine, a flash of white light occurred, and it seamlessly merged within. Han Li promptly closed the lid and placed a small restriction upon it to prevent their escape. After completing these actions, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Xian Gu remained inactive, and while this eased Han Li's mind, it heightened his vigilance. He then tucked the golden box into his storage pouch and calmly inquired, "Senior, you are entrusting the Nine to me without fear that I might flee with it?" Han Li tentatively posed the question. "Flee? Do you truly believe that possessing this herb, devoid of its refining formula, would enable you to harness its full potential?" Xian Gu, having withdrawn his gaze from the surroundings, turned his attention to Han Li and spoke with a composed demeanor. Upon hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow, ready to express further thoughts, when Xian Gu interjected, coldly chuckling, "You have already been marked by the extreme ain. Even if you were to escape to the ends of the earth, you would not evade its pursuit. It would be wise to collaborate with me. Otherwise, even if you managed to flee the Void Sky Palace with the herb, your fate would still. Hehe. Marked. Han Li's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. With his formidable spiritual awareness, he could not believe that he had been tampered with without his knowledge. Upon perceiving this, Xiangu naturally deduced that Han Li was far from believing in the veracity of the matter at hand. With a slight twitch of his lips, he contemplated producing some form of evidence. However, his expression abruptly shifted as he suddenly turned to gaze into the distance. This left Han Li utterly perplexed. Simultaneously, an alarm bell rang in his mind, prompting him to speculate on what trickery the old demon might be concocting. To his surprise, Xiangu swiftly turned back and uttered a statement that instantly put Han Li on high alert. The extreme Een is approaching. It is likely here to seek you out. Take care of yourself. I shall retreat for the time being. With that, Xiangu transformed into a shadowy cloud and vanished without a trace. Han Li stood there, dumbfounded, just as he was questioning the truth of Xiangu's words. A thunderous wail echoed from the horizon, followed by a vast expanse of ominous black clouds surging towards him with great momentum. Observing the direction, it was evident that the clouds were headed straight for him. Han Li's heart sank. This dark cloud was indeed the terrifying aura emitted by the extreme Een when it manifested, and it was highly probable that the one approaching was none other than the extreme Een patriarch. Could it be that he had fallen victim to the schemes of the extreme Een and remained oblivious? After all, why else would the extreme Een patriarch venture to such a remote location? Pinpointing his arrival with such accuracy, simultaneously, Han Li could not help but curse Xiangu in his heart. Hadn't he consistently claimed that they would join forces against the extreme Een? Yet now, when faced with the imminent danger, he had fled with such haste, leaving Han Li to fend for himself. This left Han Li feeling incredibly vexed. Now, with no time to evade, it seemed he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. Just as Han Li was unable to even retract his formation, the vast black clouds had already reached the treetops, abruptly halting in mid-air. At this moment, Han Li found himself devoid of any further choices. He could only tense his heart and silently observe the ominous clouds, trusting that the opponent would not resort to violence upon their first encounter, and hoping to ascertain the reason behind the extreme Een patriarch's relentless pursuit of him. A mystery that had plagued his thoughts for some time, leaving him profoundly frustrated. With this in mind, Han Li steadied his emotions, gazing up at the black clouds while patiently awaiting the other's pronouncement. Little did he anticipate that a cold snort would precede a pitch-black beam of light shooting forth from the clouds with lightning speed, striking the protective barrier of the formation. Instantly, a blinding flash of yellow light erupted, followed by a sound of shattering. The barrier had scarcely managed to resist the blow before it was completely obliterated. With no hindrance whatsoever, the black beam of light continued its relentless trajectory towards Han Li in an instant. His face turned ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, he staggered a few paces, distancing himself to a location over 10 zhang away. His expression a mix of astonishment and fury. No longer hesitating, Han Li waved his hands, summoning dozens of towering puppet giant apes around him, forming a barrier before him. Subsequently, several spirit beast bags spun around, each releasing their contents, which floated gently in front of him. Han Li's gaze turned icy. Although he was acutely aware of his slim chances of victory, if the adversary truly intended to end his life here, he was prepared to fight with everything he had. He would never resign himself to inaction. Meanwhile, the true essence within him locked onto 9 azure bamboo bee cloud swords, stirring restlessly in anticipation. Chapter 454. Attraction. As if perceiving Han Li's hostility and the wariness etched upon his face, the ominous clouds above began to swirl rapidly, contracting toward the center, enveloping the scene in a thick, rolling darkness. A chill coursed through Han Li's heart, and just as he was about to command his puppets to strike first, a cold voice echoed in his ear. Youngster, refrain from acting rashly. He is merely attempting to intimidate you. There is no genuine intent to kill. Let us first ascertain the purpose behind this rebellious disciple's visit. The words from Xiangu startled Han Li, awakening him to clarity. He managed to suppress his impulsive urge and, maintaining a demeanor of respectful detachment, inquired, "Esteemed Senior Ji'in, what brings you here to offer guidance to a junior such as myself?" His voice was deep and composed. To remain so unflustered in the face of my strike, it seems you possess quite the audacity, came the response from the ominous clouds above. A remark from Master Ji'in that left Han Li unsure whether it was a compliment or a slight. If I, as a nascent soul cultivator, truly wish to extinguish your life, what difference would it make whether you were bold or timid? Han Li involuntarily furrowed his brows but quickly regained his composure, responding with an air of nonchalance. Knowing that Xiangu had not strayed far and remained concealed nearby, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. Should Xiangu and this elder, who understood the weaknesses of the Jiyin, choose to collaborate, he might stand a chance in combat. Of course, this was contingent upon Xiangu's willingness to lend his aid during a potential conflict. This uncertainty left Han Li cautious. With no intention of provoking his adversary. At that moment, the dark clouds above finally converged, and after a few flickers, they dissipated with a soft poof, revealing a middle-aged man and a short, grotesque youth, Master Jiyin and Wu Chou. You are Han Li, a mere wandering cultivator from Tianqing City, am I correct? The middle-aged man inquired with evident interest. Indeed, I am Han Li. It appears you are well informed, esteemed senior, Han Li replied, his lips curling into a wry smile. Tinged with resignation. Do not fret. I am not here to cause trouble, nor do I harbor any resentment toward you regarding the incident with the Miaoying sect. My earlier attack was merely an instinctive reaction to what I perceived as an obstructive formation. Master Jiyin stated with a calm smile. What obstruction? Was it not simply a demonstration of your formidable power to intimidate me? Han Li mused inwardly, yet he maintained a veneer of deference as he queried. Then, esteemed senior, what is the purpose of your visit? Although he was acutely aware that the elder awaited this very question, Han Li feigned ignorance. Upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, Master Jiyin chuckled softly, scrutinizing Han Li from head to toe with eyes that made Han Li feel uneasy. Do you recognize this? Master Jiyin suddenly flipped his hand, revealing a small, pale object, his expression turning serious. Before Han Li could discern what it was, the elder tossed it gently in his direction. Han Li exhibited a hint of confusion. As the object approached, he flicked his sleeve, deftly ensnaring it within his robe, and cautiously brought it before his eyes. The item was small and incomplete, yet Han Li instantly recognized it. It turned out to be a small strand of pristine silk emitted by the blood jade spider. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why the other party possessed such an item. However, after a brief contemplation, he recalled that during the battle with the hidden killing sect, he had seemingly employed the blood jade spider to deal with the obstructing demonic corpse while making his escape. Thus, it was likely that this item was obtained during that encounter. When questioned about its purpose, Han Li's expression shifted subtly, and a myriad of suspicions surged within him. Yet, the other party would not grant him the luxury of time to ponder. After a moment's hesitation, he candidly replied, I am indeed familiar with this item. It is the web spun by my spirit beast. Did you come here specifically for this matter? Han Li's countenance was one of skepticism, as if he still harbored doubts. However, upon hearing his words, the extreme Yin ancestor revealed a smile, exclaiming, Excellent. I have come to see your spirit beast. Please release it so that I may behold it. The extreme Yin ancestor spoke with a hint of excitement, his tone surprisingly gentle. Nevertheless, Han Li's heart surged with wariness, for within the ancestor's smile, he detected a fleeting glimpse of well-concealed greed, which, though momentary, was unsettling. The fact that a Yuanying stage cultivator would display such a reaction towards his blood jade spider was indeed an ominous sign, although unease gripped him when faced with the extreme Yin ancestor's gaze. Han Li hesitated only briefly before mustering a reluctant agreement. Let us delay for a moment, he thought. Feeling quite vexed, he then raised his hand and gently tapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist. A beam of white light shot forth from the pouch, landing before Han Li. As the light faded, a spider the size of a grinding wheel appeared, glaring ferociously at its surroundings. Upon the emergence of the blood jade spider, the extreme Yin ancestor's eyes gleamed with intensity, fixated as if gazing upon an exceedingly rare treasure, his expression brimming with delight. Marvelous. It is indeed the blood jade spider. Ha ha. After a prolonged moment, the extreme Yin ancestor finally withdrew his gaze, suddenly bursting into raucous laughter that resonated through the air, causing Han Li's expression to shift in alarm. The depth of a Yuanying stage cultivator's cultivation was truly unfathomable. Yet, Han Li promptly donned a cautious demeanor, fully aware that the real discussion was about to commence. However, before he could await the extreme Yin ancestor's words, he was suddenly met with the anxious voice of Xiangu echoing in his ears. How did you come to possess the blood jade spider? If you had such an item, why did you not inform me sooner? Xiangu's tone was rife with regret and indignation. Why should I reveal this to you? Han Li retorted inwardly, a surge of anger rising within him. Yet, he quickly calmed himself. If even Xiangu was so visibly affected, it was evident that the blood jade spider harbored significant secrets. He pondered whether the emergence of this matter would prove advantageous or detrimental to him. As Han Li was lost in contemplation, Xiangu's urgent voice rang out once more. The extreme Yin trader will undoubtedly invite you to the inner hall. You should accept the invitation. I will follow discreetly and provide support. Perhaps sensing that his tone towards Han Li was somewhat inappropriate, Xian softened his voice significantly, yet still earnestly advised him. Upon hearing this, Han Li felt an even greater sense of unease. He had a vague impression that he had been unwittingly drawn into a tumultuous vortex due to this bloodjade spider, where a moment's carelessness could lead to his utter destruction. Just as Han Li was mired in his own doubts, the extreme ancestor finally spoke, articulating the words that Xian had anticipated. Han Li, would you care to visit the inner hall? I can safely escort you there and back, the extreme ancestor said with a genial demeanor, his words laden with endless temptation. The mention of the inner hall startled Han Li considerably. It was an exceedingly perilous place for cultivators at the core formation stage. Although the treasures within were immensely valuable, far surpassing those found in other areas of the Void Heaven Palace, Han Li had never entertained the thought of entering after learning about its details. Now, having just acquired the highly beneficial 9, he was even less inclined to recklessly take such risks, as for the extreme ancestor's claim of safely bringing him in and out. Along with Xian insistence that he comply, Han Li scoffed at the notion and resolutely disregarded it. He had but a single life to safeguard. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li managed to feign a smile as he politely declined. The inner hall is simply beyond my means, esteemed seniors. I would be quite content merely to explore the first 2 trials. I shall forego the inner hall. I do not possess such fortune. Upon hearing this, the extreme ancestor's expression darkened, revealing a glint of malice in his eyes. Beside him, Wu Chou suddenly erupted with anger, exclaiming, Han Li, our ancestor has chosen not to pursue the grievances from that day. And now, in a gesture of goodwill, offers to take you to the inner hall. Yet you persist in your refusals. Do you hold our extreme island in contempt? To Wu Chou's words, the extreme ancestor did not intervene. Merely casting a displeased glance in his direction, Han Li fell silent, as he was once again urged by Xian to acquiesce. However, Han Li was unwilling to yield so easily. I shall not go. Though I am uncertain of the purpose behind the island master's invitation to the inner hall, I doubt it is merely for a brief observation. With this time, I would rather seek out a few treasures in safer locations. Han Li stated with an indifferent expression. Chapter 455. Unexpected Events. Do you believe the decision of whether or not to go rests solely with you? Wu Chou retorted, his small eyes gleaming with menace. For reasons unknown, despite Wu Chou's role as a villain under the extreme ancestor's previous instructions to pressure Han Li, he genuinely harbored an innate dislike for him. This animosity seemed instinctual, utterly baseless. Han Li, likewise, had no fondness for Wu Chou. Upon hearing his words, he merely shot him a cold glance before disregarding him entirely and addressing the extreme ancestor. Though I am unsure of the purpose you have for my spirit beast, I am well aware that if its master perishes, others cannot claim it as their own. Moreover, in a dire situation, one could command the bloodjade spider to self-destruct. I trust that you would not wish to witness such a scene, esteemed senior. His words carried a hint of menace, causing the middle-aged man across from him to slightly alter his expression, revealing a glimpse of surprise. Han Li was acutely aware that Wu Chou was merely leveraging the fear of others. The true authority here remained with the extreme ancestor. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in prolonged discourse with Wu Chou. However, this action incited a furious embarrassment within Wu Chou. After a fleeting shadow of malevolence crossed his face, he opened his mouth to utter some harsh words towards Han Li, only to be halted by a wave of the hand from the extreme ancestor beside him. Very well, I hold a great appreciation for intrepid juniors. Since this ancestor wishes to utilize your bloodjade spider, I shall ensure that your journey is not in vain. Upon our arrival in the inner hall, I shall. Just as the extreme ancestor was about to make some promise, his expression suddenly darkened, and his speech halted. He slowly turned his head, fixing a fierce gaze in a particular direction. Who dares to eavesdrop? Step forth. The voice of the extreme ancestor was sharp and laced with murderous intent, indicating his extraordinary anger. Han Li felt a jolt of alarm. Instinctively, he feared that Xian had been discovered. His mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate this precarious situation. However, an aged voice soon emerged, leaving Han Li astonished. Why must brother Wu be so incensed? I, Qing, merely happened upon this encounter and had no intention of causing any trouble. A shimmering azure radiance flickered, and an elderly man clad in scholarly robes appeared in the void several dozen zhang away, smiling as he regarded the extreme ancestor and the others. It was none other than the familiar Qing Yi. Qing, have you been following me? The extreme ancestor's killing intent diminished upon recognizing him, yet his expression remained exceedingly displeased as he inquired. This is not following at all. I was merely meandering about, and from a distance, I observed brother Wu conversing with this young man. so I thought to come over and extend my greetings. I did not anticipate that it would provoke such displeasure. Had I known, I would have refrained from being so presumptuous." The scholarly elder chuckled awkwardly, offering a nonchalant explanation. Ignoring the elder's words, the extreme ancestor, whose face had turned somewhat pale, shifted his gaze to the bloodjade spider, his mouth emitting a sound of astonishment. "This is the bloodjade spider, indeed a rare spiritual beast, according to the analyses of previous cultivators. It seems this spiritual beast is among the best suited for acquiring the void heaven cauldron, with a success rate far surpassing your fire python and Wantianming's golden silkworm." Qingyi remarked, shaking his head in contemplation, meandering about. Then why the need for concealment? The audacity of the elder's justification incited great ire within the extreme ancestor. Furthermore, upon hearing him reveal a secret he had long sought to conceal regarding the bloodjade spider, his expression grew even darker. This must be the junior that Brother Wu has been so concerned about. I too have a fondness for nurturing audacious young talents. What say you? Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? I have yet to take on a student. The scholarly elder's gaze shifted from the bloodjade spider to Han Li, circling him a few times before uttering a statement that turned the extreme ancestor's face a shade of iron and left Han Li in astonishment. Accepting a junior as a disciple, Han Li blinked, uncertain whether to feel joy or to wear a bitter smile. "Qing, what does this mean?" The expression on Ji Yin's face was icy, and tendrils of dark energy emanated from him as he glared at the old man, questioning him word by word. "Hee, it was merely a jest, dear Ji Yin. There is no need to be so tense. If I were to truly accept this young brother, I fear you would be compelled to fight me. However, I wonder if Manhuzi would entertain the same thoughts upon learning of the presence of a bloodjade spider here." The old man chuckled lightly, a strange glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke casually. Qingyi's words caused Ji Yin's expression to soften somewhat, but upon hearing the mention of Manhuzi, he felt a wave of headache wash over him. Ji Yin had initially intended to keep the bloodjade spider a secret, inciting others to drive the righteous cultivators out of the inner hall or, ideally, to ensure that both parties would suffer mutual destruction. He planned to feign failure in obtaining the treasure with the fire python, displaying it to others. Meanwhile, he would secretly take Han Li with him to retrieve the treasures using the bloodjade spider. In this way, he would claim the Sutian Ding for himself, disregarding any prior promises made to share with others, having no intention of fulfilling them. Little did he anticipate that his meticulous plans would be disrupted by the cunning old fox before him. Killing the other party to silence him was not something he felt confident about. Even if he had the assurance, he wouldn't act recklessly, especially with the likes of Wan Tianming and other righteous cultivators to contend with. He could not afford to weaken his own side strength. The mention of Manhuzi. Ji Yin's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He had a profound understanding of the formidable prowess of Manhuzi's Tuotian demon technique from years past. Even with the recent minor successes of Tian Du's corpse fire, he held little confidence in being able to contend with this individual. Should the other party indeed employ a similar excuse to take the young lad under his wing and subsequently claim the lion's share of the treasure, Ji Yin would find himself utterly powerless, unless Ji Yin was pragmatic enough to realize that preserving the secret of the bloodjade spider was impossible. He immediately began contemplating how to avoid a significant loss during the treasure acquisition. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at the old man with an expression of intrigue, faintly grasping the intent behind the latter's words. Seeing Ji Yin exhibit such a demeanor, the scholarly elder smiled slightly and subtly conveyed a message through his lips. Ji Yin's expression fluctuated between light and dark. "Well, what do you think of this suggestion?" the old man inquired, his transmission brief, swiftly reverting to normal speech. "Agreed. I accept." Ji Yin responded almost instantly, his face grim but resolute. "Excellent. That's the spirit. Now, let us consider who among us would be more suitable to take this individual as a disciple." The old man remarked with evident satisfaction, then cast a leisurely glance at Han Li. "Let him choose whom he wishes to follow as master. That seems fairer." After a moment's contemplation, Ji Yin concurred with this sentiment. The old man was taken aback for a moment, a hint of surprise crossing his features, but after a brief consideration, he nodded in agreement. Ji Yin, witnessing this, allowed a rare smile to grace his face. Turning to Han Li, who stood on the ground, he spoke in a measured tone. "You must have overheard our conversation. Your bloodjade spider is a crucial component in our quest for the treasure. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not let this matter go. As for your belief that I would hesitate to eliminate you simply because you are the master of a spirit beast, that is a grave misconception. You must understand, I possess a rather convenient method for refining spirit corpses. At worst, I could slay the bloodjade spider and transform it into a demonic corpse. However, Such an approach would significantly diminish the spider's cultivation, and I would only resort to it as a last resort. Should you fear that this outcome may not favor you, both of us can accept you as our disciple, thereby becoming one family. If we successfully acquire the treasure, you shall receive your due share. You appear to be a clever individual. You should comprehend how to make the right choice. The extreme patriarch spoke with an air of calm, delivering a series of half-threatening, half-tempting remarks that stirred Han Li's previously unsettled demeanor since the appearance of the Confucian-clad elder. He appeared somewhat swayed, yet deep within, Han Li lamented his predicament. Ever since the emergence of this azure-clad elder, he recognized that the situation had worsened. Initially, he harbored a flicker of hope that these two formidable beings might clash, allowing him to slip away amidst the chaos. However, he was taken aback by their cunning. Within mere moments of dialogue, they reached some form of agreement. Now, even if the Xiangu were to emerge and assist, it would likely yield no results. Furthermore, the threat of the blood-jade spider seemed to have lost its potency. Even if the spider were to self-destruct, it would probably be subdued by the opposing party beforehand. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would not provoke a nascent soul cultivator by opting for such a perilous path. It seemed that refusing was no longer an option. Chapter 456, Disciple of Extreme Yin. As Han Li contemplated his response, he was interrupted by the voice of the azure-clad elder. Han Li, I have never taken a disciple in my lifetime, and my time is running short. Should you choose to become my apprentice, all my teachings, treasures, and belongings shall naturally be yours to inherit. Such a fortunate opportunity is rare indeed. The allure in Qing Yi's voice was palpable. Han Li, despite recognizing the exaggerations in the elder's words, felt his heart stir. Yet, before he could ponder further, the deep voice of the extreme Yin patriarch echoed in his other ear. Listen closely, boy. I do not care what conditions the old coot has promised you. Allow me to remind you that he is a solitary rogue cultivator, living a reclusive life on a deserted island, devoid of any substantial possessions. Even if he offers you everything, you shall not reap any true benefits. In contrast, my extreme Yin island boasts a multitude of cultivators and an immense power structure. As my direct disciple, the influence you wield on the island is beyond your wildest imagination. Whether it be beautiful female cultivators or rare alchemical and artifact materials, I can grant you your choice. I have noticed your closeness with that Xiling girl from Miaoyin's sect. Do you harbor feelings for her? That can be arranged. Should you become my disciple, I can capture her and deliver her to Extreme Yin Island as your dual cultivation partner. Surely, this would satisfy you. The Extreme Yin patriarch was remarkably forthright, listing numerous conditions that caused Han Li to swallow the words he had been about to utter. Yet, the situation did not end there. Even Xiangu's voice intruded into the conversation. Han, if you choose to become my wayward disciple, only by doing so can we seek a favorable opportunity to eradicate it. Not forget that the formula for refining the 9 into a pill is known solely to me. It would be wise for you to adhere to the words of the original master. Otherwise, the menacing undertone in Xiangu's words is laid bare. Han Li could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Each of these three harbored their own ulterior motives, and he, caught in the middle, could easily find himself facing dire consequences. If it were up to him to choose a master, he would naturally select the scholarly elder in the robe. Although this individual had little of value to offer him, at the very least, there were no convoluted entanglements, providing an unparalleled tranquility, free from the myriad disputes surrounding him. As for the promises of pills, beauty, and techniques from Ji'in, Han Li naturally regarded them with skepticism. The notion of the purple spirit fairy being promised to him left him utterly speechless. Yet, now that Xiangu had transmitted a message, Han Li was compelled to deliberate with utmost caution. The condensation of the Yuan Ing was to be his next goal on the path of immortality. Although it appeared distant, he was determined to acquire that formula. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li closed his mouth and bowed his head in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons meticulously. After a moment, the expressions on Han Li's face shifted several times before he finally looked up and uttered a response that left the scholarly elder disheartened. While bringing great joy to the Ji'in ancestor, I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of Ji'in Island. Henceforth, I shall request your esteemed guidance, Senior Wu. Excellent, Han Li. I shall now take you as a registered disciple. Upon your return to Ji'in Island, we will formally conduct the initiation ceremony. This Xian'in ring is one of the ancient treasures I acquired in my youth. Every direct disciple under my tutelage possesses one. It serves both as a token of trust and a protective artifact. Take good care of it. The Ji'in ancestor, fully aware of the importance of seizing the moment, promptly removed a black-gray ring from his finger and tossed it to Han Li. Han Li caught it somewhat unexpectedly and examined it closely. The ring was of similar size to an ordinary ring, yet it bore ancient, mottled engravings of mysterious runes, subtly emanating a blue-green glow, unmistakably indicating it was no ordinary item. Han Li's heart leaped with joy, yet he could hear Xian Gu's mocking laughter echoing in his ears. The Xian Yin ring. This rebellious disciple truly wishes to obliterate my existence entirely. It is, after all, the Yin Yang ring I bestowed upon him, yet he has even altered its name. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. While this Yin ring indeed possesses protective and offensive capabilities, it is countered by a Yang ring he bears. When the time comes to employ this item against him, it will only lead to his own demise. Upon hearing these words, Han Li displayed no outward signs of distress, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect as he expressed his gratitude to the Jiyin ancestor. However, inwardly, he could not help but sigh. Staying in the presence of such a cunning individual as the Jiyin ancestor required him to remain vigilant. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to his ruin. He now placed his hopes on Xian Gu, truly wishing for a method to bring Jiyin to his knees. Otherwise, he would indeed find himself joining Jiyin Island, dutifully serving as a disciple to the ancient Jiyin. Moreover, even if he genuinely aspired to be an exemplary disciple, there was no guarantee that the Jiyin ancestor would sincerely accept him. Whether he would turn hostile afterward remained uncertain. Han Li dared not to truly cling to such a formidable figure. At this moment, he could only take one step at a time, resigned to his circumstances. Who could blame him for being outmatched in strength, though he had long been aware of the ruthless survival of the fittest in the realm of cultivation? He had not felt such a sense of helplessness since his advancement to the core formation stage. In previous perilous situations, he had always possessed the capability to fight back. Yet now, facing any of the nascent soul practitioners from the Void Heaven Palace, he could only expect to meet his demise. This led into question whether he truly was a harbinger of misfortune, driven by mere curiosity to follow Xuangu in uncovering the secrets of the fragmented map. He found himself inexplicably thrust into the midst of nascent soul cultivators, ultimately becoming a target of their scrutiny. Han Li harbored resentment toward those thoughts, a torrent of grievances trapped within him, all the while feigning excitement and joy. Upon observing Han Li sheath the Xian Yin ring and treat him with utmost respect, the extreme Yin ancestor felt immense satisfaction. After a brief discussion with the elder beside him, he instructed Han Li to accompany him back, for the day was drawing to a close. If they did not hasten to the Grand Canyon, they might forever miss the opportunity to enter the ice-fire path. Thus, after stowing away the blood-jade spider, the group soared into the sky, heading toward the horizon. Along the way, the extreme Yin ancestor conversed amiably with Han Li, even offering guidance on some of Han Li's cultivation errors, from which he greatly benefited. Han Li could not help but sigh, realizing how vastly different it was to have guidance on the path of cultivation compared to being without it. However, the sight did not go unnoticed by the nearby Wu Chou, whose face betrayed a hint of displeasure. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Han Li perceived his palpable hostility and remained knowingly indifferent. The quartet flew at remarkable speed, and after several hours, they arrived before a towering mountain that soared thousands of feet into the sky. This mountain, imposing and treacherous, was composed entirely of dark-hued stones. The peak appeared to have been cleaved in two by some divine intervention, the fissure extending down to its very base, forming a natural Grand Canyon. Even more bizarrely, the middle portion of the mountain, where it split, shimmered with distinct red and blue lights, each illuminating half of the mountain, creating an otherworldly spectacle from afar. At the entrance of the canyon below, more than 30 cultivators, clad in various attires, sat solemnly, each bearing expressions of gravity, as if awaiting something. The extreme Yin ancestor and his companions gradually descended into the throng. Han Li's gaze swept over the crowd and soon spotted the black-robed enchantress Yuan Yao among them. Yet, upon noticing Han Li amidst the nascent soul practitioners, her face filled with shock. When their eyes met, she appeared flustered and turned away, avoiding his gaze. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, an inkling of understanding dawning upon him. Without a word, he withdrew his gaze and looked elsewhere. Among the others, he did not see Ling or the young male cultivator, suggesting they had chosen not to venture into the ice-fire path and intended to return to their previous location. Nevertheless, the cultivators seated here, though their expressions were solemn, exuded an air of composure and grace. Most had cultivation levels far exceeding Han Li's, with many at the mid-core formation stage, if not higher. Only 6 or 7 cultivators in the early stage of core formation, such as Han Li and Yuan Yao, remain. Nevertheless, these few individuals appear unfazed and exude an air of confidence. After observing them, Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, for none of the other nascent soul cultivators were present. It seemed that Ji-in and his companion were the first to return. As he pondered this, Master Ji-in found a spot with a favorable terrain and sat cross-legged. Wu Chou automatically positioned himself beside him and began meditating. "Hanli, come and rest by my side for a while," Master Ji-in said in a benevolent teacher's tone. Though Hanli was reluctant to approach this old anomaly, he had no choice but to comply under the weight of the elder's gaze. And he stepped forward to sit beside Master Ji-in. As soon as Hanli settled down, the sound of something piercing the sky echoed from afar. They exchanged glances with Xian Gu and Qing Yi, who then sneered and sought another place to gather, whispering amongst themselves, clearly discussing some clandestine matter. Observing this scene, Master Ji-in could not help but let out a soft snort and subsequently closed his eyes to cultivate. Hanli, however, could not emulate Ji-in's calm demeanor. Instead, he gazed intently in a particular direction, seemingly observing something. Yet, to a discerning observer, it would be apparent that his gaze was slightly unfocused, betraying a sense of distraction and inner turmoil. After a meal's time, 5 or 6 cultivators began to arrive one after another, including 2 white-robed elders from the Star Palace, who appeared nonchalant as they reached this location. The only nascent soul cultivator still absent was the one known as the barbarian bearded man. After waiting for half an hour, his presence was still unaccounted for. Wan Tianming and the others cast unusual glances towards Master Ji-in, yet both Ji-in and the Confucian-clad elder maintained their composed expressions. However, Hanli, sitting closer to the two, discreetly noticed a flicker of anxiety surfacing beneath their calm facades. Clearly, the absence of the barbarian bearded man had caused these 2 demonic old-timers to feel a twinge of concern. As they were aware they could not contend with righteous cultivators without him. As time gradually passed, Master Ji-in and the Confucian elder could no longer feign tranquility. Their expressions turned grave as they frequently gazed upward. Although this space seemed devoid of day and night, perpetually basked in sunshine, Hanli calculated that nearly a full day's time had elapsed. Could it be that the barbarian bearded man, the foremost expert of the demonic path at the Void Sky Hall, had encountered some unforeseen mishap? Hanli could not help but speculate if such a scenario were to occur, it would be difficult to discern whether it would bode well or ill for him. Just as Hanli and the others were unable to find peace, and the righteous cultivator's gazes grew increasingly hostile, a piercing shriek that could shatter stone reverberated from the heavens. This cry surged like a tidal wave, each crescendo more powerful and ferocious than the last, leaving all seated cultivators aghast. Upon hearing this sound, Master Ji-in and the Confucian elder displayed expressions of relief, exchanging knowing smiles. Even the elder in blue, after a light chuckle, remarked softly, "It seems the barbarian bearded man is in good spirits. He must have made some unexpected gains. Humph, what surprise could possibly await us here? At most, it was merely the smooth harvesting of the longevity fruit." The extreme Yin ancestor shook his head, dismissively remarking. The scholarly elder, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile and was about to articulate further when, from the distant horizon, a golden orb of light erupted forth. This orb, akin to a meteor from the heavens, hurtled towards the assembly of cultivators, arriving in the blink of an eye. The elder immediately fell silent. A flicker of astonishment glimmered in Hanli's eyes as he beheld the figure within the luminous sphere, his heart racing with trepidation. In truth, he was not alone. The other cultivators, encountering the formidable presence of the Tuat demon art for the first time, also displayed expressions of shock. For the figure enveloped in the golden light was none other than the bearded man, whose appearance was so bizarre it evoked a sense of dread, resembling a demon god that instilled fear in all who gazed upon him. At that moment, he radiated a golden brilliance, his exposed hands and face adorned with a multitude of golden scales, each the size of coins. These scales shimmered as if forged from pure gold, exuding a chilling glint that suggested unparalleled durability, seemingly indestructible. Is this the Tuat demon art? It appears truly formidable. On the other side of the extreme ancestor, Wu Chou inhaled sharply, momentarily dazed as he spoke. It seemed he was significantly shaken by the bearded man's appearance. Humph, merely a turtle shell, the Xianin art, when cultivated to its highest realm, is not inferior to the Tuat demon art. Upon hearing Wu Chou's words, the extreme ancestor cast him a cold glance, expressing his displeasure. This suddenly reminded Wu Chou that his grandfather was at odds with this bearded man. To praise the other party was surely a deliberate attempt to irritate the extreme ancestor, causing him to feel awkward as he repeatedly acquiesced, no longer daring to utter another word. At this moment, the bearded man, surveying with a condescending gaze, quickly spotted the extreme and his companions, and without hesitation, descended directly. With a thunderous crash, the ground nearby trembled slightly. The bearded man landed beside the extreme and the others. And then, the scales on his body swiftly receded, the golden light dimming gradually until it vanished entirely. It seems Brotherman has undoubtedly reaped considerable rewards this time. Otherwise, he would not be in such high spirits. Before the bearded man could speak, the scholarly elder smiled and clasped his fist in greeting. Haha. Indeed, I have made some gains. I slew an ice snow toad near the longevity fruit tree, and the inner core of this beast greatly benefits my Tuateon demon art. The bearded man appeared not yet to have regained his usual demeanor, and upon seeing the elder's inquiry, he spoke without hesitation. This revelation took the Extreme ancestor and the others by surprise, leaving them momentarily uncertain of the veracity of his claims, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Then, we must congratulate Brotherman. If the Tuateon demon art can indeed be further refined, I believe Brotherman will possess the strength to contend with the dual saints in the six paths. After a brief moment of astonishment, Ching-E, the scholar, was the first to restore a smile. Subsequently, the Extreme ancestor also maintained a composed expression, offering a few congratulatory remarks. The bearded man chuckled and was about to say something further when his gaze suddenly fixated on Han Li. His eyes widening in intensity, revealing a peculiar expression. With a flash of unusual light in his gaze, an astonishing aura erupted forth. Han Li, caught in the direct line of this gaze, instantly felt an oppressive weight upon him, as if his limbs were burdened by 1,000 pounds, rendering him immobile. Most alarming was the chilling sensation that permeated his being, as if he were being thoroughly scrutinized under the bearded man's piercing gaze. Han Li's complexion turned ashen, and without a moment's hesitation, the Dian Ju began to circulate automatically, firmly safeguarding his mind. At this moment, a hint of color returned to his face, and he felt his body returning to normal. This elicited a moment of surprise from the burly man. However, a flicker of delight soon crossed his features, and just as he intended to take further action, the Extreme Master appeared before Han Li in a flash. Brotherman, what is the meaning of this? Why are you using your strength against my junior disciple? After dissipating the imposing aura of the burly man, the Extreme Master inquired with an impassive expression. Junior disciple. The burly man was taken aback at first, but his expression quickly darkened. Extreme, are you toying with me? Aside from that ugly boy, when did another disciple emerge in the Void Heaven Palace? After casting a disdainful glance at the ugly boy, he spoke bluntly, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Brotherman, you misunderstand. This young friend Han Li has only just become a disciple under Wu Daoist today. It is quite normal for you not to be aware of this matter. The scholar in a robe hurriedly interjected with a laugh. At this moment, Han Li was of utmost importance to them, and they naturally could not afford any mistakes. Extreme, you are taking in disciples here. I must have misheard. Despite hearing the elder's explanation, the burly man still expressed astonishment, then scrutinized Han Li twice. Although he was merely a registered disciple and the formal initiation ceremony had yet to be held, this young friend Han was indeed affiliated with Extreme Island now. I hope Brotherman will show mercy. The Extreme Master said with a faint smile as he regarded the burly man. The burly man blinked, gazing intently at the Extreme Master and the scholar for a moment, then looked back at Han Li and suddenly burst into laughter. Good, very good. This disciple of yours is indeed remarkable. Putting aside everything else, his spiritual awareness is several times stronger than that of your grandson. If nurtured carefully, he holds immense potential. Ha ha ha, truly immense potential. The burly man actually smiled broadly as he uttered this, the last remark seemingly laden with deeper meaning. Upon hearing this, the Extreme Master and the scholar exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling somewhat perplexed. What do you mean by that, Brotherman? The Extreme Master inquired slowly, furrowing his brow. Nothing much. Your registered disciple is quite impressive. Would you consider allowing him to join me? I believe this lad may be better suited for cultivating my Tuateon demon art, the burly man said nonchalantly. Brotherman, you jest. Young friend Han has only just entered the Extreme sect. How could he be transferred so casually? Surely, you are merely joking. Upon the burly man's words, both the Extreme Master and the elder were taken aback. The scholar hastily interjected to steer the conversation. If you don't wish to part with him, that's fine. If I were to take on a disciple, it would be too troublesome for me. However, Qing Daoist, I have my eyes set on Extreme Yin's disciple. Why are you so anxious? Is there something about this lad that is truly beyond words? The burly man sneered coldly, stroking his beard, and suddenly spoke with a chilling tone. At this, the elder's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly returned to his usual demeanor, casting a glance at the Extreme Master. Chapter 456, The Path of Ice and Fire. Upon witnessing this scene, The extreme patriarch's expression also shifted slightly. However, after a moment of silence, he calmly spoke. Brother man, since there are doubts in your heart, my disciple has great utility for our treasure-seeking expedition in the inner hall. If he has unwittingly offended you, I kindly ask that you show him some leniency. As these words reached Han Li's ears, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. When had he ever wronged this rugged man? In truth, it was he who had forcibly seized the jade pillar from him in the grand hall, leaving Han Li with a lingering resentment towards this old demon. Of course, such thoughts were kept solely within the confines of his mind, never to be voiced aloud. Offend? I scarcely know this lad. What offense could there be? I merely took a closer look and found his technique somewhat intriguing, so I decided to test it. What use could a mere golden core cultivator like him be in the inner hall? Surely you are not attempting to deceive me with falsehoods. The rugged man lazily waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Upon hearing this, Extreme furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before signaling to the scholarly elder. Observing this, the scholar smiled subtly, his lips moving as he conveyed a message to the rugged M&T. First, the rugged man displayed a hint of disdain at their furtive exchange, but as he listened to the elder's whispers, his expression suddenly shifted, astonishment flickering in his gaze as he turned to Han Li. Subsequently, he too inquired of the elder using a voice technique, and upon receiving the answer, his face transformed into one of realization. Though it darkened thereafter, Extreme, I pondered why you would take on a disciple so inexplicably. It turns out he possesses. You certainly devised a clever scheme. The rugged man's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing like blades as he fixated on the Extreme patriarch. Brother man, there is no need for anger. Were you in my position, you would likely employ similar tactics. Moreover, since we have brought this matter to light, we harbor no intention of monopolizing it. This treasure-seeking endeavor shall still rely heavily on your capabilities. Extreme spoke with remarkable composure. This was, indeed, the truth. Without my intervention, it is likely that Wan Tianming and his ilk, those hypocrites, would not even afford you the opportunity to seek the treasure. However, let us speak plainly. If we do recover the treasures, how do you propose we distribute them? The rugged man mused, his demeanor softening slightly. How about we divide it into 4 portions, including young friend Han? Each person would receive 1 share, the scholarly elder suggested, as if he had already contemplated this issue, nodding emphatically. Yet, as soon as these words left his mouth, the rugged man's demeanor soured. Qing, do you think me so easily deceived? To propose an even split among 4 is quite the audacious suggestion. In the end, you shall be the one to deal with Wan Tianming, and we shall all share equally, he retorted, a mocking expression crossing his face. Brother man, please do not take offense. Ahem, it seems that my proposal was indeed somewhat misguided. What distribution do you consider appropriate? The elder, undeterred by the rugged man's mockery, inquired with a grin. How much you take is of no concern to me. However, I must insist on taking half of the treasures. After all, one man like Wan Tianming could prove quite troublesome for you to deal with him. Taking half is hardly excessive, the rugged man stated with a stern expression. The rugged man's declaration did not elicit surprise from either Extreme or the elder. Evidently, the other party's audacious demands were within their expectations. Half. The appetite of the burly man is truly insatiable. Let us not forget that without the assistance of my junior disciple, our chances of successfully acquiring the treasure are lamentably slim. My disciple ought to receive his fair share as well, the master of Extreme stated with a calm demeanor. How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator like him be worthy of sharing the spoils with us? The burly man remarked, not even sparing a glance at Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression flickered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure. Were he merely a rogue cultivator, he would undoubtedly lack the qualifications to partake in the treasures of the Void Heaven Cauldron. However, now that he has become a disciple of my Extreme, he is certainly entitled to his portion. The master of Extreme showed no intention of yielding this time. The burly man's expression darkened at these words. And just as he was about to retort, an elderly figure interjected with a conciliatory proposal. How about this? There is no need for further dispute between the two of you. Instead, let us divide the treasure into 5 parts, with the burly brother taking 2. The remaining 3 portions can be distributed among the others. This seems fair, does it not? Upon hearing this, the burly man was momentarily taken aback, stroking his beard in silence. The master of Extreme immediately expressed his agreement. This condition is acceptable to me. I wonder how the burly brother feels about it, he inquired, casting a serious gaze at the burly man. Very well. Although I am not entirely satisfied, it is certainly better than the previous arrangement. The burly man frowned slightly, responding with obvious reluctance. He had discerned that the master of Extreme and the elderly figure had formed an alliance. This condition was likely their bottom line. Consequently, he could not afford to be overly aggressive. Meanwhile, as the demonic figures began to divide the yet-to-be-acquired treasures, Wan Tianming and his companions were also engaged in a discreet discussion regarding the treasure. Master Wan, how confident are you in extracting the Void Heaven Cauldron with your golden silkworm? Many predecessors have sought this treasure before, yet none have succeeded. We may end up with nothing but empty hopes. The Taoist Tianwuzi voiced his concerns. Fear not. Initially, my chances with just the golden silkworm were indeed slim. However, did we not previously acquire the celestial blue flower? As long as I am willing to sacrifice the golden silkworm during the treasure seizing and administer this substance to it, we will have at least a 3 to 4 chance of success. That probability is already quite substantial. Wan Tianming replied calmly. I understand this principle, but the mere thought of it still leaves me somewhat unsettled. How shameful it is. It seems my cultivation is lacking, and my state of mind requires further refinement. The Taoist Tianwuzi admitted somewhat sheepishly. Hee. Treasures like the Void Heaven Cauldron are coveted even by those two ancient beings of the twin holy stars. It is only natural for us to feel this way. We are merely cultivators, not truly detached immortals free of desires. Wan Tianming chuckled lightly. However, Master Wan, have you noticed that those demonic fellows are whispering suspiciously? It appeared that there was some infighting earlier, yet now they seem to be laughing as if nothing had happened. Could they be plotting something? The elder, resembling a farmer, remarked. Upon hearing this, Wan Tianming cast a distant glance at the recently concluded division among the demonic figures, letting out a cold chuckle. Though the techniques practiced by those of the demonic path possess immense power, they often lead to a distortion of the practitioner's character, resulting in some inconsistent behaviors. This is a perfectly natural occurrence and warrants no undue concern. However, in this instance, we would rather forsake the Shu Tianding than allow it to fall into the hands of the demonic sect. After all, the alien fire python of the extreme Yin ancestor is one of the potential beasts that could attain this treasured artifact. Wan Tianming's expression grew grave. What the sect leader has stated is indeed true. Should the demonic path acquire this item, the flames of malevolence would undoubtedly surge to greater heights. At present, the Star Palace is at its weakest, and we cannot permit the demonic path to usurp its position and dominate the chaotic sea of stars. Tianwuzi nodded in agreement. Wan Tianming was exceedingly satisfied. Just as he was about to say more, a sudden brilliance of red and blue light erupted from the direction of the towering mountains. The mountain walls near the entrance of the gorge trembled violently and split open to reveal two narrow passages, seemingly leading directly into the depths of the gorge. The entrances of these two passages, stone tablets, each standing about 3 to 4 feet high, emerged, inscribed with ancient characters, one reading Xinjing Path and the other Lava Root. Instantly, several nearby cultivators, eager to advance, rushed forward. Yet, as one stood at the threshold of the Lava Root, before even stepping inside, a wave of scalding wind assailed him, causing immediate nausea and thirst. In contrast, the exterior of the Xinjing Path was shrouded in a chilling aura, with white frost continuously emanating from within, accompanied by the faint sound of howling winds, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Han Li, let us proceed. We shall regroup at the terminus of the ice and fire path. Which passage do you wish to take? Although I cannot personally guide you through, I can offer you a couple of treasures to ward off the cold. The extreme Yin ancestor inquired with great concern upon witnessing the appearance of the two passages. Han Li had already heard from the Xiling fairy about the ice and fire path while traversing the ghost mist, understanding that once one stepped into the passage, they would be instantly transported to various predetermined locations within the Great Gorge. The likelihood of being teleported alongside others was exceedingly low, hence the remarks made by the ancestor. Let us take the Lava Root. I happen to possess a fire-repelling garment that may prove useful. Han Li deliberated before responding slowly. Very well, keep this item safe. With your cultivation, it should pose no obstacle for you to pass through. The extreme Yin ancestor decisively produced a blue jade pendant from his storage pouch and handed it to Han Li. I never would have imagined. The notoriously stingy extreme Yin has shown unexpected generosity this time. Is this not your prized white rhinoceros pendant? MNHZ remarked with a wry smile upon inadvertently witnessing the exchange. Chapter 457. Step by step, hardship awaits. As his master, I naturally must provide ample care. Although this white rhinoceros pendant is indeed valuable, as I intend to traverse the Xinjing path, it holds little practical use for me. However, I recall that Brother MN possesses a cold ice pearl. Perhaps we should lend it to my disciple together. Surely, you would not wish for him to encounter any mishaps before entering the inner hall. The extreme Yin ancestor, instead of showing anger, smiled after a moment's contemplation. Humph, until the Shu Tianding is secured, I shall ensure he does not meet an untimely end. The ice pearl in question was obtained by me in my early years after vanquishing a frigid carp. My young friend, I shall grant you this boon. Upon uttering these words, Manhuzi procured a misty, lustrous orb from his person, roughly the size of a thumb, and tossed it to Hanli. A surge of joy welled up within Hanli as he received the object, expressing his gratitude profusely. Though he understood that the generous gift from these two was entirely due to the matter of the blood-jade spider, the prospect of ensuring his safety while traversing the lava path was indeed a coveted blessing. The ice pearl and Manhuzi's white rhino pendant, while both radiating a pale luminescence, evoked distinctly different sensations. As soon as Hanli grasped the pearl, a chilling aura permeated his being, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He hastily stowed it away in his storage pouch. This sensation was markedly different from the cool touch of the white rhino pendant, suggesting that the pearl was indeed superior. Observing this exchange, the scholarly elder chuckled softly, swiftly entering the path of the Xianjing. The other cultivators, witnessing this, followed suit into their pre-selected channels leading into the canyon. In mere moments, the throng of cultivators at the passage had diminished by more than half. Hanli, you may enter the canyon first. We shall reconvene at the teleportation array at the canyon's end in a few days, spoke the Extremian ancestor, casting a pleasant glance in Hanli's direction. Hanli had no objections. After a brief acknowledgement, he proceeded towards the passage marked by the lava path monument. However, before stepping inside, he maintained a composed demeanor while scanning his surroundings, only to feel a twinge of unease. The Xiangu old demon had yet to reveal himself. Had he perhaps changed his mind and slipped away unnoticed? Such thoughts crept into Hanli's mind, for human intentions are often inscrutable. It was not beyond reason for Xiangu to reconsider upon witnessing the formidable presence of Extreme Ain. Should this indeed transpire, Hanli resolved to exploit the old demon's secrets as leverage for self-preservation at the opportune moment. A glint of ferocity flickered in Hanli's eyes as he contemplated this. Perhaps this very thought had provoked a response in someone. Just as Hanli was consumed by resentment, Xiangu's calm voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Cease your wandering gaze. I am presently concealed nearby, merely choosing not to reveal myself. Conduct yourself wisely. After you traverse the ice and fire path, I shall make contact. With those words, Xiangu's voice faded once more. Though surprise coursed through Hanli, relief soon followed, and he strode determinately into the passage. Waves of warm air rushed towards him, enveloping him in an oppressive heat akin to standing beside a blazing furnace. Hanli furrowed his brow, focusing his gaze ahead. The passage appeared to be merely 2 zhang in height, not particularly grand, yet the glaring crimson light emanating from beyond instilled a sense of trepidation. Hanli moistened his parched lips, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes as he began to advance. With each step, he felt the surrounding air grow increasingly hotter. After traversing 20 to 30 paces, he found himself unable to proceed further. The intense heat combined with sporadic gusts of warm air rendered his skin painfully sensitive. After a moment's hesitation, Hanli conjured a layer of water attribute, shielding around himself. A shimmering blue radiance enveloped him, significantly diminishing the searing heat. Following this, he tapped his storage pouch with one hand, and a green light shot forth, landing in his grasp, his fire-repelling garment. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanli donned the item beneath his garments. Instantly, a refreshing chill emanated from the treasure robe, invigorating Hanli's spirit as he continued to stride forward. After traversing a dozen paces, his surroundings suddenly illuminated, revealing a wall of crimson light that obstructed his path. Glancing at the luminous barrier only a few times, Hanli plunged headlong into it, having heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Evidently, other cultivators had also entered. He had little desire to encounter them. As he was enveloped in the dazzling red light, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and the previously dissipated heat surged back with the ferocity of a vengeful beast, causing the blue glow of his water attribute shield to flicker precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse. Still reeling from the disorientation, Hanli was startled and quickly unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy to stabilize the shield's condition. Regaining his composure as he surveyed his surroundings, crimson-hued rocks, yellowish-red soil, flora radiating with red luminescence, and a deep, blurred sky, all were painted in fiery shades. Within the protective barrier, clad in the fire-repelling robe, Hanli could distinctly sense the oppressive atmosphere, as if the very air were igniting. Taking a deep breath, his expression darkened. In such high temperatures, remaining for just 3 to 5 hours without utilizing any treasures would undoubtedly be a trivial task. However, according to the words of the Purple Spirit Fairy, all cultivators traversing this second trial of the ice and fire path were forbidden from flight, compelled to progress step by step on foot. Consequently, Those who had been transported from a greater distance would have to walk incessantly for several days and nights to reach the canyon's end. This endeavor could not solely rely on a cultivator's cultivation level. The effectiveness of their cold-resistant and fireproof treasures would also play a crucial role. Moreover, the harsh environment was not the only challenge faced by the cultivators. The innate ice and fire attribute spirit beasts congregating within the canyon posed the greatest threat to their safe passage through this trial. Historically, nearly half of those attempting this trial met their demise at the hands of these spirit beasts. Additionally, the risk of ambush by ill-intentioned individuals seeking to seize treasures was a recurring theme along the ice and fire path. After all, the closer one got to the canyon's teleportation array, the more likely they were to encounter other cultivators. Stealing another's cold resistance and fireproof treasures could significantly enhance one's chances of survival. It was certain that those on the brink of collapse would not hesitate to strike. Hanley remained standing still, not acting immediately. Instead, he squinted as he surveyed his surroundings, analyzing the information at hand and contemplating his next move. After a considerable interval, akin to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, his expression shifted. He retrieved the white rhinoceros pendant from his robe and affixed it to his waist. Subsequently dispelling the blue shield, the pendant's white glow replaced the blue light, enveloping Hanley once more. Not a single ounce of magical energy could be squandered. Meditating here would be tantamount to courting death. Raising his gaze towards the sky, he managed to discern the indistinct outline of the red sun and ascertain his direction before resolutely setting forth. Ahead lay only heaps of disordered stones and towering straight trees, leaving no discernible path. He could only proceed with a deliberate and labored gait. After traversing a short distance through the sweltering air, Hanley found his way obstructed by a thicket of wild grass. Shimmering with an eerie red glow, he cast a glance at the bizarre flora surrounding him, and Hanley couldn't help but furrow his brows. Suddenly, a blue orb of water shot forth from his hand, striking the ground. Upon contact with the vegetation, the blue light emitted a sizzling sound and transformed into a plume of white vapor. Hanley's expression shifted slightly as he surveyed the area to either side of the grassy expanse, only to find it filled with such peculiar weeds, leaving him with no alternative paths to pursue. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and tentatively stepped forward, taking a few strides. As his feet sank into the thicket, Hanley finally comprehended the terror of the lava path. What he had assumed to be wild grass was, in fact, a multitude of searing, crimson swords. Not only exceedingly sharp but also emanating a fierce flame energy that inflicted significant discomfort upon him. Though protected by the white rhinoceros pendant and the fire-repelling armor, the sharp pangs radiating from below his thighs rendered Hanley acutely aware of the arduousness of his trek. After merely traversing several zhang, he was compelled to activate his water attribute shield once more, enveloping himself entirely in its protection. While this rapid expenditure of magic power was taxing, it allowed Hanley to sprint through the thicket with remarkable swiftness. Reluctantly, he initiated the Luoyan step, and a bluish specter flickered amidst the blinding red light, darting east and west before vanishing into a distant black dot. Busu was a mid-stage core formation cultivator with earth and fire attributes. In less than 3 centuries of cultivation, he had achieved his current prowess, which earned him great renown across several maritime territories. Many locals regarded him as one of the most promising candidates for ascension to the nascent soul stage in the chaotic star sea over the past century. Busu reveled in the awe and admiration directed towards him. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Had it not been for an unexpected encounter during his travels years ago, when he fortuitously discovered an ancient split yuan dan within the belly of a 4th-tier demon beast, he would have endured over 100 years of arduous training. It was this spirit pill that had granted him a taste of the ancient elixir sweetness, prompting him to set his sights on the forthcoming expedition to the Void Heaven Temple. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, he had procured a fire dragon worm at a premium price. He intended to venture into the inner sanctum, using this worm to obtain the legendary treasure, the Void Heaven Cauldron. With the myriad treasures contained within the cauldron and the rumored restoration pill, he believed that a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage was all but imminent. Chapter 458, The Path of Life and Death. Upon entering the Void Heaven Temple and witnessing the gathering of so many nascent soul elders, Busu felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The appearance of these nascent soul cultivators was undoubtedly motivated by the treasures of the inner sanctum, with the Void Heaven Cauldron being of utmost importance. Previously, while a few nascent soul cultivators had visited the temple, they had numbered no more than 3 or 4. Yet, this time, 8 such cultivators had congregated, leaving him feeling disheartened about his prospects. Nevertheless, having come this far, he was unwilling to retreat in shame. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he steeled himself to navigate through the ghostly mist and step onto the fiery path. To speak candidly, if he harbored a modicum of trepidation regarding the eerie mists and the exquisite illusions of the final realm, he was utterly unperturbed by the path of fire and ice. Never once doubting his ability to traverse this trial, for he had cultivated the illustrious Taiyangju, a renowned technique within the realm of the chaotic star sea. This method stood proudly among the top 10 fire-based techniques. And through the employment of its Taiyangju fire, he had reduced countless adversaries to mere ashes, consigning them to the abyss of oblivion. Thus, his confidence in overcoming the path of flame was unwavering. It seemed a mere trifling challenge. However, after years of diligent cultivation, he was not so presumptuous as to undertake the molten path without preparation. He had equipped himself with 2 fire-resistant artifacts. It was not for lack of desire to procure additional items, but rather the exorbitant cost of acquiring the fire dragon worm had nearly depleted his resources. Possessing the Taiyangju, he felt assured that these 2 artifacts would suffice to navigate the lava-laden route without issue. Yet, at this moment, Busu was filled with regret, as if his very insides were twisted in anguish. Shortly after entering this locale, he discovered that while the Taiyangju possessed remarkable efficacy against fire, it required continuous exertion to prevent himself from being scorched to a desiccated husk by the surrounding intense heat. This was a stark contrast to his earlier assumption that minimal energy expenditure would allow him to disregard such a harsh environment. When outside, a mere 10% of the Taiyangju was sufficient to evade the searing touch of ordinary flames. Clearly, the high temperatures emitted by the molten path were of a different ilk altogether. It was apparent that some form of restriction hindered fire-based techniques within this space. Furthermore, the efficacy of his 2 fire-resistant artifacts was woefully limited in this bizarre environment. After having journeyed for several hours, Busu found himself increasingly agitated. Given the rate at which his spiritual energy was depleting, even with a spirit stone in each hand to continuously replenish his essence, he could only sustain himself for a little over half a day before succumbing to exhaustion and turning to ash. Naturally, Busu wished to avoid such a grim fate. As he ran with mounting anxiety, he scanned his surroundings incessantly. However, the silence enveloping him was profound. Not a single figure was in sight. This stifled any thoughts of eliminating other cultivators to seize their fire-resistant treasures. The more he propelled himself forward, the more pronounced his despair became. After a frenetic quarter of an hour, Busu finally halted, his eyes brimming with anxiety. Despite the enhancement of his agility through techniques such as the lightness art, he realized that at this pace, reaching the canyon's end was a futile hope. Moreover, should he continue at this rate, encountering other cultivators would leave him woefully depleted of spiritual energy at that juncture. He would be incapable of vanquishing foes. Instead, they might well turn against him. Sensing his vulnerability, Busu, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, paced restlessly in place. As time slipped away, a torrent of thoughts surged within him, each one attempting to conceive a path to escape. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the deep crimson sky, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. A flicker of resolve crossed his visage, and with a flash of golden light, his form began to levitate gracefully. Throughout this process, his eyes remained unblinking, a visage of caution etched upon his face. As he ascended to a height of 2 or 3 zhang above the ground, a sense of exhilaration washed over him, for this elevation afforded him the opportunity to conjure the art of flight. With the execution of a teleportation spell, he could traverse to the end of the canyon in a mere blink of an eye. Suppressing the overwhelming joy of survival, he deftly gestured with his fingers, transforming his form into a fleeting wisp of yellow light that vanished from sight. A thunderous roar erupted as Busu, having only just soared a dozen zhang, was suddenly struck by a silver bolt of lightning from the crimson sky, letting out a piercing scream before his body disintegrated into ash, leaving no trace behind. From the air, 2 objects plummeted, landing silently amidst the surrounding grass. In a certain location along the molten lava path, a striking woman in her 30s, draped in a resplendent blue veil, hesitated as she gazed at the river of lava before her. Apart from a square stone pillar roughly a foot wide, a fiery red river approximately 40 zhang wide obstructed her path. Observing the searing flow of lava, the woman furrowed her brows, yet after a moment's contemplation, she cautiously stepped onto the scorching stone pillar. The moment her delicate foot made contact, her exquisite visage revealed a fleeting expression of pain, for the heat of the pillar was extraordinary, and despite the veil's protection, she found herself enduring considerable discomfort. Nonetheless, this resolute woman gritted her teeth and gradually advanced along the pillar, her demeanor marked by utmost caution. Initially, her journey proceeded smoothly, allowing her to traverse a portion of the pillar unscathed. However, as she approached the center of the stone bridge, a low rumble echoed from afar. Stunned, She lifted her gaze upstream, only to turn pale with alarm. A violent gust of wind surged down the river, transforming into a murky, colossal dragon that, with claws bared, swiftly enveloped the airborne woman. A shrill cry of despair echoed, and her figure vanished without a trace. Moments later, a glimmer of blue light flickered above the lava beneath the pillar, before sinking into the depths below. Elsewhere along the Sioux, New Jersey path, near an icy mountain, a middle-aged man and an elderly figure stood back to back, battling against a dozen crystalline beasts. Radiant red and white light erupted all around them, but soon the sounds of combat ceased. The beasts lingered for a brief moment before scattering in a frenzy, leaving behind only two incomplete corpses on the ground. Meanwhile, in another part of the Sioux, New Jersey path, the extreme ancestor strolled leisurely across a stretch of ice, his form shimmering with black light, exuding no hint of chill. Occasionally, crystalline beasts emerged from beneath the ice, attempting to launch surprise attacks on him. Yet, with a mere flicker of his black radiance, he effortlessly cleaved the creatures in twain, before continuing his journey as though nothing had transpired. 2 days later, atop a crimson hill along the molten lava path, Hanli stood in a daze, his expression marked by uncertainty. Having employed the Luo Yin step to swiftly traverse the vast grassland, he had returned to a normal pace of movement. After all, the burden of the Luo Yin step on his body was rather substantial. Even with his formidable physique, strengthened by the formation of his golden core, he could not sustain it for an extended period. Certainly, when compared to the time of foundation laying on that day, the difference is indeed monumental. Subsequently, he traversed a perilous lava swamp. Those seemingly solid grounds were, in reality, treacherous pits of lava. And even someone as resilient as Hanli emerged drenched in cold sweat after passing through. Had it not been for the timely deployment of the ice pearl from the barbarian's icy beard, he would have found himself engulfed in the pit, immediately shielded by the pearl, leaving him unscathed. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would have undoubtedly suffered severe burns. As for the encounter with 2 or 3 flame spirits while navigating through a peculiar forest, it similarly required considerable effort for Hanli to pass through safely. Yet, none of these experiences could compare to the spectacle that lay before him, which left him utterly astonished. Before him appeared an endless expanse of black desert. Indeed, black grains of sand and black dunes. This bizarre scene naturally instilled a sense of unease within Hanli, who hesitated to proceed recklessly. Taking a detour was, of course, out of the question. The sheer vastness of the black desert was overwhelming. Should he choose to circumvent it, he would certainly waste at least 2 additional days. Based on the previous experiences of cultivators, passing this trial must be accomplished within 5 days. Otherwise, the teleportation array would completely shut down, leaving those trapped within it facing certain death. Hanli estimated he had only reached the midpoint of the canyon. Delaying for an extra 2 days might render him critically pressed for time. He was unwilling to take such risks. After all, who could predict what sinister entities might await beyond the Black Desert? The potential for even further delays loomed large. With his brow furrowed, Hanli surveyed the scene before him, pondering the concealed dangers that lurked in this place. Just then, Hanli's expression shifted, and without a backward glance, he vanished from his spot, leaving no trace. At that moment, faint sounds began to emerge from behind. Chapter 459, The Black Desert. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s appeared, his complexion sallow, the very same male cultivator who had once regarded the extreme patriarch with trepidation within the grand hall. At this moment, he donned a uniquely designed greenish-blue hat and held a white jade bowl, exuding a chill despite the oppressive heat surrounding him, indicating that these items were anything but ordinary. Upon reaching the summit, he surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant expression, as though searching for something. Noticing the desolate emptiness around him, his cautious demeanor intensified further. A short while ago, when he had cast a distant glance at the small hill, he seemed to have caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure moving atop it. Now that he stood here, that figure had completely vanished. This naturally heightened the man's vigilance, coldly scrutinizing the vicinity once more. He wasted no time inserting 2 fingers into the jade bowl, then abruptly pulled them out, causing a beam of white light to soar from the bowl, forming a luminous arc that spiraled above his head. The pale-faced man swiftly performed a hand gesture, softly uttering a chant. With a faint pop, the white light trembled and then erupted, scattering like celestial flowers into countless twinkling stars, enveloping the area within a radius of several dozen feet. Where the white light fell, layers of frost crystallized upon the crimson ground, yet no anomalies emerged in the surroundings. Upon witnessing this, the man's face momentarily flickered with a hint of perplexity. After bowing his head in contemplation, he began to suspect that his earlier observations might have been illusory. He dismissed the matter from his mind and gazed solemnly towards the enigmatic Black Desert. This place was indeed quite uncanny. As he surveyed the eerie expanse, he murmured to himself, betraying a sense of hesitation. However, after only a brief moment of reflection, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a streak of crimson light that descended to the ground. Once the brilliance subsided, a small creature resembling a fiery red fox materialized in its place. With a flick of his finger, a green pill soared forth. The small beast opened its mouth and swallowed the pill whole. Its expression transforming into one of evident delight. Go, commanded the yellow-faced man. Pointing unceremoniously towards the black desert, the creature immediately exerted its limbs, pivoted, and darted down the mountainside as a flash of red light. Moving with astonishing speed, in a matter of moments, this fox-like creature had ventured deep into the black desert, traversing dozens of yards and encircling a yellow dragon, all without a hint of peril. No anomalies occurred. It seemed that aside from its color, the black desert was indistinguishable from an ordinary desert. The yellow-faced man wore a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the unexpected outcome. He had prepared himself for the possibility of the red fox being annihilated. After all, this creature was merely a common first-level spirit beast, possessing no formidable abilities beyond its agility and acute sense of smell. Its demise would evoke no sorrow from him. Frowning deeply, he fixed his gaze on the small beast as it dashed back and forth in the sand for several laps before whistling it back, allowing it to return to his sleeve. Subsequently, the man, with a countenance marked by uncertainty, stared at the black desert in silence. Yet, after only a brief hesitation, he took a step forward, cautiously descending the mountain towards the black desert. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he had descended, Han Li's figure reappeared atop the mountain amidst a ripple of air. Earlier, although the yellow-faced man had conducted a broad search with his spells, Han Li had skillfully evaded detection, using his nameless technique of concealing his presence. Coupled with the application of Luo Yin steps, leaving no trace for the other to discern, Han Li felt a surge of confidence, even if the opponent were a mid-stage core formation cultivator. He was certain that upon approaching, his 9 Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud Swords could be unleashed simultaneously for a decisive strike, ensuring the annihilation of his foe. This contemplation left Han Li in a quandary for quite some time, uncertain whether to eliminate the adversary immediately and seize the evidently valuable 2 treasures or to allow the opponent to scout ahead for him. Once the creature had explored the black desert without yielding any results, Han Li entirely abandoned his intention to strike. The unknown was the most treacherous. It would be prudent to let this individual clear the path ahead. He had no faith that the black desert harbored no dangers. Furthermore, with the white rhinoceros pendant and the ice speed at his disposal, he was sufficiently equipped to navigate through fire hazards without concern. There was no urgency for the other's fire-warding treasures. The yellow-faced man remained blissfully unaware of Han Li's silent presence as he finally stepped onto the black grains. Entering the bizarre black desert, the figure of the man ventured deeper into the ominous black desert. A palpable tension began to grip his countenance. He had long since summoned a layer of verdant protection with his conical hat, rendering himself impervious to the elements. Yet, after traversing countless yards into the desert's embrace without incident, a slight easing of his features indicated a burgeoning sense of relief. Logically, having ventured so far into this perilous territory, any danger should have revealed itself by now. Observing the man's diminishing silhouette, Han Li's face betrayed a look of astonishment. Could it be that his initial conjecture was erroneous, and that the black desert, though intimidating in appearance, posed no real threat? Had he known this would be the case, he might have acted sooner to eliminate this individual and seize the 2 coveted treasures for himself. A flicker of regret coursed through Han Li's mind. However, at that moment, a sudden upheaval erupted in the distance. After the yellow-faced cultivator took a step forward, the nearby black sand grains inexplicably began to levitate. They coalesced in midair, encircling the man, exuding a dark, ghostly luminescence, their silence rendering them all the more eerie. The man, seasoned and astute, immediately raised the jade bowl in his hand towards the heavens. A vast expanse of white light burst forth from the bowl, adding yet another layer of defense beyond his green shield. Yet, in that instant, the black grains of sand morphed into a swarm of winged, ebony insects, surging toward the man with overwhelming ferocity. With a fierce roar, the man summoned forth an even more potent white light, and countless palm-sized ice shields materialized around him, spinning rapidly to form a whirling white vortex that enveloped him entirely. At this juncture, he discerned the true nature of these insects. They were, indeed, a legion of dark-winged ants. However, their sheer numbers were nothing short of staggering, amounting to thousands. The yellow-faced man's mind raced, desperately attempting to recall the species of these flying ants and their potential weaknesses. But before he could formulate a strategy, The black torrent collided with the icy whirlwind. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted as the swarm was repelled, flung several yards away. Seeing this, the man felt an involuntary wave of relief wash over him. A flicker of joy gracing his features, yet, mere moments later, his smile faltered. For those rebuffed black flying ants, after tumbling through the air, resumed their assault, wings buzzing as they returned, unscathed. Panic ensued, without a moment's hesitation. He raised his hand, releasing a gray flying dagger that transformed into a streak of dazzling light, slashing fiercely towards the swarm. However, as the dagger sliced through the tempest, the near 10,000 ants surged forth with a resonant hum, overwhelming the gray light. And no matter how the dagger twisted and slashed, the ants remained unscathed, swiftly enveloping the weapon and ensnaring it completely. The yellow-faced man's shock morphed into horror as he attempted to retract his treasure. But it was too late. The gray light flickered a few times before being engulfed by the black tide. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, his complexion turning ashen. The loss of his treasure, intimately connected to his spirit, left him severely weakened. No longer daring to hesitate, he hastily urged the white whirlwind and fled toward the path he had traversed, clinging to the hope that escaping the black desert might afford him a chance at survival. However, at that moment, the black flying ants, after devouring the remnants of the flying daggers, surprisingly halted in place and executed a jaw-dropping maneuver. In an instant, they congregated together, and with a flash of eerie black light, transformed into a long spear, several zhang in length. As a piercing shriek filled the air, the spear shot forth like a bolt from the blue. The yellow-faced man felt a surge of panic and frantically unleashed all his spiritual power, intensifying the surrounding whirlwind by a third. The obsidian spear plunged into the white tempest. With a resounding thud, the black spear swiftly pierced through the storm. Its sharp tip and lengthy shaft were splattered with vivid crimson stains. Chapter 460. Iron Fire Ants. The whirlwind abruptly ceased, leaving the figure of the man in a daze, standing motionless. The ice shield and green barrier had vanished, and his chest bore a fist-sized transparent hole, surrounded by charred blackness, as though seared by a fierce blaze. The man glanced down at his chest, instinctively touching it with his hand. A look of astonishment etched across his face, as if struggling to comprehend the reality of his injury. Yet, at that moment, the dark spear crackled and transformed once more into a swarm of black flying ants, surging mercilessly towards the man, overwhelming him and swiftly enveloping his entire body. After a few pitiful cries emanated from the man on the ground, silence descended. Moments later, the swarm abruptly took to the air, returning to their original place, once again resembling mere grains of sand. Meanwhile, the spot where the man had fallen was left utterly vacant, completely devoured by the ants. This scene was distinctly observed by Hanli, who stood far atop the mountain. Amidst his shock, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Iron Fire Ants. It could not be mistaken. He never anticipated encountering such a spirit insect here. Hanli murmured to himself in a voice barely audible, only for his own ears. When these flying ants first appeared, Hanli had yet to recognize their origin. However, when they demonstrated their indifference to the yellow-faced cultivator's flying dagger artifact, and ultimately coalesced into a spear, he identified them as Iron Fire Ants. After all, spirit insects of the flying ant variety are not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, and their appearances are nearly indistinguishable. Most individuals, unless specially trained in insect taming techniques, are unable to discern their differences. Yet, in reality, the abilities and terrifying natures of different species of flying ants vary drastically. The weaker swarms can be easily swept away even by ordinary artifacts wielded by chi refining stage cultivators. More formidable varieties compel even core formation stage cultivators to furrow their brows and retreat. This particular spirit insect, ranked 37th on the extraordinary insect list, is among the most fearsome of flying ants. Besides the legendary Tianjing ant, which ranks 9th, this Iron Fire ant is arguably the most formidable. These flying ants are not only impervious to blades and spears, but also resist most magical attacks. Only mid-tier water and ice attribute spells, along with a few specific spells of other attributes, can inflict damage upon them. They possess a defensive prowess akin to that of the devouring golden worm, and surpass it in withstanding direct assaults from magical artifacts. Though they lack the grotesque ability of the gold-devouring insects to consume spiritual energy, they possess equally formidable powers, such as spewing black flames and undergoing terrifying collective transformations. With these abilities, the Iron Fire Ant Swarm, in a sense, functions as a shape-shifting fire attribute magical artifact. Their overwhelming aggression renders ordinary defensive treasures and spells utterly incapable of withstanding their full frontal assault. The tragic demise of the yellow-faced man is hardly unjust. Although the iron fire ants do not belong to the extinct category of spiritual insects like the gold-devouring ones, they are still exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Even when sighted, one might encounter only a few hundred or perhaps 1,000 at most. This scarcity is attributed to the harsh environments in which iron fire ants thrive, requiring both intensely hot lava fields and abundant deposits of copper and iron ores for survival. Should they stray from such habitats, the iron fire ants rapidly weaken, and their unique abilities would soon regress, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from ordinary flying ants. However, this alone would not deter cultivators from attempting to command these flying ants. Many would still seek to create or locate similar environments for breeding. Yet, a critical limitation of these flying ants leaves aspiring masters disheartened, regardless of whether they are wild or domesticated. Iron fire ants cannot be bound to a master. Whenever an individual attempts to exert control through various binding rituals, the ants will invariably self-destruct without exception, shattering the dreams of many cultivators. The precise reasons behind this phenomenon remain a topic of speculation. Some assert it is due to the ants' fierce and unyielding nature, while others attribute it to their unique physiology. Naturally, knowledge of such iron fire ants is scarce, both in the southern regions and the chaotic Star Sea. For nearly a millennium, encounters with iron fire ants have dwindled, with their colonies becoming increasingly smaller, rendering them akin to a nearly extinct species of spiritual insects. At this moment, Hanley gazed at the black desert. Lost in thought about the information regarding iron fire ants, it appeared that these creatures constituted a natural trap within the black desert, although the exact number of swarms akin to the one earlier encountered remains unknown. The fact that the yellow-faced cultivator encountered a swarm merely a few hundred zhang into the desert suggests that the overall population of ants in the black desert is undoubtedly substantial. It is conceivable that swarms numbering in the tens of thousands may exist. With this thought, even Hanley felt an icy chill creeping down his spine. He hastily scanned his several storage pouches with his divine sense. He possessed a dozen or so mid-tier ice and water attribute talismans, which should suffice to fend off 2 or 3 swarms similar to the earlier one. However, relying solely on these talismans to traverse the entire desert is nothing short of a fool's errand. Yet, when Hanley's gaze fell upon the spirit beast bags containing the gold-devouring insects, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. He wondered if employing the gold-devouring insects against the iron fire ants might yield extraordinary results. After all, the ranking of the gold-devouring insects surpasses that of the iron fire ants, and they are present in greater numbers. Observing the coloration of the iron fire ants' exoskeletons, it seems they have not yet evolved to the legendary black gold stage, likely remaining in a semi-mature phase, similar to his gold-devouring insects. Thus, it is entirely feasible to put the golden devourer to the test. The moment this notion took root in Hanley's mind, it surged uncontrollably. He struggled to quell his thoughts, pondering for a while longer, and concluded that there were no apparent issues, resolutely deciding to employ the earlier swarm of iron fire ants for experimentation. Even if the golden devourer proved ineffective against them, he still possessed those mid-tier talismans, ensuring his ability to retreat safely from the desert. Consequently, a chill swept across Hanley's face as he hastened down the mountainside. Making his way towards the black desert. In a short span, Hanley found himself at the edge of the desert. Halting his steps, he gazed at the black grains of sand below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suddenly bending down, he scooped up a handful of the dark sand, bringing it closer to inspect with keen focus. After a moment, Hanley let out a cold snort. A flash of yellow light flickered as he clenched his fingers tightly, then gradually relaxed his grip. As a result, most of the grains in his palm flattened, with few crushed at all. What was deemed the black desert turned out to be composed of iron-rich mineral grains. A hint of self-mockery danced at the corners of Hanley's mouth as he muttered to himself. However, it was indeed impressive that iron ore could be spread across such an expansive desert-like terrain. The former master of the Void Heaven Palace truly possessed remarkable prowess, he mused, a touch of nostalgia creeping in. After tossing the handful of sand aside and rising to his feet, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He then gently tapped the spirit resonance pendant at his waist, causing a white protective shield to envelop him. Earlier, in evading the yellow-faced cultivator, he had been compelled to deactivate the pendant's fire-repelling properties, relying solely on his cultivation to endure until now. Approaching the black desert, the onslaught of heat waves had swiftly rendered him dizzy, startling Hanley, who hurriedly reactivated the spirit resonance pendant. Now was not the time to conserve energy. Without further hesitation, he cautiously approached the location of the iron fire ant swarm. Traversing the black desert proved to be an excruciating ordeal. The scorching grains beneath his feet felt like they were ablaze, and the air around him seemed to shimmer with heat. Even with the simultaneous use of the spirit resonance pendant and the fire-repelling treasure rope, Hanli still felt a suffocating sensation, as if the heat was threefold that of the molten path he had traversed the previous day. After covering a distance of merely 30-odd zhong, Hanli sighed and reached into his storage bag. Retrieving a warm, smooth pearl, without hesitation, he infused it with a measure of spiritual energy. A flash of white light erupted as a wave of cold air emanated from within the pearl. Instantly, a refreshing chill enveloped him. Invigorating his spirit, he quickened his pace. The concurrent use of the spirit resonance pendant and the ice pearl significantly drained his spiritual energy, compelling him to traverse the desert with urgency. When Hanli was still 50 to 60 zhong away from the iron fire ant's location, he paused, scrutinizing the area. After a while, he shook his head gently. The dormant iron fire ant swarm was exceedingly difficult to distinguish from the surrounding black grains of sand, even with his spiritual sense probing the vicinity. Discerning their presence remained a challenge. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from the ant swarm were faint, as if they were inherently imbued with a masterful concealment technique. It appeared that attempting to expand his spiritual sense to avoid the swarm was futile. He could only resort to testing the Golden Devourer. Chapter 461. A fortuitous encounter. With a solemn expression, Hanli waved his hands, causing several spirit beast bags to soar into the air. Then, he deftly formed a hand seal, simultaneously opening the mouths of the bags. Countless gold-devouring insects surged forth, transforming into a swirling tapestry of golden and silver hues that illuminated the sky with an extraordinary brilliance. Casting a glance at the shimmering swarm above, Hanli felt a surge of confidence. He pointed towards a distant location and softly uttered a command. In terms of sheer numbers, the gold-devouring insects vastly outmatched the previous iron fire ants. With a resonant hum, the radiant clouds swiftly advanced, enveloping the ground below. However, before they could reach the earth, a dark cloud of insects suddenly ascended to meet the oncoming tide of gold-devouring insects. As the two swarms collided, a burst of black radiance erupted between them, and a torrent of dark flames shot forth from the ant horde, mercilessly engulfing the gold-devouring insects. Clearly, the ant swarm recognized the threat posed by the gold-devouring insects and preemptively employed their innate fire-repelling abilities. Had the attackers been of a different variety, they would have suffered catastrophic losses under such eerie flames. Yet, the gold-devouring insects seemed unfazed, swiftly consuming the black flames and buzzing forward into the throng of ants. The two streams of color collided violently, intertwining and tearing at one another, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks. A multitude of insect carcasses rained down from the sky, the majority being black, with the golden and silver ones being exceedingly rare. In that instant of contact, the gold-devouring insects gained the upper hand, and within moments, it appeared they would decimate their adversaries entirely. The iron fire ants sensed the impending doom. The remaining few emitted faint cries before suddenly coalescing into a singular dark arrow. They propelled themselves forward, attempting to escape the encirclement of the gold-devouring insects. Just then, a brilliant azure sword light descended from the heavens, swiftly cleaving through the arrow shaft. The arrow quivered violently, its speed significantly reduced. This brief delay allowed the gold-devouring insects to swarm in, ensnaring the arrow completely. In the blink of an eye, the black mass was submerged within the ocean of gold and silver. As the insect swarm gradually dispersed, the arrow had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Hanli approached slowly. He surveyed the insect carcasses on the ground, stroked his chin, and remained in silent contemplation for a while. The fallen gold-devouring insects were few, numbering only in the hundreds. A loss he deemed negligible. It was evident that the gold-devouring insects were indeed superior to the iron fire ants, and their numerical advantage played a decisive role in the conflict. After a moment of analysis, Hanli's expression relaxed. It seemed that traversing the black desert with the gold-devouring insects would pose no problem. He glanced once more at the scattered insect remains, and with a glint of unusual light in his eyes, he released a low whistle. The golden and silver insect cloud descended with a whoosh, devouring the carcasses cleanly, much like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, before obediently returning to the spirit beast bags that Hanli summoned once more. Hanli gathered several leather bags and cast a glance towards the depths of the black desert, then proceeded without hesitation. A day later, deep within the desert, Hanli stood expressionless, gazing at the sky, his form motionless. Above him unfolded the most colossal battle of insect swarms since his entry into the desert. Hundreds of thousands of gold-devouring insects and iron fire ants engaged in a fierce struggle, relentlessly tearing at one another in the low skies not far ahead. Insect carcasses rained down like droplets, forming a thin layer on the ground. It was a sight that struck terror into the heart. A fleeting shadow of severity crossed Han Li's brow. Though merely a day had passed, he had already lost nearly 10,000 gold-devouring insects. With every stretch of his journey, he invariably encountered swarms of iron fire ants, their numbers fluctuating between 2 to 3,000 and exceeding 10,000. The encounter with this extraordinary swarm of iron fire ants was particularly staggering. Comprising around 50 to 60,000 individuals. It was estimated that after this battle, his gold-devouring insects would suffer casualties of at least 7 to 8,000. In a wonder, Han Li felt a pang of regret. The rehatching of gold-devouring insects was an exceedingly time-consuming process, and it was uncertain when the swarm could replenish itself. After a brief interval, the black ant swarm finally retreated, except for a few thousand that managed to escape. The rest of the flying ants had been devoured entirely by the gold-devouring insects. Han Li could not be bothered to expend effort chasing the fleeing iron fire ants. Instead, he directed a breath of essence towards the ice pearl above him, amplifying its chill, and continued on his way, invigorated. He estimated that he had now reached the central region of the desert, which explained the encounter with such a massive swarm of flying ants. He needed to hasten his pace, for merely sustaining the magical energy required for 2 fire-repelling treasures was an arduous task. However, after walking a mere 20 to 30 miles, Han Li's expression suddenly changed. He squinted towards the right. Moments later, a look of confusion crossed his face, and he abruptly altered his course towards a particular sand dune he had observed. Upon standing atop the dune, he unconsciously furrowed his brow, for his gaze fell upon yet another swarm of iron fire ants. Though not numerous, they appeared to number close to 10,000, frantically assaulting a pale blue orb of light that seemed on the verge of collapse. Flickering uncertainly, with human figures darting within, they appeared to be struggling desperately. Han Li coldly regarded the scene, his face devoid of emotion. At that moment, the iron fire ants transformed into a sharp longsword, red in black flames, striking fiercely at the orb of light. Just when Han Li believed the individual within would surely perish, a seemingly inconspicuous emerald green projectile shot forth from the orb. Upon striking the black sword, it erupted with a sound, transforming into a fist-sized deep green spark that blazed fiercely. The portion of the sword engulfed by the flames rapidly disintegrated, causing nearly 100 iron fire ants to tumble downwards. Han Li was inwardly astonished. What kind of treasure was that emerald green projectile to possess such formidable power? Even the naturally fire-affined iron fire ants could not withstand the assault of the green flames. Truly remarkable. It seemed the emergence of the green flames only served to further incite the fury of the flying ant swarm. They dispersed once more, fiercely assaulting the orb of light, refusing to yield even a single step. For the cultivator within the orb, it seemed that the ammunition was dwindling. After dispelling the transformation of the iron fire ants, no second shot was forthcoming, and they continued to struggle valiantly. However, it appeared he had also noticed Han Li's presence. As he began to inch closer to the sand dune where Han Li was situated, amidst the onslaught of the iron fire ants, after observing for a few moments in a daze, Han Li turned away, intending to ignore this individual and continue on his path. He had no intention of coveting the other's treasures, nor any interest in wasting the golden-eating worms to save a stranger. In this bizarre desert, his golden-eating worms were far more valuable than ordinary treasures, and he was unwilling to suffer any further losses in vain. Yet, just as he had taken 2 steps, a somewhat familiar hoarse voice emerged from the orb of light. Han Daoyu, please wait. I am Yuan Yao, and I kindly request your assistance. I assure you, I will repay you handsomely afterward. Yuan Yao's voice was filled with anxiety and trepidation. Upon hearing this name, Han Li momentarily froze. After a brief hesitation, he slowly turned back. What a small world it was. On such a vast molten path, to unexpectedly encounter this woman, who could almost be considered an acquaintance, was truly beyond his comprehension. Since she was a half-familiar face, Han Li could not be so cold-blooded as to truly stand by and watch her perish. Moreover, he had contemplated seeking her out for a matter not long ago. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity to achieve 2 objectives at once. After glancing at the now much dimmed orb of light, he pondered briefly before reaching for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Countless golden-eating worms surged forth, putting on a spectacular display of a swarm battle before Yuan Yao. The female cultivator within the orb watched in astonishment. The golden-eating worms paid merely 1,000 or so as a price, utterly annihilating the horde of iron fire ants with ease. This rendered her speechless for a considerable time. It was only when Han Li nonchalantly recalled the golden-eating worms that she regained her senses and hastily dispelled the protective blue orb. Yuan Yao's complexion was somewhat pale due to the excessive consumption of her magic power, rendering her appear more delicate and alluring. The original black robe had long been shed, replaced by a thin, form-fitting garment that accentuated her graceful figure. At that moment, her entire being was drenched in fragrant sweat, exuding an alluring aroma, brimming with lethal temptation. Hanli couldn't help but pause for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Thank you, Han Daoyu, for your timely assistance. I am truly grateful," Yuan Yao said with a charming smile and a slight bow. "It was merely a trivial act," Hanli responded, glancing at her calmly. "Now that you have escaped danger," he turned and walked away without the slightest intention of lingering. This action left Yuan Yao, who had just regained her composure, aghast, prompting her to involuntarily exclaim, "What does this mean, Han Xiang?" Yuan Yao has yet to express her gratitude for your life-saving grace. The sight of this enchanting beauty speaking with a feigned frailty evoked a deep sense of pity. However, Hanli did not look back, his cold voice drifting back to her. "There is no need for excessive gratitude. That I can only save you in a moment, but I cannot assist you for a lifetime. Yuan girl, take care of yourself." As this voice fell, Hanli swiftly walked over 10 paces, his movements remarkably rapid. Upon hearing this response, Yuan Yao's pale countenance became even more flustered, given her current predicament. She was barely able to withstand the searing heat, let alone face any further encounters with the iron fire ants. She could not afford to relinquish Hanli, her last hope. Thus, she called out sweetly a few more times. Yet Hanli seemed oblivious, continuing to distance himself. Realizing that her pleas had little effect on Hanli's unyielding heart, she could only utter a phrase that Hanli had anticipated. "Wait, if you, my fellow cultivator, are willing to extend your protection on the road ahead, I am prepared to offer you a precious treasure in return, ensuring that you do not expend your mana in vain." She spoke through gritted teeth. Precious treasure? Upon hearing this, Hanli paused, as if wavering slightly. "I still possess a few Qing Huolade. I am willing to bestow them all upon you." Seeing Hanli's interest piqued, the lady hastened to elaborate. "Are those the green projectiles from earlier? They are indeed rather unusual." Hanli slowly turned back, a hint of amusement gracing his features, since he had already intervened to save her. He had no intention of abandoning her now. Moreover, his reasons for rescuing her were laced with ulterior motives. His earlier retreat was merely a tactical maneuver. Now that she had proactively sought his assistance, he had achieved his objective. Henceforth, he could afford to be quite demanding, and she would likely have no choice but to acquiesce. Yuan Yao, this striking beauty, was evidently aware of this dynamic. However, whether out of gratitude for Hanli's earlier act of salvation or the desire to continue receiving his protection in the future, she had no other options. With a resigned expression, she continued to explain, "Qing Huolei is a secret fire thunder crafted by the demonic sect Qingyang. Each piece requires an enormous amount of rare materials and takes an extensive period to refine. Its power is comparable to the Yuan Yang fire of those at the nascent soul stage. That I currently have 3 remaining, and I shall gift them all to you." With a slightly steady demeanor, she extended a delicate hand, where 3 lustrous green projectiles lay quietly in her palm. At this moment, Hanli calmly approached again, observing the 3 projectiles before nonchalantly declaring, "These Qing Huolei truly qualify as extraordinary treasures. However, I shall not take the risk solely for this." He added, "Carrying an additional burden in this place would at least double my mana consumption. Would you, Yuan Dao friend, be so reckless?" His words carried a tinge of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao's exquisite features shifted slightly, her expression fluctuating for a while before she suddenly erupted into a charming smile. "Han brother, what conditions do you have? Please, do not hesitate to speak. I have no desire to beat around the bush any longer. Are you perhaps suggesting that I offer myself in return?" With that, Yuan Yao swayed her waist, her ample bosom subtly rising, appearing exceptionally full, while her bright eyes shimmered with an enchanting mist, exuding a plethora of alluring charm. Hanli, taken aback by her captivating appearance, displayed a flicker of surprise. However, his eyes narrowed as he unabashedly surveyed her voluptuous figure, his unabashed gaze causing the beautiful maiden to flush crimson. Yet her enchanting eyes grew even more luminous and intoxicating, as though they could penetrate to the very depths of one's soul. With the enchanting beauty of Miss Yuan casting her alluring spell, the reactions were undoubtedly varied. However, it holds little significance for me. It would be far wiser for you, my fellow cultivator, to conserve your remaining bit of spiritual energy for self-preservation." Hanli stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he spoke with composure. "Humph, what a crude and unrefined man, utterly devoid of any sensitivity towards the delicate and precious." The facade of the stunning beauty was shattered, and the seductive allure on her face vanished, replaced by an expression of vexation as she retorted, "Miss Yuan, You must not say such things. Were we not in this perilous place known as the Void Heaven Palace? Should you choose to entice me, I would undoubtedly not refuse. However, given the current circumstances, heh. Han Li's smile was more mischievous than sincere. Do you think so highly of yourself, were it not for this time and place? You believe I would be so easily swayed? Yuan Yao's almond-shaped eyes widened, glaring at Han Li with indignation. It seems I have indeed rescued the wrong person. In that case, I do not desire Miss Yuan to pledge herself to me. Nor do I wish for any gratitude for saving your life. I shall take my leave now. Han Li, as if deliberately provoking her, clasped his fist in a gesture of farewell, indicating his intention to depart. Brother Han, please do not take offense. It is my fault. How can I persuade you to assist me in traversing this lava path? Please, speak your mind, and I shall comply without fail. Yuan Yao's tone softened immediately. Adopting a pitiful demeanor, surely, can't you consider the bond we forged over a century ago, when we faced the ghost mist together, and lend a helping hand to this humble woman? As for treasures, aside from these few azure fire thunderbolts, I possess nothing else of value. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Yuan Yao's words quickly turned tender and sorrowful, though Han Li maintained a semblance of a smile. He felt a twinge of surprise within. This Yuan Yao truly possesses the remarkable ability to adapt and change, her persona ever shifting. The feeble and pleading visage presented now starkly contrasted with her earlier seductive demeanor and the initial impression of cold beauty and haughtiness, leaving him with an array of conflicting feelings. It was indeed rather peculiar. It appears that this female cultivator has made significant strides in her cultivation, advancing from the qi refining stage to the core formation stage over the past century. Such an accomplishment is certainly noteworthy. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Li adopted a contemplative expression. Yuan Yao's bright eyes were fixed anxiously upon him, revealing a glimmer of hope. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his gaze, seemingly reluctantly stating, "Since Miss Yuan has mentioned our acquaintance from over a century ago, if I were to neglect your protection, it would indeed reflect a heartless nature. However, my principle has always been to avoid working without compensation. If you truly wish to accompany me out of the lava path, how about relinquishing that soul-crying beast to me? I am quite curious about its ability to absorb souls and transform them into spirits." After such a lengthy preamble, Han Li finally articulated his primary desire, the thought he had harbored from the very beginning. With this peculiar beast in his possession, he would gain an added advantage when collaborating with that old ghost, Xin Gu, and in the long run, the potential of the soul-crying beast is certainly not to be underestimated. You wish to acquire the soul-crying? Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she processed Han Li's words, seemingly unable to believe her ears. What? Is that not feasible? Han Li's expression darkened, his tone growing colder. If I hand over the soul-crying to you, will you then guide me out of the lava path? Yuan Yao stared at Han Li, her expression growing increasingly peculiar as she inquired, word by word. Precisely. Han Li frowned slightly, yet spoke with certainty. He sensed that the other party's reaction seemed somewhat amiss. Very well, it is settled then. The crying soul beast shall belong to you. Almost simultaneously with Han Li's affirmation, the woman swiftly unfastened a spirit beast pouch from her waist and unhesitatingly handed it to him. Displaying not a hint of hesitation, this scene caused Han Li to blink in surprise, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. And no matter how he viewed it, he felt as though the other party was eager to bestow the crying soul beast upon him. Was there something troubling about this beast? Contemplating this, Han Li, after a brief consideration, accepted the pouch with an unchanging expression. At a subtle scan with his spiritual sense revealed the crying soul beast nestled within. Indulging in a sweet slumber, nodding in acknowledgement, he secured the pouch at his waist, just as the enchanting Yuan Yao opened her mouth and expelled a dark gray orb, which landed in his palm. This is the soul-calling pearl, the very object used to control the crying soul beast. By refining it in the manner of ordinary magical treasures, this beast shall forever be yours. I have possessed this creature for but a short time, and have yet to fully refine it. You need only erase my spiritual mark upon it, Yuan Yao explained with a smile, extending the pearl towards Han Li. He examined the soul-calling pearl, his gaze flickering, yet he refrained from reaching out to accept it. He was well aware of this pearl. During his passage through the ghost mist, he had inquired about the crying soul beast while avoiding this woman and Ziling. It was then that he discerned her inability to adeptly command the beast. Realizing she had not successfully refined the soul-calling pearl, which sparked his interest in capturing the creature, however, now she was carelessly offering him the pearl, her eyes gleaming with concealed delight, which deepened Han Li's suspicions, causing him to hesitate in accepting the orb. Chapter 463. Turbulent undercurrents. Noticing his reluctance, Yuan Yao's eyes sparkled with mischief as she chuckled lightly. What's the matter? Are you still afraid that the soul-calling pearl I offer is a counterfeit? Her words carried a hint of derision. Hanli did not respond immediately, instead scrutinizing the pearl for a moment before replying, Is it genuine? Based solely on the ghostly aura it emanates, I can discern its authenticity. However, my knowledge of the crying soul beast is quite limited. I am uncertain of any potential harm that may arise upon refining this pearl. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Yuan Yao's exquisite eyes. Unfounded fears, how could that be? If there were any issues, would I personally attempt to refine this pearl? There may be a slight discomfort during the refinement process, but as long as you endure it, there will be no lasting consequences. Yuan Yao maintained her composure, her tone casual and dismissive. Discomfort. Hanli furrowed his brows, contemplating her for a moment before glancing back at the pearl, realizing that her words might contain some exaggeration. Yet he could not discern any immediate abnormalities. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to accept the pearl for the time being and examine it further at a later date. If it posed any danger, he could simply refrain from refining it. After all, possessing the pearl would still grant him control over the crying soul beast. With this thought in mind, he carefully stored the pearl within his storage pouch. Let us proceed. During the time spent traversing the lava path, I shall do my utmost to preserve the life of Miss Yuan. However, let me speak candidly. Should we encounter a peril so grave that even I, Han, am unable to attend to it, I suggest that you, Taoist Yuan, rely on your own means of escape. After carefully stowing away the Minghun pearl, Hanli addressed Yuan Yao with an air of calm. He then pointed to the ice pearl floating above, and an instant chill enveloped them both in its frigid embrace. This was only natural. Should such a situation arise, Yuan Yao would have to accept her fate. Nevertheless, the young lady was confident that, with the aid of Han's golden and silver beetles, the likelihood of such an occurrence was quite slim. With a slight crinkle of her nose, the enchanting beauty broke into a smile that bloomed like a flower. Utterly captivating to eye in the presence of such breathtaking beauty, Hanli did not hesitate to admire her for a few moments before silently turning away. Observing this, Yuan Yao smiled and gracefully quickened her pace. Walking alongside Hanli in a manner that suggested a close camaraderie, the closer she drew to him, the more the chilling aura emanating from the ice pearl enveloped her, and she naturally sought to ensure her own comfort. It must be said that this icy fire path is indeed peculiar. Why does a black desert exist here, along with such formidable flying ants that are unperturbed by magical artifacts, capable of spewing forth black flames in a combination of transformations? Were it not for the presence of some azure fire thunder on my person, I might not have even managed to meet Han. Yet, even so, I lost a piece of ancient treasure meant for defense. As Yuan Yao strolled with a relaxed demeanor, she lamented softly, her lips moving in gentle complaint. It was evident she had not recognized the origins of the iron fire ants. Had the black desert never appeared before? Upon hearing her words, Hanli was taken aback, and could not help but inquire in a grave tone that he too sensed that the appearance of such formidable spiritual insects here was rather unsettling. Aside from those cultivators with unique abilities or powerful magical artifacts, even those in the late stage of the core formation could find it uncertain whether they would emerge unscathed from the black desert. No, this black desert has manifested for the first time along the lava path. Previous cultivators who traversed this route faced only extreme heat and various treacherous terrains, encountering perhaps a few flame beasts at most. Never had there been any sign of such bizarre flying ants. Had they known of the existence of such formidable ant swarms, it is likely that few would dare to brave the lava path. Most would likely turn back after passing through the ghost mist. No cultivator would joke with their own life. Yuan Yao seemed to possess considerable knowledge, responding without hesitation. However, a look of confusion also graced her delicate features. So, it seems the icy fire path is rather abnormal. A flicker of contemplation crossed Han Li's eyes as he murmured, Absolutely abnormal. There must be foul play afoot. In the midst of a blood-red forest of ice pillars within the Xinjing path. The recluse Qing Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward as he uttered the same sentiments. Surrounding him were countless azure lights, swirling and dancing around his form, while outside loomed a dark mass of hundreds of silver beasts. These small creatures bore a striking resemblance to mice, their fur shimmering silver, and each adorned with a short, exquisite silver horn atop their heads. Appearing delightfully delicate, they circled the elder, transforming into streaks of silver light that struck him like arrows with their horns, producing a thunderous roar that was astonishingly formidable. Yet those azure beams remained utterly still before the elder, unaffected by the chaotic silver light that danced around them, seeking death. The scholarly-clad elder appeared irked by the cacophony of the bizarre rodent's assaults. Lowering his head once more, a chill swept across his countenance as he swept his large sleeves outward. In an instant, the azure beams erupted, their dazzling radiance illuminating a radius of several dozen yards, rendering it impossible for one to gaze directly. After a brief moment, the azure light dimmed. The ground lay strewn with the silvery corpses of small beasts, each one embedded with a multitude of azure needles, glimmering with an eerie, cold blue light. Qing-yi, the recluse, maintained an impassive expression, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Casting a cold glance at the ground, he extended a withered right hand and gently beckoned toward the void. The flying needles converged as if returning home, transforming back into azure stabs of light that vanished into his body. Silverlight mice. How could such ghastly creatures appear in the second trial? Could it be? The elder's expression darkened as he pondered, remaining motionless in place. Humph. Since the Xianjing path has unleashed the Silverlight mice, it seems the lava path will likewise be unlike the past. That fellow Han is likely in grave trouble. Qing-yi let out a frustrated snort, muttering anxiously to himself. Subsequently, with a heavy sigh, his form swayed slightly before vanishing from sight. Amidst the towering crimson ice pillars, only the ground littered with silvery beast carcasses remained, creating an eerie tableau in a shadowy part of the canyon. Two voices conversed leisurely in the darkness. Was it somewhat hasty to deploy the iron fire ants and silverlight mice this time? Although we have previously engaged in some underhanded tactics during our treasure hunts, we managed to keep them discreet. However, the emergence of the Black Desert and Blood Ice Forest seems rather brazen. Wouldn't you agree? Except for a few who have not traversed these areas, I fear that most of the core formation cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths are destined to perish here. When the time comes to confront Wan Tianming and the wild-bearded one, we may find it impossible to continue deceiving them. A voice tinged with concern remarked. Deceiving? Do you truly believe that the righteous and demonic factions were unaware of our previous manipulations within the Sutian Palace? They have been fully aware all along. It's just that our Star Palace was powerful enough to feign ignorance. They also understand that we can only manipulate a few minor restrictions within the Sutian Palace, posing no significant threat. It merely resulted in a few more core formation cultivators from the righteous and demonic paths meeting their demise during each treasure hunt. Another voice, cold and unhurried, replied. The Black Desert and Bloodlight Forest are the most formidable restrictions I can control. Even so, I still feel a twinge of regret in using them. After all, they were painstakingly mastered by our predecessor, the Lord of the Star Palace. The initial voice lamented wistfully. Not a bit of regret. The rumors outside are rampant, and with the two sovereigns entering a critical period of seclusion, we cannot reach them at all. The turmoil in the Star Sea has caused unrest among our own inner disciples. Even they are feeling uneasy. At present, the affairs of the palace rely entirely on us old fellows to hold the fort. Yet both the righteous and demonic factions are stirring restlessly. It will be challenging for us to maintain control. Facing either side alone, we are not fearful. But should they suddenly join forces, that would spell disaster. At present, the only viable course of action is to adopt a firm stance to forcibly diminish the strength of the two factions, instilling in them a sense of uncertainty and leaving them unable to ascertain our true situation. After all, the Star Palace has ruled the chaotic Star Sea for many years. It is implausible that they do not harbor reservations. If we can merely delay for a little longer, the two sovereigns will emerge from their seclusion. By that time, even if they were to join forces, we would have little to fear. Indeed, the madwoman of the 10,000 Dharma sect and the 6 paths of the Holy Demon Island, when confronted with the Yuan magnetic divine light of our sovereign, would undoubtedly retreat in trepidation. The invocation of the iron fire ant and silver light mouse prohibitions is a measure of last resort. Aside from these two restrictions, nothing else possesses the capacity to inflict such considerable lethality upon a core formation cultivator, failing to deliver the requisite warning effect or demonstrate our resolute stance. As for concerns that the other party might seize this opportunity to instigate trouble, your apprehensions are unfounded. Observing the demeanor of both sides, it is highly likely they are aiming for the void celestial cauldron. It is not their own disciples who are at risk. They would not act recklessly. At most, they would harbor some frustration in their hearts. Han coldly chuckled as he articulated a plethora of words. Upon hearing this, the first voice let out a soft sigh and fell silent, seemingly in agreement with the other's assessment. Chapter 464. Crystal Refinement. After we set forth, Hanli gazed at the insect carcasses strewn across the ground and inquired slowly. The 7th swarm already. Although the frequency of ant encounters had increased somewhat, We fortunately had not yet stumbled upon a swarm of over 10,000. Yuan Yao, standing beside Han Li, replied obediently. It had been half a day since the two of them embarked on their journey together. Upon hearing her words, Han Li furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as if preoccupied with some concern. After a moment's contemplation, he gestured toward the glimmering swarm of gold-eating insects that had devoured the insect remains, summoning all the flying creatures back into the spirit beast pouch hovering in the air. Han Li leisurely stowed the pouch away. Is something amiss, my friend? You seem somewhat displeased. We have traversed the most perilous section of the desert. The remaining path should be considerably safer. Yuan Yao observed Han Li's expression, blinking her beautiful eyes in puzzlement. Safe? Do you truly believe so? Han Li cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Yao, a hint of cold amusement in his voice. Is there still danger ahead? Yuan Yao, frowning slightly, questioned incredulously. As for what perils may lie ahead, I cannot say. However, one thing I can assert is that among the ant swarms we have encountered, there has been no presence of an ant queen. Either the entire desert harbors but a single ant queen, or we have simply been fortunate enough not to encounter any super swarms containing one. Thus, it is prudent to remain cautious on the road ahead. If we traverse another half day without incident, then we may truly consider ourselves safe. Han Li's demeanor remained calm. Perhaps you are being overly cautious. These flying ants are so formidable. Perhaps there is no ant queen at all. Yuan Yao's complexion paled momentarily, but she soon forced a smile, attempting to appear unaffected. I hope that is indeed the case. Han Li chose not to argue further, although he was acutely aware that the Iron Fire Ant indeed had an ant queen among them. And while the individual strength of an ant queen might be average, it was said that their intelligence was alarmingly high. If encountered, it would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary. Influenced by the previous conversation, the two travelers fell into a contemplative silence for the subsequent 2 hours of their journey. Yet, a more peculiar occurrence soon manifested. They encountered not a single ant along the way. It was then that Yuan Yao herself began to sense an unsettling anomaly, a trace of unease flickering across her visage. However, when they inadvertently ascended a towering sand dune and gazed ahead, they were left utterly astonished. Yuan Yao's face was a portrait of shock. Her crimson lips parted several times. Yet no words emerged. Though Han Li appeared somewhat more composed, his expression bore an equal measure of astonishment. Before them, upon the sandy expanse, stood a solitary, colossal crystal pillar, towering approximately 20 to 30 zhang in height. This crystal exuded an extreme chill, shimmering with a faint white glow, within which was encased a similarly grand black giant. This giant was grotesquely ugly, with bulging eyes and a completely bald head. Remaining motionless within the crystal, the scene was undeniably bizarre. Han Li gazed intently for a moment before sweeping his eyes across the nearby sandy ground. The surface was pockmarked with numerous holes of varying sizes, as if it had borne witness to a fierce battle. A flicker of intrigue ignited in Han Li's eyes as he returned his focus to the giant. However, upon noticing one of its eyes, he could not suppress a soft gasp. What has Daoist Han discovered? Yuan Yao inquired, finally roused from her stupor by Han Li's voice. Han Li offered a slight smile, choosing not to respond to her question. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense outward, confirming that no other individuals lay in ambush nearby. He boldly descended from the sand dune, striding towards the crystal pillar. Humph! Observing Han Li's deliberate air of mystery, Yuan Yao felt a surge of irritation, manifesting a hint of displeasure, yet she had no choice but to follow. After all, once she stepped beyond the protective radius of Han Li's ice pearl, she would be compelled to expend her own energy to withstand the oppressive heat. Flying ants. Upon nearing the crystal pillar to within a mere 10 zhang, Yuan Yao, her lips agape in astonishment, exclaimed. At this proximity, she finally discerned the true nature of the giant. It was composed of countless black flying ants. From a distance, it was indeed a convincing illusion, utterly remarkable. However, these fiery ants remained utterly still within the crystal, leaving their fate ambiguous. At this moment, Han Li halted, contemplating the crystal pillar before him. Since these flying ants are undoubtedly deceased, we should take our leave. Let us not linger here any longer, Yuan Yao suggested after a few moments of scrutiny. How can you be certain they are dead? They might still be alive. Han Li replied, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Alive? How could that be possible? Yuan Yao shot him a bewildered glance. Incredulous as she continued, the renowned ancient treasure of the Wan Fa sect, the Xian Huang mirror. Are you not aware? Any creature illuminated by this artifact is instantly rendered soulless, with a crystalline pillar manifesting around them. In a matter of days, the body within the pillar will vanish entirely. I have not heard of it. Han Li replied candidly, prompting Yuan Yao to widen her beautiful eyes in astonishment, leaving her momentarily speechless. If that is the case, these insects must have been eradicated by one Tianming, Han Li mused, circling the immense crystal pillar, deep in thought. Who else could it be if not him? What intentions do you harbor? These crystals, aside from naturally dissipating after a certain period, are generally impervious to destruction by any artifact. Otherwise, the Xianhuang mirror would not hold such a formidable reputation. Yuan Yao cast a sidelong glance at Han Li, as if she had surmised a fragment of his thoughts, and chuckled softly. Upon hearing her words, Han Li calmly returned her gaze. With a deft motion, he reached for his waist, summoning forth all his spirit beast bags. And a vast cloud of devouring gold insects abruptly materialized in midair. Go. Han Li unceremoniously pointed at the crystal pillar, and instantly, the golden and silver insect cloud descended, swiftly enveloping the apex of the crystal pillar, creating a dense and impenetrable mass. You truly intend to covet the remnants of these flying ants. Though your insects are formidable, they cannot possibly gnaw through this. Yuan Yao's statement trailed off abruptly. Her voice stifled, for the colossal figure encased within the white crystal pillar was rapidly diminishing from top to bottom, within her visible range, in the blink of an eye. The giant's head vanished completely. Yuan Yao's mouth gaped in bewilderment, unable to close for an extended moment. Under her astonished gaze, the devouring gold insects consumed the entire crystal pillar, along with the giant contained within, leaving behind merely a crystal sphere the size of an egg, shimmering with an enigmatic black light. Upon seeing this object, a smile flickered across Han Li's face as he strode over and retrieved it. This item, known as refined crystal, is a rare material that the iron fire ant queen produces after daily consuming ores. Though he knew few cultivators possessed it, Han Li had encountered related rumors in a very ancient tome, the veracity of which remained uncertain. It was only upon witnessing the iron fire ant queen serving as the giant's eye that he suddenly recalled this matter, leading him to take a chance to his astonishment. He had indeed obtained such a piece of refined crystal. This material is the optimal auxiliary component for enhancing artifacts. By incorporating even a small amount of this substance into any artifact, not only would its potency significantly increase, but the fundamental integrity of the artifact would also ascend to an unimaginable level, making it exceedingly difficult to sever or destroy. It remained unclear whether Wan Tianming was entirely unaware of this object or had simply overlooked it, inadvertently benefiting Han Li. Now, if only he could spare some time to reforge the green bamboo cloud sword. It was certain that the power of this artifact would reach new heights. Yuan Yao was evidently oblivious to the nature of the refined crystal, yet she discerned the joy on Han Li's face. Realizing it must be something valuable, however, she tactfully refrained from inquiring about matters that should remain unspoken. Without further ado, the two set forth on their journey. They arrived at an exceedingly humble stone hall, spanning approximately 50 to 60 zhang and standing about 7 to 8 zhang high. Aside from a teleportation array in the center, each of the four walls bore a massive green stone door, all firmly shut, rendering the space akin to a large prison cell. Within the stone hall, numerous distinct stone tables and benches were arranged, amounting to several dozen in total. Occupying these stone benches were a sparse few cultivators. Their expressions varied. The extreme Yin patriarch, an elderly scholar in Confucian robes, and Wan Tianming were all present, while the remaining cultivators appeared to be at the late stage of the core formations, with not a single one showing signs of weakness. At this moment, the expressions of everyone present were somber, and none showed any inclination to speak. The atmosphere within the stone hall was permeated with an oppressive weight. The Grand Master of Extreme Yin appeared particularly foreboding, his countenance a deep shade of ashen gray, glaring intently at the central teleportation array, his eyes flickering with malevolent light. Chapter 465, The Treasures of the Loft. These individuals were among the first to emerge from the ice and fire path, and the Black Desert and Blood Ice Forest posed no threat to the nascent soul cultivators like Extreme Yin. However, for those in the late stage of the core formation, the situation was dire. As for cultivators of lesser prowess, their fate was decidedly precarious, which accounted for the fact that only these few remained thus far. Extreme Yin and the scholar Qing Yin naturally harbored concerns for Han Li's well-being. Should Han Li perish along the lava path, the Blood Jade Spider would inevitably meet a similar fate, rendering their efforts utterly futile. Particularly for the Grand Master of Extreme Yin, whose vested interests were the greatest, his mood was even more dismal than that of Qing Yi. Although Wan Tianming appeared somewhat composed, His face was still etched with frost, as he gazed silently at his long, broad hands, lost in thought. These three nascent soul cultivators were acutely aware of the anomalous happenings within the ice and fire path, which undoubtedly bore significant relation to the yet unseen elder of the Star Palace. This knowledge stirred within them a deep-seated resentment, accompanied by a profound sense of apprehension. They could not fathom the intentions behind the Star Palace's actions. Did they truly intend to sever ties with them within the confines of this illusory heavenly hall? In this peculiar atmosphere, time gradually slipped away. The likes of Man Huzi, Tian Wuzi, the old farmer, Wu Chou, and Xiangu all successively arrived within the stone hall through teleportation. Some bore expressions of misfortune, while others gritted their teeth in anger, evidently cursing the individuals from the Star Palace for the unexpected turn of events. At this point, only half a day remained until the closure of the ice and fire path. Noticing that Han Li had yet to appear, Extreme Yin's previously softened demeanor, owing to Wu Chao's successful passage, transformed once more into a grimace. That Wu Chao's ability to traverse the ice and fire path was thanks to a protective ancient treasure he had been bestowed beforehand. Ensuring his safety, he held no hope that Han Li possessed a talisman of similar caliber. Presumably, both Qing Yi and Man Huzi shared his regret. After all, given their status, they certainly possessed several formidable ancient treasures. Had they lent them to Han Li, he would undoubtedly have been safeguarded. Contemplating this, Extreme Yin could not help but cast a disgruntled glance at the elder and Man Huzi. The scholarly elder was fixated on the teleportation array, his expression fluctuating as if deep in thought. Man Huzi, on the other hand, gazed upward at the vaulted ceiling, his jaw moving slightly as he murmured to himself, evidently lost in his own musings. Witnessing this, Extreme Yin grew increasingly irritable. However, after a moment of introspection, he had no choice but to confront the reality of the situation. Without the Bloodjade Spider, what course of action should he pursue next? At that moment, Xiangu was seated cross-legged at a stone table, his eyes half closed as if entering a meditative state. Not seeing Han Li's figure was both unexpected and, in some respects, anticipated. After all, in his estimation, Han Li's true strength was comparable to that of a late-stage core formation cultivator. The likelihood of him successfully navigating the anomalous ice and fire path was merely a 50-50 proposition. However, without Han Li's assistance, confronting Extreme Yin alone would likely prove beyond his capabilities. Whether he should engage in battle within this illusory heavenly hall was a question that left Xiangu in a state of uncertainty. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek a more opportune moment, preparing more thoroughly, thereby increasing the chances of success. With a sense of helplessness, Xiangu could not help but mentally berate the two elder members of the Star Palace once again. As for Wan Tianming and the other righteous cultivators, they too were burdened with a plethora of grievances. Their initial plans, which relied on the strength of those in the core formation stage, had to be revised. Just as the atmosphere in the stone hall grew tense with myriad thoughts and hidden agendas, the two white-robed elders from the Star Palace unexpectedly materialized within the teleportation array. Instantly, a multitude of unfriendly gazes converged upon them. Ahem, it appears that an impulsive fellow cultivator inadvertently triggered some formidable restrictions while traversing the ice and fire path, resulting in significant upheaval within the gorge. We searched diligently, but regrettably found no means to alleviate the situation. This incident may have cost our cultivation realm dearly. I feared, as we have fallen short in our responsibilities, we shall certainly return to the two sovereigns after this event at the Void Heaven Palace to confess our transgressions and meditate in reflection for over a century to atone for our negligence. The kind-faced elder, undeterred by the frosty stares directed at him, scanned the surroundings before heaving a sigh, exuding an air of genuine sorrow. Upon hearing his words, the gathered cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths inwardly cursed this man for his shamelessness. With just a few light words, he sought to absolve the matter entirely, as though the Star Palace bore no responsibility whatsoever. Nevertheless, the subsequent events unfolded as the two elders had anticipated, though all present regarded them with cold eyes. None dared to step forward and confront them. The bearded man and Wan Tianming, both seasoned practitioners of the nascent soul stage, shot them a few fierce glares before averting their gaze and returning to their own affairs. It appeared that the reputation of the Star Palace still commanded respect. After exchanging knowing glances and sharing a smile, the two white-robed elders found a corner to sit and began to meditate. Just as the crowd felt a sense of discontent but remained unwilling to take the lead, a flash of white light erupted from the teleportation array, heralding the arrival of two new figures. It was none other than Han Li and the enchanting Yuan Yao. However, Yuan Yao had once again donned her black robe, obscuring her gender and appearing indistinguishable, seemingly wary of certain individuals within the stone hall. Han Li. The extreme ancestor's eyes gleamed with excitement upon Han Li's appearance, exclaiming his name with a bright smile and beckoning him to approach without delay. The bearded man and the scholar Qing Yi also revealed expressions of delight, exchanging glances before unceremoniously making their way toward the extreme ancestor. Han Li let out a silent sigh, turning to say a few words to Yuan Yao before mustering his spirits to walk towards the extreme ancestor. Fortunately, he was aware that these demonic old-timers would not pose any threat to him before the treasure was claimed, allowing him to maintain his composure. Moreover, as he entered the grand hall, a glance at Xiangu further steadied his resolve. The extreme ancestor called Han Li over, engaging him in warm pleasantries. Embodying the demeanor of a benevolent teacher, he inquired briefly about the circumstances encountered while traversing the lava path. Naturally, Han Li refrained from delving into details. Opting for vague responses to deflect the inquiry, he understood that the other party had no genuine interest in the matter. Indeed, the extreme ancestor did not press further, instead offering him compliments. The elderly scholar clad in a Confucian robe observed Han Li with a gentle smile, occasionally interjecting with remarks that suggested a profound concern for him. But in contrast, the bearded man, maintaining his aloof demeanor, merely cast a cold glance from the side, refraining from any inquiries. However, when Han Li offered to return the ice crystal pearl, the man generously waved his hand, indicating that he bequeathed it to Han Li. It appeared that having successfully traversed the ice and fire path and advanced closer to the inner sanctum, Han Li had garnered increasing esteem from these venerable figures. Yet, the nearby Wu Chou exhibited growing hostility towards him. Occasionally casting glances imbued with a chilling malice, the extreme master seemed to have noticed the shift, abruptly glaring at Wu Chou and murmuring a few words. Instantly, Wu Chou lowered his head, and when he raised it again, his expression had returned to normalcy. While Han Li deftly navigated interactions with the extreme and other ancient beings, he pondered whether he should reach out to Xiangu to ascertain their specific plans, or if they were merely adapting to circumstances as they arose. As Han Li engaged in this dual contemplation, time slipped away. Once the appointed moment arrived, the teleportation array in the center of the stone hall abruptly vanished. Only a handful of cultivators remained in this space. Simultaneously, with a resounding rumble, the stone doors embedded in the surrounding walls ascended, revealing a series of profound azure stone passages, the destinations of which remained a mystery. Among these 4 passages, 3 led to separate lofts, each housing a unique array of treasures, including ancient relics, medicinal pills, and cultivation techniques left behind by primordial cultivators. However, each item was guarded by restrictions and seals, allowing each individual but a singular opportunity to claim one. Upon acquisition, the person would be instantly transported to the next enigmatic realm. The final passage, however, led directly to the subsequent stage. Those who ventured within could only lament their misfortune at having made the journey. The restrictions here were peculiar, as the destinations of the passages were not fixed. Once one entered a passage, there was no possibility of retracing their steps. For those who wished to avoid the mysterious realm, they need only refrain from coveting the treasures within the lofts. After remaining in the stone hall for a period, they would be automatically conveyed out of the Void Sky Palace. The kind-eyed elder in white, upon witnessing the emergence of the passages, remained seated and began to explain slowly. Yet, this time, the others merely cast him a fleeting glance, ignoring him entirely. The elder from the Star Palace, unfazed by this indifference, maintained his calm demeanor, smiling faintly before closing his eyes once more. Chapter 466. The Treasure Light Pavilion. Since cultivators had arrived at this point, the elder's words did not linger long. Soon, someone resolutely stepped towards one of the azure stone passages without uttering a word. Moments later, that figure silently vanished into the passage. With one leading the way, others soon followed suit. After witnessing Wan Tianming and his companions each select a passage, the extreme and other demonic elders exchanged cold glances. Hesitating to enter, the extreme master cast a disdainful look at the 2 white-robed elders who remained seated, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly pulled a lustrous bracelet from his person. The bracelet, adorned with 4 thumb-sized oval beads, emitted a faint azure glow, possessing the extraordinary ability to calm the mind and soothe the soul. With these 4 beads in your possession, the peril of the exquisite illusion will suddenly multiply manifold. Yet they should suffice to keep your mind lucid. Upon uttering these words, the extreme patriarch solemnly presented the bracelet to Han Li. A surge of joy coursed through Han Li's heart, and he graciously accepted it, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He had long heard of the esteemed reputation of these porcelain beads. It was said that possessing even one would significantly diminish the interference of inner demons during cultivation, rendering it an exceptionally rare treasure. The extreme patriarch's extravagant decision to string 4 of them into a bracelet for his use, ensuring that he could pass the final trial, truly astonished Han Li. Observing the patriarch's reluctant and pained expression, it was evident that although he might feel embarrassed to reclaim it immediately after the trial, he would undoubtedly retrieve it once the treasure lost its utility for Han Li. However, within the Void Sky Palace, every individual harbored ulterior motives, and even a cultivator like the extreme patriarch was not exempt from clandestine schemes. Han Li harbored grave doubts about whether this ostensibly benevolent master could emerge alive from the Void Sky Palace. Han Li donned the bracelet before the extreme patriarch and examined it closely. The porcelain beads exuded an essence that was neither wood nor gold, accompanied by a fragrant aroma reminiscent of sandalwood, which cooled the mind and invigorated the spirit. Truly extraordinary. Logically, possessing these few porcelain beads should suffice. Yet, for the sake of prudence, Han, the young friend, decided to carry this item as well. This is my for cultivation. In terms of power, it far surpasses ordinary magical treasures. Keep it on you for self-defense. That moment, the scholarly elder produced a smile gracing his face as he handed it to Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li was initially taken aback, but soon elation surged within him. This was indeed of a cultivator, incomparable to those inferior talismans. Although the evil-dispelling divine thunder of the green bamboo bee cloud sword was formidable, it could not be used recklessly. With this item, his safety would be considerably bolstered. Han Li graciously accepted it, offering his heartfelt thanks. That moment, the burly, bearded man, without a word, tossed a dark inner armor adorned with silvery scales. Its weight palpable, truly generous of brother man to bestow such a treasure, the royal scale armor, for the sake of his little disciple. I extend my gratitude on behalf of my disciple, Extreme Een. Upon seeing this armor, was momentarily moved, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing across his face as he hastily remarked, "This armor held some value for me over a century ago. However, now that mine has reached great completion, let this item be borrowed temporarily by this young lad for his protection, that I hope it does not disappoint me. Otherwise, haha." The burly man cast a cold glance at Han Li, his expression menacing. Han Li's countenance changed slightly upon hearing this. Extreme Een, realizing the armor was merely on loan, displayed a hint of disappointment that swiftly vanished, replaced by a smile as he declared, "Good, with these few treasures for protection, my little disciple should be able to navigate any unforeseen circumstances with ease. Let us proceed to claim our treasures. The opening of this passage has a time constraint." Upon hearing this, neither the burly man nor the elder voiced any objections. Yet they showed no intention of moving, instead exchanging a meaningful glance with Han Li. Han Li was taken aback, only to subsequently offer a wry smile. It seems that these individuals are still apprehensive about him potentially retreating at the last moment. They insist on watching him enter first. Thus, Han Li wore a faint smile and casually chose a corridor to proceed. Only then did Ji Een and the elder exchange knowing smiles and select 3 other paths to enter. Do you not find the actions of the demonic faction somewhat peculiar? As only 2 white-clad elders remained within the stone hall, the expressionless, cold-faced elder, with his eyes closed, slowly spoke. His voice carried a chilling undertone. "Although these old monsters employed methods to interfere with our probing, it is evident from their expressions that they regard that young man in the early stage of Foundation establishment with considerable importance. They even bestowed upon him several protective items." The kind-faced white-clad elder furrowed his brow and agreed, articulating his concurrence. After their exchange, a silence enveloped them once more. "What is your perspective?" the cold-faced elder inquired gravely. "The attention from the demonic old monsters undoubtedly stems from interests. The only thing here that could entice them is the illusory heaven cauldron within the inner hall. That young man in the Foundation establishment stage might indeed be of significant assistance to them in their quest for treasure," replied another, somewhat hesitantly. Had Han Li been present to hear these words, he could only have been rendered speechless. These two are truly cunning old foxes. Their brief analysis has nearly unraveled the truth of the matter. It would be hard for him not to admire them. To seek the illusory heaven cauldron, these individuals truly have the audacity to dream in broad daylight, aside from a few types of spirit beasts long extinct from the chaotic star sea. This is utterly fanciful. Otherwise, the previous generations of saints would have already claimed this item, leaving no room for their disdainful remarks to echo. This matter is far from certain. Perhaps these individuals have indeed acquired some ancient relics. If one is willing to invest considerable time and effort, hope is not entirely absent. After all, it has happened before. There was a cultivator who nearly extracted the illusory heaven cauldron, although ultimately, he merely managed to pry open the lid a fraction, snatching a sky-replenishing pill before being ambushed and fleeing in disarray. With the golden silkworm of Wan Tianming, I believe it is not entirely impossible that in light of this, it would be prudent to follow discreetly. Just in case, it would be best if they fail to retrieve it. Should they truly manage to procure this treasure, we certainly cannot allow the sky-replenishing pill to fall into the hands of others. Thus, this is the only course of action. Unbeknownst to Hanli, he has already attracted the attention of two law-enforcing elders from the Star Palace. This moment, he is astonishingly ascending a spiraling staircase made of azure stone. Step by step, his face brimming with astonishment. Shortly after entering the casually chosen corridor, he encountered an unending series of azure stone stairs, having climbed for a whole meal's duration without any sign of reaching an end. Hanli's curiosity was piqued. Could it be that this loft is constructed at such a lofty elevation? With this question weighing on his mind, Hanli calmed himself and continued to ascend the stairs at a leisurely pace. After ascending approximately 100 zhang, Hanli finally glimpsed a glimmer of light, and his spirit lifted as he quickened his pace. Indeed, upon rounding a corner, an ordinary square exit appeared before him. Gazing out through the exit, the scene beyond stirred Hanli's emotions, prompting him to stride forward eagerly. The dim yellow sky, the grayish mist, devoid of blue heavens and crimson sun, all were shrouded in indistinct hues. This is indeed a fathomless, colossal cylindrical space. At first glance, it appears exceedingly narrow. Surrounding it is a thick mist, rendering visibility utterly impossible. In this area, approximately 1,000 zhang in circumference, Hanli finds himself with a panoramic view. He seems to stand in a location akin to a window opened upon the misty walls. Before him lies a white jade bridge, spanning several dozen zhang, seemingly suspended in the air. This bridge is exquisitely crafted, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes. One end connects to a square exit, while the other leads to a four-cornered pavilion floating at the center of the space. This pavilion towers over 30 zhang high, consisting of 2 levels, entirely constructed from beautiful jade, shimmering in the void like a celestial palace. Above the entrance of the pavilion hangs a golden plaque, approximately a zhang in size, inscribed with 3 substantial ancient characters, Beoguang Pavilion. Hanli does not hastily step onto the bridge. Instead, he carefully scrutinizes the pavilion. Although modest in size, it emanates an astonishing wave of spiritual energy that is unfathomable, enveloped by a faint white luminescence. It is evident that a formidable array of prohibitions has been laid out here. Finally, Hanli makes his move. He slowly treads upon the jade bridge, advancing step by step toward the Beoguang Pavilion. As he reaches the midpoint of the bridge, he cannot help but tilt his head, casting a glance downward. Below lies what seems to be an abyss of unfathomable depth, with no visible bottom, only vague shadows of blackness discernible, instilling a chilling sense of dread within him. Chapter 467. Acquiring treasures. Hanli, though inherently bold, feels a disquieting tremor within as he gazes down. After enduring the discomfort for a moment, he retracts his gaze, finding nothing of substance despite his formidable spiritual sense, which proves inadequate to penetrate such profound depths. With resolve, he resumes his approach toward the pavilion. As he draws closer, its majestic grandeur becomes apparent. Towering at least 3 or 4 times the height of an ordinary pavilion, the entrance is a semicircular archway, standing about 2 zhang tall, sealed by a layer of yellow light. Upon reaching the entrance, Hanli assesses the light barrier. After a moment's contemplation, a flash of azure light appears in his hand, manifesting as a sword beam approximately a foot in length. With a gentle tap of his finger, the azure sword beam effortlessly penetrates the light barrier, rippling like water, encountering no resistance whatsoever. This unexpected occurrence surprises Hanli, yet he swiftly withdraws the azure sword light and extends his arm through the barrier. It feels somewhat cool, as if enveloped by a liquid substance. Without further hesitation, he lunges forward, disappearing through the light barrier. However, upon stepping into the pavilion, Han Li stands transfixed. Before him unfolds a series of circular jade platforms, each approximately a zhang in height, varying in size, crafted from glistening white jade, densely arrayed before him. Radiant light dances upon the platforms, each supporting a semicircular luminous dome, seemingly containing objects within. Han Li's gaze sharpens, revealing a flicker of excitement. The moment he beholds the characters inscribed on the plaque, Baoguang Pavilion, he surmises that fortune may indeed be on his side, for this pavilion likely harbors ancient treasures. However, at present, this pavilion is desolate and devoid of life. It seems that those who traversed this passage earlier have either already selected their coveted treasures and been transported away, or have ascended to the second floor. Contemplating this, Han Li scrutinized the jade platforms and indeed discovered that a few of them lacked the semicircular light shields, appearing utterly vacant. As for the staircase leading to the second floor, Han Li felt a sense of puzzlement. After scanning the surroundings thoroughly, he found no trace of it. Driven by curiosity, he embarked on several more searches, eventually directing his gaze towards a particularly distinctive jade platform. This platform was situated at the rear of the first floor, isolated and solitary, remarkably flat, adorned with intricate and obscure runic carvings. After a few careful glances, Han Li, utilizing his knowledge of formations, deduced that this was a uniquely shaped rudimentary teleportation array. After gazing at it for a moment longer, he withdrew his gaze and slowly approached a row of jade platforms, perusing the ancient treasures displayed upon them. As he examined each item, however, Han Li furrowed his brows in discontent. These treasures seemed rather unimpressive, to say the least. After surveying several dozen jade platforms, he completely lost interest, standing with his arms crossed and murmuring to himself, a hint of perplexity etched upon his face. The items upon these platforms hardly lived up to the grand title of ancient treasures. Each one was either a long spear or a halberd of antiquated design, although they shimmered with various hues of radiant energy. Han Li understood that these artifacts were akin to the flying swords and knives utilized by modern cultivators, generally lacking any astonishing capabilities. Of course, it cannot be said that they were entirely without merit. Yet, after acquiring treasures such as the Qingjufengyan sword, Han Li found it difficult to regard these lesser artifacts with any esteem. He yearned instead for ancient treasures imbued with unique powers, akin to the flower basket. Despite these thoughts, fearing he might overlook something, Han Li mustered his resolve and meticulously examined all the jade platforms once more. Ultimately, he sighed, no longer hesitating as he approached the teleportation array. He was convinced that the second floor would hold something different. After placing a few spirit stones onto the array, Han Li was enveloped in a burst of white light, transporting him to a new location. Was this truly the second floor of the Treasure Light Pavilion? Han Li squinted, focusing intently on the area ahead, his lips pressed tightly together. The space here was not vast, apart from a large spherical light shield not far in front of him. The surroundings were utterly barren. This light shield, towering several dozen feet high, emitted a soft azure glow, hovering about a foot above the ground at the center of the second floor, capturing attention most vividly. Within it floated dozens of ancient treasures, each with distinct forms: scrolls, jade tablets, round bowls, black banners, and other items Han Li recognized, or had yet to identify, none of which were duplicates. Upon witnessing this, Han Li's heart soared with delight, knowing he had indeed come to the right place. However, the fact that these treasures were so conspicuously displayed suggested that had they been easily collectible, they would have long since been claimed by the cultivators who came before him, leaving none for him. With this thought, Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and slowly approached the spherical light shield, circling it 3 or 4 times before finally pausing, opening his mouth. A small azure sword, scarcely a foot in length, shot forth from Han Li's lips. After swirling above his head a few times, at the behest of his consciousness, it transformed into a streak of azure light, darting directly towards the base of the light shield. With a soft thud, a brilliant blue light flickered at the point where the small sword pierced the luminous barrier, and astonishingly, the azure radiance rebounded directly, achieving not the slightest effect. Observing this spectacle, Han Li felt a surge of joy rather than anger. The more this occurred, the more it indicated the extraordinary value of the ancient treasure within the spherical light shield. With an expression of excitement, Han Li opened his mouth once more, unleashing a series of 9 small swords. After a resonant ringing above his head, these small swords coalesced into a massive sword radiating a misty green light. With a low roar escaping his lips, Han Li wielded the colossal sword, striking down with the force of a mighty blow, unceremoniously aiming at the barrier. With a resounding crash, a gap several feet long was torn open upon contact with the shield. A glimmer of delight crossed Han Li's face. However, before he could take further action, a sudden, formidable force surged from within, violently repelling the giant sword. The blue light of the gap flickered briefly before returning to its original state. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. Stroking his chin, he re-examined the spherical barrier intently. After a brief while, his countenance softened, and a faint smile graced his lips. He gestured to the giant sword, which, with a clear ringing sound, disassembled back into 9 small swords that shot back towards him. Without hesitation, he reached for his waist, producing a spirit beast pouch filled with gold-devouring insects. The buzzing sound erupted as a swarm of silvery golden mist poured forth from the pouch. With a low hiss, Han Li commanded the swarm to surge forward, instantly enveloping the bottom of the spherical barrier. Moments later, the wall was gnawed through by the relentless insects, creating a circular hole 3 to 4 feet wide. The barrier's blue light surged, and the hole promptly began to shrink in a distortion, closing at a speed surpassing the insect's voracity. Seeing this, Han Li felt a sense of urgency. He transformed into a slender beam of green light and darted through the still-forming circular opening just in time. The barrier sealed itself once more. As the green light dissipated, Han Li materialized within the shield. Gazing at the ancient treasures exuding an aura of antiquity nearby, he too floated gently, a trace of excitement illuminating his face. However, Han Li did not dare linger for long. He hastily attempted to extend his divine sense to assess the spiritual energy of these ancient artifacts, only to find a bitter expression manifesting on his face. His divine sense could not leave his body in this place. Thus, he was left to rely solely on intuition and experience to select an item. Resigned to this predicament, Han Li widened his eyes, scrutinizing each artifact in turn. A strange blade. No, it was clearly an offensive treasure. Of no interest to him. A token. Unwanted, as it bore the image of a monstrous creature, likely used to command spiritual beast souls, akin to the scroll he had previously acquired at a small drum. What purpose could it serve? He could discern no utility from it. Better to pass. As Han Li continued to observe, he muttered internally, dismissing one artifact after another. Ultimately, he zeroed in on 3 items: an oval mirror of golden hue, a set of 5 interlinked multicolored copper rings, and lastly, a broad, dark red cloak. The selection of these 3 items undoubtedly stemmed from Han Li's own considerations. The golden-hued mirror, without a doubt, is a remarkable artifact. In the realm of cultivation, nearly all mirrors of this kind possess extraordinary powers and formidable capabilities. Han Li, naturally, did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. The 5 interconnected rings of various colors likely embody the quintessence of the 5 elemental attributes. And although the nature of its supernatural abilities remains a mystery, its potency is undoubtedly considerable. As for the final item, the cloak. Chapter 468. The Eerie Black Armor. Firstly, the cloak's design is extraordinarily peculiar. Consisting of 2 distinct layers, the inner layer is woven from silver threads, while the outer layer is adorned with strange, unidentifiable feathers affixed to its surface. These feathers manifest a dark crimson radiance within the protective barrier, exuding an air of the uncanny. Secondly, this is the first time Han Li has encountered a cloak-type artifact, and naturally, he is exceedingly curious about its functions, based on his conjectures. This ancient treasure may possess remarkable defensive or concealing capabilities, both of which are essential for Han Li's survival amidst the myriad formidable adversaries within the inner sanctum. Gazing at these 3 ancient treasures, a flicker of hesitation crossed Han Li's visage. He could only take one, after which the restrictions of the loft would unceremoniously transport him away. A choice had to be made. Logically, seizing the golden mirror seemed the most prudent course of action. Han Li was nearly certain that its power would be nothing short of tremendous, and acquiring it would undoubtedly bolster his strength significantly. The peculiar 5-colored rings, on the other hand, might surprise him unexpectedly. Their unique characteristics and resplendent hues rendered this ancient treasure immensely mysterious. As for the cloak, claiming it could potentially provide immediate benefits, perhaps even saving his life in a moment of crisis. Han Li's gaze flitted back and forth among these 3 items, and despite his usual composure, he found himself momentarily overtaken by indecision and apprehension. After a considerable pause, he drew a deep breath, regaining his calm demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. The sudden emergence of this thought sent his heart racing. Based on his understanding of formations and restrictions, It was nearly impossible to forcibly displace someone from one space to another without locating the core of the restriction or directly employing brute force to shatter the entire area enveloped by the restriction. Upon contact with the designated restriction, an individual would be uncontrollably transported away. For Han Li, both methods seemed utterly unfeasible. Locating the core of this space's restrictions would be a task reserved for a master-level formation expert who might spend years in such pursuit, an endeavor he could scarcely entertain. As for employing brute force to break through, that would be an act of folly, one only a madman would consider, given that none of the many nascent soul stage experts had succeeded. It was utterly delusional for a newly formed golden core cultivator like him to entertain such thoughts. However, within the insights he had gained regarding formation breaking, the prodigy Xanrian had theoretically proposed a notion in a text concerning spatial restrictions. It might be possible to temporarily render spatial restrictions ineffective for a fleeting moment. Though this opportunity would last but an instant, that brief interlude could afford Han Li the chance to seize one more ancient treasure. Yet, to accomplish this feat, a cultivator must sever all ties with the energies of the space, ensuring not a single thread of connection remained. After this hypothesis was articulated in the ancient texts, Xanrian humorously remarked that even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would likely lack such extraordinary powers. It was merely a fleeting whimsy. If there truly existed such a formidable cultivator, they could effortlessly dismantle the restrictions relying solely on their own strength, rendering such convoluted measures unnecessary. After all, the practitioners of this realm typically possess only enough skill in concealing their energy to evade detection. How could they genuinely sever their connection with the essence of heaven and earth? However, when Han Li perused this passage within his cave, he was immediately reminded of the bizarre ability of the golden devouring insect to consume the energies of the cosmos. And he was inspired to conduct a small experiment. Remarkably, by employing the golden devouring insect, he achieved success in that brief moment. Han Li regarded this incident as merely a whimsical endeavor and did not dwell on it thereafter. Yet, upon reflection, his heart ignited with fervor. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li felt a genuine hope for success in this venture. Even if it failed, he would merely acquire an ancient treasure, incurring no significant loss. With this thought, Han Li resolved to act without hesitation. That he waved his hands, summoning forth all the spirit beast bags at his disposal, and tens of thousands of golden devouring insects surged forth in a buzzing cloud, encircling Han Li in a vast, swirling mass. Ignoring the swarm, Han Li recalibrated his focus on the distance and orientation of the three ancient treasures. After weighing his options, he floated gracefully toward the dark red cloak. Closely followed by the swarm of insects, as he approached within 10 feet of the cloak, Han Li sensed a shift in the surrounding spiritual energy, prompting him to halt abruptly, a look of gravity crossing his face. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal, producing a clear, resonant sound from his mouth. The golden devouring insects surrounding him stirred restlessly. Then, like arrows, they shot toward him, quickly enveloping his body in layers upon layers, transforming him entirely into a shimmering gold and silver hue. Yet, amidst the mass of insects, Han Li's melodic utterance did not wane. Rather, it grew sharper and more piercing. Before long, the insects themselves began to emit a similar low hum, gradually harmonizing with Han Li's voice. The chorus of insect sounds intensified as they opened their jaws, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling in an eerily synchronized manner. At this juncture, Han Li ceased his vocalizations, falling silent. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. As the insects crawled over Han Li, the fluctuations of the humming gave rise to flickering black dots that appeared to materialize on his body. These dots shimmered, expanding and contracting, until several of them coalesced into a larger black blot. When larger spots collided, they merged into even grander black masses. The black masses on Han Li's body blossomed like ink chrysanthemums, spreading across every inch of him in mere moments, gradually unfurling. Ultimately, these black entities, through continuous fusion and expansion, formed a pitch-black, profound, and stark armor, enveloping Han Li and the golden devouring insects within, impervious to wind and rain. The sound of the insects vanished without a trace the instant the armor emerged. Apart from the pitch-black hue that enveloped the armor, no other colors could be discerned, rendering it utterly opaque. In that fleeting moment, Han Li took action. A bizarre, glimmering hand, as dark as obsidian, swiftly grasped the nearby cloak with lightning speed, and with an awkward pivot, began to drift slowly towards the set of 5 colored copper rings. The cloak was seized by Han Li. A surge of blue light erupted around him, countless radiant beams cascading towards him. Yet, Upon contact with the eerie black armor, they were immediately absorbed into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Nevertheless, the blue light did not retreat. Rather, it gathered with increasing ferocity, relentlessly pressing towards the dark armor. The peculiar armor began to sway precariously, trembling incessantly. Hanli, filled with urgency, moved with utmost caution, as if fearing to disturb something hidden. The short distance of merely 5 or 6 zhang felt as arduous as traversing for an entire hour. But he eventually inched closer to the ancient treasure of copper rings. Straining to suppress his overwhelming joy, Hanli's equally dark and luminous hand reached out decisively, his 5 fingers firmly gripping the object. Almost simultaneously, as the copper rings fell into his grasp, the surrounding black armor seemed unable to withstand the fierce onslaught of the blue light. With a piercing shatter, the armor fragmented into countless pieces, dissolving into spots that vanished completely. Before Hanli could react, the blue light unceremoniously enveloped him. After a dizzying whirl, he disappeared without a trace from within the spherical light shield, following a blinding flash of blue light. Hanli found himself in a modest stone chamber. After a brief moment of disorientation, he steadied himself and stood upright, immediately scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. A wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he was alone, for the sight of himself covered in writhing insects was decidedly unsettling. With that thought, Hanli let out a sharp whistle. All the gold-devouring insects took flight from his body, transforming into a cascade of golden and silver light above him, hovering without descending. Hanli, however, had no time to spare for them and quickly turned his attention to the 2 objects in his hands. Although he had examined them numerous times prior, the exhilaration surged within him now that he held them. He ran his fingers over the ancient treasures. The cloak felt light and slightly warm, while the 5 copper rings were chillingly cold, akin to ice. After admiring and examining them for a while, he shifted his focus to the stone chamber. The space was desolate, devoid of anything save for the teleportation array he had arrived through and a square passage directly ahead, appearing starkly devoid of any other peculiarities. Chapter 469, The Uncanny Ancient Treasures. There was no need for inquiry. With the De Yin secret technique in his possession and the temporary aid of the extremely Imbarosa bracelet, overcoming this challenge would undoubtedly be a trivial matter. With this thought, Hanli turned his attention away from the passage and meticulously studied the 2 ancient treasures in his possession. Before he could harness their capabilities, he needed to understand them thoroughly. First, a flash of bloodlight signaled the cloak's disappearance from his grasp, leaving only the 5 interconnected copper rings. These rings, approximately the thickness of a normal human arm, were inscribed with mysterious runes that exuded an air of enigma. Hanli grasped one of the copper rings with a single hand, giving his wrist a gentle flick. The ring shimmered with a kaleidoscope of hues, and a faint sound reminiscent of a phoenix's cry echoed forth. His eyes glimmered with intensity as he lowered his gaze in contemplation, channeling his spiritual energy through his fingers into the copper ring. At that moment, he did not blink, his expression grave. In an instant, the 5 copper rings in his grasp vanished without a trace. Startled, Hanli quickly recalled something and abruptly looked up. There, not far above his head, the 5 rings flickered in and out of view, swirling like phantoms, their presence decidedly uncanny. Frowning slightly, he raised his hand and unleashed a blue spell. The copper rings began to whirl rapidly before striking the nearby stone wall. With a series of dull thuds, a flash of white light appeared on the wall, yet it remained completely unscathed. While the 5 rings rebounded far away, it seemed these rings were not intended for direct assault. Unfazed, Hanli beckoned with one hand, summoning them to return above his head, then without hesitation, exhaled a breath of essence towards them. The rings suddenly expanded, transforming into 5 enormous copper circles, their surfaces aglow with intertwining light and floating runes, rendering them nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. Since these ring-like artifacts were not meant for direct confrontation, they were likely designed for trapping foes or providing defense, something Hanli had come to understand well. Casting a glance at the imposing rings, he tilted his head slightly and slowly uttered a swift incantation and could hear the sound of his voice. The massive rings plummeted downwards, overlapping to encircle Hanli within their midst. The rings began to spin in midair, accelerating with each rotation. Amidst a haze, they formed a radiant barrier of 5 colors, enveloping him completely. A faint smile graced Hanli's lips. It appeared these copper rings indeed possessed defensive capabilities, though their effectiveness could only be tested in the heat of battle. With this thought, Hanli flicked his fingers, sending a spell crashing against the shimmering barrier. Instantly, the barrier shattered into fragments, reverting to the form of the giant rings. However, after a violent tremor, The rings gleamed once more and vanished from sight. This time, Han Li remained unperturbed, extending a hand, and after a flash of five-colored light, 5 palm-sized copper rings obediently materialized in his grasp. He gazed calmly at the rings, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation, as if pondering something profound. Before long, an obscure chant escaped his lips, causing the 5 rings to bizarrely disappear from his hands, only to reappear around his limbs and neck. Constricting suddenly with radiant intensity, Han Li faltered momentarily, collapsing stiffly as if he were a wooden puppet. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and swiftly sent forth a thought. The rings promptly loosened their grip. Once he regained his footing, he rubbed his neck, which had been uncomfortably constricted, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. This ancient treasure was indeed a formidable tool for ambush, nearly impossible to guard against. Even with his powerful spiritual awareness, he had only just sensed something amiss the moment the rings ensnared him, leaving no time for a response. Han Li was confident that even cultivators at the late stage of foundation establishment or in the nascent soul stage, if caught unprepared, could easily fall victim to his surprise attacks. It is uncertain how long these 5 bronze rings can confine the opponent. However, the capabilities of this artifact have far exceeded his initial expectations. Filling him with quiet delight, Han Li, feeling satisfied, stowed the rings into his storage bag and retrieved the dark red cloak. The evaluation of this ancient treasure was, naturally, much simpler. Han Li donned the cloak and infused it with a measure of his spiritual energy. A brilliant crimson light erupted, enveloping him in a warm sensation, while his spiritual power surged uncontrollably into the cloak. Startled, Han Li hastily severed the flow of energy, causing the brilliance of the cloak to dim, returning it to its normal state. After a moment of contemplation, he removed the cloak and examined it once more, his brows furrowing in thought. After a brief pause, he donned the treasure again, carefully channeling his spiritual energy into it. The same overwhelming surge of power manifested once more. However, forewarned, Han Li remained composed, squinting to scrutinize the peculiarities of the cloak. At that moment, dozens of feathers on the outer layer transformed into blood-red plumes, shrouding the entire cloak in a dense aura of crimson light. After observing for a short while, Han Li waved his hands, causing himself to float gently upward. After surveying his surroundings, he suddenly vanished from sight. Yet, the next instant, a muffled explosion resonated. A burst of blood light erupted from the stone wall on his right, and Han Li was flung backward, stumbling before nearly collapsing to the ground. His face was a portrait of shock. He had not exerted his full strength. He had merely employed the most rudimentary levitation technique. Yet, he had crashed against the wall, as if teleported. This left Han Li utterly astounded. With disbelief, he attempted several different evasion techniques. Unsurprisingly, each time he vanished, he collided with the wall, leaving him dizzy and unable to control his trajectory. It seemed that once he donned this treasure, he could only achieve this astonishing speed, with no way to decelerate even slightly. Han Li stood in place, dumbfounded. This cloak was truly extraordinary. In terms of speed alone, it was undoubtedly a top-tier artifact for self-preservation. Han Li believed that at this velocity, even a nascent soul cultivator would be hard-pressed to catch up to him, allowing him to evade pursuit for a time. Yet, the cloak bore significant drawbacks as well. Not only was the consumption of spiritual energy astonishing, but its uncontrollable nature, akin to a wild stallion, also filled Han Li with regret. It was evident that this cloak was a defective top-tier artifact. Otherwise, it would not have appeared in the outer hall. Nevertheless, it seemed to hold great utility in desperate escapes. With a complex mix of feelings, Han Li put away the cloak, cast a bittersweet smile, and settled down cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to cultivate. In this brief period, his spiritual energy had been considerably depleted by the ancient treasure. He was not about to exit the stone chamber in such a state. Han Li's rest lasted for the better part of a day. Once he felt his energy replenished sufficiently, he opened his eyes, glanced at the square passage, and stood up solemnly. He touched the bracelet of Bodhi beads on his wrist, circulated the great evolution technique within his body, and then slowly stepped into the passage. As Han Li made his way forward, he soon realized that the square passage was remarkably brief. After navigating a right angle, he emerged into the open air, greeted by the sight of an exquisite long corridor. This corridor was the epitome of magnificence and intricacy, stretching endlessly before him, its true length a mystery. Beyond the corridor, wisps of white clouds floated gracefully, accompanied by ethereal melodies that seemed to resonate from afar. Faintly, the outlines of jade pavilions and celestial terraces could be discerned, evoking the sensation of a paradise from the heavens. Upon witnessing this scene, a faint, sardonic smile crept upon Han Li's lips as he strode confidently onto the corridor. The moment he set foot upon it, he summoned his magical energy, only to find, as others had said, that flight was equally prohibited here. He could only walk step by step. Hanli paid little heed to this matter, instead casting a deep glance beyond the corridor. The enchanting melody seemed to grow clearer upon his entrance, as if beckoning him closer. With an impassive expression, Hanli focused intently on the so-called celestial music. And before long, a trace of mockery surfaced on his visage. After a couple of clicks of his tongue, he placed his hands behind his back and leisurely continued his stroll. Hanli moved with an air of tranquility, as if ambling through his own garden. Yet, the ethereal music beyond the corridor became increasingly distinct, more melodious and captivating, compelling passers-by to pause in admiration. Simultaneously, elegant white cranes began to appear amidst the clouds.